Hello everyone. Welcome to part 10. Let's start with a brief recap of the previous episode. In the far reaches of the universe, an epic interstellar showdown is slowly unfolding. Our protagonist, Zhao Chun, the emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, leads his fleet with extraordinary courage and wisdom, vowing to safeguard the peace and order of this star sector. The story began with Zhao Chun meeting the mysterious girl from the Zerg race, known as the Zerg Princess, aboard the starship Hades. Her arrival not only introduced Zhao Chun to new insights about the Zerg, but she also became a valuable ally in subsequent battles. During an unexpected Zerg attack, Zhao Chun, with his remarkable bravery and strength, not only repelled the enemy but also uncovered the truth about the Zerg being controlled by a greater power, thanks to the Zerg princess's assistance. As the plot progressed, Zhao Chun realized that his adversaries extended beyond the Zerg. A more formidable and enigmatic entity known as Order emerged. This organization not only manipulated the Zerg, but also sought to corrupt the entire universe through various means. In his struggle against Order, Zhao Chun continuously demonstrated his intellect and valor. Whether it was his wise command on the interstellar battlefield or his deft maneuvering on the political stage, he led the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire towards greatness as a true hero. Under Zhao Chun's leadership, the Xiaolong Legion grew from an insignificant fleet into a formidable force in the universe. Their starships, be it the T5 class Hades or the later T6 class Rakshasa Hades-class Dreadnought, instilled fear in their enemies. Zhao Chun's military prowess and strategic vision enabled the Xiaolong Legion to secure victory after victory, expanding the empire's territories. However, behind the victories, Zhao Chun was acutely aware of the burdens he bore. He had to contend not only with external foes, but also with internal unrest. During an internal rebellion, Zhao Chun decisively established the Royal Jinhui, led by his sister Zhao Wan'er, to eliminate all sources of instability with an iron fist, ensuring the empire's stability and unity. As time went on, Zhao Chun's powers continued to grow. By chance, he discovered the Super Soldier Serum, which significantly enhanced a warrior's combat abilities. Zhao Chun did not hesitate to use it on himself, achieving a qualitative leap in strength, speed, and endurance. Under his leadership, the warriors of the Xiaolong Legion also became more powerful, forming the most formidable fighting force in the universe. Under Zhao Chun's wise rule, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire achieved remarkable success not only in military endeavors but also in technology, economy, and culture. The citizens of the empire lived in peace and prosperity, enjoying unprecedented tranquility and growth. Zhao Chun's name became a legendary symbol throughout the universe. As the shadow of Order once again looms over the universe, Zhao Chun knows that even greater challenges lie ahead. That concludes the recap of Part 9. I hope you enjoy today's Part 10. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation. If you're interested in the story and are watching it for the first time, you can start from Part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into the storyline of Part 10. This was Zhao Chun's 10th sortie. When he took off his helmet, he deliberately splashed some water on his hands and then wiped it across his face and forehead, making himself look utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat. According to the Star Alliance's interstellar fighter pilot standards, unless injured, a pilot must complete at least 10 sorties in a single battle to meet the criteria. Exceeding 10 sorties often meant pushing the human body to its limits. You've reached the 10 sortie mark. Do you need to rest? The ground crew member on the ladder looked at him with admiration. Although 10 sorties were the standard, in reality, most interstellar fighter pilots struggled to reach this number in actual combat, averaging around 8. Pilots like Zhao Chun, who managed to complete 10 sorties, were exceptionally rare. I might need a break, Zhao Chun said, feigning exhaustion. He couldn't afford to appear too exceptional. All right, please disembark, the ground crew member replied without further questions or a physical check. Such checks were typically reserved for those who requested rest before completing the required sorties, to ensure they were genuinely unfit for further combat rather than shirking. Zhao Chun exited the cockpit and descended the ladder, deliberately making his legs tremble as if he might collapse at any moment. A nearby ground crew member quickly reached out to support him. Do you need a wheelchair? The crew member asked with concern. Zhao Chun shook his head and declined the offer. Just need a moment to catch my breath. He moved to a spot where he wouldn't obstruct others and looked around. The other pilots who had chosen to rest were in visibly poor condition. Some were gasping for air, others vomiting, and some hadn't even managed to remove their helmets before they threw up inside. A few were so exhausted they had to be helped to the medical bay. Pilots like Zhao Chun who could walk out on their own were few and far between. This was precisely why interstellar fighter pilots enjoyed numerous benefits they had earned them. Suddenly, Zhao Chun felt a pat on his back. How are you holding up? A familiar voice asked. Startled, Zhao Chun stumbled forward a few steps, as if he could barely stand. Sorry. Force of habit, Lieutenant Zhang quickly apologized, steadying Zhao Chun with a look of regret. Zhao Chun smiled wryly at Lieutenant Zhang. You're in great shape, Lieutenant. Just takes a few more sorties. You're doing great, 2 10 sorties on your first real combat mission. Lieutenant Zhang praised. Despite his pale face, his voice was steady and strong, a testament to his excellent physical condition. Let's head to the rest area, Lieutenant Zhang offered, ready to support Zhao Chun. I can walk on my own for now, Zhao Chun politely declined. All right then, Lieutenant Zhang laughed, and the two walked side by side to the rest area. The rest area was in no better shape. Some pilots were lying on the sofas, either asleep or unconscious. Others were already receiving nutrient infusions. Only a handful were able to sit up and stay awake. Lieutenant Zhang surveyed the room with pride. We're an elite squad. Everyone here is tough. Other squads might rest after 7 sorties, but we push ourselves to the limit. His eyes fell on the mission data board. It displayed various metrics for the squad, with the most striking being the grayed out names. About a third of the pilots had been killed. Another dozen names had red crosses next to them, indicating they were in the medical bay, likely injured in battle. Lieutenant Zhang's expression turned solemn as he placed a hand over his heart, performing a silent ritual. Zhao Chen also looked respectfully at the unfamiliar names. The mortality rate for interstellar fighter pilots is high, Lieutenant Zhang said with a bitter smile. They say our average lifespan is only 30 combat flights. But we also get promoted the fastest, he added, patting Zhao Chen on the shoulder. After this campaign, you might become an officer, or at least a warrant officer. Maybe even a deputy squad leader. That sounds great, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. For regular soldiers, it took 1 or 2 campaigns, and 1 to 3 years to advance from sergeant to warrant officer. But for interstellar fighter pilots, surviving just 1 campaign could be enough. Holy crap. Our squad is ranked first in the 3rd wing. Lieutenant Zhang suddenly noticed the leaderboard. His second squad had destroyed over 500 enemy fighters, far surpassing the first squad in the same wing. Ha ha ha, you guys really made me proud. When this campaign is over, I'm going to ask the wing commander for a reward. We'll celebrate in style at the spaceport, Lieutenant Zhang said excitedly. Lieutenant, one celebration won't be enough, a pilot lounging on the sofa said. Look closely, our second squad isn't just first in our wing. We're first on the entire mothership. Lieutenant Zhang's eyes widened as he checked the leaderboard. Indeed, they were ranked first across all 10 wings on the mothership, with the first elite squad of the first wing in second place. Holy shit, we're going places, Lieutenant Zhang exclaimed, hands on his hips, eager to jump back into his fighter for another round. Our stats are really impressive this time. Another pilot receiving a nutrient infusion commented. I wonder where we'll rank in this campaign. Our wing might get a good spot on the overall leaderboard thanks to us. Rewards. Big rewards. Lieutenant Zhang envisioned his promotion from lieutenant to captain. I'm definitely going to ask for a promotion for everyone. At least 1 rank up for each of you. Zhao Chun remained silent, still staring at the grayed-out names on the list. The battle in this sector lasted for a full half-month. Zhao Chen's flight squad transitioned from initial excitement to numbness and even fear. This interstellar battlefield had become a massive meat grinder, devouring countless lives. According to statistics, more than 100 million starfighter jets and 10 billion unmanned drones had been deployed in this battle. On average, 1 million jets turned into cosmic dust on this battlefield daily. The Star Alliance had lost nearly 20 million jets, with the enemy suffering similar losses. Both sides continued to send reinforcements, seemingly determined to fill the entire starry sky. Zhao Chun sat by the floor-to-ceiling window in the starship's dining hall, a spot that required an extra fee, unaffordable for ordinary soldiers. But to Zhao Chun, it was just a string of numbers. As he ate his simple meal, he gazed out the window. Directly opposite, a massive supply ship was docking with the mothership. Through the semi-transparent connecting corridor, Zhao Chun saw folded starfighter jets being transported in to replace recent losses. Meanwhile, a transport ship approached, and a line of new recruits, fresh starfighter pilots, began to file in. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's handheld terminal beeped. It was a message from the newly promoted squadron leader, ordering all squad leaders to report to a designated room. In just half a month, Zhao Chen's status had undergone a dramatic transformation. Despite his desire to keep a low profile, he was now the captain of a squad, the 18th Flight Squad. Initially, there were only 10 flight squads, but wartime allowed for temporary expansion to be adjusted post-war. Thanks to his outstanding performance over the past half-month, Zhao Chun was promoted to warrant officer and became the captain of a 300-member squad. His feelings about this were mixed. He quickly finished his meal and headed to the designated room. It was already packed with people, mostly fresh-faced new recruits in uniform with backpacks. In the front row sat the captains of various squads. Xiao Zhao, Lieutenant Zhang now, Captain Zhang called out upon seeing Zhao Chun. The other captains nodded in acknowledgement. Their time fighting together had earned Zhao Chun, a former ground force pilot, their respect. These are the latest batch of replacement pilots, Captain Zhang explained. We'll each select from them shortly. The squadron leader wants them ready to fly in a day. Most of them are cadets from various starfighter academies. A senior captain nearby scoffed. You think these rookies can adapt to a real battlefield in a day? Ha, if 3 out of 10 survive a week, they'll be lucky. The mortality rate for new pilots was notoriously high, especially in their first 5 battles, with nearly half failing to survive. Captain Zhang pulled out a list. As usual, squads will pick in order. Once you're at full strength, you're done. With the squadron leader absent, I'll handle it. The selection began. The new recruits, like lambs to the slaughter, looked up expectantly as names were called. Zhao Qin needed the most recruits. His 18th squad was newly formed, essentially created for his promotion. Out of 300 members, only 10 were veterans. The rest had to come from these rookies. Such squads were often dubbed death squads, with alarmingly high casualty rates in their first battle. When the other captains had finished, Zhao Qin looked at the nearly 300 remaining recruits, all eagerly awaiting their new captain's call. Zhao Qin stepped forward, pointed to his rank insignia, and said firmly, "My name is Zhao Qin, Warrant Officer. I'm the captain of the 18th Squadron, 3rd Flight Battalion on this mothership. You are now members of the 18th Squadron. Stand up and follow me." With that, Zhao Qin turned and walked away, the new recruits hurriedly following. Grumbles arose from the ranks. How unlucky, getting assigned to a death squad. New recruits plus a death squad, double trouble. What's a death squad? Someone naively asked. You don't know? Another replied. So many of us in one squad means it's either new or rebuilt. We don't know each other, no teamwork. Our survival rate on the battlefield is naturally low. Other squads at least have veterans. We're a death squad full of rookies. First battle mortality often hits 70. We're the foundation for this squad. Hearing this, many recruits showed signs of fear. Soon, Zhao Qin led them to a spare restroom. Once everyone was seated, Zhao Qin crossed his arms and spoke calmly but with authority, "Death Squad? All rookies? 70 mortality rate. I know most of you are aware of this." As he spoke, an aura of strength emanated from Zhao Qin, making him seem like a different person. Even the veterans were surprised, thinking his presence was stronger than the squadron leaders. In theory, that's true, Zhao Qin continued, his gaze sharp. But if you follow my orders and coordination strictly in battle, I guarantee the first battle's mortality rate won't exceed 20. I'll ensure the vast majority of you return here safely. I, Zhao Qin, promise you this. One day later, in the lounge of Squad 18, 3 green lights flickered and turned yellow, signaling the start of battle readiness. The room was filled with a tense atmosphere as everyone held their breath, awaiting the imminent challenge. At that moment, the lounge door slid open, and Captain Chao Jinlong and Lieutenant Zhang stepped in. Everyone immediately stood up straight as a sign of respect. Sit down, Chao Jinlong motioned with a wave of his hand, indicating for everyone to relax. All except Zhao Qin took their seats, though they sat upright, clearly still on edge. Chao Jinlong surveyed the room, his voice steady and powerful. For most of you, this is your first battle. I know the pressure is immense, but trust in your captain. On the battlefield, trust is what will bring you back alive. When you return victorious, I will host a grand feast for Squad 18 to celebrate your rebirth through fire. Yes, sir. The entire lounge echoed with a synchronized response. Zhao, come with me. Chao Zhenlong turned to Zhao Qin, signaling for him to follow. The 3 walked into the hallway, with Lieutenant Zhang standing aside. Chao Zhenlong looked at Zhao Qin and said, Zhao, this is your first time leading a team in battle. It's normal to feel the pressure. Everyone goes through it. Don't be anxious. Just do what you're capable of. Zhao Qin nodded, though he felt calm inside. For someone who had commanded hundreds of thousands of interstellar warships, this small-scale operation was hardly a challenge. Regarding your earlier request, Chao Jinlong continued, the Major has approved it. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Major. Zhao Qin expressed his gratitude sincerely. Lieutenant Zhang patted Zhao Qin on the shoulder and whispered, although there's no hard rule, the casualty rate in your first battle is crucial. If it exceeds 80, you might be demoted to Vice Captain, and it will be a long time before you get promoted again. Try to keep it below 60. Zhao Qin nodded quietly, already formulating a plan in his mind. Lieutenant Zhang added softly, if our 2 squads' battle zones are close, you can contact me. I'll find a way to support you. Though Chao Jinlong was standing nearby, he didn't intervene. After all, they were part of the same brigade, and mutual support was common practice. Zhao Qin nodded again and returned to the lounge. He scanned the room, observing the varied expressions on his team members' faces. Some were excited, some were nervous, and others were clearly fearful. Just then, a boy who looked about 16 stepped forward, holding a peeled fruit that resembled an orange. Captain, this is a specialty from my hometown. My dad prepared a whole box for me when he knew I was joining the flight brigade after graduating from military school. Please try it. Zhao Qin took the fruit and bit into it. The sweet and sour juice burst in his mouth, and the taste was indeed excellent. He nodded in approval. The boy, excited, said, of course. My family runs an orchard. We live off these fruits. The money we earned allowed me to attend military school. I just wanted to be a regular crew member, but I got selected as a starfighter pilot. When my parents sent me off, my dad stayed silent, but my mom was in tears. Everyone knows the high mortality rate in this line of work. As he spoke, tears rolled down the boy's face. Zhao Chen gently patted the boy's head, his tone firm. Obey orders, follow commands. You'll return to your family's orchard. At that moment, the yellow lights in the lounge suddenly turned a glaring red. The launch list began to scroll. Some people, receiving the notification, sat frozen, momentarily stunned. Feng Yongyi, Hua Wenbin, Pei Jun, Sunishan, prepare for immediate takeoff. Zhao Chen commanded sternly. The named team members snapped out of their daze and rushed to the hangar. Remember my orders, follow my lead. Zhao Chen reiterated. Yes, sir. The team responded in unison. Zhao Chen's name was called around the 100th spot. He turned to the veteran vice captains. I'm heading out first. Remind the others when they get called. Don't worry, Captain. Leave it to us, the vice captains assured him. Zhao Chen quickly moved to his assigned starfighter, the familiar DK-9577, waiting for him. According to the mothership's regulations, each starfighter was typically paired with a single pilot unless under special circumstances. Zhao Chen expertly maneuvered his old friend to take off, joining the assembly area outside the mothership. Hundreds of starfighters had already gathered, flying in circles around several rings, with more joining. These were the starfighters of Squad 18, part of Zhao Chen's request to have 300 fighters for their first battle. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes, the 300 fighters finally assembled. Move out, Zhao Chen commanded, leading his fighter forward. The others quickly followed, forming their designated formation, resembling a giant bird spreading its wings. Zhao Chen addressed the squad through the command channel. Remember everything I taught you. Those lessons could save your lives. Most importantly, obey orders, follow commands. Obey orders, follow commands. The entire fleet responded in unison. Soon, the interstellar battlefield unfolded before them, and an intense battle was about to begin. Upon witnessing the battlefield, many new recruits felt a chill run down their spines. The scene before them was utterly overwhelming. Fragments of starfighters and warships floated through space, resembling a vast sea of metal debris. A closer look revealed that these remnants came from both sides, indicating that one faction had attempted to deploy a massive fleet to tip the scales. However, considering the sheer number of starfighters currently engaged totaling in the tens of millions from both sides, along with countless unmanned drones, the battlefield was a chaotic mess. It would take a fleet of over 10,000 starships to make a significant impact. Prepare to enter the battlefield. Zhao Chen's voice rang out, instantly bringing everyone to attention. Soon, enemy starfighters appeared on the radar. Remember, don't focus on the enemy in front of you. The key is to maintain our formation. Engage if you can, but if you can't, let it go. Remember what I taught you. Zhao Chen reiterated before switching to his role as commander, issuing a series of rapid orders. Left-wing squads, advance 3 sectors. Right wing, prepare to encircle and annihilate all enemy starships within range. Frontline, stay on defense. Enemy fighters are closing in. Zhao Chen stared at the small tactical display, like a finely tuned machine, continuously relaying commands. In the ensuing battle, the 300-strong Big Bird squadron exhibited unique tactics. They often used localized numerical superiority to encircle and destroy smaller enemy groups, and employed defensive maneuvers against stronger foes, waiting for reinforcements. Zhao Chen insisted on attacking only when they had at least a 2-turn advantage. This cautious approach, though seemingly timid, effectively minimized the 18th Squadron's casualties. However, their kill count was correspondingly low. As time passed, and their enemy tally reached 50, the 18th Squadron remarkably maintained a 0 casualty record. Zhao Chen kept a close eye on each fighter's status, positioning those in worse condition at the center of the formation, providing fire support only when necessary. This strategy, while not the most efficient for enemy destruction, maximized the squadron's survival. Nonetheless, Zhao Chen remained vigilant. He knew he wasn't commanding game units, but real people with independent thoughts, introducing significant unpredictability. Sure enough, problems soon arose. Some starfighters began struggling to keep up with Zhao Chen's commands, affecting others. Fortunately, these deviations were within Zhao Chen's expectations and didn't pose major issues. However, some situations were beyond his control. For instance, after a few rounds of combat, some pilots might find the enemy not as formidable, and seeing their comrades' success, they grew restless. When an opportunity presented itself, they would take risks to pursue it. Some succeeded by luck, but more often, they found themselves isolated and overwhelmed, ultimately getting shot down. Thus, the 18th Squadron began to suffer casualties, which only increased as the battle dragged on. Stay focused, follow my commands, and I'll get you out of here. Zhao Chen's voice came through the command channel again, providing an inexplicable sense of reassurance. With him, it felt like they could make it back alive. Finally, the 18th Squadron's overall combat efficiency dropped to 20, reaching the threshold for retreat. Zhao Qin didn't immediately order a withdrawal but instead directed the squadron to gradually pull back until the threat level decreased, then announced, "Maintain formation, prepare to return to the mothership." All the pilots breathed a collective sigh of relief. A voice, trembling with emotion, came over the comms, "Captain, we made it. We made it." Then came the mixed sounds of laughter and scolding. "Xiao Yang, you're a grown man. Why are you crying? You, old man, stop mocking him. Admit it, you were scared too." "Hee, not gonna lie. My shorts feel a bit damp." "Whoa." Listening to the banter, Zhao Chun couldn't help but smile. But just then, he noticed an enemy fighter emerging from a pile of debris, launching 3 missiles directly at the squadron's weakest point, a fighter with its shield depleted. "Warning! Warning! Missile lock detected." Xiao Yang's cockpit blared with alarms. Panicking, he tried to evade while shouting over the comms, "I'm locked on. Damn it. I'm out of countermeasures and shields. What do I do?" Watching the missiles closing in on his radar, Xiao Yang felt a wave of despair. The comms were filled with urgent voices, yet none could help. He looked up through his cockpit canopy, seeing the missiles streak towards him, and thought of his parents' orchard back home. In that critical moment, a starfighter suddenly appeared, positioning itself between Xiao Yang and the missiles. The fighter's ID was unmistakably DK-9566. The sight of the DK-9566 starfighter, blocking 3 incoming missiles, left everyone in awe. "Captain, Star Shield energy is nowhere near enough to withstand 3 interstellar missiles," a voice suddenly exclaimed over the comms. In that instant, every member of the 18th Squadron held their breath, their eyes locked on the captain's fighter. Their breathing became rapid as they watched. After this fierce battle, they had grown to deeply admire their fearless captain. And now, to protect his team, he had put himself in such a perilous situation. 2 of the missiles struck the DK-9566 Star Shield, causing it to flicker brightly before its energy was completely depleted. The 3rd missile came roaring in, and everyone held their breath. At that critical moment, the DK-9566 cannons fired. A series of bright flashes cut through space, hitting the last missile with pinpoint accuracy. The missile exploded at a distance from the DK-9566, with smoke quickly enveloping the entire fighter. Silence fell over the comms as everyone stared in disbelief. The captain had not only demonstrated incredible skill, but also an extraordinary level of composure. Intercepting a high-speed missile with a fighter's cannon is theoretically possible, but the practical difficulty is immense. The cannon's range is short, and the missile's speed is incredibly fast, meaning the window to intercept the missile is only a few seconds. The cannon's attack range is limited to a straight barrage, requiring precise timing to hit the missile as it enters the attack range. Any slight error could result in a catastrophic failure. More astonishingly, the captain accomplished this without the protection of a star shield. If the explosion had been too close, the shockwave could have also downed the fighter. At this moment, every member of the 18th Squadron was on edge, their eyes fixed on the smoke-filled area. Suddenly, a slightly battered starfighter emerged from the smoke. It was the captain's DK-9566. Holy crap! The captain is amazing. This maneuver should be in the textbooks. From now on, the captain is my hero. The comms erupted with cheers and shouts of admiration. Zhao Qin ignored the celebratory noise and quickly checked the status of his fighter. The star shield energy was depleted, and the hull had sustained minor damage from the shockwave, but it was still flight-worthy. "Maintain formation and continue the retreat," Zhao Qin commanded decisively. "Captain, the enemy fighter that attacked you is still on the flank. Let us take revenge for you," someone shouted over the comms. More voices quickly followed. "That bastard dared to ambush our captain. My fighter still has 1 interstellar missile, and my star shield is at 15. Let me take him down. I promise he won't make it out alive." Listening to the comms, Zhao Qin frowned and shouted sternly, "Shut up! Have you forgotten what I said before? Follow orders and obey commands. Are you planning to disobey my orders?" The squad instantly fell silent, not daring to speak further. Zhao Qin glanced at the enemy fighter on the flank, which was preparing to retreat after the ambush. Pursuing revenge now could jeopardize their retreat and increase casualties. Risking everything for 1 enemy fighter was foolish. Ultimately, Zhao Qin led the 18th Squadron back to the mothership without further incident and requested entry into the hangar. One by one, the starfighters landed and returned to the operations hangar. Zhao Qin's fighter was among the last to return. As Zhao Qin's starfighter appeared in the hangar, the cockpit opened slowly. Zhao Qin stood up and saw a crowd of over 100 people gathered, all eyes on him. "Captain!" they shouted in unison before saluting him, their eyes filled with admiration. "What are you all doing here? Get back to the rest area and wait for the next mission," Zhao Qin barked. The squad members chuckled and reluctantly began to disperse, with some sneaking glances back at the captain's DK-9566. Up close, they saw the hull was riddled with dents from the explosion's debris. If any of that debris had hit critical parts of the fighter, the outcome could have been disastrous. The captain's ability to perform such an incredible maneuver under such dangerous conditions only deepened their respect. Zhao Chen descended from his fighter and looked at the battered DK-9566, knowing it would need extensive repairs before it could return to combat. As the Vanguard squad, they were entitled to a few hours of rest after their first mission to calm their nerves. During this time, the captain and veterans would debrief the rookies on their performance, marking the end of their baptism by fire. As Zhao Chen turned to leave, he noticed someone still standing there. "Why aren't you in the rest area?" Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. The person suddenly dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Captain, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I would have." The young pilot was Xiao Yang, who had been in the endangered fighter earlier. Zhao Chen frowned, staring at him for a moment before walking past him without looking back. "My team members don't cry like babies or kneel on the ground. I'll pretend I didn't see this. Get back to the rest area. If you do this again, I'll make you wash everyone's underwear." Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh at the captain's words. He stood up, straightened his back, and gave a crisp salute to Zhao Chen's departing figure. Years later, when Xiao Yang became an elite starfighter pilot for the Star Alliance, he would always speak of his captain whenever he led his own squad. That captain was his hero, the one who had saved his life. Chao Zhenlong jumped off the starfighter and took a deep breath as he removed his helmet. He headed towards his private lounge, glancing at Lieutenant Zhang, who had returned at the same time. "Captain." Lieutenant Zhang quickly stepped forward and saluted as soon as he saw Chao Zhenlong. "Your squad did well out there," Chao Zhenlong praised. Lieutenant Zhang grinned. "It's all thanks to the coordination with your squad that we achieved such results." Chao Zhenlong suddenly remembered something and asked, "Lieutenant Zhao Chen's 18th squad should be back by now, right?" Lieutenant Zhang nodded, confirming, "Yes, it should be about time. Do you want me to contact him and check on their status?" "No need." Chao Zhenlong shook his head. "For a squad leader, the first battle with significant casualties is always tough. Let's go check on them in person and see if they need any help." Zhao's piloting skills are excellent, but leading a squad in combat is a different challenge altogether. With that, Chao Zhenlong turned and walked towards the 18th squad's lounge. Lieutenant Zhang followed, frowning slightly. "I just hope the casualty rate for Zhao Chen's squad isn't over 60%. Anything below that is manageable. But if it's too high, it will be difficult to support Zhao Chen, no matter how much we want to." They soon arrived at the 18th squad's lounge, where they heard Zhao Chen's voice reprimanding his team. Chao Zhenlong frowned, and Lieutenant Zhang felt a sense of foreboding. If Zhao Chen was blaming his team for high casualties, it would be seen as extremely irresponsible by Chao Zhenlong. However, as they stepped inside, their expressions froze. The lounge was packed, with nearly 2/3 of the seats occupied. They understood what this meant. Lieutenant Zhang immediately turned to the personnel status panel. It showed only green and gray names, with green indicating non-combat status and gray indicating fatalities. There were indeed gray names, but they were few compared to the green ones. This. Lieutenant Zhang stared at the data, dumbfounded. Chao Zhenlong noticed his reaction and looked over curiously. At that moment, Zhao Chen saw the two officers and quickly handed over his tasks to a few veteran subcommanders. He walked briskly to them and saluted. "Captain, Lieutenant Zhang, what brings you here? Are there any instructions from above?" Chao Zhenlong asked with an odd expression. "Zhao, your casualty report?" Zhao Chen responded directly. "In this battle, our entire squad was deployed. We shot down 138 enemy fighters and lost 37 members." The precise figures stunned the two officers. 138 enemy fighters down with only 37 losses? How was that even possible? They wondered if they had misheard. A loss of 37 members meant a casualty rate of less than 15, unprecedented for any new squad. As far as Chao Zhenlong knew, the highest casualty rate for a new squad's first battle on their mothership was 38, and that was with nearly 50 veteran pilots. Zhao Chen's squad had fewer than 10 veterans and still achieved such low casualties and impressive kill numbers. Chao Zhenlong knew that these kill records could be verified, and no one would be foolish enough to lie about them. Even a normally configured squad would struggle to ensure more than 100 kills. Zhao Chen's performance was truly astonishing. "Zhao Chen, be honest with me. Did your 18th squad really achieve this?" Chao Zhenlong pointed to the data panel for confirmation. Zhao Chen paused and then nodded. "Yes, we did. We have all the combat records." "Ha ha ha, I knew you had it in you. Impressive. This is record-breaking data." Lieutenant Zhang laughed heartily, patting Zhao Chen on the shoulder. Chao Zhenlong stared at Zhao Chen for a long time before slowly asking, "How did you do it?" Zhao Chen explained succinctly, "Team tactics. We outnumbered them. The only requirement for my team was to follow orders and obey commands. Their graduation from the academy proved they could pilot starships. What they lacked was flexible combat experience. So I made sure they didn't have to think about anything else, just follow my orders and treat it like a training exercise." Behind this seemingly simple explanation, Chao Jinlong understood the immense difficulty. First, the squad leader had to possess exceptional strategic acumen to control the entire situation. Such talent was rare and often destined for higher command roles. He hadn't expected Zhao Chun to have such a gift. "You're overqualified to be just a squad leader," Chao Jinlong finally said after a long pause. "Just lucky, I guess," Zhao Chun replied modestly. "I'll report your outstanding performance to the higher-ups." "Keep up the good work," Chao Jinlong said, patting Zhao Chun on the shoulder. Hearing this, Zhao Chun quickly waved his hand. "No need to report it. This was a team effort, and also thanks to your and Lieutenant Zhang's guidance." Zhao Chun didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. He had only showcased his abilities to prevent unnecessary sacrifices among his squad members. "Don't be modest. We've all seen your capabilities. I believe once this campaign is over, you'll be more than qualified to command a battalion." Seeing Chao Jinlong's determination to commend him, Zhao Chun felt helpless. He just hoped it wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. Following this, Zhao Chun's 18th squad resumed their regular combat mode, operating with 30 fighters per squadron. The previous large-scale squadron operation was a special exception granted with specific approval, and such permissions are not always available. Nevertheless, if the subunits of the 18th squad happened to be in the same combat zone, they would naturally form a coordinated combat formation. To this end, Zhao Chun had already arranged suitable squad formations for different numbers of interstellar fighters and provided tactical training to the veterans. The first combat experience also made the rookies no longer fear the battlefield. In subsequent operations, while the 18th squad might not have been the best, they consistently had the highest survival rate, quickly gaining a reputation among all the squadrons on the mothership. When new pilots were being assigned, unlike before when rookies eagerly wanted to join regular squads, the 18th squad of the 3rd Battalion became highly sought after. In other squads, they might get more chances for commendations, but in the 18th squad, their chances of survival were greater. For most, staying alive was clearly more important than earning honors. At the weekly meetings of the 3rd Battalion, all squad leaders attended in person. The 3rd Battalion had expanded to 23 squads, with 13 being temporary formations. The leaders of these temporary squads often held lower status and could only sit on the periphery of the meeting table. However, this meeting was different. An extra chair was added beside the table. "Xiao Zhao, come and sit here," Lieutenant Zhang called out to Zhao Chun as he arrived, pointing to the seat next to him. Zhao Chun hesitated, glancing around. "It's fine. This was arranged by the battalion commander." "Sit here." Lieutenant Zhang stood up and even pulled out the chair for Zhao Chun. Other squad leaders also smiled warmly at Zhao Chun. They might look down on the leaders of temporary squads, but their attitude towards Zhao Chun was different. The performance of the 18th squad was evident to all, and in this place, respect was earned through strength. Soon, all attendees were seated. Captain Chao Jinlong was the last to arrive. As he approached the head of the table, all the squad leaders stood to salute. "Be seated," Captain Chao Jinlong said, and everyone sat down again. "This is the 5th meeting of our 3rd Battalion since the start of this campaign. First, let's have a moment of silence for the 2,432 comrades who have fallen in the past 28 days." Captain Chao Jinlong removed his hat and bowed his head slightly. The other leaders followed suit. There's a saying in the interstellar fighter units: a month of combat can often renew a squad. This renewal means that the casualties can nearly match the original size of the squad. This time, the 3rd Battalion's losses were the smallest in any campaign so far. Everyone knew the key factor behind this. "Now, I have some good news to announce," continued Captain Chao Jinlong. "First, I want to commend Captain Zhao Chun and the 18th squad for their outstanding performance. Despite being a temporary wartime formation, under Captain Zhao Chun's leadership, the 18th squad's achievements have matched or even exceeded those of 10 regular combat squads, adding a significant chapter to our 3rd Battalion's record." All eyes turned to Zhao Chun, who sat there expressionless. The first good news is that, in recognition of Captain Zhao Chun's exceptional performance, he is hereby promoted to 2nd Lieutenant. The audience turned to Zhao Chun with envious looks. To be promoted from sergeant to 2nd lieutenant in just over a month is rare even in the fast-paced promotion environment of interstellar fighter pilots. Moreover, the campaign was not yet over, and Zhao Chun still had opportunities to earn more merits. Some predicted that by the end of the campaign, Zhao Chun might be a captain and could even be in line for a battalion commander position. Such rapid advancement was naturally enviable. Captain Chao Jinlong then announced several other rewards. After the good news came the criticisms. He pointed out some squads that had underperformed in combat, even replacing one wartime squad leader due to a command error that resulted in nearly 90% casualties in his squad. After the awards and punishments, the usual procedure would be to assign tasks for the coming week and remind everyone of key points. But Zhao Chun noticed something unusual in Captain Chao Jinlong's expression. Captain Chao Jinlong tapped his fingers on the table and said, "Next, I have a classified mission to assign. The details will not be disclosed until a specific time before the operation. For the next 3 to 5 days, your squads will have no combat missions. During this time, there will be a batch of new recruits, which will be our only reinforcement before the classified mission. Each squad can increase their personnel by up to 30. You must ensure that the new and old members integrate and cooperate well, while also recovering their strength to prepare for the classified mission. Additionally, 24 hours from now, all external communication software will be locked down. Remember the rules for executing classified missions. Violators will be executed without mercy. Captain Chao Jinlong's tone was exceptionally stern. Yes, sir. Everyone in the meeting room responded in unison. Zhao Chen squinted at Captain Chao Jinlong. A classified mission at this time must be extraordinary. What kind of mission requires 3 to 5 days of preparation? Could it be the start of the real decisive battle? After the meeting ended, the last batch of supply troops arrived as scheduled. Zhao Chen selected the new recruits and led them back to the squad, preparing to commence routine training and instruction. As the commander had warned, just 1 day later, all external communication networks for mid- and low-level soldiers on the mothership were completely shut down. This strict security measure undoubtedly indicated that the upcoming mission was of utmost importance, likely with only high-ranking officers on the bridge retaining communication privileges with the outside world. Standing in the training room, Zhao Chen watched the pilots training with simulation equipment. His thoughts wandered to the classified mission ahead. This war spanning 2 universes had been ongoing for over a month. For major interstellar powers, wars lasting for months or even years were not uncommon. In the era before the unification of the universe, wars lasting centuries or even millennia had occurred. After all, without absolute certainty, no one was willing to gamble everything. Zhao Chen raised his hand to access the data he had collected before the network shut down. The information primarily detailed alien invasion incidents over the past month. His self-developed analysis software clearly showed that alien invasions were increasing exponentially, with the frequency and intensity of outbreaks in a single month surpassing those of the entire previous year. There had to be a reason for this anomaly. Zhao Chen speculated that the High Command of the Star Alliance likely anticipated a massive alien invasion to secure the resources of the microuniverse before the crisis struck, which were essential for building more powerful interstellar warships, including T-7 class super warships. They needed to seize the microuniverse quickly. This classified mission was likely the decisive battle. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed through the chamber, with red lights flashing. The entire ship was alerted to Interlevel 1 battle readiness, and all crew members were ordered to return to their combat stations immediately. Reacting swiftly, Zhao Chen shouted to his hesitant team members, "Everyone, return to the rest area immediately and prepare for battle." The soldiers obeyed the order, rushing towards the squad's rest area. The corridors of the mothership were filled with the sight of soldiers running. Zhao Chen quickly returned to the rest area, where most of his team were already in place, fully armed and seated. Zhao Chen glanced at the clock. 3 minutes remained. According to protocol, all combat personnel must be in position within 5 minutes of entering level 1 battle readiness, or face penalties. Fortunately, the entire 18th squad had assembled within 4 minutes. After confirming the headcount, Zhao Chen reported through the ship's communication system, 18th squad, 398 personnel, all present. Awaiting instructions. A brief response came from the other end. Received. Stand by. The rest area fell into a tense silence, with a few anxious soldiers quietly wiping sweat from their brows. Time seemed to stretch, with each second feeling unusually long. Zhao Chen suddenly looked up, as if he could sense the outside world through the thick hull. With his extensive experience in space jumps and knowledge of starship technology, combined with a super soldier's intuition, he realized that the mothership was employing some form of space jump technology. This meant they were likely heading to the battlefield for the classified mission. Despite being a lieutenant, Zhao Chun was still considered mid to lower rank within the massive mothership, and thus had limited access to information. About 10 minutes later, a video window suddenly appeared in the rest area. It was not Chao Zhenlong, but their overall commander, the experienced old colonel, Hong Qing. All starfighter pilots, battalion commanders, and squad leaders. "I am the starfighter fleet commander of this mothership, Colonel Hong Qing." The old colonel's voice came through the speakers. "You are about to undertake a critical combat mission. We will be attacking a key enemy military base. Our mothership, along with other carrier starships, will form a super fleet. Your duty is to escort the star bombers to the target base. Along the way, eliminate all encountered enemy units. After completing the mission, return immediately." At this point, most people did not react significantly, as it seemed like a routine escort mission. However, Hong Qing's next words sent a chill through everyone. "During this operation, you will need to traverse a region filled with super asteroids. According to intelligence, this area may contain enemy outposts, defense facilities, and starfighter bases. You must neutralize these threats and successfully cross the region. The target base is defended by 3,000 starships and associated defensive structures. You will have to contend with these starships while ensuring the bombers complete their mission." The atmosphere in the rest area instantly turned heavy. Not only did they have to navigate through a super asteroid field teeming with enemies, but they also had to face the defenses of 3,000 starships. These were not ordinary fighters, they were starships. Zhao Chen frowned in thought. This mission was nearly a death sentence. Even at the same level, a single starship could easily destroy thousands, or even tens of thousands of starfighters. The existence of star shields greatly enhanced the defensive capabilities of starships. Hong Qing continued, despite the danger, this mission is crucial for our Star Alliance. Therefore, the leadership has issued a special order. Any starfighter pilots who successfully return from this mission will be promoted 2 ranks if they are non-commissioned officers, and 1 rank if they are commissioned officers. Those who demonstrate exceptional performance in battle will receive additional rewards. Hearing this tempting reward, many soldiers who had been worried now had a glint of greed in their eyes. A single battle could lead to a double promotion. This was a huge incentive. However, Zhao Chen remained expressionless. Given the difficulty of this mission, it would be fortunate if 2 members of their squad survived. At this moment, Zhao Chen could only hope that there were no T-6 class starships among the enemy's defenses. Otherwise, the mission's difficulty would escalate even further. After the colonel detailed the mission objectives, the communication ended. Zhao Chen turned to face the starfighter pilots in the lounge, his expression grave. He succinctly reiterated the key points of the mission, emphasizing the importance of following orders and adhering to the chain of command. This mission is extremely dangerous, a matter of life and death, Zhao Chen said solemnly. I won't make any guarantees, but I promise you this. I will do everything in my power to bring you all back. These words reassured the seasoned members of the team. Since its inception, Captain Zhao Chen had always kept his promises, which had instilled immense confidence in them. The next moments were filled with tense anticipation. Soon, the 3 green lights above the lounge door turned yellow. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the final moment. Tick-tock, first yellow light turned red, sending a jolt through everyone. The second and third yellow lights quickly followed suit. 18th Squadron, prepare for combat deployment. Zhao Chen's command echoed through the lounge. Yes, sir, came the unified response as the team members stood up one by one. Before leaving, each person paused in front of Zhao Chen to salute him solemnly, as if paying homage to their guardian. This had become a tradition for the 18th Squadron. The lounge gradually emptied until only 100 or so remained. When Zhao Chen's name lit up, he donned his helmet and stepped outside. The sound of synchronized footsteps followed, as the remaining team members stood and saluted him. A slight smile tugged at Zhao Chen's lips, and he waved casually. Although it had only been half a month, he had already developed a strong bond with this squad he had personally assembled. To these fresh-faced young men, he felt a paternal affection. Unlike his previous stint with the Xiaolong unit, this team was all male, allowing Zhao Chen to reprimand them unreservedly, even giving them a kick if needed. The young men would just grin foolishly after each scolding, creating a unique camaraderie. Zhao Chen approached his starfighter, DK-9566. Next to it was Lieutenant Zhang's craft. They exchanged a smile and a fist bump. See you on the other side. Before boarding, Zhao Chen took a moment to inspect his distinctive starfighter. Due to his special status, the craft had undergone some custom modifications. Not only had certain modules been enhanced, but its exterior also featured golden dragon patterns, making it stand out in the fleet. This design was practical for identification by friendly forces, but could also make it a priority target for enemies, potentially drawing fire away from the rookies. Settling into the cockpit, Zhao Chen gently touched the control panel, as if greeting an old friend. In just 1 month, he had developed a deep connection with this starfighter. Guided by ground crew, the starfighter was moved to the flight deck. Emerging from brief darkness, Zhao Chen was greeted by the vast expanse of space and the sight of other starfighters assembling. DK-9566, ready for takeoff. Zhao Chen's starfighter soared into the air. The voice of the deputy captain came through the command channel. Captain, we're here. On the radar, the 18th Squadron starfighters were clearly visible. This special mission allowed only 1 attack opportunity, and the squads were permitted to regroup before setting off. Zhao Chen's starfighter quickly integrated into the 18th Squadron's formation. 18th Squadron, all present. Prepare to depart. Use C3 flight formation, Zhao Chen ordered. Roger, C3 flight formation. The team members responded, skillfully executing the command. Nearly 400 starfighters swiftly arranged themselves into the required formation, heading toward the designated target. Leading the charge, Zhao Chen's starfighter, with its golden dragon markings, was always at the forefront. This was his trademark style forever on the front lines. The golden hue of his craft shone like a soaring dragon in the starry sky, making his presence unmistakable and inspiring his team to forge ahead with unwavering courage. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhao Chen scanned his surroundings, taking in the awe-inspiring scene. A massive fleet of carrier starships filled the starfield, densely packed like stars scattered across the night sky. Behind the fleet, several colossal warships resembling stargates stood out prominently. Zhao Chen surmised these were the key equipment the Star Alliance fleet used for space jumps. The sight made Zhao Chen realize they had entered enemy space. He quickly estimated the number of visible starfighter units at least 3 to 5 million. Based on his experience, he guessed that the total number of starfighters deployed for this mission could be as high as 30 million, along with nearly 1 billion unmanned drones. The sheer scale of this single operation was rare, underscoring the mission's critical importance. Zhao Chen gathered his thoughts and focused on the flight mission. Being in enemy space, they had to rely on civilian star charts collected by prior intelligence operatives. The charts indicated a massive asteroid belt on the path to the target base, which would take at least an hour to traverse. Without detailed military star charts, crossing the asteroid belt was extremely perilous. A single misstep could result in a collision with an asteroid, leading to certain death. Even more challenging, intelligence reports indicated enemy defensive installations within the asteroid belt, with unknown positions. This was undoubtedly a highly difficult mission. Looking up, Zhao Chen saw the massive asteroid belt clearly. Various sizes of rocks floated in space, some as large as small satellites, others comparable to starfighters. Squad 18, listen up. Zhao Chen commanded over the communication channel. Form groups of 30, move in a triangular formation. Maintain an appropriate distance, not too far apart. Keep constant communication, and report any findings immediately. Yes, sir. The squad members responded in unison. The large fleet quickly divided into several groups of about 30, adopting a loose but orderly formation. Prepare to enter the asteroid belt. All weapons on standby. Engage at will if you encounter any threats. Zhao Chen reminded them once more. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen slowed down. In such a dangerous area, they couldn't fly at full speed due to the high risk, nor too slowly to avoid giving the enemy more reaction time. He maintained the minimum speed required by higher command, vigilantly observing the surrounding asteroids. The flight chart began to display detailed information, thanks to the forward fleet's real-time data synchronization via scanning equipment. Zhao Chen's second echelon was ready to take over should the forward fleet encounter any unexpected issues. Initially, everything went smoothly, but in a state of high tension, mistakes were inevitable. Zhao Chen saw the first crashed starfighter, its wreckage and impact marks clearly visible. Such accidents continued to occur throughout the flight. At least we can follow the scouted route, the deputy commander noted with relief over the channel. Zhao Chen quickly dampened the optimism. Don't assume the scouted route is absolutely safe. No sooner had he spoken than the flight chart ahead of the forward fleet flashed red with warnings, and several starfighter markers turned gray and disappeared. Enemy defensive installation detected. Closian weapon systems. Be alert. Be alert. The warning blared. The battle concluded swiftly. Zhao Chen flew to the combat site, observing the burning wreckage of starfighters and the attacked asteroid surfaces. Clearly, the enemy had established a defensive base here. Such encounters kept happening. The forward fleet paid a price in casualties, destroying one defensive installation after another. Fortunately, the assistance of numerous drones reduced the losses of manned starfighters. Studying the cleared defensive installations on the star chart, Zhao Chen frowned. He noticed a pattern in their deployment, but it abruptly stopped in the next area, like a song cut short. All fighters in Team A, stay alert. Be cautious of your surroundings. There may be enemies. Zhao Chen warned on the squad channel. Enemies? But didn't the forward fleet already pass through? Someone questioned. Stop arguing and just follow the captain's orders, another voice replied. Zhao Chen carefully scanned the nearby asteroids. Suddenly, he noticed several metallic glints in the distance. Zooming in, he saw part of an asteroid surface slowly sliding open, revealing Closian weapon systems being deployed. These guns were already aimed at Zhao Chen's squadron, like hidden predators ready to strike. Enemy defensive base at 11 o'clock. Zhao Chen shouted, simultaneously pressing the button to launch interstellar missiles, unleashing the full firepower of his cannons. The newly emerged Closian weapon systems were instantly covered by Zhao Chen's barrage. Following the captain's warning, the other starfighter pilots in the squadron also opened fire, some even shooting wildly in the direction Zhao indicated without clearly seeing their targets. This instinctive reaction was honed from long-term combat under Zhao Chen's command. They executed his orders without question. After a round of intense firepower, the enemy's defensive base was quickly reduced to rubble, leaving only the wreckage scattered across the asteroid surface. It was only then that other passing starfighters realized there had been a hidden defensive base there. Seeing the destroyed gun emplacements, one squad member swallowed hard and said over the comms, "That was close. If the captain hadn't spotted it, we would have lost a few fighters flying through here. The enemy is too cunning. Everyone stay alert. There could be more ambushes like this." Another voice chimed in. The vanguard squad passing through can make the others think it's safe, lowering their guard and falling right into the enemy's trap. Look at the neighboring squad. They lost half of their 30 fighters in an instant. Someone turned to look at the adjacent battlefield, where in just a few seconds, a dozen starfighters had turned to ash. Zhao Chen's voice promptly cut in. Stop looking at others and watch your surroundings. With that command, everyone immediately refocused on their own sectors. Zhao Qin glanced at the mission progress and frowned slightly. Only 10 minutes had passed, and they already had casualties, indicating the enemy likely had more defenses. Sure enough, an alarm suddenly blared. Warning! A large enemy drone swarm detected ahead. Zhao Chun stared at the radar map, showing a dense cluster of red dots in front of the Vanguard squad, clearly an enemy drone swarm. Damn, they even have drone swarms. They must be hidden in a hangar inside a large asteroid. Zhao Chun quickly ordered, 18th Squadron. All combat units, increase speed and catch up with the Vanguard squad. Engage as per standard training protocols. Yes, sir. The squadron leaders responded in unison. Zhao Qin chose not to sit back or protect himself because this path was like a narrow bridge. If the front couldn't pass, the rear would be blocked. Soon, they caught up with the Vanguard squad and joined the fight without hesitation. To deal with these lightly armored drones, they mainly used their cannons instead of expensive interstellar missiles. Zhao Qin's squad worked in perfect coordination, achieving impressive results. The Vanguard squad leader immediately recognized the dragon-patterned starfighter and silently admired the squad's recent outstanding performance. Zhao Chun observed the battlefield, his brow furrowed. Although the situation was temporarily under control, the sheer number of enemy drones suggested there was a mothership nearby. He quickly made a decision and sent a request to the command center, requesting a batch of starfighter drones to locate the enemy mothership. Otherwise, we'll be bogged down here. The request was promptly approved, and a red notification box appeared before Zhao Chun, unlocking new permissions. He was surprised to find he had control over 3 drone swarms, each consisting of 300 drones, totaling nearly 1,000. Xiao Li, you're taking over my duties and commanding our squad, Zhao Chun said over the command channel. Yes, sir. Xiao Li responded, still unclear about the captain's intentions. Zhao Chun continued, I will operate solo from here on. Command of the 18th Squadron is transferred to Deputy Leader Li. Any issues, he will handle them. Deputy Leader Li finally understood and exclaimed, Captain, this isn't right. You can do it. Trust yourself. Follow what I taught you. Zhao Chun encouraged the veteran who had been with him since the squad's inception. But you operating solo. Deputy Leader Li started to protest. I'm your captain. Are you doubting my abilities? Execute the order. Zhao Chun retorted with a light-hearted tone, easing the tension among the others. However, when they saw the dragon-patterned starfighter leading nearly 1,000 drones into battle, everyone couldn't help but feel a shiver down their spine. Zhao Chun skillfully maneuvered his starfighter while commanding 3 swarms of interstellar drones. These drones moved like a swarm of bees, flanking his ship on both sides and from the rear. His cannons fired continuously, destroying the enemy drones ahead. Where is it? Where is it? Zhao Chun muttered as he piloted, pondering the location of the enemy drone base. He closely observed the enemy's flight patterns and soon noticed a discernible pattern. A route began to take shape in his mind. That's it. It must be there. Zhao Chun immediately charted a new course. However, more enemy drones appeared along this path. To minimize the loss of his own drones, Zhao Chun flew close to the surface of asteroids, reducing the enemy's attack area by at least a third. Finally, Zhao Chun located his target, a massive asteroid. Its surface was dotted with artificially carved cave entrances, which were usually closed, making the asteroid appear unremarkable. Zhao Chun zoomed in and saw numerous drones hanging inside the caves like sleeping bats. He also noticed some enemy drones returning to the base for resupply after completing their attack missions. Zhao Chun realized the importance of destroying this base. However, the vast number of enemy drones made the task extremely difficult. Sensing the threat, the enemy began to gather more drones to attack him. We have to do this quickly. Zhao Chun accelerated, preparing all his starfighter's missiles. This time, his swarm of drones led the charge, surrounding his fighter like a falling meteor. The outer enemy drones could only chip away at Zhao Chun's defenses bit by bit. Watching the control panel, Zhao Chun frowned as the number of his drones rapidly decreased. When fewer than 300 remained, they were already close to one of the asteroid's cave entrances. Without hesitation, Zhao Chun launched all 10 of his missiles towards the cave entrance, like throwing a bundle of explosives. From the remaining 300 drones, 100 stayed to protect Zhao Chun while the other 200 followed the missiles into the base. Zhao Chun quickly turned his fighter around and sped away. Soon, a massive explosion lit up the sky, making the asteroid look like a burning star. The shockwave from the blast even destroyed a swath of surrounding enemy drones. The enemy drones, now without a base, went into a frenzy, launching suicide attacks on Zhao Chun. Seriously? All this just because I blew up your base? Zhao Chun cursed as he noticed the enemy drones swarming around him. Fortunately, his own drones were still providing protection. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to survive with just one starfighter, no matter how skilled the pilot. As the number of drones protecting Zhao Chun dwindled, the situation grew increasingly perilous. When only 30 remained, Zhao Chun unexpectedly relaxed. He slowed down, turned to face the pursuing enemy drones, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Had enough of the chase? Think my allies are all gone? I've got more friends. 18th Squadron, where are you? Zhao Chun called out over the command channel. 18th Squadron, present. Vice Captain Li's voice responded. Immediately, a large number of allied starfighters appeared behind Zhao Chun, most of them members of the 18th Squadron. It turned out that as soon as Zhao Chun completed the attack and began his retreat, he had sent his coordinates and escape route to Vice Captain Li, requesting backup. Thankfully, everything had aligned perfectly. Smiling, Zhao Chun watched as the enemy drones were systematically destroyed by the 18th Squadron, like wolves hunting lambs. Zhao Chun exhaled deeply, though he knew the battle wasn't over yet. This was just one asteroid base along the way. Who knew how many more obstacles lay ahead? This was the pressure a soldier had to endure, vastly different from commanding a battle from the bridge. Captain, you're amazing. Taking down an entire asteroid base on your own, and you managed to control 3 drone swarms while piloting your starfighter. If it were me, my head would have exploded. One of the team members exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha ha, our captain is the best. I heard that on other attack routes, our forces were suppressed by enemy asteroid bases. The other bases that were destroyed took 3 to 5 squads working together. Another team member chimed in. These little brats sure know how to talk. Enough chit-chat, let's keep moving. Zhao Chun laughed and cursed, leading his team forward. During the latter half of the journey, Zhao Chun's flight squad experienced casualties. However, compared to other squads, their losses were minimal. The most devastating losses were suffered by the Vanguard squads, with nearly every Vanguard squad losing 9 out of 10 members as they attempted to traverse the super asteroid belt. Zhao Chun's gaze fell on the video window in the upper right corner, showing a middle-aged man with a beard and a cigarette in his mouth, the Vanguard squad leader on their route. Despite only knowing each other for a brief 10 minutes, they had already established a camaraderie akin to old friends. When encountering enemy drone bases hidden in the asteroids, Zhao Chun proactively sought coordination with him. Impressed by Zhao Chun's performance, the Vanguard leader was eager to collaborate. Zhao Chun took on additional burdens to ease the Vanguard squad's pressure, deepening their bond. Now it's up to you guys, Zhao Chun said to the screen. Will you wait for us here or head back first? The bearded man chuckled, smoke swirling around him as he replied in a raspy voice. Of course, we'll wait for you. My fighter is almost out of ammo. We'll need you kids to escort us back. Zhao Chun smiled slightly and switched to the command channel. Squad 18, listen up. Calculate remaining ammo, fighter energy, and shield energy. Prepare to regroup and form a new battle formation. Roger that, the squad members responded in unison. Zhao Chun's eyes turned to the star map radar, where a dark area loomed ahead. They had only 3 minutes left before crossing the super asteroid belt. We're stopping here, the bearded man said as the Vanguard squad's fighters slowly nestled against the asteroids lining the route, hovering in place. Kid, remember to come back soon, he said, his tone suddenly serious. When you see the enemy's warships, don't rush in like an idiot. I'm still waiting to have a drink with you when we get back. Zhao Chun paused, understanding the deeper meaning in the man's words. He smiled and replied, got it. When we get back, drinks are on you. I'm broke this month, the bearded man replied cheekily. Zhao Chun was about to retort when the squad's excited voices came through the comms. Captain, we want a drink too. You rascals, Zhao Chun laughed. When we get back, drinks and food are on me. But if anyone embarrasses me out there, you'll get a spanking. Despite the lighthearted banter, Zhao Chun's focus remained on the data. As the Vanguard, they were fighting alongside hundreds of other squads. Thanks to his previous valor, Zhao Chun still had control over 3 drone swarms, which were now scouting ahead. As the drones approached the edge of the super asteroid belt, Zhao Chun held his breath, watching the live feed. Suddenly, the asteroid density diminished, revealing an open space. His eyes widened. Lined up before them were enemy warships, their guns already aimed at the asteroid belt. Some cannons were even glowing with imminent fire. Not good. The enemy is prepared. Everyone, slow down, Zhao Chun immediately ordered. The sight of the enemy's barrage was terrifying. Zhao Chun's drone swarms appeared fragile under the intense fire. Other squads emerging from different areas faced similar barrages, turning the outskirts of the asteroid belt into a fiery slaughterhouse. Zhao Chun ordered his fighters to decelerate and hover. Through the end of the route, he saw explosions, the horrifying result of enemy fire. Charging forward now would almost certainly result in his squad being wiped out. He estimated that there were at least 2,000 enemy warships forming a tight defensive line, clearly aware of their attack plan. Captain, what do we do now? The rest of the squads are catching up? Vice Captain Li asked urgently over the command channel. The situation was dire. If Squad 18 didn't engage, they could face court-martial for cowardice. But charging in would mean certain death. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chun contacted Captain Chao Zhenlong. When the comms connected, he reported, Captain Chao, There are at least 2,000 enemy warships waiting outside the asteroid belt. Their firepower is overwhelming. If we charge in, there will be massive casualties. But Captain Chao's response was furious. So you're choosing cowardice, Zhao Chen? Do you know that's a grave offense? I order you to attack immediately. Even if it's hell out there, you push forward. You're a soldier. Soldiers obey orders. Zhao Chen was stunned. At that moment, he realized his identity as soldier, duty-bound to follow orders. How could he shy away from the battlefield, even if it was a death trap? He recalled his time with the Xiaolong fleet, how those crew members faced similar situations. Would they have hesitated like him? It dawned on him that he was just a soldier meant to follow orders, even if it meant being cannon fodder. I understand, Zhao Chen replied solemnly, ending the communication. Zhao Chen's eyes darkened as he pondered briefly. Was he really going to lead his squad into a suicidal battle? He knew it was his duty as a soldier, but his heart felt heavy with dread. Captain, the following squads are almost here, Vice Captain Li urged again, his voice filled with anxiety. Zhao Chun took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the control interface before him. In a deep voice, he commanded, relay my orders. Change the original battle plan. Execute Plan S. Plan S? Deputy Captain Li asked in shock, his voice tinged with confusion. Yes, Zhao Chen's tone brooked no argument. Is there a problem? Though Deputy Captain Li had many questions, his years of trust in the captain made him choose unconditional obedience. No problem, he replied, suppressing his inner unease. Plan S was, in fact, a special combat formation. It required all the starfighter pilots to fly in extremely close proximity. If the normal flight interval was 10, this plan reduced it to 3, or even closer. This meant a large number of fighters would be packed into a narrow space, making them an easy target for enemy fire. The formation also demanded impeccable coordination among the pilots. Even a minor mistake could result in a collision and subsequent disaster. When they first trained for this formation, many questioned its practicality. Little did they expect Zhao Chun to decide to use it now. Are you ready? Zhao Chun asked, his voice resolute. All units ready, Deputy Captain Li responded. I'll lead. Follow me closely, Zhao Chun ordered. Yes, sir. The team answered in unison. Zhao Chun piloted his dragon-patterned starfighter at the forefront, with over 300 fighters closely following. Due to the tight spacing, the entire formation looked like a compact ball. If this formation encountered blanket fire, the consequences would be dire. Initially, the squadron speed was not fast, as all pilots needed to coordinate closely. Once Zhao Chen observed that the formation was stable, he began to gradually increase the speed. Despite only reaching 70% speed while navigating the asteroid field, it was impressive given the special formation. Zhao Chen activated the auxiliary weapon system, launching 2 interstellar missiles. Deputy Captain Li was astonished. At such a distance from the enemy, how could those missiles hit their target? However, the subsequent scene revealed the answer. These were not ordinary missiles. They exploded mid-flight, creating a vast area of dense white fog. Zhao Chen's squadron flew into the fog. Keep an eye on your flight radar. Don't fall behind. Stay calm and follow our training. Zhao Chen's voice echoed through the command channel. Thanks to the camaraderie built over previous battles, the pilots did not show much tension or make significant errors. They focused on their flight radars, closely following the lead fighters. After calculating the flight distance, Zhao Chen launched another pair of interstellar missiles. From the perspective of the enemy starship, a small area of the asteroid field suddenly filled with expanding white fog, obscuring everything inside. Fire! Shoot into the fog! The captain of the enemy starship roared. Although he didn't know the nature of the fog, he was sure it wasn't friendly. However, blindly firing into the fog was risky and could weaken their defenses elsewhere. Use the radar to scan it, the captain ordered. Captain, that's not ordinary fog. It's mixed with interference particles. Our radar can't penetrate it, a subordinate reported, pointing at the dark area on the radar screen. Damn it, just fire. Fire everything, the captain shouted in anger. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen had no way of knowing the external situation. The special fog interfered with both enemy and friendly radars, limiting the radar range but allowing the squadron to stay together. When did you equip this thing? The deputy captain couldn't help but ask. Focus on the mission. Zhao Chen snapped. The deputy captain fell silent. In reality, Zhao Chen had used his authority to add this auxiliary weapon while customizing his starfighter. Many high-ranking pilots did this to enhance their combat effectiveness and survivability. Zhao Chen's modifications were minimal, primarily adding an auxiliary weapon module equipped with these interference fog missiles. The fog contained special interference particles, achieving the current effect. These interference fog missiles were extremely costly, even more than a standard interstellar missile. Therefore, they weren't commonly used, nor provided by the higher-ups. Zhao Chen had added this weapon to boost his fighters' overall combat capability, mainly for escape scenarios. Unexpectedly, it proved useful in this situation. Zhao Chen refocused, relying on his skills in the absence of radar and visual observation. He visualized the star map of the area and the positions of enemy starships, launching fog missiles periodically to cover the squadron's flight path. The purpose of the tight formation was to minimize the target area, allowing the energy shields to protect more fighters. Zhao Chen had to prepare for the worst, as the energy shields might become their last lifeline. Flying through the fog, Zhao Chen couldn't see the outside, but the depleting energy shield and the shimmering patterns on the shield outside the cockpit reminded him they were moving through heavy fire. Notify everyone. Prepare for combat. Stay close and don't break formation, Zhao Chen commanded sternly. Yes, sir. Everyone could sense the gravity in his voice. Finally, the squadron emerged from the fog, only to find an enemy starship directly ahead, so close they could see the windows on its hull. Fire! Zhao Chen's voice echoed in the command channel. Get as close to the enemy shield perimeter as possible. All fighters, lock onto the shield area at location XX. Launch the interstellar missiles in 10 seconds. Break through the shield and charge in. Maintain speed and avoid being targeted by the Closian defense system. Use the enemy starships as cover to evade other attacks. In front of them was a T-4 class interstellar destroyer of an unknown model. Zhao Chen didn't have time to think and immediately ordered, launch the interstellar missiles. In an instant, hundreds of interstellar missiles swarmed towards a single point on the shield like a hive of bees. A massive explosion erupted on the shield's surface, creating a breach. This was a common flaw in most shield technologies, especially in lower-grade starships. A high-intensity attack could create a temporary gap that would take several seconds to self-repair. As a starship engineer, Zhao Chen was well aware of this. He decisively ordered, charge in, leading his team towards the breach. Taking down this enemy ship was a crucial step for survival. Take out all Closian defense guns, Zhao Chen commanded. Hundreds of fighters clung to the hull, dismantling one turret after another. Explosions and smoke continuously erupted on the surface of the ship. The T-4 interstellar destroyer found itself unable to retaliate. Zhao Chen glanced towards the direction of the super asteroid belt. The breakthrough point had been found. Whether they could seize the opportunity now depended on the Star Alliance generals. Meanwhile, a T-6 interstellar fighter hovered in the super asteroid belt. The pilot was none other than Zhao Chen's former superior, the Brigadier General. Who would have thought a Brigadier General would personally oversee the front lines? Despite having thousands of escort fighters, the risk was still significant. Report, a flight squad has broken through the enemy starship defenses and is engaging in close combat, a subordinate reported. The Brigadier General exclaimed. What? They broke through in less than 5 minutes? Who displayed such valor? It's the 18th Squadron of the 3rd Fighter Wing under your command. Squadron leader Zhao Chen. Hearing the name, the Brigadier General paused for a moment, then remembered it was the very talent he had recruited. How did he manage that? The subordinate immediately transmitted the combat footage. The Brigadier General watched in amazement. Using interference fog bombs to blind navigate through enemy lines without external assistance. This tactical formation minimizes the attack surface. Incredible. How did Zhao Chen come up with and dare to execute such a plan? Though fog bombs were not novel, using them to lead an entire squad through blind navigation required exceptional courage and strategy. I thought we'd lose at least tens of thousands of fighters to create a breach. But this kid delivered a huge surprise. The Brigadier General immediately ordered, transmit my orders, focus all flight squads on breaking through at coordinates XXXXXX. Expand the breach. With the breach created by the 18th Squadron, enemy firepower at that position was significantly weakened. Although other squads lacked fog bombs, their success rate for breaking through increased dramatically. Moreover, with the 18th Squadron already engaged, others could not stand idly by. A large number of interstellar fighters charged along Zhao Chen's path, advancing under heavy fire. Despite increased casualties, the sight of an enemy ship exploding soon ignited the fighting spirit of all pilots. At this moment, an inspiring broadcast echoed across all channels. This is Song Jiawei, the highest commander of this operation. Special commendation to the T-5 Colossus-class medium carrier Starship X-092 and all pilots of the 18th Squadron of the 3rd Fighter Wing. They were the first to break through enemy lines and destroy an enemy ship. I hereby announce, the 18th Squadron's designation will be permanently preserved and elevated to the 18th Fighter Wing. Squadron leader Zhao Chen is promoted to captain. All squad members are promoted 1 rank. Further rewards will follow after the battle. Additionally, any squad demonstrating exceptional performance in enemy incursions will be richly rewarded. This commendation made the eyes of the charging pilots light up. One pilot directly promoted to captain, just 1 step away from a field officer rank. If Zhao Chen could return alive, a major's rank was almost guaranteed. A 2-rank promotion in a single battle, a legendary feat in the history of the Star Alliance. A burst of cheers erupted over the fighter jet communication channel. Ha ha ha, our captain is now a lieutenant. Lieutenant Captain, that sounds really impressive. Listen to you, another voice chimed in. If we make it back this time, our captain will be a major. Holy cow, our captain doesn't even look 30 yet, someone exclaimed. A major before 30, unbelievable. Captain, I noticed you're still single. How about considering my sister? One pilot teased. Pa, your sister? Is she even good enough for our captain? Another immediately retorted. Honestly, gender shouldn't be such a rigid constraint. Another voice joined the conversation. At that moment, Zhao Qin's cold voice cut through the chatter on the channel. Are you all itching for punishment? Have you forgotten what time it is? Or do you just not want to live? During battle, no fooling around. Those who were talking just now, extra drills when we get back. Hearing the captain's reprimand, the chatterers immediately fell silent. But their faces didn't show any dissatisfaction because they knew that the captain was thinking about their safety. In the captain's mind, safety always came first. Every time they went into battle, the phrase he repeated most often was, I want to bring you all back. Zhao Chun continued issuing orders. Center around the wreckage of this interstellar warship and replicate our previous tactics. Any starfighter with damage exceeding 70, pull back. There's a dented pit in the belly of the wreckage from the warship we just attacked. You can wait there temporarily. Any starfighter that has depleted its star shield energy, withdraw from frontline duties. Understood? Deputy Captain Lee hesitated slightly. But if we do this, won't the higher-ups say we're cowards? Zhao Qin replied harshly. If they blame us, tell them it was my order. With star shields depleted and damage over 70, charging ahead would be suicide. Though his tone was stern, every pilot could feel the concern in the captain's words. Such a captain was someone they were willing to risk their lives for. The 18th Squadron, through coordinated tactics, subsequently took down the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th enemy interstellar warships. However, their casualties were also mounting. From nearly 400 starfighters, they were down to less than 300, with about 30 losing their primary combat capabilities and having to fall back. Zhao Qin's face darkened as he looked toward the super asteroid belt. Given the current situation, if reinforcements didn't arrive soon, they could only hold out for another 5 minutes. Despite their T5 class starfighters, the sheer number disadvantage was overwhelming, making it impossible to turn the tide of battle. Loudly, control the battlefield area. Don't stray too far, Zhao Qin said in a deep voice. After taking down a few more interstellar warships, cease active attacks and focus on holding position. Yes, sir. Deputy Captain Lee replied, understanding the captain's intention. The 18th Squadron's combat strength was nearing its limit, and continuing the assault would likely result in heavy casualties. After taking down another enemy warship, a swarm of enemy starfighters suddenly emerged, numbering over 3,000. Captain, enemy starfighters incoming. 3,000 units, all T5 class. Deputy Captain Lee reported with concern. Zhao Qin stared at the radar, watching the approaching enemy fighters, and immediately ordered, all starfighters, fall back to the designated area. Prepare to engage the enemy starfighters. Remember, we're at a disadvantage, so use the terrain and our coordination. Engage in a war of attrition as much as possible. Yes, sir. All starfighters of the 18th Squadron swiftly retreated to their designated positions. The pilots who had been hiding among the wreckage of downed warships now clamored to join the fight. Captain, we request to engage. The disparity between our starfighters and the enemies is already huge. If we stay hidden now, it's just not right. Yeah, Captain. We're not afraid to die. Let us fight. Captain, we request to engage. Hearing the enthusiastic requests, Zhao Chun said calmly, stop your chattering. I don't intend to let you idle around. Just follow my orders when the time comes. You've trained for this, don't embarrass me. Heh. Don't worry, Captain. Even without a star shield, my starfighter can still take down a few enemies. Pa, what nonsense. The captain said, well, make it back and we will. Hearing the banter, Zhao Qin couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, the starfighters from both sides clashed fiercely. Despite the overwhelming numbers and the enemy being at full strength while the 18th Squadron was nearly exhausted, the outcome was surprisingly different. The 18th Squadron, relying on their coordinated tactics, managed to maintain a loss ratio of 2-1, with the enemy losing 2 fighters for every one of theirs. This success was largely due to Zhao Qin's earlier strategic planning. Severely damaged or shieldless starfighters were positioned near the wreckage, in areas hard to detect by enemy radar. This created opportunities for the 18th Squadron. Some starfighters would lure enemy fighters into these zones, where ambushes were set. Through this coordination, they managed to eliminate many enemy fighters unexpectedly. Although the 18th Squadron also suffered losses during this process, they still held an advantage overall. Zhao Qin then implemented a second tactic. Similar to the first, shieldless fighters would fly close to those with shields, using the latter's protection. This required extremely coordinated flying, which was a key focus in their training. This way, the shieldless fighters could continue to contribute to the battle. Despite these tactics, The disparity in strength was too great to be fully offset by Zhao Qin's ingenuity. The battle soon reached a stalemate. Worse yet, more bad news came. 2 more enemy squadrons were detected, totaling nearly 10,000 fighters, expected to arrive within 3 minutes. In that moment, Squad 18 felt as if they were hovering over boiling lava, ready to plunge into it and be obliterated at any second. Zhao Qin understood the gravity of the situation, but could only do his best to use his command skills to enhance the team's combat coordination. The rest was left to fate. Captain, over half of our starfighters have depleted their shield energy. The remaining ones have only 30 shield energy left on average, and each has less than 3 interstellar missiles, reported Vice Captain Li anxiously. Zhao Qin paused briefly and then said calmly, "Continue fighting." Vice Captain Li knew well that even the captain couldn't change their current predicament. They could only wait. Report, a large number of enemy starships have appeared on the left flank, threatening our fleet. Report, enemy starships are also appearing on the right flank, and our edge fighters are under attack. Listening to the alarms blaring in the command channel, Zhao Chun remained silent. Was this really the end? As an ordinary officer, the few hundred starships he commanded were just a drop in the ocean on this battlefield. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came through the communication channel. "Xiao Zhao, hold on, I'm coming." A slight smile appeared on Zhao Qin's lips. "Zhang, if you were any later, you wouldn't have seen me." It was Lieutenant Zhang, who had always looked out for Zhao Chun. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I couldn't get here as fast as you. Taking out enemy ships in 5 minutes? The general is praising you guys on the public channel. After this battle, you'll probably get promoted. Then I'll have to call you Sir Da." "Cut the crap," Zhao Qin interrupted. "If you dawdle any longer, we'll really be done for." "Got it. Second squad, charge. Don't let Squad 18 steal all the glory," Lieutenant Zhang commanded. Zhao Chun watched the radar screen as a large number of allied starships surged forward. It wasn't just Lieutenant Zhang's second squad. Other squadrons were also joining in. 100, 300, 500, 1,000. Zhao Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a video window popped up in front of Zhao Chun. To his surprise, it was the general who had initially recruited him as a starship pilot. "General." Zhao Chun saluted. The general nodded approvingly. "Zhao Chun, you performed admirably, saving us time and reducing casualties. Now, you and your squad can hold your position or retreat to the temporary base for resupply." "Thank you, General." Zhao Chun replied solemnly. More than any commendation, he wanted his squad out of combat. "Rest well. I will see you personally after the battle," the general said before the video window closed. Zhao Chun immediately ordered, "Squad 18, withdraw from all combat and regroup at coordinates XXXXXX. Look for an opportunity to retreat to the temporary base." "Yes, sir." The surviving pilots exhaled in relief at the retreat order. "Oldley, assess the current status of our ships and give me a detailed report," Zhao Chun instructed his vice captain. "Understood," Vice Captain Li responded. Zhao Chun looked over the list of Squad 18. Originally nearly 400 strong, only a third remained. He silently scanned the familiar names: comrades who had shared meals, new recruits he had personally trained, veterans who had invited him to their hometowns and showed off pictures of their daughters. Some were not even 18. Zhao Chen's face remained impassive as he read the list, but he etched the names of his fallen comrades into his heart. "Captain, I've completed the assessment," Vice Captain Li reported quickly. "We have 139 personnel remaining. 13 ships are severely damaged, which may affect their return. 13 have minor damage. The rest are out of shield energy and ammunition." "Give me the list of severely damaged ships," Zhao Chen said. "I'll find a way to get them back on other safe vessels." "That might be difficult," Vice Captain Li said worriedly. In their ranks, a damaged starship often held more value than an ordinary soldier's life, even as starship pilots. High-ranking officers, of course, had special privileges. "I'll handle it. Just make the arrangements," Zhao Chun said firmly. He believed that with his merits, arranging for these dozen people wouldn't be an issue. If necessary, he would trade his own rank for it. His soldiers could die on the battlefield, but he would not let their lives be wasted for a piece of machinery. Zhao Chun surveyed the surroundings. Through the breach they had created, tens of thousands of starships were now pouring into the enemy fleet. Countless starships and drones clashed in this meat grinder of a battlefield. In the distance, Zhao Chun saw the true target of their Misiona massive base formed by industrial planets, interconnected by auxiliary starships, creating an enormous interstellar industrial complex. Capturing this would significantly alter the frontline battle. However, the next phase of the battle was no longer Zhao Chen's concern. 5 hours later, only a fraction of the original 2,000 starships remained, with debris floating everywhere. The Star Alliance's fleet began their assault on the enemy's industrial planets. Star bombers approached the planet's low orbits, dropping powerful bombs. Even from a distance, Zhao Chun could see massive fireballs erupting on the planet's surfaces. Throughout this prolonged battle, starships needed to resupply. Although no carrier ships were present, the already prepared supply transports filled the gap. These massive transports, several times the size of a standard T-5 starship, but not as large as a starship carrier, could navigate through the super asteroid belt to reach the battlefield. They hovered in safe zones, establishing temporary supply bases. The starships that had run out of ammunition and supplies could return here to resupply and prepare for the next phase of the battle. There are even some interstellar repair drones that occasionally pop up to perform minor fixes on the starfighters. Zhao Qin's 18th Squad was the first to benefit from this service. Although the general had personally instructed them to abstain from the upcoming offensive operations, the resupply of the starfighters continued methodically. After all, no one could predict what might happen next. As the guardians of the temporary base, the 18th Squad needed to maintain a sufficient stockpile of weapons and ammunition to respond to any potential emergencies. Meanwhile, the general sat in the cockpit, his eyes fixed on the interstellar battlefield map before him. He nodded in satisfaction, thinking, at this rate, we can completely destroy this industrial base in less than an hour. According to the intelligence gathered earlier, this interstellar industrial base was not only one of the enemy's most crucial facilities, but also accounted for 20% of their total production capacity. More importantly, its proximity to the battlefield meant it had been providing substantial support to the enemy forces. Successfully destroying it would give us a significant advantage on the battlefield. Just as the general was reveling in the prospect of imminent victory, a subordinate spoke up. General, thanks to the outstanding performance of the 18th Squad, our starfighter losses have been reduced by at least 30%. Zhao Chun is indeed a talent. Another subordinate immediately chimed in. Congratulations, General, for discovering another valuable asset for the Star Alliance. If the leader hears of this, he will surely commend you. Despite the flattery, the general's face remained impassive, even cold. He replied indifferently, I don't need anyone's commendation. I'm doing this for the Star Alliance. His words made the subordinates realize their mistake in trying to curry favor, and they fell silent. At that moment, an urgent message suddenly flashed on the screen, breaking the silence in the command room. General, we have a situation. A communications officer reported anxiously. The enemy fleet we expected to arrive later has shown up early. They are already in this sector, and will join the battle from the flank in about 10 minutes. There are nearly 30,000 starships. The unexpected news shattered the previously optimistic outlook. Had he not been seated in the cockpit, the general might have jumped up in shock. 30,000 starships? How did they get here so fast? The general's voice was filled with disbelief. Wasn't our intelligence indicating we had enough time to withdraw? The communications officer nervously explained. This was unforeseen. The enemy fleet altered their original route, meaning they were closer than we anticipated. Upon receiving the distress signal, they immediately headed here. Sir, we can't possibly handle 30,000 starships. Shouldn't we retreat now? One of the strategists suggested, his voice trembling with fear. Another strategist echoed, yes, if those 30,000 starships join the battle, our starfighters could suffer catastrophic losses. If they cut off our retreat, we could be entirely wiped out. We've already destroyed several industrial planets. We might consider the mission accomplished. Silence, the general roared, cutting off their cowardly suggestions. His voice was filled with anger and determination. You call this mission accomplished? The enemy's industrial base hasn't been completely destroyed. If we don't finish the job, they can use the local facilities to repair other industrial sites. In no time, they'll be back to full capacity. Our entire operation will be for nothing. This is our only chance. The enemy won't give us another opportunity like this. The command room fell into a somber silence. Although they knew the general was right, the prospect of facing 30,000 starships left them feeling helpless. Just then, a grim voice broke the silence. Sir, I have a suggestion. It was a staff officer, who had previously been a starfighter pilot. The general immediately turned his gaze to the speaker, as if grasping at a lifeline. Speak. The staff officer took a deep breath and said, we must destroy this industrial base. There's no turning back now. How can we retreat without completing the mission? The others looked at him in astonishment. They all knew this staff officer was usually timid and had transitioned from a starfighter pilot to a staff officer early in his career, never returning to the front lines. He often boasted of his past heroic feats as a pilot. Now, they were puzzled as to why he was suddenly acting so bravely. The staff officer continued, to complete our mission, we need to stall those 30,000 starships. I suggest sending a team to intercept them, buying us time even if it's just half an hour. His suggestion was met with incredulous stares. Intercepting 30,000 starships for over half an hour? It sounded like a fantasy. The general frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, it's a good plan. Are you willing to undertake this mission? The staff officer quickly shook his head, a look of shame crossing his face. I'm too old for such a task, but I believe Zhao Chun from the 18th Squad has the capability. I nominate him for the mission. While on a guard mission, Zhao Chen suddenly received a communication message. A video window opened, and the same general appeared before him once again. Zhao Chen immediately straightened his posture, knowing he needed to act with caution as a subordinate. The general's face was clouded with a stern expression, staring at Zhao Chen for a long moment without speaking. Zhao Chen remained silent as well, thinking to himself, a high-ranking officer like this wouldn't contact me without a significant reason. The 18th squad has already been ordered to rest here. This must be something important. Despite my excellent performance, I'm merely a starfighter pilot and squad leader. Receiving personal commendation from the general was already a rare honor. This contact likely means trouble. Zhao Chen, the general finally spoke, his voice heavy. There's a very challenging mission. After much consideration, I believe only you can handle it. Zhao Chen felt a sinking feeling but knew he had no choice but to ask directly, General, what is the mission? The general's expression grew even more serious as he explained. We've received intelligence that the enemy's interstellar fleet reinforcements are arriving ahead of schedule. If these reinforcements reach the battlefield, we won't be able to completely destroy this industrial base or safely withdraw. We need someone to lead a squad of starfighters to intercept these reinforcements and buy us at least half an hour. After careful evaluation, you are the best candidate. Upon hearing the general's words, Zhao Chen silently cursed himself for being too conspicuous, attracting such a difficult task. But since the superior had clearly assigned it, he could only continue to inquire, may I ask, how many enemy starships are we facing? 30,000. The general answered succinctly. Zhao Chen's expression grew darker as he pressed further. How many starfighters can you allocate to me? Seeing Zhao Chen's reaction, the general laid out the situation plainly. The enemy's 30,000 starships included 3 suspected quasi-T6 class battleships, 300 T5 battleships, 5,000 T4 battleships, and the rest were T3 battleships. Zhao Chen would have 1 million starfighters and 30 million unmanned drones at his disposal. Zhao Chen tentatively asked, is there any way to increase the number of starfighters? The general shook his head with regret, explaining that their own starfighter losses were severe, and the remaining forces were needed for other battlefronts. He could only allocate this much to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen frowned, deep in thought, about to speak when a grim voice came from outside the video window. Zhao Chen, this is not a negotiation with the general. It's an order. You must carry out this mission. Zhao Chen's brow furrowed even more. The general glanced at the small communication window beside him, then looked back at Zhao Chen with a hint of guilt. I know this mission is extremely difficult, but based on your previous performance leading the 18th squad, I believe you are the most suitable candidate. Of course, you can refuse. If so, I'll have to send someone else, and the outcome will be uncertain. But no matter what, even if we are utterly defeated, we must completely destroy this industrial base. That's our mission. The general's words placed Zhao Chen in a dilemma. Accepting the mission would be incredibly challenging, but refusing would be inexcusable. Ultimately, Zhao Chen decided to take control of his own fate and said, General, I accept the mission. Excellent. The general was overjoyed and immediately promised, rest assured, I won't let you down. From now on, you are promoted to major. As long as you can hold out for half an hour when we return, I'll ensure you get a promotion to at least colonel. The general's promise left the surrounding staff officers astonished. The person who had spoken arrogantly earlier was eager to protest, but was silenced by a stern look from the general. Zhao Chen spoke in a steady voice, General, the rewards are not important. I accept the mission, but I have a few conditions. Name them. The general agreed without hesitation. Zhao Chen laid out 3 conditions. First, regardless of the rank of other squad leaders, they must unconditionally follow his orders. Second, during the battle, even the general must not interfere with any of his commands. Lastly, the 18th squad would not participate in this mission. The general thought for a moment and agreed to all of Zhao Chen's conditions, even granting him command authority equivalent to his own. The surrounding staff officers were shocked by this decision, but none dared to voice any objections. The remaining 100 members of the 18th squad were lounging around in the cockpit. Some had even switched to autopilot mode and were chatting privately with their teammates. Joining the 18th squad was like winning the lottery. One excited member exclaimed. No kidding, another chimed in. Look at our squad's casualty stats since its formation. We've got the highest count. With a captain like ours, I'd trust him with my life any day. Our captain is a great guy, always putting our lives first. A third voice joined the conversation. Yeah, someone sighed. Just look at the brutal battlefield out there. Even though we've lost a lot, we still have over 100 left out of the original 400. That's better than most. I heard the first squad has had 5 entire teams wiped out, and their second elite squad is down to less than 10%. As they chatted, a video window suddenly popped up. Who's calling me now? Someone wondered aloud, clicking to open the window. Familiar faces appeared on the screen, but the background looked different. Hey, old pan, guess where we are? Someone on the other side asked excitedly. Old Pan scrutinized the screen and recognized the 18th squad members, but the backdrop seemed to be a larger starship cockpit. Where are you guys? Old Pan asked curiously. Ha, this is something the captain arranged for us, one member explained proudly. Our starship was severely damaged and couldn't continue the journey. So the captain had us transferred to this supply transport ship. We're getting some good rest and enjoying great food here. They flaunted their drinks and food in front of the camera, making everyone on Old Pan's side envious. You lucky bastards. Old Pan and the others laughed and cursed. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes noticed something unusual. Hey, isn't that the captain's ship? It's leaving the formation and heading over there. Everyone turned their attention to see the captain's ship breaking away and moving toward a distant point. Yeah, and look, a lot of other starships are converging in that direction. What's going on? Murmurs of confusion and concern spread. Some brave members tried to contact the captain, but all attempts failed, heightening their anxiety. If we can't reach the captain, let's contact the vice captain, someone suggested. Vice Captain Lee, why did the captain leave the formation? A member asked directly. Vice Captain Lee's voice sounded strange, almost choked up. The captain has his own mission. He's handed over the command of the 18th squad to me. We just need to continue patrolling here. Some Sharpied members sensed something was off and called him out by name. Lee, what's really going on? Don't hide it from us. Vice Captain Lee adjusted his tone and barked with authority. This is the captain's order, and you have no right to question it. The communication channel fell silent, but soon an angry male voice broke the quiet. Lee duh. The captain is on a mission to intercept the enemy's reinforcement fleet, and you kept it from us. Instantly, the 18th squad's communication channel erupted. Intercept the enemy's reinforcement fleet? Voices of shock echoed. The man revealing the truth was another vice captain of the 18th squad. Though he wasn't as high-ranking as Lee duh, he had his own connections. He had just contacted some squad leaders and got the news. Captain Zhao Chen is leading 1 million starfighters to intercept 30,000 enemy starships for half an hour. He revealed bluntly. What? 1 million starfighters against 30,000 starships? Gasps of disbelief filled the channel. Earlier, it took millions of starships to barely break through the enemy's defense line, with over 1 million losses. Now they expect our captain to intercept 30,000 starships with just 1 million starfighters for half an hour? That's a suicide mission. Why did the captain leave us behind then? Someone questioned the deadly mission, while others wondered why the 18th squad was left out. Vice Captain Lee knew he couldn't hide the truth any longer. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and said, this was a direct order from the general. Could the captain refuse? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. A direct order from the general indeed left no room for refusal. The captain took this mission but made one condition. The 18th squad would not participate in this operation. Vice Captain Lee's voice choked with emotion. The communication channel went dead silent, filled with a chilling tension. Finally, someone trembled as they spoke. The captain is trading his life for ours. To them, intercepting 30,000 starships with 1 million starfighters was a sure death scenario. It was clear the captain was sacrificing himself for them. The captain promised us he'd take us back. So, stay put here. Vice Captain Lee's lips were bleeding from biting too hard. Suddenly, one starfighter in the 18th squad turned and headed toward the captain's ship. Old Liu, what are you doing? Leaving the squad without permission? Do you know you'll face a court-martial? Vice Captain Lee immediately recognized the pilot as the veteran who had exposed him earlier. I'm a soldier of the 18th squad. Old Liu's voice came through the communication channel. I've only been with the captain for a month, but I know how he treats us. Without him, I'd be dead in the last battle. I'm scared. I want to go home. But I can't sit here hiding while the captain risks his life. Even if I survive, I'd have no face to live with. Old Liu's voice choked up, tears streaming down the face of the 40-something veteran. The captain said he'd take us home. Without him, I don't remember the way back. I'm coming too. I want to go too. A loud shout shattered the silence of the universe. The fighter squadron of the 18th unit was in turmoil. The team members were resolute, insisting on following Captain Zhao Chun on his dangerous mission. Their reasoning was firm. The captain belongs to our 18th unit. How can we hand him over to another team? We followed the captain out, and well follow him back. More and more starships broke formation, chasing after Zhao Chen's departing fighter. Deputy Captain Lee was frantic, shouting, "You're abandoning your posts and disobeying orders." Old Liu's voice rang out calmly. So what if we disobey orders? The captain took this mission for our safety, only asking that we not join him. For such a captain, he'll break the rules today. The squadron of over 100 fighters was now more than half gone. Fighters continued to peel away, determined to follow their captain. However, not everyone was so resolute. A middle-aged man held his head in his hands, visibly trembling. He clutched a locket with a photo of his wife and daughter, tears streaming down his face. I promised them I'd retire after this mission and live a good life. I have to make it back. They can't lose me. Many were torn like him. After all, the danger level of this mission was unprecedented, with a high likelihood of total annihilation. Just then, an urgent report came from the temporary supply base at Station 06. A large number of 18th Unit fighters had suddenly left the defensive perimeter. The middle-aged staff officer sternly reported over the command channel. General, the 18th Unit has abandoned their posts and disobeyed orders. They must be severely punished. The general took a deep breath, asking calmly, where are these fighters headed? They're all chasing after the 18th Unit's captain's fighter, the subordinate reported. The general opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Knowing it's a near-death mission, he's willing to die for his team. And the team, for him, is willing to follow to the death. What more could one ask for in a leader and his men? He turned to the staff officer, his tone icy. Staff Officer Jean, the leader of the 5th Flight Squadron is your nephew, isn't he? Zhao Chen faced opposition when he joined the 3rd Flight Squadron because of seat disputes. You've gone to great lengths to suppress your rival. Or did the 5th Squadron offer you some benefits? Staff Officer Jean broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly bowing in apology. The general coldly continued, I don't want factional disputes on the mothership, and they certainly shouldn't be brought to the battlefield. Staff Officer Jean, your health has been poor. You can step back to a secondary role. After the war, I'll arrange something for you. For now, you're relieved from the command system. With that, the general closed Jean's video feed. Jean's face turned ashen, filled with regret. Being relegated at middle age meant his career was over. He hated Zhao Chen even more now, but sneered inwardly. Zhao Chen, no matter how strong you are, this mission will be your end. The general sighed deeply and instructed, deploy other units to fill the 18th Unit's position. Those willing to follow Zhao Chen, let them go. Those who stayed, let them be. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen noticed the tailing fighters and immediately opened the command channel, angrily shouting, Li Da, what's going on? Didn't I order you to continue the escort mission? Li Da was on the verge of tears. Captain, it's not my fault. They found out about your mission, and each one is willing to defy orders to come. I couldn't stop them. Captain, it's not Li Da's fault. We came voluntarily. Other team members chimed in. You're our captain. How can we let you go on a mission without us? Zhao Chen was deeply moved and said heavily, but you must understand, this mission is too dangerous. I can't guarantee your captain, since we're here, we're not afraid to die. One team member said firmly. Since this secret assault mission began, we've been on the edge. You're the one who's kept us alive. Our lives are yours. We promised to come back together. I've heard of captains abandoning their team, but never of team members abandoning their captain to survive on their own. Captain, we're not afraid to die. Zhao Chen clenched his fists, struggling to control his voice. There's still time to turn back. If you keep following, there won't be any chance to leave. The communication channel fell silent, but the radar showed the relentless pursuit. Then, a middle-aged man's voice, choked with emotion, came through. I'm not a coward afraid of death. Don't think of leaving me behind. But, if I don't make it back, please take care of my wife and daughter. Everyone recognized this teammate who always showed off his daughter's photos. His retirement application had already been submitted. He was supposed to reunite with his family and start a new life after this battle. Zhao Chen remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the roster of the 18th Squadron. All 138 members were present. He turned to Vice Captain Li, his tone firm, boldly, regroup the fighters and maintain formation. I'll be directing the other squadrons from here on out, but the command of the 18th Squadron remains with you. Vice Captain Li breathed a sigh of relief at Zhao's words, thinking to himself, it's just another life-or-death mission. Crossing enemy lines wasn't any different before. The captain has always let us back alive. This trust eased his anxiety significantly. After handling the affairs of the 18th Squadron, Zhao Chen shifted his focus to the 1 million interstellar fighters. Time was of the essence, and he needed to quickly organize this massive force. Unlike the familiar 18th Squadron, these fighters came from different units, making effective command a daunting task. Zhao Chen decisively tapped into the command channel. This is Zhao Chen. You are on the Star Alliance Suicide Squad command channel. All squadron leaders report your positions immediately. Anyone not in position within 3 minutes will be relieved of their duties, and the vice captain will take over. The stern command sent a shockwave through the ranks. 1st Squadron of Carrier 051. In position, awaiting orders. 7th Squadron of Carrier 071. Reports came in one after another. At the same time, a more advanced command interface appeared before Zhao Chen, thanks to the auxiliary fighters' enhanced capabilities beside him. The data showed that nearly 600 squadrons were all in place on time. Clearly, the general had assigned well-prepared elite units. Zhao Chen quickly formulated a plan. We will reorganize now. 1 million fighters will be divided into 20 groups, each with a designated leader who reports directly to me. Any group leader found negligent will face the death penalty. Soon, The reorganization and the list of group leaders were finalized. Zhao Chen ordered, each group must assemble within 5 minutes and establish independent command channels. Ensure absolute compliance. In an instant, 1 million fighters were distributed like 20 swarms of bees, orderly and precise. In the distance, the general gazed at the roster, his brow furrowed. Are you sure the data was given to him only 10 minutes ago? He asked the newly appointed staff officer. Upon receiving confirmation, the general fell into deep thought. Zhao Chen's rapid and accurate selection of group leaders was astonishing. These choices were all top-tier elites in terms of skill and track record, yet as a squad leader, Zhao Chen shouldn't have had access to other carriers' data. Did this kid just get lucky, or does he truly have exceptional talent? The general murmured to himself. The staff officer cautiously suggested, General, some are questioning the severity of this temporary commander's orders. Both directives included severe penalties, even death. Should we? The general interrupted. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Zhao Chen's commands are beyond reproach. In extraordinary times, we must use extraordinary measures. I promised not to interfere with his command. Pass the word down. No objections to Zhao Chen's orders will be tolerated. Violators will face the same penalties. This declaration firmly established Zhao Chen's authority. The general fixed his gaze on the battlefield map, silently praying, half an hour, just half an hour, please. At this moment, countless high-ranking officers had their eyes on this operation, knowing that its success or failure hung in the balance. Debris from starships and fighters littered the area, transforming the once spacious flight path into a chaotic battlefield. Despite the turmoil, numerous starships still attempted to break through the blockade, only to be inevitably engaged by enemy fighters in fierce, life-or-death combat. Both sides were fighting with a ferocity fueled by desperation. The enemy was determined to rid themselves of these pesky flies, while the pilots of their own starfighters were resolved to fight to the death. When some starships ran out of ammunition and their energy shields were depleted, rendering retreat impossible, the pilots did not hesitate to crash their fighters into enemy ships, turning themselves into the final weapon. General, the destruction of the enemy's industrial base is in its final stages. We estimate it will be completely neutralized in 5 minutes. The staff officer reported quietly through the video link. The general had been staring at the live battlefield feed for over 10 minutes, lost in thought. He remained silent until the staff officer called out to him again, snapping him back to reality. What did you say? The general asked, turning to face the staff officer. The officer repeated the report. 5 more minutes, the general murmured, exhaling deeply. This would be enough time to proceed with the next phase of their operation. His gaze returned to the battlefield, which resembled a gruesome meat grinder. He felt a heavy weight on his heart. Relay my orders. In 5 minutes, select the intact starfighters from those returning from the industrial base and prepare them to cover Zhao Chen's squadron's retreat. Yes, sir. The staff officer responded, then hesitated before asking, General, are you really going to honor the promise you made to Zhao Chen? The general frowned, displeased by the question. The staff officer quickly explained, I mean no disrespect. According to Captain Zhao Chen's request, all starfighter pilots who sacrifice themselves in this battle will receive 5 times the usual compensation, with particularly heroic actions meriting 10 times as much. The Star Alliance will also take care of the direct descendants of the fallen until adulthood, their parents until their natural end, and their spouses will receive at least 10 years of the average salary. Isn't this amount excessive? The higher-ups might not approve. The general fell silent for a moment. This was a condition Zhao Chen had suddenly proposed at the start of the battle. If they could hold out for half an hour and complete the mission, the Star Alliance would provide unprecedented compensation to the fallen soldiers. At the time, the general had no choice but to agree. What was even more surprising was that Zhao Chen had recorded this conversation and broadcast it over the public channels to 1 million starfighter pilots. This act instantly ignited their fervor. Despite the deadly mission, the assurance of such compensation made them less afraid of death, leading them to fight with unparalleled bravery, even volunteering for suicide missions. Now that the situation has improved, we're discussing the high compensation. Why wasn't this brought up earlier? The general retorted. The staff officer bowed his head in shame. Initially, almost no one believed the plan would succeed, but Zhao Chen had indeed accomplished the daunting task. Since this is the case, we must honor the high compensation and related benefits we promised. This is unprecedented in the history of the Star Alliance. If we go back on our word, won't our commanders be seen as untrustworthy? Do you realize the impact this would have on the military? The general's expression was stern. He continued, this is likely why Zhao Chen made that conversation public. If the Star Alliance reneges, people will blame the Alliance, not Zhao Chen. The Alliance's reputation would suffer. The higher-ups aren't foolish. They understand the implications. Regardless, this is something I promised. I will ensure it is fulfilled. If the Star Alliance disagrees, I'll handle it personally. I don't believe my brother won't see the sense in this. The general's final words revealed his identity. The staff officer remained silent. This young brigadier was actually the half-brother of Song Chun, explaining why he had been entrusted with such significant responsibilities at a young age. Although he was highly capable, his family background undoubtedly played a role. It's a pity about Zhao Qin's talent, though. Once the battle report is submitted, I doubt he'll stay with us. My brother has always cherished talent, the general remarked, without a hint of regret. Someone like Zhao Qin shouldn't be overlooked. With his performance, he was destined for at least a core command position. A hoarse and weary voice came through the communication channel. General, I'm here. The general responded curtly. Zhao Qin continued. We have 3 minutes left until the mission time is up. After that, our remaining starfighter squadrons will begin to retreat. I hope you can arrange some fighters to provide us with covering fire. Don't worry, I've already taken care of it, the general assured him. Thank you. The general was taken aback. It seemed to be the first time he had heard such a request from this usually composed subordinate. He realized that Zhao Chun was concerned for the warriors fighting until the last moment and didn't want to see unnecessary casualties during the retreat. This man always seemed to care deeply about the lives of his soldiers. Unaware of the general's thoughts, Zhao Chun felt exhausted despite the boost from the super soldier serum. The immense pressure of commanding 1,000,000 starfighters through 2 intense battles without advanced AI assistance was taking its toll. Relay my orders, Zhao Chun gave his final directive. In 2 minutes, 20 fighter groups will commence retreat. Do not rush. Follow the instructions I've given. The 20 group leaders in the command channel immediately responded. After half an hour of fierce combat, they had witnessed firsthand the young commander's exceptional abilities. Any doubts they had before the battle were now replaced with admiration. Without Zhao Chun, this mission might have been doomed to fail. As the final 3 minutes elapsed, Zhao Chun led the remaining fighters back. The enemy warships pursued them madly, but the wreckage scattered across the battlefield hindered their advance. With the covering fire from the general's forces, the starfighters successfully retreated into the asteroid belt. The enemy ships could only watch helplessly as their attackers escaped, venting their frustration by firing at the asteroids. Zhao Chun, the general, attempted to contact him after the retreat, but there was no response for a long time. Finally, Zhao Chun spoke. General, the mission is complete. I'm handing command back to you. If there's nothing else, I'd like to rest. With that, he cut off the communication, leaving everyone in the command channel staring at each other. The general didn't mind Zhao Chun's attitude, thinking that capable people often have their quirks. The return journey was relatively smooth, with only a few deeply hidden enemy defense bases occasionally causing minor disturbances. Meanwhile, the interstellar fleet stationed outside the asteroid belt was anxiously waiting. To avoid exposing the military operation, they had not contacted the starfighters and were unaware of the battle's outcome. They only knew that if the fighter squadrons did not return on time, the entire fleet would have to retreat. After all, they were deep in enemy territory, and the longer they stayed, the more dangerous it became, especially after attacking the enemy's industrial base. Report, we have half an hour left, an adjutant informed the deputy commander. If the general's fighters don't return, we'll have to leave as planned. The deputy commander regretted. I should never have allowed the general to go on this mission himself. He's a member of the Song family, the brother of the Star Alliance leader. If anything happens to him, we'll all be held accountable. At that moment, a shout broke the tense atmosphere. Report. We've detected energy signatures from starfighters within the asteroid belt. Instantly, the command bridge erupted in excitement. The deputy commander immediately ordered, all motherships, prepare to receive the returning fighters. Despite an adjutant's reminder to first verify the fighters' identities, the deputy commander dismissed the procedures. At this point, who else could be coming back from the asteroid belt but our own fighters? Soon, the starfighters appeared in sight. Each one looked battered, as if they had weathered a storm. The sight left everyone waiting with a deep sense of respect and admiration. Squadrons of interstellar fighters descended onto their respective carrier starships like birds returning to their nests, following the navigator's instructions. However, compared to the grand spectacle of their departure, the landings now seemed sparse and scattered. Some carriers waited long intervals before receiving a single fighter, silently narrating the battle's brutality. The general's fighter also landed smoothly. Due to his special status, his craft was given priority. The lift platform descended slowly, revealing an intact fuselage. Only the empty missile bays testified to the fierce combat, most of which were fired during the final phase to cover Zhao Chen's retreat. If it hadn't been a relatively safe operation, the general wouldn't have had the chance to participate personally. In the hangar, a group of people had been waiting for a long time. However, when the general disembarked, he ignored his subordinates and immediately asked, "Where is Zhao Chen's fighter?" This unexpected question left everyone momentarily stunned. Seeing no response, the general frowned and scanned the crowd. Finally, someone snapped out of their daze, quickly checked and reported, "Zhao Chen's Team 18 is scheduled to land in Combat Hangar 8. Before the subordinate could finish speaking, the general was already striding toward Hangar 8, with the others hastily following. Along the way, they were surprised to see that any pilot who knew their destination, regardless of their injuries, joined the growing group. In no time, hundreds were trailing behind the general, making for an impressive scene. Upon arriving at Hangar 8, they found it already crowded with people. Not only were members of Team 18 and the 3rd Flight Squadron present, but even many from the 5th Squadron, who usually had a tense relationship with the 3rd, were there. This unusual gathering sparked numerous speculations among onlookers. What had happened on the battlefield? Why was the general so eager to see Zhao Chun? Suddenly, the hangar fell silent. A fighter with gold stripes slowly descended from the lift platform. It was Zhao Chun's. Under countless watchful eyes, Zhao Chun opened the cockpit, removed his helmet, and surveyed the surroundings. In an instant, everyone present gave Zhao Chun a heartfelt salute. This was both a tribute to his exceptional combat performance and gratitude for his efforts to secure benefits for his comrades. Zhao Chun silently descended from his fighter, holding his helmet in one hand. The crowd parted to make way for him. When he reached the general, he calmly said, "General, I'm quite tired. If there's anything to discuss, can it wait until later?" The general was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "You've indeed worked hard. Get some rest, and report any needs directly to the bridge. Once you're rested, come find me there." With that, he handed Zhao Chun a crystal card bearing the Star Alliance emblem. This card grants you unrestricted access to the ship. Zhao Chun accepted the card, and the general stepped aside. Other high-ranking officers, though surprised, followed suit. Zhao Chun walked silently toward Team 18's ready room. Upon entering, he noticed 13 members had already returned. They immediately stood and saluted, "Captain." "At ease," Zhao Chun said as he took a seat, facing the door, seemingly waiting for something. Subsequently, each returning member would salute Zhao Chun upon entering, and then quietly take a seat. The seats gradually filled, but the room still felt sparse compared to the empty spaces. "Captain, everyone is accounted for," the vice captain said softly. Zhao Chun finally snapped out of his thoughts and asked, "Where is Old Li?" "Vice Captain Li sacrificed himself," the vice captain replied, struggling to hold back tears. Zhao Chun remained silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and walked to the front. "Everyone, return to your positions. We will now commence roll call." Though roll call might seem unnecessary in other teams, Zhao Chun insisted on it. "Lida." Zhao Chun called out the first name. The room was silent. Just as Zhao Chun was about to read the next name, several members suddenly responded, "Present." Zhao Chun looked up at them briefly and continued, "Pan Cheng." After a moment, the entire room echoed in unison, "Present." From then on, each name called either received a single response or a chorus of voices. This unique roll call method silently spoke of the war's harshness and the deep bond among comrades. In the end, Zhao Chun gazed heavily at the long list of names, most of which were marked in black. Only 67 warriors had returned, and the most heartbreaking part was knowing that many who could have safely come back had chosen to follow him into the first battle, ultimately meeting their end on the battlefield. After reading the list of names, Zhao Chun looked around the room, his voice tinged with fatigue. "This battle is over. We've been granted at least 7 days of leave. Rest well. Those who meet the retirement requirements and wish to retire, submit your applications to me, and he'll take it up with the higher-ups." With that, Zhao Chun turned and left, retreating to his single-occupancy dormitory. As soon as he entered, he collapsed heavily onto the bed, pressing a hand over his eyes. The pain of seeing his familiar comrades die on the battlefield was something he couldn't shake off. As a commander, he thought he should be used to this, but the reality was still unbearable. Zhao Chun couldn't help but wonder how he would feel if the fallen were those familiar faces from his own squadron, Jiaolong. The thought tore at his heart. At this moment, he yearned desperately to return to his own world, the one still threatened by chaos. Although Zhao Chun had left behind significant technology, if he couldn't return in time to face the impending invasion, no one knew what might happen. He couldn't bear the thought of any harm coming to his loved ones. He had to go back, and quickly. Zhao Chun abruptly sat up and opened the system interface. However, the screen seemed frozen, unchanged, with no new prompts. No missions, no new T6 level technologies, nothing. "What the hell is wrong with this system?" Zhao Chun shouted, swinging his fist through the virtual display. The screen vanished instantly. What happened next was beyond Zhao Chun's concern. The fleet, led by the general, completed its mission successfully, using special interstellar ships to leave the universe before enemy reinforcements arrived, returning to the Star Alliance universe. The successful execution of this secret mission didn't immediately impact the battlefield but was expected to influence the front lines significantly within a month, providing the Star Alliance fleet with a pivotal opportunity to capture the micro-universe. As the highest commander of this covert operation, the Song family's brigadier general received significant rewards, being promoted directly to Major General, the youngest ever, according to rumors. Everyone involved in the mission also received varying degrees of commendation and promotion. However, a minor incident caused quite a stir. The high compensation reported for an interstellar fighter pilot who died in a cover operation shocked the Star Alliance Council. Eventually, it was said that the Star Alliance leader personally intervened, stating that part of the compensation would be covered by the Song family's enterprises, which led to the council approving the special compensation. This extraordinary compensation became a hot topic throughout the Star Alliance military, sparking envy among many lower-ranking soldiers. A week later, the rest area of the 18th Squad was filled with new faces, eager to join the legendary 18th Brigade. This brigade, specially authorized by the newly promoted Major General, had its elite squad, the 18th Squad, making it a great honor. When Zhao Chen walked into the rest area, everyone stood at attention and shouted in unison, "Captain!" Zhao Chen slightly frowned, rubbed his ears, and looked around at the 11 squad leaders, including the 18th Squad. "Are all the squad members arranged?" Zhao Chen asked. The leader of the first squad, also the deputy brigade leader, immediately responded, reporting, "Captain, all squads have completed their personnel replenishment. The 18th Brigade now totals 3,339 members." Zhao Chun maintained his usual practice of delegating most tasks to his subordinates. To them, this was a sign of trust, and they worked tirelessly, never complaining about the extra hours or effort. Watching these eager workaholics, Zhao Chun felt a bit uninterested, thinking of a certain lazy kid. "You're responsible for your squads. I've taught you everything. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable," Zhao Chun said, pointing at the squad leaders. "Yes, sir." The squad leaders responded in unison. "Request a meeting room and gather all members of the 18th Brigade. I have an announcement to make," Zhao Chen said. Hearing this, the veterans of the 18th Squad were thrilled, their eyes shining with anticipation. They speculated that it might be about the rewards from the previous battle. Someone quietly approached Zhao Chen and teased, "Captain, when will your reward come through? Rumor has it you're being promoted to general for your outstanding service. You better treat us to a feast." Listening to the jokes from his old comrades, Zhao Chun gave each one a playful kick and urged them to get to work. In one of the compartments of the mothership, the entire team of Zhao Chen's 18th Battalion had gathered. The ceremony to bestow honors, which was supposed to have started, was delayed because of a special guest's arrival. Under normal circumstances, most promotion ceremonies are conducted by the immediate superior in front of their subordinates, except for a few high-ranking promotions that require special arrangements. This practice not only enhances the promoted officer's prestige within the team, but also strengthens the bond between superiors and subordinates. However, today was clearly different. The compartment door slid open, and a general in a major general's uniform led a group into the room. Everyone present immediately stood up and saluted, a tense yet expectant atmosphere filling the air. "Please, take your seats," the major general said with a kind smile, gesturing to the crowd. He walked straight to Zhao Chun, carefully observing the young officer. Zhao Chun stood at attention and saluted, "General." Seeing Zhao Chun had fully recovered, the major general visibly relaxed. He patted Zhao Chun on the shoulder, and then turned to the rest of the 18th Battalion. Members of the 18th Battalion, especially the new recruits, the major general's voice was loud and full of authority. "I want to congratulate you on joining this exceptional unit. This is indeed a great fortune for you. Here, you have a very special commander who will not only lead you to achieve great things, but also ensure your safe return." The major general's gaze swept across each young face. Captain Zhao Chun, with his remarkable achievements, has kept the 18th Squad intact and elevated it to a battalion. You will inherit this honor and continue forward under his leadership. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Now, the major general's voice cut through the applause. "I will announce the rewards granted to your captain by the Star Alliance Council." Everyone held their breath upon hearing this. A reward directly from the Star Alliance Council signified that Zhao Chen's accomplishments had reached an unimaginable level. The major general raised his hand, and a holographic scroll unfurled before him. He began to read solemnly. In recognition of the multiple acts of bravery demonstrated by former 18th Squad Captain Zhao Chun during this covert operation, the Star Alliance Council has decided to promote Zhao Chun to the rank of colonel, bestow upon him the title of honorary professor at the Star Alliance's highest military academy, grant him a planet, and reward him with 10 years of colonel's salary. Upon finishing, the room fell silent for a brief moment before erupting in even louder cheers and applause. The members of the 18th Battalion could hardly contain their excitement. Their captain had leaped from a master sergeant to a colonel within just a month, skipping the junior officer ranks and becoming a reserve general. The reward of a planet and 10 years' salary meant that Zhao Chun had become not only a landed lord, but also a wealthy individual. If he chose to retire now, he could live a life of luxury and comfort on his granted land. The title of honorary professor at the Star Alliance's highest military academy, though seemingly honorary, opened doors for Zhao Chen's future. Should he decide to step back from active duty, This title would bring him infinite connections and potential benefits. The Major General personally pinned the colonel's insignia onto Zhao Chen's uniform. After completing the ceremony, he continued, "These are just the rewards from the Star Alliance. As the commander of this campaign and the captain of this mothership, I have another announcement. From today onwards, Zhao Chen's 18th Battalion will officially become the Ace Battalion of our mothership. Additionally, Zhao Chen will serve as the chief commander of our mothership's flight battalion and the highest-ranking commander of the 13th Fleet's interstellar fighters." This series of appointments elicited even more fervent applause, almost shaking the room. However, Zhao Chen furrowed his brows slightly in the face of these honors. He had originally intended to keep a low profile while looking for a way back, but in such a short time, he had ascended to such a high position. Now, as a legendary figure, keeping a low profile was no longer an option. Resigned, Zhao Chen could only express his gratitude to the Major General. Next, it was Zhao Chen's turn to reward his subordinates. Every surviving interstellar fighter pilot from the former 18th Squad was promoted 3 ranks, all reaching the rank of warrant officer. This made the 18th Battalion's number of warrant officers surpass that of any other battalion. Although these warrant officers were fully qualified to hold important positions in other battalions, when asked about their preferences, all chose to stay with the 18th Battalion. Even if it meant serving as ordinary soldiers, they insisted on staying. This was undoubtedly a testament to Zhao Chen's personal charisma. The awards ceremony ended quickly. Before leaving, the Major General approached Zhao Chen and whispered, "Come to the bridge later. I called for you before, but you didn't come." Zhao Chen remembered this and quickly apologized. "Sorry, I had so much to handle that I forgot." Anyone else might have been reprimanded for this, but for Zhao Chen, that star pupil, it was no big deal. The Major General smiled and waved it off. "No problem, just a reminder. Come when you can." With that, the Major General turned and left the compartment. After dismissing everyone, Zhao Chen called a few veterans to stay behind. Zhao Chen stood at the entrance of the bridge, his eyes sweeping over the stern-faced veterans before him. They stood at attention in their uniforms, waiting for their captain's orders. "Captain, what do you need from us?" one of the veterans asked, his voice tinged with curiosity and a hint of nervousness. Zhao Chen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and pulled out some documents and crystal cards from his pocket. He handed the items to each person with precise and solemn movements. The veterans took the items, their faces showing confusion. They carefully examined the crystal cards, which were universal bank cards accepted anywhere in the Star Alliance. Clearing his throat, Zhao Chen began to explain. "These documents list the details of the fallen soldiers from our 18th Squad. I've reviewed their family situations and decided to distribute my 10-year salary reward among them." The veterans' expressions shifted from confusion to shock. Zhao Chen continued, "Given the number of people and their scattered locations, I plan to set up accounts in Star Alliance banks and regularly transfer living expenses to their families. Because this will span a long period, I need trustworthy people to oversee this. That's why I asked you here." A heavy silence filled the room as the veterans exchanged incredulous looks. They had never expected their captain to be so generous, giving away such a substantial amount of money. One veteran stepped forward, returning the crystal card to Zhao Chen. "Captain, you don't have to do this. The Star Alliance has promised high-standard compensation and benefits, enough to ensure the families of our brothers won't have to worry." Zhao Chen didn't take the card back. Instead, he calmly replied, "This is my way of compensating our brothers. I promise to bring them back safely, especially those who followed me into battle for a second time. Their families need this money more." Seeing that the veterans were about to say something, Zhao Chen's tone hardened. "This is an order. Unless you no longer recognize me as your captain, you can leave the 18th Squad right now. I won't ask you to handle this matter anymore." Zhao Chen's authority instantly filled the room, and the veterans dared not speak further. Silently, they accepted the cards. Zhao Chen's gaze was like a blade as he looked at each of them. "Let me warn you, this money is for the families of our fallen comrades. If anyone dares to be greedy, I guarantee they will regret ever being born." One veteran immediately stepped forward, standing tall. "Captain, rest assured. You trust us and are giving this money for our fallen brothers. If anyone has any improper thoughts, we will handle it ourselves." "That's right, we'll handle it," another burly veteran echoed, looking around. "If I hear anyone trying to embezzle the captain's money, I'll chase them to the ends of the universe to personally deal with them." Zhao Chen nodded internally. His words had been intended to establish authority. These selected veterans had been thoroughly vetted and were trustworthy. "Go handle this matter. I need to meet the general on the bridge," Zhao Chen said, turning to leave. The veterans watched Zhao Chen's back, straightening up and giving a solemn salute. This salute was a heartfelt gesture of respect for themselves, for their fallen comrades, and for their comrades' families. They felt fortunate to have such a captain, with no regrets in this life. Zhao Chen quickly made his way to the bridge, not wanting to keep the general waiting. With his special clearance, he entered the bridge without hindrance. His reputation on this starship was second only to the general's. "Hello, I'm here to see the general," Zhao Chun said to a staff officer near the captain's chair. The staff officer's eyes flashed with admiration. "Lieutenant Zhao, the general has instructed that you can go in directly without reporting." Zhao Chun nodded in thanks and walked towards the captain's chair. The general was discussing matters with several staff officers, and Zhao Chun waited a few meters away. Soon, one of the staff officers noticed Zhao Chun's presence, his expression turning to surprise. The general sensed the change and turned to see Zhao Chun. "We'll continue this discussion later," the general said enthusiastically, ending the meeting and walking towards Zhao Chun. "I didn't expect you to arrive so early," Zhao Chun humbly replied. "General, you can finish your work first. I can wait." "No need. Those matters aren't urgent." The general waved his hand dismissively. "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." They entered a conference room adjacent to the bridge. The general closed the door and took out a paper invitation with a metallic seal from his pocket, placing it in front of Zhao Chun. "Open it. It's for you," the general said, sitting down. Zhao Chun carefully opened the invitation, finding a brief message inside. The Star Alliance High Command was hosting a banquet, inviting high-ranking officials from various factions. Zhao Chun was invited as a special guest. Frowning slightly, Zhao Chun said, "Isn't it a bit premature to hold a banquet at this time?" The general shrugged helplessly. This was proposed by the influential families within the Star Alliance. They want to quickly distribute the benefits of the new galaxy. As for inviting you, it's partly because of your outstanding performance in the recent covert operation, and partly to help you expand your network. With your skills and talent, your future won't be limited to just being a starfighter pilot. Plus, the Star Alliance leader will be there. While I have my reservations about him, I can't deny his capabilities." Zhao Chun stood in the corridor of the interstellar cruiser, gazing through the porthole at the 18th Squadron stationed at the dock. He had just finished giving his final instructions and was preparing to depart with the general. "I'm leaving the squadron in your hands. Even though we don't have combat missions for now, training must not slacken." Zhao Chun's voice was firm and commanding. "Especially with the large influx of new recruits, we need to expedite their integration into the team." He continued, "Other squadrons and the starfighter units on the carrier starships want to learn from our training methods. I've arranged for some of my men to guide you. They will share all their tactical and strategic knowledge." Zhao Chun added sternly, "If any unexpected situations arise, follow the emergency plans I've laid out. Whether I'm here or not, as long as you demonstrate the results of your training, there will be no problems." With his instructions complete, Zhao Chun turned and boarded the interstellar cruiser. As he stood in the corridor, his gaze lingered on the subordinates who had yet to leave. The general, arms crossed, stood beside Zhao Chun, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "It looks like they really respect you." "Maybe," Zhao Chun responded indifferently. He wasn't certain about the extent of their faith in him. He was just doing his duty. Although he had found himself in this world and position by chance, he felt a responsibility towards those who followed him. This had always been his approach, even back in the days of the Xiaolong. Zhao Chun recalled how Lilith had once described him as a man with an overwhelming sense of responsibility, seemingly carefree most of the time, but always stepping up when it mattered most. The general looked at Zhao Chun skeptically. "But I heard that after you became the supreme commander of all interstellar fighter units, you delegated the authority of the carrier fleet's flight squads almost immediately. You held a brief video conference that lasted less than 10 minutes. You rarely intervene in the other squadron's affairs, and even leave most of the 18th Squadron's work to your subordinates." Zhao Chun cleared his throat and explained, "That's to ensure my subordinates get familiar with their duties quickly. After all, the fledglings won't always have the mother bird to rely on. They need to learn to fly on their own." The general didn't press further, as all the fighter squadrons were currently flourishing. "The banquet will be held in the largest interstellar city behind the front lines." The general changed the subject. "We'll take this cruiser, and we need to pick up a few people along the way. It'll take about 3 to 5 hours to get there. If there's nothing else, shall we grab a drink?" The general placed a hand on Zhao Chun's shoulder, making it clear that refusal wasn't an option. Reluctantly, Zhao Chun followed the general to a lavish restaurant. This interstellar cruiser, designed for the elite of the Star Alliance, had been requisitioned as an officer's ship during wartime. Though it lacked weaponry, its speed surpassed any interstellar warship, and it was equipped with a powerful star shield. Even under attack from T-6 starfighters, it had ample escape capabilities. In the restaurant, the general chose not to sit in a private room but instead took a seat by the window. "I prefer sitting out here. It makes me feel more like an ordinary person," the general said while browsing the drink menu. Zhao Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Here, even the wait staff were far from ordinary, not to mention the diners. He casually ordered a drink, its cost equivalent to a few years' living expenses for an average person. The general fixed his gaze on Zhao Chun and asked, "Zhao Chun, I've looked into your background. You come from an ordinary family, and your parents passed away while you were at the military academy. You should have been just a bit better off than the average person." But you order these expensive drinks without blinking and distribute all your rewards to your subordinates without hesitation. Who exactly are you? Zhao Chun turned to look at the vast expanse of stars outside the window and said softly, I don't really know. When I see people I care about die in front of me, or see those who follow me fight and sacrifice without hesitation, everything else seems insignificant. It's just a string of numbers, just a bottle of water. Facing Zhao Qin's indifferent expression, Song Qingshan paused, scrutinizing the man before him with suspicion. He wondered if recent experiences had led Zhao Qin to some sort of epiphany. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qingshan slowly began. It's true that some people undergo profound changes due to certain experiences, especially soldiers on the battlefield. The brink of life and death can transform a person. He paused, sensing the heaviness of the topic, and shifted gears. Let's not dwell on that. Is there anything you want to talk about? You seem disinterested in everything. Zhao Chen looked directly at Song Qingshan and asked bluntly, what's the real purpose of this banquet? If it's just about distributing resources from the microcosm, that could be handled via a high-level video conference or decided by the Star Alliance Council. Holding a banquet during wartime and requiring fleet commanders to attend, even for just half a day, could lead to unnecessary casualties on the battlefield. Hearing Zhao Qin's questioning tone, Song Qingshan took a sip of his drink and replied gravely, so, you've seen through it too. You're right. It's complete nonsense. The war isn't even over, and they're already thinking about dividing resources. It's ridiculous. Zhao Qin watched Song Qingshan quietly, waiting for him to reveal more. Song Qingshan continued, my brother, he doesn't agree with this either. Although I don't like him, I know his character. He wouldn't support such actions. But he laughed self-deprecatingly. The Star Alliance isn't as united as it seems. Setting his drink down, Song Qingshan began to explain the complex internal dynamics of the Star Alliance. He mentioned the previous civil war within the alliance and how Song Qin hadn't completely purged all dissenting forces. Powerful neutral factions, while not directly involved in the civil war, had supported their chosen sides covertly. Song Chen is well aware of these issues, Song Qingshan said, but the alliance was too weakened by the civil war to handle a thorough purge. Under pressure from multiple sides, Song Chen had to temporarily tolerate these hidden forces and formed the current Star Alliance Council. Over time, the alliance saw a resurgence of factionalism. The families that had preserved their power during the Civil War gradually became nearly as influential as the Song family. Although the Song family remained the most powerful, other families began to band together in opposition. Song Qingshan ordered another drink and continued with a sarcastic tone. Why do I call them conservatives? Because they obstruct Song Chun at every turn. He wants to launch a large-scale invasion of the microcosm. They oppose it. He wants to attack other universes. They advocate for peace. He wants to increase military spending. They argue the alliance hasn't recovered from the Civil War. He revealed that the current secret operation was directly ordered by Song Chun without informing the council. If the conservatives knew, they'd drag it out forever, Song Qingshan said. Our success has shifted the balance significantly, but failure would be disastrous. After hearing this, Zhao Qin inwardly smirked, realizing that Song Qin's seemingly glamorous position was fraught with problems. He asked, if these conservatives are such a hindrance, why not just eliminate them? Song Qingshan's gaze turned cold. Do you think he hasn't considered it? From what I know, Song Qian has tried several times, but the timing was never right. After the Civil War, the alien species launched a massive invasion. When that threat was temporarily contained, the microcosms emerged. The plan kept getting postponed until now. Zhao Qin chuckled. Seems like leader Song Chun has had some bad luck. Song Qingshan nodded, and now, those conservative families probably sense his intentions. They lack the military power of Song Chun, but control significant resources. If they gain control of the microcosm resources, Song Chun will have to think twice before acting against them. That's why they insist on this meeting and demand everyone's presence. They're leveraging their power. Zhao Qin understood the conservative strategy. They aim to become an untouchable part of the Star Alliance, using their resources to coerce the leader. You want to move against us? Fine, but can you immediately take over all our resource points? Zhao Qin analyzed, if not, even if you defeat us, we can sabotage all industrial facilities, including stargates and ports. Currently, a third of the Alliance's resources are tied to these conservatives. With the alien invasion and microcosm threats, Song Chun lacks the time. It's a despicable tactic, but undeniably effective, Song Qingshan said with a sly smile, but I suspect this banquet won't be so straightforward. There's going to be a show. Zhao Qin squinted. You mean, the leader is planning something? Song Qingshan smiled. Song Chun has quite a temper. He's been pressured by those old foxes repeatedly. If you tolerate it once or twice, you might as well keep tolerating it indefinitely. Just as he finished speaking, Song Qingshan suddenly collapsed onto the table. Zhao Qin was stunned, thinking, this guy can't handle his liquor that poorly. The interstellar cruise ship slowly sailed into a breathtaking space city. This city was originally a small meteorite, hollowed out and meticulously transformed into a dazzling jewel suspended in space. A massive star shield enveloped the entire city, making it appear like a miraculous city within a crystal ball from a distance. Zhao Chun stepped onto the docking platform and looked around. Along the corridor from the cruise ship to the entrance of the space city, heavily armed soldiers stood at regular intervals, clearly indicating the Star Alliance's heightened security for this PC-centric banquet. At a checkpoint, a female receptionist was handling the entry procedures for each guest. Please verify your identity here and place all heat weapons in this tray, she repeated formally. Soon, it was Zhao Qin's turn. He handed over his ID card, and with a beep, a look of surprise flashed in the receptionist's eyes. Wow, you're the legendary starfighter pilot. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Zhao Chun smiled humbly, placing his laser pistol on the tray. He then took out the hilt of a lightsaber and asked, "Does this need to be handed over as well?" "No, that's fine." The receptionist shook her head. "Please proceed through this gate." After the inspection was completed, the receptionist enthusiastically explained the use of the guidance card to Zhao Chen. This card contains your room number and banquet seating information. If you have any questions, you can refer to the number on it. Thanking her, Zhao Chen moved forward, sensing that the receptionist's gaze followed him. Not far along, Song Qingshan, who had been waiting, suddenly appeared from the side and warmly placed an arm around Zhao Chen's shoulder. Since their drinking session on the cruise ship, Song Qingshan had become more amiable towards Zhao Chen, as if they were old friends. Zhao Chen glanced at the guidance card and unexpectedly found a small note with a string of numbers tucked inside. Seeing this, Song Qingshan teased, "Oh, it looks like someone has taken quite a liking to you. That's her contact number." No need for explanations. Zhao Chen smiled helplessly. "I'm just a starfighter pilot. Such good fortune should be reserved for someone of your stature." Song Qingshan shook his head and explained, "These receptionists know they can't do this job forever. They all want to find a wealthy husband. However, those of higher status won't marry them at best. They'd be mistresses. So, they usually go for promising rookies like you, who have a bright future but aren't too out of reach." Rounding a corner, Zhao Chen discreetly dropped the note into a nearby cleaning robot. Song Qingshan, surprised, asked, "What, not interested?" "I don't like relationships with ulterior motives," Zhao Chen casually replied. Song Qingshan didn't pursue the topic further and instead briefed Zhao Chen on the itinerary. "Your room is next to mine. The banquet starts in 2 hours. I have some matters to attend to first. You can use the map on the guidance card to explore. This border space city has quite a bit of exotic scenery. Just don't stay out too late. If you don't feel like exploring, you can rest in your room." With that, Song Qingshan hurried off. Zhao Chen decided to take a stroll. The space city was vast, with numerous residents and tourists in addition to the banquet guests. Due to the banquet, some areas were under military control, including the one they had just entered. As he wandered, Zhao Chen passed by an open-air bar on an artificial beach. He noticed an unusual scene. A few men were surrounding a woman drinking alone, their eyes filled with ill intentions. The woman seemed unaware, quietly gazing at the distant sea. Zhao Chen initially intended to ignore it, but then he saw one of the men discreetly pouring something into the woman's drink. Frowning, he walked a few steps before stopping and turning back towards them. Just as the woman was about to drink the spiked beverage, the men smirked, thinking they had found an easy target. They assumed she wasn't from a prominent family since she was alone. Such prey could be dealt with easily after their fund just some hush money to her small family. They were well-versed in this kind of scheme. However, this time, things didn't go as planned. Just as her lips were about to touch the glass, a hand suddenly grabbed it. "Miss, you shouldn't drink this," Zhao Chen said coldly, taking the glass from her. The unexpected interruption threw the men off. Naturally, they weren't going to let it slide. "What's your deal, kid? Do you know who we are? Mind your own business. You're dead meat for messing with us." The most hot-headed among them grabbed a bottle and swung it at Zhao Chen's head. But, to his surprise, the bottle vanished from his hand. "Looking for this?" Zhao Chen asked, holding the bottle that had somehow appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he smashed it over the man's head. Blood splattered as screams pierced the night. Zhao Chen, his face expressionless, swiftly dealt with the remaining 2 men, each receiving a lethal blow. His recent foul mood needed an outlet, and these unfortunate souls had walked right into his path. At that moment, a dozen burly bodyguards surged in from all directions, clearly the entourage of those young masters. They glared at Zhao Chen, ready to strike. "Hey handsome, need some help?" A woman lounging in a chair swirled the wine in her glass, a faint smile playing on her lips. Zhao Chen glanced at her, then turned back to the bodyguards, beckoning them with a provocative wave of his finger. The woman's eyes sparkled with interest as she scrutinized Zhao Chen. "Not going to join me for a drink?" They were all eager to have one with me just now. It was then that Zhao Qin noticed her wine glass was empty. She had already drunk the drugged wine without any visible effect. Did you know your drink was spiked? Zhao Qin asked, frowning. The woman only smiled slightly, offering no answer. Though puzzled by her unharmed state, Zhao Qin sensed that she was the real danger here. The young masters were merely her playthings. Sorry for the interruption, Zhao Qin said, turning to leave. The woman watched his retreating figure in surprise. No man had ever walked away from her allure so nonchalantly. Well, except for that one stubborn guy. Thinking of him darkened her mood further. No matter how she tempted or even offered herself, he remained indifferent. Feeling down tonight, she had come out for a drink, temporarily letting her guard down. She had intended to toy with a few rich brats, but found someone else had beaten her to it. Nonetheless, watching someone else do the dirty work was a different kind of fun. Just then, a woman in a waitress uniform approached, carrying a tray of drinks, ignoring the bodyguards sprawled on the ground. My lady, how should we handle this? She asked softly. The woman cast a cold glance at the men on the ground and said indifferently, the families behind these people are already corrupt. Since they've brought this upon themselves, clear them all out. Understood, the waitress replied. And investigate that man's identity for me, the woman added, recalling the distinct man. Dressed in military uniform with concealed rank, his presence here suggested he was a guest at the event. Yet she didn't recognize him. The waitress paused, then whispered a few words in the woman's ear. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Zhao Qin? So it's him. That temper definitely fits someone who would blackmail his superiors on the battlefield to secure better benefits. She stood up saying, clean this place up. I should be heading back. Yes, ma'am. After the woman left, the waitress' face turned icy. These men had no idea whom they had provoked, the secret force trained by the Star Alliance leader himself, tasked with handling the dirtiest jobs for that man. Soon, the beachfront open-air bar was restored to its original state, and the men vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. Zhao Qin rubbed his temples, regretting his rash actions. He shouldn't have been so conspicuous. Even if he wanted to save the woman, there were better ways. But at that moment, his emotions had been magnified, especially the pent-up aggression from recent times. During the fight, he had even felt a few moments of murderous intent, which was unlike him. The only explanation was that woman. Drinking the spiked wine without harm clearly showed she wasn't ordinary. Combined with the peculiar feeling she gave Zhao Qin, she probably possessed some special ability. Unintentionally, she had stirred his emotions, leading to the subsequent events. Zhao Qin sighed, reminding himself to stay calm. Being too flashy could invite trouble. If he got targeted by some family because of the fight, he could only hope they weren't a major family, or that they let it slide for Song Qingshan's sake. Otherwise, he might have to leave the military. Lost in thought, his terminal suddenly chimed with a message from Song Qingshan, reminding him of the banquet time. Zhao Qin replied and followed the directions on his invite to the venue. As he neared the banquet hall, the crowd thickened. Officers in full dress uniforms displayed their medals and honors. Members of prominent families and officials wore lavish attire, many accompanied by family members, subtly seeking marriage alliances. Zhao Qin deactivated the concealment of his rank. Here, a colonel's rank was quite common, with about 3 out of every 10 officers being colonels, and none below the rank of major. He walked silently, trying to blend in. The banquet hall was a massive circular structure, with a spacious central area and a stage, surrounded by 5 or 6 ring-shaped tiers. Zhao Qin's spot was on the 3rd-floor balcony. He looked down at the main area below, where the most distinguished guests gathered. Most of the attendees, like him, were just there to make up the numbers. The Star Alliance leader had yet to appear. As such a significant figure, he was expected to make a grand entrance. Zhao Qin, along with everyone else, waited. Suddenly, all the lights in the hall went out, leaving only a few dim lights. Then, a spotlight illuminated a man slowly walking into the venue. As he walked, he felt a peculiar gaze on him. He looked up towards the 3rd floor and locked eyes with someone. In that instant, it was as if something exploded in both their minds. Zhao Qin held his forehead with one hand, his brows tightly knit. Just a moment ago, he felt as if an electric current had pierced through his mind, causing a sharp pain. Steadying himself, he looked again at the leader of the Star Alliance. The seemingly familiar man continued walking nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. Narrowing his eyes, Zhao Qin's gaze followed the figure. His intuition told him that the peculiar sensation he had just experienced was no coincidence. More importantly, he sensed that his presence in this world, and whether he could return to the world of Xiaolong, was closely tied to this man. He resolved that he must have a face-to-face conversation with him. Unfortunately, with his current rank of colonel, Zhao Qin was not in a position to approach such a high-ranking leader of the Star Alliance. He had to suppress his inner turmoil and patiently wait for the right opportunity. The banquet proceeded as planned. The leader of the Star Alliance stood at the center of attention, first praising the dedication and bravery of the entire alliance in the recent battle. He particularly commended Song Qingshan for his outstanding leadership in a covert operation, even inviting his half-brother to stand beside him, affectionately patting his shoulder as if they were on good terms. Song Qingshan wore a smile, but Zhao Chen keenly detected its insincerity. In fact, the entire hall smiles, laughter, and applause seemed particularly forced. As the clapping and cheering reached a climax, the banquet officially started. Servers moved about with various delicacies, and performances took the stage one after another. Zhao Chen noticed that some people quietly left the hall, including the Star Alliance leader, Song Qingshan, and representatives of major families. He found a corner to stand against the wall and put on a special pair of glasses. In this era, glasses were usually just accessories, but Zhao Chen's were different. Activating the glasses, the lenses displayed a scene only he could see. A private meeting room with 10 chairs arranged around a round table. Zhao Chen's perspective was from one of the chairs. This was a surveillance device he had secretly installed, using technology from AT-6 interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship, far surpassing the current anti-espionage detection capabilities of the Star Alliance. The miniature device was cleverly hidden in Song Qingshan's hair, so small it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. When Song Qingshan got his next haircut, the device would naturally be disposed of, eliminating the need for retrieval or the risk of discovery. With his arms crossed, Zhao Chen carefully observed the 10 people around the table. Besides Song Qingshan, he quickly identified the other 9. At the head of the table sat Song Chun, the leader of the Star Alliance. The rest were representatives of various major families and factions. Song Qingshan represented the Song family, and a woman with an imposing presence wearing glasses was identified by Zhao Chen as Shangguan Qiangwei, eldest daughter of the Shangguan family and the founder of the White Rose military group, which provided significant military support to Song Chun. The other attendees were all leaders of top-tier family factions. Zhao Chen's gaze swept over them, finally resting on one individual, Morong Bo, the head of the Morong family. As a representative of one of the top 3 families in the Star Alliance, Morong Bo was also a leading figure among the conservatives. Although the rise of the White Rose military group had squeezed the Morong family's industries, they had recently shifted focus to military raw materials. Their neutral stance during the Civil War preserved their strength. However, the inevitable conflict of interests placed him at odds with Song Chen. Despite the Star Alliance Council nominally having over 1,000 members, the real power lay with these 10 individuals. They represented the pinnacle of the Star Alliance's power. Their decisions were the will of the Alliance. Do we really have to allocate the resources of the micro-universe at this moment? Song Chun spoke, his expression unreadable. The conservative leaders all turned to Morong Bo, aware that he could no longer remain on the sidelines. Morong Bo slowly said, "It's crucial. Each of our family factions needs to prepare the necessary resources, finances, and materials for constructing the micro-universe. Since it's already in our grasp, we should start the allocation now. This way, the families can be fully prepared. Once the war ends and the micro-universe is ours, we can immediately begin development, converting the resource-rich areas into the raw materials we need. These materials will continuously supply our Star Alliance, providing more starships and ammunition. This will ensure we're well prepared against alien threats and otherworldly challenges. If we don't prepare in advance, we'll waste at least 6 months. You must understand that, in critical times like these, time is everything." Morong Bo's words sounded reasonable and irrefutable. Preparing in advance to develop resources immediately after taking over the micro-universe would indeed save time and rapidly strengthen the Star Alliance. Those unaware of the underlying issues might admire Morong Bo's foresight. However, his words carried hidden implications. He suggested that if the resources of the micro-universe were not allocated now, the families wouldn't be prepared, and any future delays wouldn't be their fault. This, without a doubt, put Song Chun in a difficult position. Zhao Chun stood in the corner of the conference room, squinting slightly, thinking to himself that some sunflower seeds would make this drama even better. This rare spectacle intrigued him, and he was eager to see how Song Chun would handle the situation. From Zhao Chen's perspective, Song Chun had 3 options. The worst option was to confront the conservatives and refuse to allocate resources for the small worlds. This could lead to these families sabotaging the war effort or even cause a rebellion at the rear. The middling option was to agree to their demands for the greater good, which would strengthen the conservatives but at least maintain the current situation. The best option was to agree verbally while secretly planning to eliminate the conservatives at minimal cost, thereby gaining complete control over the Star Alliance. However, this required meticulous preparation and came with significant risk. The heated debate in the conference room continued for a while, and eventually, Song Chun spoke up, agreeing to the conservatives' proposal. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, wondering if Song Chun had chosen the middling option. The subsequent resource allocation discussion was contentious, but they finally reached a compromise that all parties could reluctantly accept. "Ha ha ha, thank you for your trust, leader. We will fully support this war and ensure the Star Alliance fleet swiftly defeats the interdimensional fleet and occupies the small worlds. A conservative member said obsequiously, hinting at their previous lack of full commitment. Song Chun gave them a cold look and pointed to the freshly signed agreement. Don't forget your promises. Orders must be issued today, and all resources must be in place within 3 days. Though he compromised, he made his conditions clear, especially regarding the war resources. Understood. Understood. I'll issue the orders immediately and ensure the resources reach the front lines as soon as possible. A family patriarch quickly promised. After the meeting, Zhao Chen noticed Song Qingshan entering a small adjacent room. Inside were Song Qian, Shangwan Xiangwei, and a familiar figure the mysterious woman Zhao Chun had previously rescued. What do you want from me? Song Qingshan's tone was markedly different from the one he used at the banquet. Song Chun was straightforward. Song Qingshan, I know we don't see eye to eye, but you're one of the few capable and non-decadent direct descendants of the Song family. I won't take over the Song family, but it needs a leader. I hope that person is you. Song Qingshan responded calmly. I'm not interested in the position of the Song family head. Unfazed, Song Chen said, you can refuse. But if the Song family falls into someone else's hands, do you think it has a future? Frowning, Song Qingshan finally sat down and asked, what do you want? Song Chun got straight to the point. I plan to eliminate the major families advocating for the small world resource allocation. Now, aren't you afraid of causing internal strife within the Star Alliance? Song Qingshan asked in surprise. Song Chun explained the necessity of swift action and the spies planted in various families. Song Qingshan, however, doubted the feasibility of the plan, especially mentioning the 3,000 private fleet ships brought by Morong Bo. Song Chen sneered. What if I told you that their discussion with us was a trap and they were actually planning to eliminate me? Song Qingshan stood up abruptly, staring at Song Chun in disbelief. Song Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief, fury boiling in his chest. How dare they? He growled through gritted teeth. In his view, the Star Alliance was now entirely under Song Chen's control. Song Chen directly or indirectly commanded at least 2/3 of the military fleets within the alliance, with nearly 80 of the T5 class starships under his command. Moreover, he controlled about half of the starship production within the Star Alliance. Yet, even under such circumstances, there were those within the alliance plotting to eliminate Song Chen. Song Chen narrowed his eyes, speaking calmly, their thoughts align with mine. In a direct confrontation, they stand no chance. However, if they can swiftly take me out and quickly take over the alliance and the families under my influence, they can become the next rulers of the Star Alliance at minimal cost. Song Qingshan shook his head, speaking in a deep voice, impossible. Even if they have such thoughts, they wouldn't dare act on them. With just their military power. He trailed off, hesitating as he looked at Song Chen. Song Chen shrugged and took over. You've guessed it. Yes, they found collaborators. It's the interstellar forces from the other universe. Colluding with external enemies? Zhao Chen exclaimed in surprise, realizing the situation was more complicated than he had imagined. Song Qingshan's face turned red with anger, his fists clenched. How dare they? In his view, internal family conflicts were understandable, but colluding with external enemies was an unforgivable act of betrayal. At this moment, a beautiful woman beside them spoke up, her voice calm and professional. Our intelligence organization has been monitoring those families. Ever since we discovered the small world and began stationing troops at the border, the forces from the other universe have started infiltrating us. They clearly saw the internal conflicts within our Star Alliance and found a breakthrough with the conservative forces. She presented a detailed dossier, documenting the evidence of collusion between those families and the external enemies, including the number of meetings, dates, and even specific negotiation details. Zhao Chen quickly skimmed through it, understanding why initial cooperation had failed. The conservatives' demands were too high. The woman continued, eventually, both sides secretly reached an agreement. According to our knowledge, an elite fleet of 3,000 T5 starships from the other universe has already infiltrated our universe. Unfortunately, we lost track of them, and their current whereabouts are unknown. She looked at Song Chen with a hint of regret. Song Chen did not blame her but turned his gaze to Song Qingshan. That's already happened. Now, we need to figure out how to respond. Song Qingshan looked at Song Chen in confusion. What do you mean? If you know their plan, just stop it. Song Chen replied slowly, because my plan requires your help. He opened a star map, pointing to an interstellar city at the center. According to our intelligence, this meeting is officially about resource distribution, but in reality, they aim to gather the high-ranking officials of our Star Alliance, including me here. Song Qingshan frowned in thought before saying, attack here? Even if they have 3,000 T5 starships, they can't capture this fortified interstellar city quickly. Even with internal assistance, you could easily summon your fleet and annihilate the enemy. Song Chen shook his head, explaining, the enemy is cautious. The fact that we haven't found that infiltrated fleet shows this. They said they wouldn't execute the plan unless they had a 90 chance of success. Song Qingshan looked at Song Chun in astonishment as the latter spoke coldly. In that case, let's put on a show and make them believe they have a 90 chance of success. Lure the snake out of its hole. Song Qingshan realized, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Based on our understanding, the enemy's current strategy isn't a direct attack on our interstellar city, but rather a more insidious trap. Their true objective is to ambush us halfway, not only targeting me but also the representatives of the powerful families that support me. This is a plot to annihilate us all in one fell swoop, aiming to completely dismantle our forces and pave the way for the conservatives to take over. Song Chun tapped his fingers on the holographic star map, initiating a battle simulation. In the display, a fleet with special markings left the interstellar city, followed by other fleets. En route, the enemy fleet suddenly emerged from the void and launched a fierce attack. However, the situation quickly changed. Near the ambush point, a large number of Star Alliance fleets appeared and obliterated the enemy's starships. Unexpectedly, some fleets bearing the Dark Guard's insignia turned on the conservative fleets and swallowed them whole. A counter trap? Song Qingshan murmured, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Exactly, Song Chun replied with a slight smile. The brilliance of this plan lies in framing the Dark Guard's ambush on the conservative fleets as an enemy action. This not only maintains the stability of the Star Alliance, but also allows us to quickly take over the conservatives' assets while inciting public hatred against the enemy universe. It's a win-win situation. Shangguan Xiangwei, who had been silent, finally spoke up, her eyes filled with concern. But I still think this plan is too risky. Song Chun smiled dismissively. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If I don't personally take action, how will they fall into the trap? Song Qingshan's emotions were clearly stirred, and he urgently asked, wait, can you explain everything first? What exactly do I need to do? The elegant leader of the Dark Guard smiled and explained directly, our plan is straightforward. The first part is to turn the enemy's trap against them. The leader will board his flagship, accompanied by the usual 300 starships, and head to the destination as per the original plan. Only the Star Alliance Council's upper echelons are aware of this journey. She emphasized the last sentence, implying that the conservatives would also be informed. The enemy will undoubtedly ambush us. We not only need to eliminate these enemies and thwart the conservatives' plans, but also perform flawlessly. To avoid alerting them, we can't mobilize the frontline Star Alliance fleets. Currently, your fleet is the only suitable option. You've just been promoted, and now command a fleet of 30,000 ships. Isn't that right, Major General? The Dark Guard leader looked directly at Song Qingshan. Song Chun continued, I will issue an order in advance for you to lead your fleet to a battlefield in a neighboring small world. In reality, a group of T6 phantasms will be waiting along your route. Once the plan begins, these T6 phantasms will transport your fleet to the designated battlefield. The Dark Guard will provide specific coordinates. When the ambush starts, I will send a distress signal. Only then will the other Star Alliance fleets begin to support us, but their arrival will be slow. Your task is either to destroy all enemy ships or to protect the high-ranking family members, including myself, until the Star Alliance reinforcements arrive and annihilate the enemy. Song Qingshan looked surprised again and asked Song Chun, why did you choose me? Because you're trustworthy, Song Chun replied candidly. To be honest, before the Star Alliance civil war, the Dark Guard conducted a thorough investigation of the entire Song family. I have a file here that includes your information. Among the Song family members, you scored the highest. Although I don't like being associated with the Song family, I use my father's surname for the greater good. But one day, I will change it back. So, as I said before, the Song family needs an heir, and you are my preferred candidate. Moreover, your capabilities and the fact that you're the only unobtrusive military force I can mobilize make you perfect. The Star Alliance's upper echelons know you don't get along with me, so they would never suspect you're part of this plan. Song Qingshan was silent for a long time, then looked at Song Chun with a calm gaze. You trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I might betray you? If I let you die and then take action, I could use the Song family to rise to power and become the Star Alliance leader. You won't, Song Chun said firmly, with just 2 words. Song Qingshan wanted to argue, but swallowed his words. Fine, I agree. But if you die, don't blame me, Song Qingshan said coldly. Song Chun smiled and picked up the wine glass on the table. Then I'll leave it to you, my dear brother. Song Qingshan didn't touch the glass and turned to leave, ending the secret meeting. Shortly after, Song Qingshan appeared before Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun stood up in surprise. General? Zhao Chun, I have something to ask of you, Song Qingshan said. Zhao Chun stood before the Black Rose 01, his gaze sweeping across the jet black paint and intricate black rose patterns on the hull. This quasi-T6 Black Rose-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser wasn't just the strongest starship currently in service with the Star Alliance. It was also the key to Song Chen's victory in the Star Alliance civil war. As the flagship of the Alliance leader, Its special status was beyond question. As Zhao Chun was lost in thoughts about this legendary ship, a senior officer in full colonel uniform descended the gangway, his sharp eyes locking onto Zhao Chun. Are you Colonel Zhao Chun? Zhao Chun straightened his posture. Yes, that's me. The colonel's face remained expressionless. Please present your ID card. Zhao Chun retrieved his ID card from his pocket and handed it over. The colonel scanned it carefully, his expression softening slightly as he returned the card and saluted Zhao Chun. Don't mind, it's just protocol, the colonel explained with a faint smile. Given the Black Rose's significance, all personnel boarding the ship must undergo strict identity verification. Zhao Chun nodded in understanding. The colonel continued, one last question. Are you carrying any weapons? Zhao Chun revealed the hilt of his lightsaber from his waist. Just this. A flicker of surprise crossed the colonel's eyes. Is this the legendary lightsaber you used to slay an alien species barehanded after jumping from 10,000 meters? Zhao Chun smiled modestly. Just a coincidence. All right, you may keep that weapon with you. The colonel gestured invitingly. You can board the ship now. Please follow me. Zhao Chun followed the colonel up the gangway, recalling the mission given to him an hour ago by Song Qingshan. To serve aboard the Black Rose 01, take full command of all interstellar fighters, and ensure Song Chen's safety under any circumstances. Song Qingshan had looked stern as he clapped Zhao Chun on the shoulder. I don't like Song Chen much, but I have to admit, the future of the Star Alliance depends on him. I'm counting on you. He then personally contacted Song Chen, making this single request. After a moment's hesitation and inquiring about Zhao Chen's credentials, Song Chen agreed. Song Qingshan had warned, remember, I'm lending him to you. When this mission is over, you must return him to me. The colonel's voice pulled Zhao Chun back to the present. Colonel Zhao, I'll take you directly to the Black Rose 01's fighter hangar. Understood, Zhao Chun replied. As they walked, the colonel explained, here are all the data and details on the Black Rose 01's fighter combat modules. From now on, you can access all related areas, including interstellar fighters and drones, using your ID card and have full command over them. No one except the leader himself can override your orders. The colonel's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, clearly puzzled by this arrangement. However, as it was a direct order from the leader, he dared not question it. Zhao Chun skimmed through the data as they walked. The Black Rose, being a comprehensive heavy battlecruiser, sacrificed some speed for more space, accommodating interstellar missile launchers, ammunition, and a vast number of fighters and drones. According to the data, the Black Rose housed 3,000 interstellar fighters and 100,000 interstellar drones. Although fewer in number than those on a carrier starship, these were specially designed Quasi-T6 Rose Night-class fighters and Quasi-T6 Rose Fairy-class drones, the only T6 level combat units in the Star Alliance. Soon, they arrived at a massive door. The colonel stopped. We're here. As Zhao Chun stepped through the door, he immediately felt several pairs of eyes on him. The colonel whispered in his ear, the Black Rose 01 isn't a carrier starship, so it's used less frequently. However, the fighter pilots here are special, with many being strategically placed individuals. They're a proud bunch, but don't worry, their identities have been thoroughly vetted. Zhao Chun thanked the colonel for the heads-up and began contemplating how to establish his authority quickly. He realized that although the squadron leaders had been informed of his appointment, none had come to greet him, indicating their reluctance to accept this sudden new superior. Raising his hand, Zhao Chun used his credentials to open the comms channel for the entire fleet. His voice calm yet commanding. All crew members and ground personnel assemble at the entrance of Hangar 1 within 10 minutes. Latecomers will face severe consequences. Zhao Chun's orders suddenly appeared before the crew members and ground staff, with video windows flashing urgent directives. A colonel nearby watched Zhao Chun with interest, understanding that this was the new officer's way of asserting authority. He had initially thought Zhao Chun would take a gradual approach, first building rapport with his subordinates. Instead, Zhao Chun opted for a more direct and forceful method. Zhao Chun understood the importance of a gradual approach and was reluctant to interfere too much. However, he knew what was coming. The starship would soon act as bait and face enemy attacks. Before that happened, he needed to establish control over his team decisively. Footsteps echoed through the hangars as nearly 10,000 crew members and ground personnel quickly assembled. They formed small formations, creating an impressive spectacle. Zhao Chun's choice of a 10-minute assembly time was significant. It was the standard time for emergency situations in the Star Alliance and a mandatory test for every military academy graduate. As the time expired, Zhao Chun activated surveillance robots to scan the personnel present. The robots quickly reported the results. 3 members of the first flight squadron were absent, including their leader, Chao Bing. The second flight squadron ground crew first shift. The list of absentees was rapidly compiled. At that moment, a figure walked in from the door behind Zhao Chun, hands in pockets, ignoring Zhao Chun and heading straight to his squad. Zhao Chun immediately ordered all absentees to gather in front of him. A red window popped up in front of the person walking with hands in pockets, and a voice announced, First Squadron Leader Chao Bing, you have been marked absent for failing to assemble on time. Report to the flight commander immediately. Chao Bing did not turn around, merely scoffing. Zhao Chen's voice echoed through the communication channel again. Anyone not in front of me within 1 minute will be removed from the starship's combat roster. This declaration stunned everyone present, including the colonel. Chao Bing's expression wavered, unsure if it was just a bluff. Other latecomers hurried to Zhao Chen, and nearly 100 people eventually stood before him. Chao Bing reluctantly joined them. As the minute was about to end, another figure sauntered in, a cigarette in his mouth. Sorry, I was walking slowly, he said, looking defiantly at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen remained unfazed, pulling up personnel information. Deputy leader of the 5th Flight Squadron, Lu Gaoqiang, rank 2nd Lieutenant, he announced. Effective immediately, Lu Gaoqiang is stripped of all duties and removed from the Red Rose 1. Lu Gaoqiang was stunned. He pointed angrily at Zhao Chen. Hey, are you kidding me? Just for being a little late. You're stripping me of my rank? Do you know who I am? Who my family is? You dare. Zhao Chen coldly broke Lu Gaoqiang's finger. Lu Gaoqiang screamed and fell to his knees. Insubordination is an additional offense, Zhao Chen said icily. Take him away. Several soldiers immediately dragged Lu Gaoqiang out of the hangar. Turning to the other latecomers, Zhao Chen ordered, all remaining latecomers, run 10 laps around Hangar 1. Rest after you're done. The punishment drew gasps from the crowd. 1 lap around Hangar 1 was 10 kilometers, making 10 laps 100 kilometers. Chao Bing couldn't hold back and protested. I object. Just for being a little late. We have to run 100 kilometers. Zhao Chen was resolute. Objection overruled. As soldiers, time is always of the essence. As a squad leader, you should know that. And as your superior, if I order you to run 100 kilometers, you must comply. Unless, of course, you want to end up like that guy. Chao Bing's face shifted through various emotions before he finally said, your rank may be higher, and soldiers must obey orders. But here, strength also commands respect. How do I know you have what it takes to be our commander? Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. I like your attitude. How about a challenge, then? If I win, you won't have to run. But if you lose, you run 200 kilometers. A 100-kilometer distance is already daunting. But 200 kilometers could send even these seasoned soldiers to the infirmary. Chao Bing retorted indignantly, this isn't fair. If I lose, I have to run 200 kilometers. But if you lose, you just cancel the punishment. Zhao Chen sneered, his gaze sharp as he looked at Chao Bing. He pointed to his own rank insignia, then to Chao Bing's, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Fair? You dare talk to me about fairness given your rank? I could simply enforce the punishment without this bet. Wouldn't that be fairer? Chao Bing fell silent for a moment, a struggle flashing in his eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, fine, I accept the bet. Get the interstellar combat simulators ready. We'll live stream it, so no one can say I bullied you. Zhao Chen slowly removed his military jacket and tossed it to a nearby subordinate. Noticing a senior officer still standing there, he asked politely, Sir, is there something else? The senior officer made no attempt to hide his curiosity. I'm just here to see how this bet unfolds. It's common for new leaders to make a strong impression, but such a tense confrontation is rare. He glanced at Chao Bing, who was hurrying away to prepare, and added, just a heads up, Chao Bing is backed by a second-tier military manufacturing family specializing in interstellar fighters and drones. He's been around this equipment his whole life and is considered the top pilot on this ship. Be careful. A confident smirk appeared on Zhao Chen's face. I'm here to take down the top pilot. Just then, a soldier ran over to report that the interstellar combat simulators were ready. These simulators were highly realistic cockpits that could perfectly replicate the conditions of space combat, including gravitational changes and their physiological effects on pilots, making them almost indistinguishable from actual combat. Zhao Chen settled into the cockpit and casually said to Chao Bing in the adjacent simulator, you choose the battle map. Chao Bing's face twitched as he calculated his odds. The choice of battle map was crucial. Familiarity with the terrain could increase his chances by 30. He hadn't expected Zhao Chen to be so arrogant as to let him choose. Fine, don't say I bullied you. Let's go with random. He pressed the random selection button. A battle map quickly appeared before them and was also displayed to the livestream audience. Gasps erupted from the crowd. No way. It's the Interstellar Sea City. This is Chao Bing's specialty. If I remember correctly, his win rate on this map is 100. Chao Bing couldn't hide his smugness as he taunted Zhao Chen. Sir, the Interstellar Sea City is my most familiar battlefield. Want to switch? No need, let's go with it. Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, then closed the transparent cockpit canopy. Chao Bing gritted his teeth, thinking, just wait until you lose. He quickly entered his own cockpit and prepared for battle. The senior officer watched the Interstellar Sea City battlefield on the screen. This complex battleground, set against the backdrop of the Sea City's ring, was a classic in interstellar combat. Both pilots were flying near T-6 Rose Night-class interstellar fighters. The senior officer frowned slightly, recalling that Zhao Chun seemed to lack real combat experience with this model. If he lost, it would undoubtedly undermine his authority. However, the ensuing battle defied all expectations. In just 3 minutes, the blue fighter was destroyed. As the cockpit canopy opened, Chao Bing sat there, stunned and rigid. Zhao Chun, unfazed, glanced around at the shocked crowd. Anyone else not convinced can challenge me. This is your only chance. But if you fail, it's an extra 50 kilometers. The battle map and fighter model will be your choice. His words instantly ignited the pride of many present. These interstellar fighter pilots were all proud and ambitious. With someone trampling on their pride like this, how could they swallow their anger? One more round, Chao Bing shouted. His face flushed as he screamed with all his might, if I lose, I'll run 300 kilometers. Zhao Chen silently closed his cockpit canopy, and Chao Bing quickly followed. The second round began and ended even faster. Chao Bing lost in just 2 minutes. Again. Chao Bing's hands trembled as he kept his head down. Zhao Chen silently agreed. Third round, 1 minute 50 seconds, Chao Bing lost. Fourth round, 1 minute 45 seconds, Chao Bing lost. Fifth round, 1 minute 43 seconds, Chao Bing lost. Again. Chao Bing was nearly hysterical, soaked in sweat from the intense battles. Zhao Chen calmly ordered, "Help your captain Chao Bing to his quarters." The first squad immediately stepped forward to support the trembling Chao Bing. "Anyone else want to try?" Zhao Chen asked again, his voice low but seemingly striking at the core of the crowd. At that moment, a deputy captain who had arrived late raised his hand. Round 6, 2 minutes and 18 seconds, Zhao Chen wins. Round 7, 2 minutes and 31 seconds, Zhao Chen wins. Round 8, 1 minute and 55 seconds, Zhao Chen wins. Inside the simulator cockpit, Zhao Chen remained as steady as a rock, while his opponents left one after another, dejected. As time went on, a peculiar atmosphere spread through the hangar. Every 3 minutes, a pilot would leave the cockpit with their head hung low, only to be immediately replaced by the next eager challenger. However, the outcome was always the same. Zhao Chun won overwhelmingly. Zhao Chen's piloting skills were masterful. No matter the combat map, he navigated with ease and precision. Everyone present couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the newly appointed squadron leader, leaving no room for doubt about his abilities. Now, everyone's curiosity shifted to a new question. How many rounds could this squadron leader win consecutively? People began to whisper. He's already won 15 rounds straight. That's more than our average number of sorties. Look at him. He hasn't even broken a sweat. Eventually, after the 18th round, no one dared to challenge him anymore. Zhao Chen stood up from the cockpit, looked around, and asked coldly, "Anyone else not convinced?" Silence. Zhao Chen's gaze swept over those who had just been defeated by him, especially focusing on Chao Bing, who stood there pale and despondent. "According to the earlier punishment, all of you must now run laps around the main hangar," Zhao Chen ordered. Nearly 100 people silently began their punitive run. Some were relatively lucky, needing to run just 50 kilometers. Others had to run 150 kilometers. All eyes were on Chao Bing, speculating how far he would have to run. When a teammate tried to plead on Chao Bing's behalf, Chao Bing shouted angrily, "Shut up," and then joined the running group in silence. Zhao Chun turned to the remaining personnel, all squad leaders and deputy squad leaders not being punished, as well as the heads of the ground crew. "Report to my office. The rest are dismissed." With that, Zhao Chun prepared to leave. He noticed a colonel still present and smiled. "Sorry, I have some matters to attend to." The colonel praised him repeatedly. "No problem, no problem. Watching your performance today, Colonel Zhao, was truly impressive. You're indeed a battle hero who can rise through the ranks in a single battle." With that, the colonel reluctantly left. Zhao Chen headed to his office, while those required to meet him hurried to get there, anxious not to be late. Meanwhile, on the bridge, Song Chun was handling official duties. When the colonel returned, he reported the events in the hangar. Song Chun looked surprised. "Is he really that good?" The colonel replied, "Yes. I think he wants to establish his authority, but I'm not sure why he's in such a hurry. Using such a method is risky. Although he succeeded, if he had failed, his credibility here would be completely shattered." Song Chun frowned slightly, pondering Zhao Chen's urgency. He wondered if Zhao Chen had somehow learned about their upcoming battle plan, but it seemed unlikely. An officer approached Song Chun and reported, "Sir, we've set the departure time. We're scheduled to leave in 3 hours." Song Chun nodded, looked at the star map, and instructed, "Report our route to the Star Alliance. Inform them that we are heading to Command Post 3 on the front lines to oversee the upcoming offensive against the microgalaxy." Song Chun recalled the strange feeling he had when he made eye contact with Zhao Chun at the banquet. Although he had investigated Zhao Chen's background and found everything normal except for his sudden display of extraordinary talent, he felt a desire to meet this ace pilot. However, as the leader of the Star Alliance, it would be unusual to meet a colonel at this time. Song Chun decided to wait until after the battle plan was completed. Sitting in the captain's chair, he gazed deeply at the star map. If this operation succeeded, he would fully control the forces within the Star Alliance and gain the microworld. In the future, he planned to invade the opposing universe to prepare for the impending catastrophe, even if it meant becoming an invader. In Hangar 1, the once bustling crowd of punished runners gradually thinned out, leaving only one solitary figure continuing to run. That was Chao Bing, who had received the harshest punishment. Despite his heavy steps, he persisted. The deputy leader of the first squad finally couldn't hold back and rushed to Zhao Chen's office. Hesitating for a moment at the door, he knocked and entered. "Commander," the deputy's voice carried a plea, "Captain Xiaobing was indeed disrespectful to you before, but he's already run 200 kilometers. If this continues, it might be life-threatening." Zhao Chen looked up, his gaze calm as he regarded the deputy. With today's technology, running won't kill anyone. The deputy wanted to say more, but Zhao Chen's cold stare silenced him. Everyone must be accountable for their choices. Zhao Chen's voice was devoid of emotion. Even Captain Xiaobing. The deputy clenched his teeth, unwillingly turning to leave. "You can notify the medical team," Zhao Chen suddenly spoke. "Have someone monitor him. If Xiaobing faints, send him for treatment immediately. But the remaining distance must be completed next time." Relieved by these words, the deputy quickly went to make arrangements. Eventually, after nearly 300 kilometers of continuous running, Captain Xiaobing collapsed from exhaustion. Fortunately, the medical team swiftly intervened, using a mechanical stretcher to transport him to the treatment chamber, where he would fully recover in half an hour. This incident caused quite a stir aboard the Black Rose 1. Within a few hours, all the starfighter pilots and ground crew had developed a newfound respect for their newly appointed commander. Soon, the squads began familiarizing themselves with a new training method, primarily involving formation drills. For these elite forces, mastering the new techniques was not difficult and took only a few hours. However, everyone speculated about why the commander demanded proficiency in such a short time. Suddenly, the ship-wide announcement echoed. "Prepare for departure in 10 minutes. This routine notice went largely unnoticed by most departments, with personnel continuing their tasks as usual. But Zhao Chen knew that this departure signaled the start of an operation. Zhao Chen moved to the department's only window, from which he could see the massive fleet docked outside. This was Song Chen's personal guard fleet, consisting of 300 starships, including 5 quasi-T6 Black Rose-class heavy star battlecruisers, with the rest being T5 class starships. Such a formation was enough to intimidate any enemy, even outmatching 3,000 conventional starships. Yet Zhao Chen understood that any enemy daring to challenge Song Chen's guard fleet would be well prepared. The question remained where they would choose to ambush. Opening the star map, Zhao Chen reviewed the route for this voyage. Through a spy device previously placed on Song Qingshan, he had already obtained the route. He quickly marked 3 potential ambush points on the map, labeling them as points 1, 2, and 3 based on their distance. While point 1 had the most advantages, it was too close. Point 3, the farthest, was the least likely choice. The middle point 2 seemed the most probable. Zhao Chen memorized these locations and then issued an order to the flight squadron. Conduct a combat simulation in 30 minutes. This order was only communicated to the squad leaders and their deputies. At this moment, the first flight squad's Chao Bing had just regained consciousness. He threw off the blanket covering him, his expression serious. Though his body had recovered, his legs still felt weak when they touched the ground. "Captain, the doctor said you need more rest," the deputy quickly advised. "I still owe him 150 kilometers. I must finish it," Chao Bing stubbornly replied, trying to get up. The deputy held him back, explaining. "The commander said that you do need to make up the distance. But now that the starship has departed and we're in a level 3 state of readiness, he doesn't want a squad captain to be too exhausted to pilot a fighter. So, your punishment is postponed until our next port call." Hearing this, Chao Bing paused, then reluctantly sat back down. Just then, Zhao Chen's order for combat training came through. "Why so many orders?" the deputy grumbled. "It's only been a few hours, and now another combat simulation." Chao Bing defended Zhao Chen. It's what he should do. As a newly appointed, parachute-in flight commander, he must quickly familiarize himself with his team and understand their combat readiness. "Captain, why are you defending him? If it weren't for him, you would have been the commander," the deputy protested. Chao Bing replied calmly. "The position of commander belongs to the capable. He's better than all of us, so he deserves the role. As subordinates, we should follow his orders. Now, enough talk. Prepare for the simulation in half an hour. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of our commander again. Once is enough." Half an hour later, the entire flight squadron was alerted by the battle alarm. This alert was limited to the flight squadron and starfighter-related departments, unknown to other departments. This was the prerogative of the highest commander, allowing for impromptu combat simulations to maintain readiness. Immediately, the flight squadron's pilots and ground crew sprang into action. They quickly aligned all starfighters in launch sequence, elevating the first sequence fighters to the combat hangar, ready for deployment. Simultaneously, the neighboring star drones were also placed on alert. Starfighter pilots, fully suited, waited in their respective lounges, ready to engage in the simulated battle at a moment's notice. Report, all departments have assembled and are ready for action. A young officer stood beside Zhao Chun, his posture straight and eyes filled with a mix of tension and anticipation. This officer was Zhao Qin's carefully selected adjutant. Zhao Qin glanced at his watch, which read 9 minutes and 35 seconds. He nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Looks like they finally understand the importance of time, Zhao Qin thought with a cold smile. Not long ago, many had deliberately arrived late to give him a hard time. Now, having witnessed his capabilities, they dared not pull any more stunts. Relay my orders, Zhao Chun said sternly. All departments are dismissed for now. But be aware, I will conduct unscheduled combat simulations in the coming days. Stay on high alert. Yes, sir. The adjutant responded, then turned to convey the orders. Zhao Chun turned to the holographic star map, focusing on the first high-risk ambush point the fleet had just passed. He calculated silently. The true purpose of this combat simulation was to ensure that the starfighter and drone units could enter combat mode in the shortest time possible in the event of an ambush. If no ambush occurred, it would serve as a training exercise. If they did encounter an attack, they would be ready to respond swiftly. As time ticked by, the entire flight squadron was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, as if an invisible sword hung over their heads. Although some privately grumbled about the seemingly unnecessary drills, none dared to openly question Zhao Qin's decisions given his demonstrated competence. Just as everyone thought it was a false alarm, a piercing siren echoed through the starship. The flight squads and drone units quickly went into combat readiness, with team members rushing to their respective quarters. In the first squad's quarters, Captain Chao Bing frowned at 3 tardy team members. Hold it, he barked. What's the meaning of this? The assembly time was 10 minutes, you are 8 seconds late. One of them explained reluctantly, we were in the dining hall when the alarm sounded and came immediately. But we ran into another department on break, and the corridor was blocked. We didn't do it on purpose. Besides, the squadron leader is clearly messing with us with these drills. And we were only 8 seconds late. The other 2 nodded in agreement, looking equally aggrieved. Captain Chaobing was furious. He kicked each of them hard and scolded. Blocked? Eating? That's your excuse for being late? Do you know what 8 seconds can mean in real combat? It could be the difference between your comrades getting support or being destroyed by the enemy. The 3 could only hang their heads and take the reprimand silently. Meanwhile, Zhao Qin's adjutant rushed over to report, Sir, all squads have assembled. However, 3 squads were late, though by less than 20 seconds. 20 seconds? Zhao Qin frowned and ordered, broadcast the names of these late squads across the ship. Yes, sir. The adjutant replied and went to carry out the order. Just as Zhao Chun thought this was another drill, the ship's alarm blared loudly. The adjutant ran back in a panic. Commander, this isn't a drill. It's a real combat alert. Zhao Chun had already sensed something was off because he had just received combat orders from the bridge. He decisively commanded, transmit my orders. Execute the planned combat operations. All flight squads prepare for takeoff and deploy the drones. After the adjutant left, Zhao Chun quietly accessed the ship's system backend to pull up some critical data. He focused on the battlefield star map and noticed several red circles ahead of the escort fleet. Stealth space mines? Zhao Chun saw the term in a report. It was clear that the forward fleet had hit enemy-deployed stealth mines. These were T5-level high-tech weapons, similar to traditional mines but rare in space combat due to their high cost and limited stealth duration. Effective use required precise knowledge of the enemy's route and timing. With insider information from Song Chun, the enemy had easily obtained these crucial details. In this ambush, nearly 30 escort fleet starships suffered varying degrees of damage. The energy shields of 5 Vanguard ships were depleted, and 1 ship's hull was damaged. At the same time, a large number of enemy starships, over 1,000, suddenly appeared. All were T5 level or higher, including nearly 30 of the enemy's most powerful quasi-T6 Catawil-class medium battleships, 6 times the number of similar ships in Song Chen's fleet. It seems the enemy is well prepared and aiming to eliminate Song Chen, Zhao Chen thought. Song Qingshan, you've given me quite the challenging task. He quickly left his office and headed to the operations hangar. The hangar was already bustling, with starfighters beginning to take off. Zhao Chen approached his starfighter, and his adjutant hurried over. Commander, are you going out too? I'm a pilot. What else would I do? Zhao Chen retorted. But commanders usually stay in the rear to direct the battle. If you're not here, the adjutant said worriedly. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. I've given all the necessary instructions. Handle the rest. If you're unsure about something, contact me. That's it. With that, Zhao Chen put on his helmet, closed the cockpit, and prepared to dive into the intense battle that was about to unfold. Zhao Chun piloted the Rose Knight-class T-6 starfighter into the sky. Despite it being his first live combat mission with this craft, his extensive knowledge of its capabilities and several simulated cockpit training sessions made him feel at ease. Colonel Zhao, your mission is to secure the airspace around the Black Rose 1. Do not allow any enemy starfighters or drones to threaten our airspace. The command from the bridge came through clearly in his headset. Zhao Chen couldn't help but compare the situation to Song Qingshan's strategy, which heavily emphasized the role of starfighters. Here, starfighters and drones played more of a supporting role. Understood, he replied succinctly, relieved that he didn't have to take on unnecessary risks. All units, execute Plan C, Zhao Chen ordered through the command channel, also instructing the drone management department, all drones are to remain on standby. Do not deploy without my command. Yes, sir. After confirming the orders, Zhao Chen and his team entered a waiting state. He took this opportunity to observe the unfolding ambush. Despite the ambush, Song Chun was well prepared. At the first sign of trouble, he activated a pre-established battle plan. 300 starships quickly formed a triangular defense formation, with crucial ships like carriers positioned in the inner layer, protected by destroyers and frigates on the outer perimeter. This was undoubtedly the best possible response under the circumstances. Even with 1,000 starships, the enemy would find it extremely difficult to break through this defense in a short period. Immediately relay our situation, Song Chun ordered decisively from the bridge. However, bad news quickly followed. Sir, powerful long-range communication jammers have been detected. We can't send out a distress signal, the communications officer reported anxiously. Song Chen's face darkened, but he had anticipated this. Notify the stealth reconnaissance ships to move beyond the enemy's jamming range and send out our coordinates and situation report. Yes, sir. However, another unexpected event occurred. A series of explosions erupted in the seemingly empty space, revealing the previously hidden reconnaissance ships. Sir, all 5 of our stealth reconnaissance ships have been attacked and exposed. They can't carry out the original plan. Staring at the star map, Song Chun saw that the 5 stealth ships were indeed compromised. Even more surprising, the attackers were starships equipped with advanced anti-stealth technology. It seems the enemy was well prepared, he thought to himself. Nevertheless, Song Chun had a backup plan. He and Song Qingshan had agreed that if no contact was made within a specific time frame, it would indicate an attack and communication blackout. Though Song Qingshan wouldn't know their exact coordinates, he could estimate the general area and conduct a blind spatial jump followed by a thorough search. Hold your positions. We can endure until reinforcements arrive. Song Chun encouraged his troops. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen also noticed the anti-stealth starships. These rare vessels, though capable of stealth themselves, were seldom developed due to their high cost and low return. They were only valuable against enemies with superior stealth technology. Zhao Chen recalled that when the Xiaolong Legion first rose to power, other factions had attempted to develop anti-stealth ships but often lagged behind Xiaolong's stealth reconnaissance ships. Eventually, Zhao Chen acquired all related research facilities exclusively for Xiaolong. Suddenly, Zhao Chen received intel from his backdoor access to the bridge that long-range communications were being jammed. He frowned, realizing this would significantly delay reinforcements. At that moment, several light circles appeared at the far ends of the battlefield. Zhao Chen's heart sank. The worst-case scenario had materialized. These lights were the engine glows of starships, unmistakably from the Star Alliance. The ships didn't even bother to hide their identification numbers, and Zhao Chen immediately recognized their affiliations. These are from the Morong family's Blizzard Fleet, the Tang family's Tiger Roar Fleet, and the Cheng family's Double Axe Fleet. The deputy captain exclaimed. Song Chen sneered. These guys aren't hiding anything. They're ready to go all out. 2,000 starships against 300, even elite forces would struggle to hold on. Song Chen's fleet was in grave danger. Sir, I have an idea. One of his subordinates hesitated to speak. As Zhao Chen pondered how Song Chen and his higher-ups would handle the current situation, an electronic window suddenly popped up in front of him. To his surprise, the person contacting him was the colonel from the last time. Colonel Zhao Chun, I have an urgent combat mission for you, the colonel said with a grave expression. Our fleet has been ambushed by the enemy, and our communications are jammed. We can't send out distress signals or coordinates. Even our stealth reconnaissance ships have been shot down and are unable to leave the combat zone. I need you to organize a squadron of fighter jets to break through the blockade and send out a distress signal from an interference-free area. The importance of this mission cannot be overstated. Do you understand? Zhao Chun cursed the absurdity of the mission inwardly but replied calmly, Understood. I know the mission is tough, but it concerns the safety of the leader's fleet. I'm counting on you. The colonel saluted. I've seen your capabilities firsthand, and both the leader and I have recommended you for this mission. Suppressing the urge to punch someone, Zhao Chen regretted showcasing his skills earlier. After a brief response, He cut off the communication and contacted the 1st, 3rd, and 6th flight squads. Assemble immediately for an urgent mission. Simultaneously, he ordered the drone department to deploy 10,000 Rose Ferry-class interstellar drones. The squad leaders were shocked upon hearing the news. The 3rd squad leader blurted out, "You want us to break through and send a distress signal? That's a suicide mission." 1st squad leader Chao Bing suspected Zhao Chun of settling personal scores. However, Zhao Chun promptly stated, "I will personally lead this mission." He also assigned the 2nd squad leader to stay behind and command the mothership. With no more objections, everyone sprang into action. Soon, nearly 1,000 Rose Knight-class fighter jets and 10,000 drones were assembled. Zhao Chun ordered, "Execute C5 combat flight sequence, heading at 70 speed." This unusual command left everyone puzzled. As they approached the combat zone, Zhao Chun suddenly ordered, "All units, change direction to full speed ahead." Everyone realized this was a feint maneuver. The enemy fleet quickly dispatched numerous fighter jets to intercept. Zhao Chun calmly commanded, "Full speed ahead, follow my lead." He directed the drones to intercept the enemy in waves, while piloting his own jet to break through. Chao Bing watched in astonishment as Zhao Chun simultaneously commanded the fighter jets and 3,000 drones, as if orchestrating a complex symphony. Despite facing a numerically superior enemy, Zhao Chun remained unflustered, directing the interstellar battle with the grace of an elegant pianist. The T-6 Rose Ferry-class intercept drones were like moths to a flame. Though they managed to intercept the enemy fighters, they were gradually destroyed. The loss of 10,000 drones signaled that Zhao Chun's squad was weakening. Still no contact with the outside? Zhao Chun turned to ask Chao Bing. Sweat beaded on Chao Bing's forehead as he shook his head. "No, still nothing. Keep flying." Zhao Chun commanded firmly. Chao Bing felt uneasy and voiced his concern. "Captain, we're already far from the mothership. With the losses we've taken, even if we reach an area where we can contact the outside, we might not make it back safely." Zhao Chun's face was grave as he replied, "We have no choice. Retreating now might get us back to the mothership, but the enemy will be prepared for a second strike. Completing the mission then will be even harder, and the cost will be much higher. We only have one chance at this mission. We must send out the distress signal and coordinates no matter what." Hearing this, even the usually proud Chao Bing couldn't help but feel respect for their paratroop captain. He thought to himself, no wonder the higher-ups chose this man as their captain. Not only did he have exceptional piloting skills, but his resolve was unwavering. "Yes, sir." Chao Bing responded through gritted teeth. The squad continued forward, but more enemy fighters were closing in. Despite deploying the drone swarm, they couldn't slow the enemy's pursuit. Zhao Chun took a deep breath and spoke sternly. "Chao Bing, Zhao Ying, Li Sinan, you 3 squad leaders, start drawing names from your subunits. The chosen flight groups will cover us and work with the drones to hold off the pursuers." The 3 squad leaders were shaken, knowing this meant a one-way ticket. Zhao Chun continued, "You've heard of General Song Qingshan's previous covert strike mission, right? The pilots who sacrificed themselves in that mission received substantial compensation. I promise the same for the warriors who undertake this task. You have 1 minute to assign the mission. Start with the 1st squad, then the 3rd, and the 5th. If we don't complete the task after 3 rounds, keep drawing." Only then did everyone realize that their captain was the legendary ace pilot and combat commander, Zhao Chun. "Yes, sir." The 3 squad leaders responded in unison and began issuing orders to their 10 subunits, emphasizing Zhao Chun's promise of substantial compensation. The pilots, who had been filled with dread at the thought of a suicide mission, now seemed to have a spark of determination in their eyes. Quickly, the squads began drawing lots. Each squad had 300 starfighter drones, divided into 10 groups of 30. Though not numerous, each was a formidable T-6 Rose Knight-class starfighter. "First squad, 3rd combat group, prepare to intercept," Chao Bing announced. 3rd combat group, acknowledged. The group leader shouted back, ordering a deceleration and turn. 1,000 drones followed closely. With the support of the starfighters, the drones' combat effectiveness improved, temporarily holding off the pursuers. But this was only a stalling tactic, and soon this wave of interceptors was depleted. 3rd squad, Zhao Chun began, but the 3rd squad leader interrupted. 3rd squad, 8th combat group, engage." "Yes, sir." The 8th group's leader, eyes welling with emotion, was a young man whose courage was evident. Seeing the leader's expression, the 3rd squad leader barked, "Don't act like a coward. If you're in the starfighter team, be ready to sacrifice at any moment." The group leader looked at his commander and whispered, "Brother, if you make it back, take care of our mom. Tell her I was transferred to a faraway galaxy." Zhao Chun watched this scene impassively. He knew the background of each person and understood the bond between these brothers. Sending a brother off to die was undeniably brutal. After the 3rd squad came the 5th. As the first round neared its end, with less than 3,000 drones left and the return path growing increasingly uncertain, good news finally arrived. "We've made contact. I've made contact." Chao Bing exclaimed, practically leaping with excitement. Stop wasting time and report our situation. Request immediate assistance and send multiple coordinates to ensure accuracy. Zhao Chen ordered. Yes, sir. Aboard the Black Rose 1 flagship's bridge, a senior officer reported excitedly, the strike squad has sent a signal, successfully transmitting the distress call. Song Chun watched the screen, where the lights of the distant starfighters blinked in a predetermined pattern, the signal Zhao Chun had arranged before departure. This Zhao Chun is impressive, breaking through multiple enemy interceptions, the senior officer praised. They've broken through, but whether they can return. Song Chen's expression was grave, his eyes fixed on the lone squad. The senior officer fell silent. Indeed, with only about 800 T6 Rose Knight-class starfighters and less than 2,000 drones remaining, breaking through the enemy lines again seemed uncertain. They could offer little help. Report, Captain. All distress signals and coordinates have been sent. Chao Bing excitedly informed Zhao Chun, his eyes gleaming with the joy of finally being able to return home. However, Zhao Chen's expression was unusually grim. A deep seriousness reflected in his eyes. He knew all too well that the real test was just beginning. Zhao Chen ordered in a deep voice, relay my command. On the return journey, use the B1 assault combat formation. Each squad will draw lots to determine their positions. Those with the earlier sequence will be on the outer edge of the formation, and so on. He paused. His voice low and resolute, everything is left to fate. These seemingly simple words weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Chao Bing was stunned, fully aware that this was a life-or-death draw, determining the fate of each combat squad. Recalling the scene where a combat squad was annihilated while intercepting the enemy, a wave of indescribable pain surged within him. Seeing Chao Bing hesitate, Zhao Chen decisively said, I'll draw the lots. With that, he began drawing the slips. Soon, the order of the surviving combat squads from the 3 major flight teams was determined. Zhao Chen announced loudly over the communication channel, the list is out. Each combat squad, align according to your rank. Any disobedience will be considered a violation of orders, punishable by death. For those who fall heroically on the return journey, generous compensation will be provided. Understood? Understood. The squad leaders responded in unison, their voices filled with determination and apprehension. The return journey began immediately. The enemy's interstellar fighter squads, previously thwarted, were now seeing red, determined to redeem themselves. Zhao Chen's combat formation resembled a sharp arrow, with the drawn combat squads at the very tip, flanked by interstellar drones, forming a wedge-like breakout formation. Full speed ahead. Zhao Chen ordered, his voice echoing in everyone's earpieces. When the combat squad at the tip was depleted, a new squad would take its place. This return route was paved with the blood and lives of comrades. When the missiles, cannons, and energy shields of some interstellar warships were exhausted, the pilots would unhesitatingly pilot their ships to become the final shield, protecting their comrades. As they drew closer to their fleet, the number of interstellar drones dwindled to just over 100. Many positions originally held by drones had to be filled by combat squads, resulting in even more severe losses. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's voice came through the command channel. Chao Bing, take over my command. Startled, Chao Bing realized that the captain's interstellar fighter had joined a combat squad at the forefront of the formation. Captain, Chao Bing shouted in concern. It dawned on him that Zhao Chun had been assigned to this combat squad since its original leader had perished in earlier battles. They never expected that Zhao Chun, the captain, would personally step in. Chao Bing urgently said over the command channel, Captain, your role is crucial and your responsibilities are immense. You can't be in such a dangerous position. Please withdraw, and I'll take your place. Zhao Chen replied calmly, his hands deftly maneuvering his fighter. I am the captain, but I am also a member of this temporary assault squad. If everyone else can draw lots to be at the front, why can't I? Am I a coward afraid of death? Deep down, Zhao Chen longed to return home, to see his wife and the child he had never met. But he understood his responsibilities. If he hid at the back out of fear, even if he returned to the Xiaolong, he would no longer be the fearless leader. No matter which universe, Zhao Chun would always be the leader who forged ahead. Zhao Chen's words echoed through the command channel, moving everyone. Fighting under such a commander, what more could they ask for? Soon, Zhao Chen's combat squad was reduced to just his fighter. Despite his exceptional piloting skills, his energy shield had dropped below 30, on the verge of being destroyed. At this moment, the next combat squad quickly filled in, protecting Zhao Chen's fighter, intentionally or not. This was the first squad, executing Chao Bing's secret order. Protect the captain at all costs. Finally, they were just a step away from their fleet. However, over 30 interstellar destroyers suddenly blocked their path, countless ominous cannons aimed at their fighters. This final barrier stood between them and home. Zhao Chen's heart sank. But the next second, he issued an order with a firm and resolute voice. First squad, 5th combat team. 3rd squad, 7th Combat Team, 5th Squad, 2nd Combat Team, follow me for a frontal assault to draw the enemy starship's fire. The rest of the starfighters form an umbrella formation and bypass the enemy blockade as individual combat teams to return to the mothership. Immediately, Captain Chao Bing's urgent voice came through the communication channel. Commander, I object. It's not that I disagree with the order. I just think you shouldn't take the risk. I request to lead these combat teams and draw the enemy fire. Shut up, Zhao Chen snapped harshly. We don't have time for this. Execute the order. He paused, then added, and don't think flattering me will get you out of your punishment. When we get back, you still have laps to run. Not one less. These words, like a final testament, made Captain Chao Bing's heart tremble. He clenched his fists and shouted with a nearly trembling voice, Yes, sir. Following Zhao Chen's orders, the remaining starfighters moved. Apart from the vanguard, the rest scattered like blooming flowers, bypassing the enemy starship's blockade. In this situation, this was the only way to ensure as many starfighters as possible could return safely. Zhao Chen's group focused all their efforts on drawing enemy fire, forcing the enemy destroyers to divert their firepower from intercepting the other starfighters. The full brunt of the enemy's fire fell upon Zhao Chen's squad. Commander, it's an honor to fight alongside you, said one squad leader over the communication channel. As soon as he finished speaking, his starfighter was hit by the enemy's secondary cannon and exploded instantly in front of Zhao Chen's eyes. One by one, the starfighters around Zhao Chen shielded his fighter, some using their star shields, others using their own fighters as human shields. For perhaps the first time, they were fighting sincerely for their commander. Watching this, Zhao Chen's lips trembled slightly. These people were truly sacrificing themselves. No resurrection, no clones, no life signals, truly vanishing from this world. Suddenly, the enemy destroyer's firepower lessened. One of the enemy destroyers exploded in the distance. Zhao Chen then saw several Star Alliance cruisers breaking through the blockade. A video window popped up in front of Zhao Chen, showing a cruiser captain with a respectful gaze. Colonel Zhao Chen, we are here to assist you. Thank you, Zhao Chen replied briefly. He immediately noticed the breach created by the cruiser fleet and ordered, break through quickly. Amid a hail of bullets and laser fire, only about 50 of the nearly 100 starfighters and 200 of the 1,000 drones managed to break through. Under the cover of the cruisers, they headed back to the mothership. The surviving starfighters were nearly out of fuel, having flown beyond their limits. When they finally returned to the mothership, they had almost no fuel left. A bit longer in flight, and they would have been easy targets. After successfully landing, Zhao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned back in the cockpit, taking deep breaths to steady himself. As the dark lift corridor ended, the bright lights of the hangar came into view. The cockpit canopy opened, and Zhao Chen stood up. The familiar scene greeted him, with several people waiting by his starfighter, including Captain Chao Bing. However, there were noticeably fewer people this time. Zhao Chen disembarked, looking at the group and said bluntly, What are you all standing around for? Don't you have work to do? The battle isn't over. Return to your rooms, rest, and recover. If you're injured, get treated immediately. Chao Bing, stay. Hearing the commander's rebuke, the group silently saluted Zhao Chen and then returned to their quarters. Commander, Chao Bing stood beside Zhao Chen, his eyes filled with admiration. Stop staring at me like that, Zhao Chen said. Chao Bing chuckled. What's the casualty report for the 3 squads? Zhao Chen asked directly. Chao Bing's expression stiffened, but he quickly responded truthfully. In this operation, we deployed nearly 1,000 starfighters. Only about 200 made it back. As for the drones, only around 600 returned. Compared to our initial numbers, very few made it back. The distress signal has been sent. I estimate we won't have much to do next. At most, we'll be responsible for defending the mothership and our fleet's airspace. You'll handle that. I have some matters to attend to, Zhao Chen said as he walked away. What matters? Chao Bing asked curiously. The promises I made to those who didn't return, Zhao Chen replied. Chao Bing was taken aback. He followed and hesitantly said, This might not be the best time to bring that up to command. Best time? Completing a mission and giving rewards is a natural course of action. There's no best time for that. It's also my promise. Keeping my word is my principle, Zhao Chen said, entering his office and closing the door behind him. Staring at the closed door, Chao Bing's heart was filled with admiration. On the bridge of the Black Rose One, the atmosphere was tense. Song Chun sat firmly in the captain's chair, his brow furrowed. The situation was grim, and he could only wait for reinforcements to arrive. However, long-range communications were being jammed, and the status of other ambush sites remained unclear. Song Chun speculated that, compared to his location, the enemy forces at other battlegrounds were likely not as numerous. Suddenly, a communication request popped up. It was from Zhao Chun, the commander of the flight squadron. Song Chun accepted the request, and Zhao Chen's image appeared before him. Leader, the mission has been successfully completed. Zhao Chen reported calmly and respectfully. Song Chun nodded slightly. I saw that. You did well. Once this war is over, there will be a substantial reward. Zhao Chen didn't respond immediately, but instead stated, the reward can be discussed later. I have a request. During this mission, I led nearly 1,000 starfighters, and only over 200 returned. A total of 779 people sacrificed their lives. I promised them that if they completed the mission without regard for their lives, all who sacrificed would receive the highest level of compensation, equivalent to what was given after the confidential mission led by General Song Qingshan. I hope you will approve this, leader. Hearing this, the adjutant beside him frowned and interjected, Colonel Zhao, you're overstepping your authority. Last time was an exception, but doing this again is inappropriate. The compensation for over 700 people at your proposed level could cover the standard for 70,000. If others follow suit, how will the Star Alliance leadership handle it? Zhao Chun remained unfazed, staring directly at the adjutant. Do you mean to say that the lives of these 700 fighter pilots, who ensured the leader's safety, aren't worth this compensation? Is the leader's life so cheap? His straightforward words stunned everyone present, even causing Song Chun to frown slightly. How dare you? The adjutant was furious and raised his hand to point at Zhao Chun. Enough. Song Chun snapped. The adjutant immediately fell silent, lowering his head. Song Chun gazed intently at Zhao Chun, his eyes piercing. Indeed, the sacrifice of those 700-plus fighter pilots was heroic. They knew it was a mission with little chance of survival, yet they completed it at all costs. Your proposed compensation standard is approved. Thank you, leader. Zhao Chun nodded slightly. Song Chun continued, Zhao Chun, I'm curious. Aren't you worried that the Star Alliance leadership will make things difficult for you in terms of promotions and rewards? After the previous battle, your merits were enough to qualify you for a senior colonel position, or even transition to a starship captain. Even if you lacked the ability, you could have been sent to a specialized academy for further training. Zhao Chun responded calmly, rewards are just rewards. If they don't want to give them, so be it. Leader, if there's nothing else, I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. With that, he cut the communication. This guy is too arrogant. The adjutant was irate and bowed to Song Chen. Leader, this person is too conceited and arrogant. He must be disciplined. Song Chen glared at the adjutant. I'll handle Zhao Chen myself. As for you, go take a break. Come back when you know when to speak and when not to. The adjutant's face turned pale, realizing he was essentially being sidelined. He wanted to explain, but eventually left silently with a bow. Zhao Chen? Interesting. Song Chen muttered to himself, a strange light flickering in his eyes. At that moment, another video window popped up, this time from the Morong family, the fleet commander of their elite squadron involved in the ambush. Song Chun didn't hesitate to accept. The screen displayed a middle-aged man with an arrogant expression sitting in the captain's chair. Morong Qiao, son of Morong Bo, the head of the Morong family, and their future heir. Honorable leader, Morong Qiao began, but Song Chen's face remained expressionless and silent. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Morong Qiao's prepared speech seemed to vanish. Clearing his throat, he continued, Leader, we both understand the current situation. Continuing this fight is futile for you. Surrender now, and the Morong family will ensure your safety. You can live the rest of your life peacefully on a planet. The hidden implication of confinement was obvious, and its sincerity was questionable. Song Chen finally spoke. Morong Qiao, in this regard, you are no match for your old man. If he wanted to persuade me to surrender, he would have done so the moment the Morong fleet arrived, not now. The fact that you're trying to negotiate in the middle of the battle suggests you lack confidence in defeating my fleet without significant cost and risk. Is it because of the distress signal I just sent out? His words hit Morong Qiao's weak spot. Despite their efforts to ambush Song Chen's elite guard fleet, they hadn't expected such a swift distress signal. Moreover, the guard fleet's combat capability far exceeded their expectations. Morong Qiao, infuriated, retorted, Song Chun, don't be so self-righteous. Your fleet is surrounded. Even if reinforcements arrive, we can still eliminate you. The high-ranking families supporting you are also being ambushed. The Star Alliance will soon be under our control. Surrendering now is your only chance. Don't be foolish. Ignoring Morong Qiao's threat, Song Chun coldly replied, then let's keep fighting, and cut the communication. Song Qingshan paced back and forth on the bridge of his flagship, his brow furrowed. He occasionally glanced at his adjutant, hoping for good news. Still no word from Leader Song? He asked again. The adjutant shook his head. No, sir. Song Qingshan walked over to the massive interstellar sand table, staring at the red circles scattered across it. Each one represented a dispatched reinforcement fleet. However, the lack of distress signals or coordinates from Song Chen's elite guard fleet was alarming. The only possibility is that the ambush site was pre-equipped with devices to disrupt long-range communications, Song Qingshan analyzed quietly. If that's the case, the situation is dire. Even if all other plans succeed, if something happens to Song Chun, the Star Alliance will be thrown into chaos. The strategists began debating countermeasures. Some suggested predicting the Guard fleet's route based on their last reported trajectory and dispersing the fleet to search. But this idea was quickly dismissed due to the vast search area and the risk of spreading their forces too thin to mount an effective rescue. As the arguments grew louder, Song Qingshan suddenly shouted, "Quiet!" He continued to stare at the sand table, his anxiety mounting. He had never cared much for his older brother, but now he was deeply worried about his safety. "Give me some news," he muttered. "You always loved causing a stir. Why are you silent now?" At that moment, a communications officer reported loudly, "Sir, we've just received a transmission from Colonel Zhao Qian." Song Qingshan looked up sharply. "What's the message?" The communication was quickly displayed. A distress call with coordinates and the current situation. Song Qian's elite guard fleet was surrounded by enemy forces, including elite fleets from 3 rival families, totaling over 10,000 interstellar warships. Due to communication interference, they were in desperate need of support. "Send the coordinates immediately and prepare for spatial deployment," Song Qingshan ordered decisively. "Move out at full speed to provide support." The bridge buzzed with activity as everyone understood the urgency. Fleets were deployed through the T6 Wanqian system to the target coordinates, including Song Qingshan's flagship. Although he was supposed to command from the rear, he couldn't stand by idly. After the spatial jump, radar quickly located the battlefield. Song Qingshan made an immediate decision. "All fleets, full speed ahead. Forget about formations. The primary objective is to ensure the leader's safety." 3 fleets, nearly 10,000 interstellar warships, surged towards the battlefield like tridents. Carriers launched every available starfighter and drone, disregarding combat range. The fastest cruisers led the charge, with other warships following closely, forming an unstoppable wave. Upon reaching the battlefield, Song Qingshan witnessed the fierce combat firsthand. Numerous enemy ships were assaulting a specific area, where the remnants of Song Qian's guard fleet were gathered. The originally 3,000-strong fleet had lost nearly half its ships. Even with their advanced T5 and some near T6 warships, they struggled against the overwhelming onslaught. Seeing the fleets of the 3 traitorous families, Song Qingshan was furious. Fire at will. Prioritize those treacherous scum. Compared to enemies from another universe, these traitors infuriated him more. Any tactics used by enemies were understandable, but betrayal from within was unforgivable. With the arrival of reinforcements, the tide of the battle quickly turned. In the command cabin, Song Chun watched the incoming support with a faint smile. "Looks like my little brother does care about me after all. Damn it, how did it come to this?" Murong Qiao paced anxiously on the bridge, his footsteps echoing sharply in the tense atmosphere. "What do we do now?" he growled, his eyes flashing with panic and anger. The sudden appearance of Song Qingshan had thrown their entire plan into disarray. At this moment, the number of starships on both sides was evenly matched, but the condition of the fleets was drastically different. Song Qingshan's fleet was at full strength, while theirs was exhausted from prolonged combat. The other 2 family representatives were also on edge. They had thought victory was within their grasp, only to see the situation take a dramatic turn for the worse. If this attack failed to kill Song Chun, the status of their 3 families within the Star Alliance would be completely obliterated. "What do the people from Hamo's universe say? Can they send more reinforcements?" Murong Qiao asked urgently. "No matter what, we must kill Song Chun today. It's either him or us." Although Murong Qiao wasn't as wise as his father, he understood the dire situation they were in. They were standing on the edge of a cliff with no way back. "We haven't been able to contact the Hamo's universe fleet commander since earlier," one of the officers reported. Murong Qiao froze for a moment, his gaze falling on the now blacked-out communication screen. His heart sank as he sent several communication requests, all of which were denied. An ominous feeling washed over him. For the people of Hamo's universe, this failed ambush might just be a setback. They could rise again. But for the 3 families, this was a do-or-die battle with no second chance. "Those damn savages. I knew they couldn't be trusted." Murong Qiao cursed angrily. However, he soon realized he was wrong. "Look!" an observer suddenly shouted. "The Hamo's universe fleet is charging at Song Chin's defensive line like madmen. They don't care about casualties. It's like they're on a suicide mission." Everyone's eyes were drawn to the battlefield. The remaining starships of the Hamo's universe fleet began a relentless assault on the defensive line, disregarding all losses. The frontline ships were destroyed, but those behind them plowed through the wreckage, even if there were survivors among them. Their sole objective was to let nothing stand in their way. What are they trying to do? Murong Qiao stared blankly at the scene, recalling his conversation with the Hamo's universe fleet commander before the operation. The words of the fierce-looking interstellar warrior echoed in his mind. In the Hamo's universe warrior's dictionary, there's only mission completion or death. No other choice. The answer soon became clear. As the Hamo's universe fleet breached the defensive perimeter of Song Chin's elite guard, their starships began to self-destruct. Self-destruct? Everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend the strategy. Song Chun was equally baffled, while Zhao Chun, who had been monitoring the battlefield data, noticed something unusual. The spatial fluctuations around the exploding enemy starships were highly irregular. Normally, the energy from a starship's self-destruction would cause some spatial tremors, but not to this extent. Otherwise, the universe would have been torn apart in massive starship battles. Zhao Chen continued analyzing the data until he saw a value hit a critical point and match another frequency. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Wormhole. Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The enemy is creating a wormhole at the elite guard's position. He hadn't expected such advanced black technology to exist in this universe. The enemy was using specially equipped starships to self-destruct in a specific area, loosening the space there. Then, using a secret weapon on another starship, they would open a wormhole in that region. A hastily constructed wormhole would be extremely unstable, likely tearing any starships sucked into it to pieces. This was the enemy's desperate, all-or-nothing plan. Zhao Chen understood the enemy's intention but had no way to counteract it. He could only rush to the combat hangar and issue orders to all starfighter pilots. Everyone, get to your starfighters immediately. If anything happens, initiate emergency ejection procedures. This was all Zhao Chen could do. Although Song Qingshan had tasked him with protecting Song Chun, Zhao Chen's role here was ultimately just that of a starfighter pilot, a colonel, a squadron leader. He even needed clearance to enter the bridge. He could only look after himself and hope Song Chun could fend for himself, or that the starship was sturdy enough. Soon, what Zhao Chen anticipated happened. In a specific area, space began to collapse and distort. It felt like watching the ground cave in, with a powerful suction pulling everything toward that region, trying to drag them into it. Damn it, it's a wormhole, Song Chun exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Quick, break out at full speed, he ordered. If they entered the wormhole, their fate would be uncertain. However, the position of Song Chen's flagship was problematic. For safety, the flagship had been placed at the center of the defensive formation, and the wormhole had appeared right there. To break out, the surrounding friendly ships needed to clear a path first. Worse yet, the enemy starships were swarming in, leaving no chance for an escape. The scene was bizarre. Those inside wanted out, while those outside wanted in. It was as if their roles had reversed in an instant. Report, Black Rose 1 is being pulled by the wormhole's gravity and losing speed, an officer hurriedly reported. Song Chun sat sternly in the captain's chair, taking a deep breath. Send all the files I prepared to Song Qingshan. After that, we'll have to rely on our own luck. The situation had reached a point where they could only leave it to fate. Warning. Starfighter shield energy rapidly decreasing. 37, 31, 27. Warning. Engine overload. Warning. Power loss imminent. Warning. Starfighter crash imminent. The blaring alarms jolted Zhao Chen awake. He struggled to open his eyes, only to be met with thick, acrid smoke. Looking around, he realized he was dangling from an unfamiliar tree, his parachute cords tangled in the branches. Suddenly, a strange warmth crept up from his feet. Zhao Chen glanced down and gasped. A monstrous creature resembling a giant chrysanthemum was greedily sucking at his legs, its sticky tentacles writhing, trying to pull him from the tree's refuge. Fighting off nausea, Zhao Chen forced himself to remain calm and reached for his waist. His fingers found the familiar hilt of his lightsaber, and a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Without hesitation, he drew the weapon and silently recited the activation mantra. A searing blade of light extended from the hilt. With all his might, Zhao Chun swung the lightsaber, the sharp blade slicing through the creature with precision. An ear-piercing shriek filled the air as the giant chrysanthemum was cleaved in two. Zhao Chen exhaled in relief, then decisively cut the parachute cords and landed firmly on the ground. Crouching, he examined the remains of the creature. Thick, viscous fluid oozed from the severed halves. Zhao Chen frowned at his shoes, now covered in the sticky substance. Clearly, this was some kind of plant-like organism that fed on its prey. Zhao Chen quickly checked himself. Aside from his soaked shoes, he found no obvious injuries. He felt a wave of relief. Perhaps his body had self-repaired during his unconsciousness. At this moment, his lightsaber was his only weapon. As a starfighter pilot, his gear was far less comprehensive than that of a standard interstellar soldier. After ensuring the area was temporarily safe, Zhao Chen chose a sturdy stone tree to climb. This peculiar tree, made entirely of black rock, was tall enough to offer a good vantage point. He swiftly scaled to the top and began surveying his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, there were smoking wreckages. Nearby, debris from starships, fighters, shuttles, and escape pods littered the landscape. Beyond the clouds, several enemy starships trailed flames as they plummeted. Memories flooded back. The Star Alliance's elite fleet had been awaiting reinforcements to launch a coordinated attack on the enemy. Unexpectedly, the enemy had mastered wormhole technology, and Zhao Qin's ship, the Black Rose One, was sucked into one. Amidst the chaos, they found an escape window, emerging in an unknown part of the universe. Worse yet, over a dozen enemy ships followed. A fierce battle ensued in this unfamiliar star system. Though they managed to repel the enemy, the Black Rose One was critically damaged and spiraled toward the nearest planet. In the dire moment, the order to abandon ship was given. Zhao Qin evacuated in his starfighter but was relentlessly pursued by surviving enemy forces. Using his exceptional skills, he downed several enemy ships before his energy ran out, forcing him to bail out. Fortunately, he had escaped far enough to avoid the catastrophic impact of Black Rose One's crash. Perched atop the tree, Zhao Chun let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but grumble, "System, ever since you went silent, my luck has been terrible. Did you steal my good fortune?" Just then, his attention was drawn to a commotion in the sky. Several Star Alliance aircraft were fleeing, with a swarm of enemy fighters hot on their tail. It seemed this nightmarish chase was far from over. Zhao Qin noticed that most of the fleeing Star Alliance spacecraft were protecting one at the front. Just as he guessed something, several explosions were heard. Multiple Star Alliance ships were destroyed, and the leading one was hit and smoking, plummeting straight towards Zhao Qin. "Oh crap! Don't come at me!" Zhao Qin immediately jumped off the stone tree to escape. Despite his enhanced body, he didn't dare to withstand the impact of a crashing spacecraft. The falling spacecraft seemed to lock onto Zhao Qin, chasing him left and right. Just as it was about to catch up, Zhao Qin saw a canyon ahead and, without thinking, leaped down. In the 100-meter deep canyon, he repeatedly used his lightsaber to slow his descent, finally landing safely. "Surely it won't follow me down here," Zhao Qin muttered, looking up, only to see a dark shadow plummeting towards him. Damn it! With a thunderous crash, dust filled the air, and Zhao Qin's face was covered in dirt. As the dust settled, Zhao Qin froze. The crashed vessel was a round shuttle, with its front-end cannon aimed right between his legs. He swallowed nervously and carefully moved aside. Suddenly, the shuttle shook, and the cannon shifted, almost touching Zhao Qin's vital area. A figure jumped out of the shuttle, coughing. He pointed at Zhao Qin in surprise. "It's you." Zhao Qin recognized the person as Song Qin, the leader of the Star Alliance. Hearing the sound of approaching spacecraft overhead, Zhao Qin grabbed Song Qin and dashed towards a cave in the cliff, snatching an emergency supply pack from the shuttle. The two quickly disappeared into the rock cave. The pursuing shuttles only found the crashed spacecraft, with no sign of their target. A fully armed soldier reported, "The escape shuttle of the enemy leader has crashed in the YY-01 area canyon. No bodies found. They might be hiding in the caves." Requesting search equipment or firepower coverage. In the pitch-black cave, Zhao Qin took out a light stick from the emergency pack, illuminating the surrounding space. "Good thing we have this cave, or we'd be done for," he said, looking at the disheveled Song Qin. Song Qin calmly analyzed, "We need to contact the Star Alliance. We can't hide here for long. They'll send reconnaissance drones or firepower coverage, which we can't handle. The latter would take time to prepare. Moreover, the enemy's starships will arrive soon, and we'll be trapped." Zhao Qin was puzzled. "How do you know?" Song Qin explained, "Before the Black Rose One ship crashed, we discovered an enemy space station in this star system, but no major starport. This indicates it's a remote area of the enemy's universe, with only basic infrastructure. The shuttles chasing us were dispatched from a nearby planet, and there are several T3 class starships in the outer atmosphere." Zhao Qin realized they had stumbled into an enemy stronghold, but it was still better than dying in a space-time rift. However, their current situation remained perilous. Song Qin continued, "We need to act quickly and send out a distress signal before enemy reinforcements arrive. I've downloaded surface data of this habitable planet. It's not advanced but has natives and basic technological facilities, including communication stations. We need to find other survivors, form a team, and seize a comm station to send out the intel." Zhao Qin asked, "This is enemy territory. How can we be sure the signal will reach the Star Alliance?" Song Qin replied calmly, "Just because it's someone else's universe doesn't mean we don't have our own people here." According to the plan devised by Song Qin, Zhao Qin and Song Qin first decided to contact the surviving Star Alliance warriors. They realized that this action was risky, as communications through handheld terminals could easily be intercepted or detected by the enemy, potentially revealing their location. Zhao Qin carefully checked the contents of the emergency backpack. 3 months' worth of emergency food, wilderness survival gear, medical supplies, a laser gun with magazines, a signal transmitter, and a miniature personal star shield. After completing the inspection, he noticed Song Qin returning with a peculiar expression. "What's wrong?" Zhao Qin asked. Song Qin didn't respond, instead looking at the array of equipment. Zhao Qin handed her the laser gun, opting for a lightsaber himself. He noted that Song Qin had 3 different lightsaber hilts at her waist, but chose not to ask about them. After distributing the gear, The two discussed their direction of travel. Song Chun opened the handheld terminal and projected a map of the planet. As they were discussing their plan, Zhao Chun suddenly suggested a modification. Unexpectedly, Song Chun listened to his idea seriously. At that moment, Zhao Chun heard a rustling sound. It was a reconnaissance robot. He signaled Song Chun to stay quiet, and the two of them moved like phantoms through the cave, avoiding the searching robots. Eventually, they found an opening in the cave. Cautiously peering out, they realized they were on a ridge, far from the crashed shuttle. Above them, a dozen enemy aircraft were patrolling. An AT-3 class interstellar warship was slowly entering the atmosphere. If they can't find us, they're really going to use the warship for a firepower sweep? Zhao Chen observed, watching the ship's cannons aim at the valley. Song Chen asked seriously, "Are you absolutely sure about this?" Zhao Chen replied calmly, "Leader, you need to ensure your own safety. Otherwise, even if I make it back alive, I'll end up in a court-martial." The two then split up. Song Chun stealthily moved to a suitable location and used Zhao Chen's handheld terminal to set up a timed communication process, which would send out a call to the survivors in 10 minutes. Once it was set, she quickly retreated to the agreed-upon ridge position. However, when Song Chun arrived, she found an enemy shuttle hovering there, seemingly monitoring the surroundings. She frowned and thought, could Zhao Chen's plan have failed? At that moment, the belly of a shuttle slowly opened, revealing an entrance just big enough for one person. Song Chen glanced around warily before leaping agilely into the air like a startled rabbit, silently slipping into the cabin. A heavy scent of blood filled the air. Song Chun scanned the surroundings and saw several corpses lying around, with fresh blood still not coagulated. Each body bore a single fatal wound, clearly the work of a skilled attacker. Song Chen's gaze fell on the cockpit, where a familiar figure stood. "I've already sent out the real coordinates as planned," Zhao Chen said, turning to look at Song Chun, who had just taken the co-pilot seat. "Are you really just a starfighter pilot?" Song Chun couldn't help but ask. Zhao Chun smirked slightly and replied calmly, "Does that question matter at this point?" Song Chun glanced at Zhao Chun thoughtfully and chose not to press further. This was a significant adjustment to their original plan. Sending messages via handheld devices carry the risk of exposure, so Zhao Chun had cleverly devised a diversion. While appearing to use the handheld device to contact Star Alliance survivors, he had actually ambushed an enemy shuttle and used its communication channel to send encrypted messages. Though this might reduce the number of Star Alliance survivors receiving the message, it was the safest way to maintain the mission's secrecy. Zhao Chen explained, "To gather more people, I've set up 3 rendezvous points on the planet's surface." Suddenly, a mission alert popped up in front of Zhao Chen. A suspicious communication channel was detected outside a certain valley, and all shuttles were ordered to investigate immediately. This was exactly where Song Chun had left the handheld device. "Should we head straight there?" Song Chun instinctively sought Zhao Chen's opinion. "No rush," Zhao Chen replied calmly. "Leaving the formation now would raise suspicion. Let's complete this mission first, then look for an opportunity." Zhao Chen piloted the shuttle to the designated coordinates. Upon arrival, they saw multiple shuttles already circling above, with soldiers searching the ground. Aside from the handheld device, nothing else was found. The superior officer immediately ordered an expanded search radius centered on that point. Coincidentally, Zhao Chen's assigned search direction led toward one of the 3 rendezvous points. "Let's go. It's time for Phase 2. Zhao Chun said as he piloted the shuttle to hover above a dense forest. A soldier in enemy uniform jumped out of the shuttle and landed in the forest. "Come out," he called, scanning the surroundings. The forest remained silent. The soldier then removed his helmet, revealing Song Chen's face. At that moment, rustling sounds emerged from the surroundings as Star Alliance survivor soldiers appeared one by one. "Leader." A familiar bridge officer stepped forward excitedly and saluted. "Colonel Luo," Song Chun responded briefly, then issued an order. "The shuttle will hover above a tree shortly. You must conceal yourselves and board quickly." "Understood?" "Understood." Colonel Luo and the other soldiers replied in unison. Soon, the group boarded the shuttle. Zhao Chen glanced back to see around 15 people, making the once spacious cabin quite crowded. Song Chen immediately assigned tasks. "Colonel Luo, you're in charge of counting personnel and checking weaponry. Form a temporary combat squad." Colonel Luo swiftly carried out the orders and reported back shortly. "Leader, we've gathered 15 people. Except for one with a fractured left arm, everyone is combat ready. We have mostly light weapons. Energy swords, laser guns, and high-explosive grenades." Song Chen frowned. The lack of heavy weapons was a significant disadvantage. He could only hope the next 2 batches of people would bring some heavy weaponry, though the chances were slim. 10 minutes later, the shuttle became even more crowded, with everyone standing and the aisle barely passable. 3 combat squads, totaling 38 people. Song Chen summarized. "We have weapons, but they're all light." He pulled up the next mission target, a communication station within a city. The city housed nearly 1,000 ground troops and armored units, plus AT-3 class starship overhead, making the mission extremely challenging. Leader, Colonel Luo suggested, you shouldn't take the risk. I recommend we carry out the mission while you stay safe and await reinforcements. The other two squad leaders agreed. Are you suggesting I cower in safety? Song Chen's cold gaze silenced them. Studying the city map, Song Chun slowly formed a risky plan. This made him think of Zhao Chun, who was piloting the shuttle. Zhao Chun, I have a plan, Song Chun said, sitting beside Zhao Chun. The three squad leaders watched in surprise as he discussed the battle strategy with the colonel. After hearing Song Chin's plan, Zhao Chun fell into brief contemplation. His eyes sparkled with shrewdness before he spoke. All right, but I need to choose the personnel myself. Song Chun nodded in agreement. That works. Zhao Chun added. I need the personal profiles of everyone involved. Song Chen immediately turned to the three squad leaders behind him, his tone urgent. Fetch the personal profiles of everyone and hand them over to Zhao Chun. Quickly. Time is of the essence. The capture of this shuttle could be exposed at any moment. Although the three squad leaders were puzzled, they swiftly presented the profiles to Zhao Chun. His eyes scanned through them quickly, pausing briefly on a few names. These people will come with me, Zhao Chun said succinctly. Song Chen glanced at the list and called out the names. Zhao Jie, Shen Jiangzhe, Zhang Wenze, Wu Jinyu, Lu Haodong. Zhao Jie is also one of the squad leaders, ranking higher than Zhao Chun. He is a senior colonel. Those named. Step forward. The five stepped out, with Zhao Jie hesitating for a moment before moving to stand before Song Chen. Zhao Chen settled into the cockpit, surveying the surroundings. Who here can pilot the shuttle? He asked. One person raised their hand. I can. Take over and maintain this course at a steady speed, Zhao Chen instructed, vacating the seat. He then turned to the five selected individuals, his gaze sharp. These weren't random picks. They were carefully chosen for the critical mission ahead. Even Zhao Chun wasn't fully confident and needed reliable companions. Song Chun addressed the five sternly. From now on, you will follow Zhao Chen's orders completely. He is as good as me now. Understood? The group was taken aback by the authority granted to an officer of Zhao Chen's rank. Zhao Chen interrupted, looking directly at the five. The upcoming mission is extremely dangerous. You might all end up sacrificing your lives. Participation is entirely voluntary. If you want to back out, I won't stop you. I can't promise you anything except that if you die, you will receive the highest level of compensation. With that, Zhao Chen shot a meaningful look at Song Chen. Though displeased, Song Chen affirmed, yes, not just you. Everyone here. If you sacrifice your lives in the upcoming action, as long as I return, I will ensure every fallen soldier receives the highest compensation. I swear on my position as the alliance leader. The group felt a jolt, realizing that even in death, their families would be well taken care of. Senior Colonel Zhao Jie stepped forward first. I am willing to take part in this mission. The other four echoed his sentiment. Zhao Chen scrutinized the five. They were chosen for their combat experience. While the others were mostly starship crew, skilled at operating ships but lacking in battle experience, Zhao Jie had once led the Interstellar Marine Corps and earned his position through real combat achievements. Equip each of them with a basic armor suit, 2 laser guns, 10 energy clips, and 5 grenades each, Zhao Chen ordered, effectively allocating a third of their weapons and ammunition to these five. If you're proficient with lightsabers, choose one for yourself. The five quickly geared up. Song Chun handed Zhao Chen a lightsaber with a red hilt, explaining, this is a special lightsaber, capable of maximum power with minimal mental energy expenditure. Zhao Chen accepted it without further ado, knowing that every bit of combat power increased their chances of success. Let's proceed according to the plan, Zhao Chen said, looking at Song Chun, who nodded in acknowledgement. The shuttle headed towards the target city's outskirts. As it was an allied shuttle, the city's garrison only made routine inquiries. Zhao Chen instructed the pilot to respond that they were searching for Alliance deserters, which satisfied the garrison. As they approached the enemy mech unit's location, the pilot asked, should we land? Don't land. It'll arouse suspicion. Hover 50 meters above the ground. We'll deploy directly, Zhao Chen ordered. Deploy? From 100 meters up? We don't have parachutes, one soldier voiced his concern. Another fully armed soldier frowned. Without individual exoskeleton combat armor, just basic protection, a jump from 100 meters will cause injuries, making it hard to carry out the plan. Zhao Chen glared at Zhao Jie, his tone challenging. You were all interstellar marines. Is this the best you can do? Senior Colonel Zhao Jie's gaze swept over the other 4 soldiers, his voice cold. In military school, the passing requirement was a 20-meter jump without gear. This is 100 meters, but there are many ways to slow our descent. Have you forgotten all your training? The 4 soldiers were silent for a moment before they obediently took their positions by the hatch. Open the hatch. Wait for my signal to deploy together, Zhao Chen commanded, his eyes fixed forward, ready to face the imminent challenge. The shuttle's hatch slowly opened, revealing a narrow gap. Through this slit, Zhao Chen and his team peered down at the city's architectural expanse below. Night had quietly fallen, with only a few streetlights and illumination devices punctuating the darkness. Zhao Chen issued a concise order, remember? Avoid enemy reconnaissance equipment and delay exposing our actions as much as possible. He pointed to the largest warehouse-like building. Our target is there, the enemy's mech unit base. Colonel Zhao Jie voiced his concern. But mechs usually have password protection. Without the proper ID card and authentication, we can't start them. I'll handle that. Zhao Chen responded curtly, cutting off Zhao Jie's attempt to continue speaking. Song Chen intervened decisively. Everyone follows Zhao Chen's orders unconditionally. Don't make me repeat myself. Zhao Jie fell silent. Zhao Chen pointed to the base of a tall building. We'll land at the bottom of that high-rise in Zone A. Any questions? The 5 team members responded in unison. No questions. Despite their confidence, someone couldn't help but gulp when faced with the 100-meter drop. Commence operation. As soon as Zhao Chen gave the command, he leaped from the shuttle, with the other 5 following closely behind. Inside the shuttle, the soldiers watching broke into a cold sweat. They thought to themselves, jumping from this height with just basic armor and no landing assistance equipment? Even if they don't die, they'll be seriously injured. Usually, even with exoskeleton combat suits, a one-time descent slowing device is needed for a safe landing. In the darkness, Zhao Chen skillfully adjusted his posture midair, controlling his descent towards the target building. As he neared the structure, he swiftly drew a lightsaber, channeling his mental strength to pierce the building's wall. This action instantly slowed his fall, but to avoid detection, he quickly retracted the lightsaber. Zhao Chen repeated this maneuver 3 times, eventually stabilizing about 10 meters above the ground. He didn't land immediately but looked up to check on the others. Zhao Jie, mimicking Zhao Chen's technique, had landed successfully. The others, though a bit clumsy, were generally fine. However, one team member was descending too quickly due to nervousness and couldn't stabilize to activate their lightsaber. With a determined look, Zhao Chen acted decisively. He extended his lightsaber to 10 meters, catching the falling soldier and safely lowering him to the ground. This scene left the soldiers in the shuttle in awe. They whispered among themselves, "Wow, that's incredible. This colonel must be from the Space Marines, right? But I heard he's an ace starfighter pilot." Song Chun watched Zhao Chen's silhouette in the dark, pondering. He said activating a 40-meter lightsaber was just a coincidence. What a hidden talent. Who are you really? Why are you in my fleet? What's your true objective? After this mission, I need answers. Zhao Chen gave a brief command. Let's move, stick to the plan. Song Chun then instructed the pilot to close the hatch and head towards the interstellar communication tower on the other side of the city, another critical mission objective. On the ground, Zhao Chen ordered the team to check their gear and physical condition. Apart from team member 3 having a foot cramp and 4 and 5 feeling slightly unwell from the high jump, everyone else was fine. Zhao Jie was somewhat displeased. What's wrong with you guys? Aren't you all top-notch Space Marines? Zhao Chen halted any further discussion. Quiet. Rest here for 3 minutes, then prepare to move. 1 and 2, keep watch. During this brief respite, Zhao Chen's thoughts drifted to the mech warehouse 300 meters away, their main target. Their mission was to create a disturbance there, drawing the city's garrison and patrol's attention, thereby giving Song Chen's team a chance to seize the communication tower. The plan was Song Chen's idea, and Zhao Chen had agreed, volunteering to lead the execution. 3 minutes are up, let's go. Zhao Chen reminded the team, remember, I won't stop. If anyone gets injured or falls behind, I won't wait. Understood? Understood. The 5 responded softly but firmly. Get ready to move. Zhao Chen issued the final order. Draw the enemy's attention, capture their mechs. The night shrouded the land, and 6 figures moved silently like ghosts. Without the cumbersome individual exoskeleton combat armor, their movements were even more concealed. Zhao Jie and the other 4 followed closely behind Zhao Chun, each step taken with utmost caution. Suddenly, Zhao Chen halted and raised his right hand in a stop gesture. The other 5 immediately froze, holding their breaths. They were in a precarious spot, with only a cylindrical water tank providing minimal cover. Prolonged stay here would risk detection. Just as Zhao Jie was about to speak, a blinding beam of light swept over the path they were about to take. It was the searchlight from a distant watchtower. Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Jie's forehead as he realized that proceeding would expose their position. They were still some distance from their target, the mech warehouse, making the situation extremely dire. Time ticked by slowly until the searchlight finally moved away. Zhao Chen lowered his hand and motioned for them to continue. He darted out first, his body almost parallel to the ground, moving with incredible speed. The other 5 struggled to keep up, their running forms nearly falling apart. When they stopped again, Zhao Jie was already panting heavily, and one soldier behind him was drenched in sweat. Yet, Zhao Chen remained composed, as if the sprint had been nothing more than a warm-up, perhaps just to wait for them. Zhao Chen pointed to their hiding spot, and a soldier quickly understood, carefully placing a timed explosive at the designated location. The team continued to advance, stopping intermittently to leave little gifts at key points in the camp. Finally, Zhao Chun stopped. They were now only 100 meters from the mech warehouse, but this stretch was brightly lit with no cover at all. Worse, a machine gun on a nearby watchtower was aimed directly at the open ground. As a crucial military site for the mech unit, the warehouse's security was evidently top-notch. Zhao Jie swallowed hard, staring at the last 100 meters. He knew this was the critical juncture where they might all meet their end. Perhaps only Zhao Chun had a chance to break through. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Were they just bait? Nonetheless, as soldiers, following orders was their duty. Besides, Zhao Chun had already secured the highest compensation for their families. Major Zhao, let us be the bait for this last 100 meters. Zhao Jie volunteered, but Zhao Chun cut him off. Zhao Chun's eyes scanned the entire area, forming a clear mental map. Thanks to the planetary map provided by Song Qian and his observations from the shuttle, Zhao Chun could precisely avoid enemy detection. In 2 minutes, the bombs we planted will go off. That's when I'll make a dash for the mech warehouse. Zhao Chun pointed to 3 locations. Do you see that high watchtower and the 2 fortified positions? Each has about a squad of 5 soldiers. Split into 3 groups, and while I draw their fire, infiltrate and neutralize the enemies. Then, cover the warehouse entrance and prevent reinforcements. I need 3 minutes inside the warehouse. Zhao Chun looked at the 5. You are all elite interstellar marines, which is why I chose you. This mission is within your capabilities. Now, tell me, can you do it? Yes. The 5 answered firmly, albeit in hushed tones. Divide the tasks among yourselves. You have 100 seconds. Zhao Chun ordered. Before anyone else could speak, Zhao Jie pointed to the highest watchtower. Leave that to me. The rest of you formed 2 groups. I was the ace of the Alliance's 1st Marine Regiment, with 13 shipboard operations and 5 planetary assaults under my belt. Don't try to outdo me. The other 4 had no choice but to comply, forming 2 groups of 2 and leaving Zhao Jie to handle the watchtower alone. Wait 10 seconds after I move out before you act. They'll give you suggested routes, but you'll need to adapt on the fly. Zhao Chun gave them one last look before turning to face the mech warehouse. See you on the other side. Colonel Zhao Jie grinned, patting 2 comrades on the back. Drinks on me when we're done. With the colonel's word, well, drink till we drop. As soon as the words left their lips, their expressions turned grim. It felt like they were back in their interstellar marine days, ready for battle. Some wielded laser guns, while others held both a laser gun and a lightsaber hilt. For these elite marines, using a lightsaber was second nature. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted within the mech camp. The deafening blasts drew the attention of the camp's garrison, shattering the city's tranquility. On the other side of the city, a shuttle hovered above a communications tower. Song Qian gazed through the porthole at the distant explosions, his expression solemn. He knew this marked the start of the operation. Zhao Qian's team had begun their mission. Song Chun took a deep breath and turned to the shuttle pilot. In 3 minutes, you know what to do. Understood. The pilot responded loudly. Song Chun surveyed the soldiers in the cabin and issued his command. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes, sir, came the unified reply, echoing through the cabin. Zhao Jie watched Zhao Qin's every move intently. The sudden explosion reverberated through the entire mech camp, plunging all combat stations into high alert. Everyone's attention was drawn to the site of the blast. Amidst the chaos, about 10 seconds later, Zhao Chun made his move. He dashed out from cover, sprinting towards the mech warehouse. However, Zhao Jie's keen eyes noticed something off. Zhao Qin's speed was noticeably slower than when he had initially infiltrated, and his running posture seemed unusually average. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of gunfire from all directions. The surrounding sentries had finally spotted the unexpected figure. After a brief moment of shock, bullets rained down on Zhao Chun like a storm. In this moment of imminent danger, Zhao Chun produced 2 items from his hand, 4 smoke grenades that the team had previously gathered. He swiftly tossed them, and within moments, thick white smoke enveloped the entire area, concealing his figure entirely. Despite the dense smoke, the relentless barrage of bullets continued to sweep through the area. This heart-pounding scene left Zhao Jie and the other 5 members in a state of shock. If it had been any of them, they would have been riddled with bullets by now. It's our turn. Zhao Jie swallowed hard. Despite his concern for Zhao Qin's safety, he didn't forget his own mission. As a former ace of the Interstellar Marine Corps, he knew that in combat missions, one must stick to the plan regardless of the fate of their comrades, unless instructed otherwise by a superior. And at this moment, Zhao Chun was their superior. The 5 of them divided into 3 groups, cautiously infiltrating from different directions. Though their movements weren't as swift as Zhao Qin's, they were extremely careful, constantly seeking cover. Thanks to Zhao Chun drawing the enemy's fire, the sentries in the camp failed to notice these 5 stealthy figures. As Zhao Jie advanced, he kept an eye on Zhao Qin's situation. Beyond the white smoke, a ghostly figure suddenly darted out. Zhao Chen's incredible speed made it impossible for the barrage of bullets to keep up with him. He seemed to be flying just above the ground, a speed unmatched even by those wearing exoskeleton combat suits. Is this his true strength? Zhao Jie couldn't help but swallow again. However, Zhao Chen faced another obstacle: the thick outer wall of the mech warehouse. The entrance was guarded by 2 squads of combat sentries, and breaking through there would be almost certain death. Surprisingly, Zhao Chun chose the thickest part of the wall as his entry point. He pulled out a red lightsaber that Song Chun had given him earlier. Running low to the ground, he gripped the hilt tightly in his right hand. As he channeled his mental energy, the blade ignited into a fiery red. As he neared the warehouse, Zhao Chun swung the lightsaber from left to right at the thick wall. Boom! With a resounding crash, the special steel wall, almost a meter thick, split open as if struck by a starship's main cannon, creating a huge fissure just large enough for Zhao Qian to leap through. The sentries witnessing this scene were stunned. What had just happened? One person, just one person, had charged through the firepower of at least 5 combat sentries and 5 machine guns within human speed. And then there was the unbelievable power of that wall-splitting strike. Was that really a human? One sentry muttered, cold sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't receive an answer from his comrade. Turning his head, he saw his comrades already lying in pools of blood. In the next second, a sharp knife slit his throat. Of course, he's human. He's our opponent. Zhao Jie took advantage of the distraction to silently approach the high tower sentry, wiping out an entire squad without a sound. He gazed at the breached wall, filled with admiration. If it weren't for Zhao Qin's astonishing performance, he wouldn't have infiltrated so smoothly. As Zhao Jie prepared to check on the other 2 directions, he suddenly heard gunfire from one of the combat sentries. He frowned, worried if the mission had failed. At that moment, a large number of camp soldiers were converging towards the mech warehouse, clearly aware of the intrusion and eager to provide support. Zhao Jie's heart sank. If one of the 3 combat sentries failed, it would severely impact their subsequent cover mission. He suddenly understood why Zhao Qian had chosen these 3 locations as targets. They could form a triangular firepower net around the mech warehouse. Missing any one of them would create a fatal gap in the net. Just then, the sentry that had previously fired opened fire again. A dense barrage of bullets rained down, taking out the enemy squad rushing towards the mech warehouse. These ordinary soldiers, lacking Zhao Qin's ghost-like agility, fell one after another. Seeing this, Zhao Jie let out a sigh of relief. Then, the other combat sentry also unleashed its firepower. It seemed everyone had successfully completed their tasks. Zhao Jie immediately picked up a machine gun and started firing at the enemy gathering below. Screw you all. I've had enough of this. Zhao Jie roared. You dragged me to this godforsaken place, and I have a date to get to. This was no joke. According to the original plan, he was supposed to be on leave in a few days, with a blind date arranged with the daughter of a minor noble family. For someone like him, who had risen from a civilian background to become a high-ranking officer in the Star Alliance, an alliance with a noble family was the best option. However, all of that had been ruined by the enemy fleet's ambush, his own impulsive decision, and this hellish place. Now, Zhao Jie vented his fury without restraint. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, a shuttle that had been hovering in midair suddenly dove towards the top of the communications tower. The shuttle's front cannons fired continuously, destroying the tower's only firepower point in an instant. The shuttle then stabilized above the tower, and soldiers jumped down one after another, each squad executing their respective tasks. Secure this communications tower, Song Chen ordered as he jumped out of the shuttle. We need at least 10 minutes to get the message out. With that, he led the soldiers into the tower, fighting desperately to secure a chance for their escape. In the mech warehouse, a squad of soldiers hurried to the gaping hole but found no trace of the intruder. The captain frowned at the communication window and barked, "Quick! Pull up all camera footage and locate that person immediately." In the control room, the staff anxiously scanned each monitor but found nothing. They reported, "Sir, the dust kicked up when the wall was breached obscured our view. We couldn't see if anyone entered. There's no sign of suspicious activity on any of the cameras now." The captain couldn't believe it. How is that possible? That guy is definitely in the warehouse. He wouldn't take such a risk without a dangerous purpose. He pondered for a moment before an idea struck him. Thermal imaging. Use thermal imaging to scan. But the response was disheartening. "Sorry, sir, our warehouse is only equipped with standard surveillance cameras. We don't have thermal imaging." The captain clenched his teeth, feeling like he was punching a pillow. After a brief silence, he ordered, "Continue monitoring all footage and report any suspicious activity immediately. I'll have a team search the warehouse. We will find this guy." "Yes, sir," the control room responded. The captain turned to his subordinates. "All units, listen up. Split into groups of 3 and search the area. Fire a warning shot if you spot anyone suspicious." "Yes, sir." Over 100 soldiers quickly divided into more than 30 groups, conducting a thorough search of the vast warehouse. Despite their efforts, they found no trace of the intruder. The control room staff, sweating profusely, still came up empty-handed. Meanwhile, in the most prominent spot in the warehouse stood a T4 class mech. Lancer. This was the only T4 class mech in the entire warehouse, and only high-ranking city officials had the authority to pilot it. Even maintenance personnel needed special authorization to access it. No one suspected that the target they were desperately searching for was hidden inside this mech. Zhao Chun had quietly crawled into the cockpit through a concealed duct. Although this was his first time seeing the mech in person, his pre-mission research had made him intimately familiar with its capabilities. Zhao Chun settled into the pilot seat and lightly tapped the start button. The mech's internal systems lit up slightly, but nothing changed externally. A digital voice prompted, "Enter authorization command." Zhao Chun smirked as his fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, causing the authorization code screen to blur and distort. A minute passed, and Zhao Chun mentally counted down the time. 2/3 of the 3-minute window he had agreed upon with Zhao Jie, and the others had already elapsed. Although he couldn't hear what was happening outside, the frequency of footsteps suggested the battle was still ongoing and Zhao Jie and his team were holding their ground. Suddenly, a ding sounded as the authorization was granted. The entire control interface lit up, and the engines and power systems roared to life. Zhao Chun stretched his arms and murmured, "Time for us to strike back." A faint click caught the attention of a soldier searching nearby. He turned cautiously, only to see the head of the Lancer mech light up and its chest-mounted cannon slowly rise. "Damn it! The Lancer's activated!" the soldier shouted in terror. Gunfire erupted as the cannon spewed flames, bullets raining down across the warehouse. The once confident hunters instantly became prey, falling one by one in pools of blood. The other parked mechs were also destroyed in the hail of bullets. The squad leader desperately sprinted towards the exit, his mind racing with questions. How could that person operate the Lancer without authorization? But just as he was about to escape, a burst of gunfire tore his body apart, leaving nothing but a bloody mess. "Damn it! This place is swarming with people." Zhao Jie cursed, clinging tightly to the cover as gunfire erupted around him. The enemy's firepower was so intense that he couldn't even poke his head out, completely pinned down. "Don't just stand there. Provide some covering fire. I'm getting targeted here," Zhao Jie shouted into his comms device. With their position compromised, the 5-man team no longer needed to maintain radio silence. Voices from the other 2 squads crackled through the comms, and their situation sounded equally grim. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, followed by an eerie silence. Zhao Jie's heart sank as he cautiously glanced towards the combat post. What he saw was a smoldering wreckage, barely recognizable. "Damn it! The enemy used a portable missile," another soldier shouted angrily from a nearby post. Despair weighed heavily on Zhao Jie. A portable missile meant the enemy's heavy weapons were in place, and it was only a matter of time before their position was overrun. While the cover could withstand normal bullets and even laser weapons, it was useless against heavy firepower. Just then, a terrified voice came through the comms. "Colonel Zhao, retreat immediately. An SPG is aiming at you." Zhao Jie whipped around and spotted the self-propelled gun through the observation point. The barrel, like the gaze of death itself, seemed to emit a foreboding glow as it prepared to fire. In that split second, Zhao Jie's life flashed before his eyes. From his humble beginnings in a civilian family, entering the Star Alliance military academy thanks to his parents' jobs, to choosing the Interstellar Marines due to a lack of family connections. Through outstanding performance and a few meritorious battles, he had clawed his way to the rank of colonel, his career peak. He had once dreamed of marrying into a minor noble family after the war, securing a future for his children. But now, all those dreams seemed to shatter. Zhao Jie smiled bitterly. At least he had amassed enough assets for his family over the years, and with the promised compensation from leader Song Chun, they could live comfortably. As Zhao Jie braced for death, a burst of machine gun fire erupted. He opened his eyes to find the seemingly inevitable shell had exploded 10 meters away, the shockwave washing over him. Stunned, Zhao Jie noticed a conspicuous combat mech outside the mech hangar, a Quasi-T4 Lancer-class medium combat mech, a top-tier enemy asset. It worked. Colonel Zhao Chen pulled it off. Zhao Jie couldn't contain his excitement. He had initially found Zhao Chen's plan unbelievable, but now, the imposing Lancer mech stood as proof. The Lancer quickly targeted the SPG, destroying it with a single shot. Its shoulder-mounted guns extended, rotating 360 degrees, and began indiscriminately mowing down enemy soldiers. Even those wearing exoskeleton combat suits couldn't escape. "Retreat! Retreat! Report, the enemy has taken our Quasi-T4 Lancer. Requesting backup." My leg. My leg. Eh. Watching the scene unfold, Zhao Jie felt a rush of exhilaration. He returned to his post, grabbed his overheated machine gun, and rejoined the fight. A minute later, The area within a 300-meter radius was clear of enemies. The Lancer's guns ceased firing. Zhao Qin's voice came through the comms. Report your casualties. Zhao Jie and his team felt a pang of sorrow but reported truthfully. Zhang Wanze and Wu Jinyu were killed in action, hit by the enemy's portable missile. Shun Jiangzhe was shot twice, but is stable after receiving medical treatment. Zhao Qin listened expressionlessly. Losing 2 men and having 1 seriously injured in a 6-man squad was a remarkable outcome. Search the area for armored vehicles. Regroup at my location in 30 seconds. Zhao Qin ordered. Yes, sir. And if time permits, bring back Zhang Wanze and Wu Jinyu's bodies, if you can find them. Holding back tears, Zhao Jie resolutely replied. Yes, sir. Zhao Qin then turned his attention to the communications tower on the other side of the city and contacted Song Chun. Leader Song, my mission here is complete. What's your status? The sound of intense gunfire came through the comms as Song Qin urgently responded. We're in bad shape. After breaking through the tower's top, we encountered heavy resistance from enemy armored units on the 100th floor and can't advance. Have all your men retreat to the 110th floor within 30 seconds. Cover your ears, Zhao Chun instructed curtly. Before Song Chun could ask why Zhao Chun had already cut the comms, he maneuvered the Lancer, preparing for the next phase of the operation. Zhao Chun had studied the enemy's communications tower extensively while planning. Despite limited information, he knew there was a nearly impregnable section within the tower. Agreeing to draw enemy attention by attacking their mech units was merely part of his strategy. The Lancer mech's back ejected a long spear, and the mech gripped it tightly, its body slightly bent, all systems powering up to the limit. Zhao Jie looked over in this direction. Under the moonlight, the mecha, which was barely AT4 level, seemed to emit a certain glow. The entire steel body was poised in a throwing motion, and the next second, accompanied by a piercing sound, a whirlwind rose, forcing Zhao Jie to squint his eyes against the gust. A loud explosion suddenly echoed from afar. Zhao Jie squinted towards the other end of the city, where the communication tower stood. A massive hole had been blasted through the middle, as if something had pierced it. He gasped, recalling that the leader and others should be in that tower. At that moment, Zhao Qin's calm voice came through the general communication channel. What's the situation over there? After a long pause, angry curses came through. Zhao Chun, this wasn't part of the plan. Song Chun peered through the gaps in the floorboards, seeing the blasted and shattered area below. It was originally a stronghold of the enemy, a place they had struggled to conquer. Now, the entire area had vanished. Song Chun shuddered at the thought that if the attack had been slightly higher, they would have suffered heavy casualties, and he himself might have perished. Zhao Chun asked coldly, any casualties? Song Chun quickly inquired with the squads, receiving responses that there were no casualties, only a few minor injuries from the sudden shock. If no one's dead and the path is clear, what's the problem? Zhao Chun said indifferently. You. Song Chun felt helpless once again towards this man. He wanted to lash out at Zhao Chun, but realized that many people could hear on the communication channel and suppressed the urge. Zhao Chun continued. Proceed with the operation. We will come to support. Stay in contact. Got it. Song Chun responded briefly. A nearby officer couldn't help but complain. Leader, Zhao Chun is too arrogant. That attack wasn't in the original plan. If something went wrong, what about your safety? Song Chun glared at him. I didn't say anything. Why are you so anxious? Then, looking at the cleared area, he commanded, all squads, move down immediately. The enemy's main communication control room is around the 70th or 80th floor. Now that the last obstacle is gone, we must capture it before they sabotage the equipment. With that, Song Chun kicked open the remaining floorboard below. What lay beneath was the gaping hole left by the blast. They needed to use ropes or other means to quickly traverse this space. Several people swiftly set up anchor points, and Song Chun began to rappel down. As he descended, Song Chun glanced towards the direction of the mecha unit's base. He could see flames and smoke filling the sky. It was hard for him to imagine how Zhao Qin, with just 6 people, could create such chaos and still provide precise support from a distance. Who exactly was this man? Meanwhile, Zhao Jie drove an armored vehicle under Zhao Qin's T4 medium combat mecha, still shaken by the recent attack. Colonel Zhao, wasn't your attack just now too reckless? After all, the leader was there. Zhao Qin replied calmly. The result was good. Given the situation, they didn't have heavy firepower and couldn't break through the 100 layers of armed defense in a short time. Rather than wasting troops, it was worth the risk. Besides, I was 70 to 80% confident. Zhao Jie didn't understand where Zhao Qin's confidence came from, but the result indeed proved him right. Are you ready? Zhao Qin asked. Zhao Jie reported. We found an armored vehicle equipped with a machine gun, for micromissiles, and some firearms and grenades. Then let's move out. I'll lead the way, you follow behind. In combat, prioritize your safety, Zhao Qin ordered. Yes, sir. Despite Zhao Qin's often risky and brutal combat style, Zhao Jie and his team fully obeyed his commands at this moment. Even if faced with a suicidal order, they would execute it without hesitation. Perhaps this was the trust forged in life-and-death situations. On the way to the communication tower, Zhao Chun and his team encountered minimal resistance. The city had few station troops, and after the battle started, many units rushed to the mecha base, only to be decimated by Zhao Qin's controlled long spear mecha. The remaining forces likely received orders to support the communication tower, so there were hardly any soldiers on the streets. Zhao Qin looked up at the sky. The threat within the city might be neutralized, but the real danger had yet to arrive: the enemy's starship. He had no idea about the situation outside the atmosphere, or whether the enemy would dare to conduct orbital bombardment on their own city. Each civilization handled matters differently. The Star Alliance would order orbital bombardment in the face of alien invasions, but in this unknown universe, they might not do so. Besides, the threat level of the current enemies was entirely different from that of the aliens. However, Zhao Chun had seen a T3 level starship within the atmosphere. Even a T3 level vessel could sweep everything on this planet. But it's not entirely without countermeasures. This was precisely why Zhao Chun agreed to head to the mecha base and chose the most challenging T4 medium combat mecha. The mission for this prize was far from over. At this moment, Song Chen's voice came through the communication channel. We've breached the enemy's communication headquarters. Some equipment has been sabotaged by their technicians. Our people are checking to see if we can restore normal communications. Zhao Chen remained silent. He had anticipated this situation and could only hope that luck was on their side. Half a minute later, Zhao Chen received a reply from Song Chen. Although their communication equipment was damaged and unable to perform high-frequency, long-range quantum communication, it still worked fine within several star systems. This news brought a sigh of relief to Zhao Chen. Song Chen's deep voice carried a hint of resignation. The communication equipment is quite old and needs encryption. The whole process will take about 20 minutes. Zhao Chen understood that in the current situation, 20 minutes was an eternity. The enemy was already aware of their actions, and reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Zhao Chen initiated a 20-minute countdown and said calmly, "Got it, 20 minutes. I don't intend to work overtime." Detecting the confidence in Zhao Chen's tone, Song Chen couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure?" "Within 20 minutes, I'm sure. Beyond that, no overtime," Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Taking a deep breath, Song Chen said seriously, "All right, 20 minutes. During this time, you can command all our personnel here. To be precise, it's now 19 minutes and 22 seconds, Zhao Chen reminded. Zhao Chen didn't immediately issue any orders. He knew that Song Chen's team was already severely depleted. Originally a group of over 30, after the battle at the communication tower, probably only half remained combat ready. At this moment, Zhao Jie asked worriedly, "Colonel Zhao Chun, what do we do next? The enemy will likely send numerous shuttles, or even starships as reinforcements. With our limited firepower, it's hard to hold them off. We should have deployed some mechs earlier," Zhao Chun bluntly pointed out. "Your records show little experience in piloting combat mechs. Having you pilot those machines would just make you easy targets." Zhao Jie laughed awkwardly, admitting Zhao Chun was right. Piloting mechs required specialized training. At best, they could handle training mechs, but actual combat was a different story. Moreover, these were enemy mechs, with which they were even less familiar. Thinking of this, Zhao Jie couldn't help but admire Zhao Chen's abilities even more, while also feeling puzzled. How could Zhao Chen decrypt the enemy mech systems and operate them so proficiently in such a short time? Just who is Zhao Chen? Really? Is he just a colonel? Zhao Chen said coldly. Whether we can hold off the enemy's attack depends on their cooperation. Zhao Jie was baffled, not understanding Zhao Chen's meaning. By this time, Zhao Chun had piloted the Quasi-T4 long spearman medium combat mech to the base of the communication tower. There were still many enemy troops there, but under the assault of the long spearman mech, these soldiers stood no chance of escaping slaughter. Zhao Chen asked Zhao Jie, "There should still be enemy soldiers inside the communication tower. Can you hold this position, using the weapons and armored vehicle we've scavenged?" "No problem," Zhao Jie replied, then asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Wait." Zhao Chen uttered an unexpected word. Next, Zhao Chun piloted the long spearman mech to climb the outer wall of the communication tower. The previously cumbersome mech moved as if it were a regular rock climber, traversing the wall with ease under Zhao Chen's control. Zhao Jie looked up at the shrinking figure of the long spearman mech and swallowed hard, once again amazed by Zhao Chen's skills. This man was a monster, capable of piloting starships, operating mechs, and possessing extraordinary physical prowess. Even Zhao Jie, a former interstellar marine, felt inferior. Suddenly, everyone in the control room of the communication tower felt a tremor, as if an earthquake had struck. "What's going on? Where's that noise coming from?" Song Chen wondered aloud. Someone outside shouted, "Report! There's a mech climbing the outer wall of the communication tower. It looks like Colonel Zhao Chen's long spearman." Hearing this, Song Chen immediately walked to a shattered floor-to-ceiling window. disregarding the danger of the 100-meter drop, and leaned out to look down. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he saw a mech climbing the wall like a spider. Soon, the mech reached their level, and Song Chun watched it leap past their floor, continuing to climb upward. Unable to contain his curiosity, Song Chun asked over the comm channel, "Zhao Chun, what are you doing?" "Just completing my mission," Zhao Chun replied blandly. "Completing your mission? By climbing a skyscraper with a mech?" At that moment, a lookout soldier suddenly shouted, "Bad news! An enemy starship is approaching." He pointed at a small in the sky that was rapidly growing larger. Song Chen's face turned grim. That was the enemy's T-3 starship, a model he recognized. On the interstellar battlefield, it was cannon fodder T-3 Foxhound medium interstellar destroyer. But here, it was like a boss-level threat. At this distance, the enemy's weapons can lock onto us in about 3 minutes. Song Chen's heart sank. If they want, the starship's weapons can destroy this communication tower we're in. It could easily wipe out this entire city. In this era, interstellar starships were the ultimate weapons of despair, unmatched in their destructive power. At that moment, a video communication window suddenly projected in midair in front of the communications building. The enemy leader's face appeared on the screen, and a clear voice echoed, "Leader of the Star Alliance universe, I know you're here. Our king has said that if you surrender, I can ensure the safety of you and your soldiers. Your resistance here is futile. One shot from my starship's cannon can reduce this communication tower to rubble. For your own sake and for your universe, give up the fight." Song Chun listened to the enemy's plea for surrender with an unchanged expression. Turning to look at the communication still being transmitted behind him, he calmly ordered, "Ignore them. Keep sending the message." "Yes, sir." The soldiers responded firmly. Song Chun coldly watched the approaching starship, speculating that the enemy might want to capture him alive. He gave his final instructions to the soldiers around him. "Stay here no matter what happens. Ensure the message is sent." No sooner had he spoken than Song Chun leaped out of the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. "Sir," several soldiers exclaimed. In the next second, a grappling hook shot from Song Chen's hand, firmly catching the outer wall of the communication tower. Using the momentum, he quickly ascended, climbing toward the top. At that moment, Zhao Chen's long spear mech stood tall on the roof of the communication building, like a giant, awaiting the approaching starship. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise and saw a mechanical claw grab the edge of the roof. With the sound of metal scraping, a figure agilely leaped onto the roof. Zhao Chen frowned and, using the mech's external speakers, asked, "Song Chen, what are you doing up here?" Standing firmly, Song Chun looked directly at the colossal mech and said, "I figured out your plan. If you're here, you'll be their target. If I'm here, they won't dare fire at me if they want to capture me alive." He pointed to the starship, which had already locked onto Zhao Chen's mech, its main and secondary cannons' red targeting beams clearly visible. Song Chun quickly climbed onto Zhao Chen's mech shoulder, holding onto the mech's head with one hand. Standing tall in the fierce wind, his clothes billowing, exuding an aura of authority. Zhao Chen reminded him, "Are you sure about this? If you follow me, I can't guarantee your safety." Song Chun smiled slightly. "I am the leader of the Star Alliance. Do I need protection from a mere soldier like you?" Zhao Chen remained silent. Song Chun continued, "But you, this soldier, have many secrets. Are you really Zhao Chen?" He asked directly. A person might grow quickly in a short time, but such a drastic change is impossible. Unless he isn't from this world. Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat, realizing Song Chun might have guessed his true identity. Song Chun bluntly said, "Should I call you Zhao Chun or a traveler from another world?" Zhao Chen finally spoke. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you for saying that?" Song Chun replied without hesitation, "You won't. I'm not betting. I simply don't sense any killing intent from you. When I ordered orbital bombardments on planets invaded by aliens, even my subordinates on the bridge would occasionally have latent hostility toward me. But you never did. So, you won't kill me. Or rather, we're the same kind of people." Zhao Chen fell into deep thought, considering if he would take such extreme measures in the Xiaolong universe. He didn't dwell on it further. The answer might have always been there, just waiting for a key to unlock it. Turning his head, Song Chun stared at the mech's massive head as if looking into the cockpit. "If we're not enemies, I hope we can sit down and have an open conversation after this battle." "Can we?" "Yes," Zhao Chen affirmed. Though risky, he had a hunch that Song Chun held the answers he sought to return home. The starship drew nearer, yet it refrained from firing. Instead, a swarm of drones and shuttles surrounded them, but they too withheld their attack. Zhao Chen chuckled. "Looks like they really want to capture you alive." Song Chun smirked. "Just as we understand them, they understand us. Moreover, they've partnered with those conservative noble families, so they have plenty of intel on me. Losing me wouldn't spell the end for the Star Alliance, but at least half of its power, resources, and technology are under my control. The tech from the White Rose Military Corporation alone is something they desperately want." Capturing me gives them a chance to obtain it. As the shuttles and drones closed in, Song Chen asked, "How do you plan to get through?" Zhao Chen didn't answer, but the solution was evident. Parts of the mech's back and feet shed their outer shells, revealing rocket boosters inside. Song Chen, despite saying, "I don't like this, it's uncomfortable," had a smile on his face. He drew a lightsaber hilt from his waist, igniting a golden blade, and stabbed it into the mech's shoulder for a firm grip, exuding confidence. "Hold on tight. If you fall, I won't help," Zhao Chen said calmly. "Let's go." Zhao Chen activated all the rocket boosters in the cockpit. The rockets roared to life, emitting intense flames that shook the entire communication tower. The long spear mech began to accelerate, running faster and faster. As it reached the edge of the building, it leaped mightily, like a missile, flying straight toward the starship. The sudden action stunned everyone, including the captain of the opposing starship. Alarms blared as an officer reported nervously, "Warning, enemy mech is approaching our starship. Should we fire?" The captain asked gravely, "Are we certain that the person on that mech is the leader of the Star Alliance?" "Confirmed. Do not use the ship's cannons. We must capture the Star Alliance leader alive. A live enemy leader is more valuable to us than a dead one." "Understood." Although the cannons were aimed at the mech, they did not fire. The rocket thrusters of the Lancer-class medium combat mech gradually weakened and finally cut off as it approached the starship. Zhao Chen chuckled. "Looks like your face is pretty useful. Almost as good as a star shield." Song Chen didn't respond, struggling to maintain his balance due to the high speed. Zhao Chen eyed the starship below, wrapped in a star shield, surrounded by enemy drones and shuttles that had yet to attack. Catching his breath, Song Chen said, "Leave the rest to me." This surprised Zhao Chen. "Can't let you hog all the glory," Zhao Chen thought. Song Chen drew out his lightsaber and leapt. The lightsaber turned blood red with terrifying ripples, clearly no ordinary weapon. Realizing Song Chen's intention, Zhao Chen adjusted his mech's position to follow closely. Song Chen thrust his lightsaber at the star shield, which shattered like glass upon contact. The two then plunged through the opening. With a loud crash, the Lancer-class medium combat mech created a small dent on the starship's armor. Zhao Chen maneuvered the mech to stand and looked at the steady Song Chen. "You've got some nerve." Song Chen snorted, standing like a swordsman with his lightsaber. "Don't waste time. Keep doing what you need to do." Outside, the shuttles and drones started precise attacks, targeting the mech rather than Song Chen. Zhao Chen crouched and began pounding the starship's armor. Soon, cracks appeared, but the mech kept shaking from continuous hits. Suddenly, after several loud blasts, the mech lost power. Zhao Chen kicked open the cockpit and jumped out. "The mech circuits are damaged." Frowning at the cracked starship armor, Song Chen asked, "What now?" Zhao Chen gripped the edges of the crack, veins bulging, arms straining. He let out a beastly roar, stunning Song Chen. More astonishingly, the crack in the starship's armor began to widen, the steel slowly tearing apart. With a final loud crash, a piece of armor flew out like a cannonball, striking and destroying a shuttle deploying ground troops. Panting heavily, Zhao Chen shouted at the stunned Song Chen, "Get inside, quick." Song Chen snapped back to reality and swiftly crawled into the chamber, cautiously drawing a laser gun to check the surroundings. Zhao Chen followed. "How did you do that?" Song Chen couldn't help but ask. "Tearing apart a starship's armor with your bare hands." Zhao Chen mimicked the tearing motion, saying nonchalantly, "Just like this, and then this, and then this." Song Chen was speechless. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of scattered footsteps suddenly filled the air. Some came from nearby compartments, others from the breaches above. "This way." Zhao Chen and Song Chen shouted in unison, pointing in the same direction. They exchanged a surprised glance before sprinting toward a door. Zhao Chen paused at the entrance while Song Chen followed closely. "I have a star shield. I'll go first," Song Chen said, pointing to the specialized wristband on his arm. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Holding a laser gun, Song Chen charged out in a professional combat stance. Instantly, his star shield shimmered as it absorbed incoming attacks. Song Chen immediately retaliated, while Zhao Chen darted into the compartment, using the sounds and trajectories of enemy fire to accurately pinpoint their positions. After a few seconds of intense gunfire, only enemy soldiers lay on the ground, their blood staining the floor. The surveillance equipment above had been destroyed, a necessary step to prevent the enemy captain from tracking their movements. Zhao Chen crouched down to remind Song Chen to gather supplies, but found him already skillfully searching the bodies for usable weapons, focusing on grenades, smoke bombs, and flashbangs. "Do you know how to use this grenade? You have to press here first and then..." Song Chen appeared behind Zhao Chen, explaining the grenade's operation. Zhao Chen was surprised. "How do you know how to use their grenades?" Song Chen paused, then calmly replied, "We've been fighting the enemy fleet for so long that we've learned about their weapons." Zhao Chen examined the bodies, humanoid creatures with 4 limbs but no visible body hair. Their skin was a sickly white, faces sunken, and eyes twice the size of humans. Despite being humanoid, they looked quite strange. Strange that the humans in the Star Alliance look exactly like those in the Xiaolong universe, Zhao Chen thought, relieved that he had crossed into the Star Alliance and not some other bizarre universe. Let's move, Song Chun reminded. Zhao Chen noticed that Song Chun was heading toward the bridge and frowned. Song Chun seemed unusually familiar with the ship. Was it really just battlefield intelligence? As the leader of the Star Alliance, how could he remember such details about a mere T3 class destroyer? With growing suspicion, Zhao Chen followed Song Chun. In the ensuing actions, they worked seamlessly together. Song Chun led with the star shield while Zhao Chun quickly eliminated enemies from behind. After clearing another compartment of a dozen crew members, Song Chen discarded his depleted laser gun and picked up an alien-looking pistol. Zhao Chen's laser gun was down to its last energy clip. Up ahead is the final stretch to the bridge, a 500-meter corridor, Song Chun said as they walked. We could have taken the elevator, but it was shut down after we boarded. Zhao Chun, walking beside him, analyzed. The enemy numbers don't add up. This destroyer should have at least 1,000 crew, including 100 Marines. We've gone through 13 compartments, which should have housed 300 crew, but we've only killed 150 with just 30 Marines. That doesn't include any additional personnel called by the captain. Song Chen's sharp eyes seemed to pierce through the closed door ahead, envisioning the soldiers lined up in the corridor, shields up, guns aimed. The moment they stepped out, they'd face a hail of bullets. Our rear support will be here soon, Zhao Chen continued. With the time we've spent fighting, we'll be caught in a pincer move within a minute. Handing his laser gun to Song Chen, Zhao Chen drew 2 lightsabers from his waist, one his own, the other a gift from Song Chen. Song Chen accepted the laser gun without hesitation. In their brief combat, their teamwork had become as synchronized as that of longtime comrades. How many minutes? Song Chen asked. Zhao Chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 3 minutes. A hint of excitement appeared on Song Chen's face, a stark contrast to his usual stoic demeanor as the Star Alliance leader. I'll give you 5. 3 minutes. Any longer, and I'll be your son, Zhao Chen retorted. I don't have a son that old, Song Chen replied. In the corridor between the compartment and the bridge, over 100 soldiers had assembled, forming a tight battle formation. Though they knew the intruders were only 2, none dared to be careless. The deputy captain, sweating, was acutely aware of their lethality. They roamed the starship like specters of death. No one knew how they had breached the hull. Rumor had it something had torn it open, but that was irrelevant now. The bridge was behind him. He couldn't let those demons in. Capturing the Star Alliance leader alive would be ideal, but killing him if necessary was acceptable. Suddenly, the compartment door opened. Just as the deputy captain was about to order fire, a figure emerged with hands raised. Wait, I surrender. Surrender? The deputy captain's eyes widened in disbelief. The soldiers who had been ready to fire stood frozen, their weapons held uncertainly. No one expected to hear a surrender declaration from the enemy leader. Song Chun raised his hands, his voice calm and steady. I surrender. The deputy captain hesitated for a moment before shouting, Drop your weapons. Despite his wariness of this dangerous man, the thought of capturing the enemy's highest-ranking leader made his heart race. Such a feat would earn him unimaginable rewards in the kingdom. Song Chun obediently dropped his weapon, the clatter of metal against the floor echoing through the silent corridor. The deputy captain's gaze shifted past Song Chun to the hatch behind him, but he saw no sign of another intruder. Where's your companion? He demanded, suspicion lacing his tone. Song Chun sighed and pointed to the room behind him. My subordinate fell in the earlier battle. That's why I chose to surrender, he added. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check. The deputy captain scrutinized Song Chun, clearly uncertain whether to believe him. But on reflection, it made sense. Even if these two were incredibly skilled, it was unlikely they could make it through hundreds of soldiers unscathed. The enemy leader surrendering when resistance seemed futile was a reasonable move. The thought of the potential glory before him made the deputy captain swallow hard. After a brief moment of hesitation, he commanded loudly, Remove all your weapons and equipment, then kneel. Song Chun frowned slightly but complied, slowly lowering his hands and unfastening his combat jacket, which he dropped to the ground. Several grenades rolled out of the pockets but did not explode. He was left wearing only a black, tight-fitting combat suit. Next, he removed his combat pants, revealing matching black briefs. Despite the simplicity of his actions, the tension among the 100 soldiers remained high, each man ready for any sudden movement. Take off the device on your wrist first, the deputy captain shouted urgently. Song Chen glanced at the ring-like device on his wrist, hesitated for a moment, but then slowly removed it and tossed it to the ground. His hand moved to the collar of his black combat suit, where a hidden zipper lay. He began to unzip it, revealing the skin of his neck, but then stopped abruptly. After a few seconds of pause, Sweat beaded on the deputy captain's forehead. He shouted, "What are you doing? Take everything off now." Song Chin's face darkened, and he lowered his hands. "I am the leader of the Star Alliance. I demand proper treatment, not this humiliation. Bring your captain here to see me." Perhaps the naturalness of his reaction caused the deputy captain to relax slightly. He shouted sternly, "You don't have a choice. Now, do as I say immediately." "And what if I refuse?" Song Chen challenged, staring defiantly at the deputy captain. In the next instant, the exasperated deputy captain raised his laser gun and pulled the trigger, aiming at Song Chen. Bang! A loud crack resounded as a scorch mark appeared on the ground in front of Song Chen's feet. "Do it now!" the deputy captain barked, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Or the next shot won't be a warning." "That's more like it," a cold voice suddenly whispered in the deputy captain's ear. "That's how you should treat my leader." The deputy captain felt a chill run down his spine as he slowly turned his head. He saw a grotesquely ugly face smiling at him demonically. The man held the hilt of a lightsaber, an enemy's close combat weapon. Before the deputy captain could react, the lightsaber ignited, and its blade pierced through his neck. Drip, drip. The soldiers at the back turned at the sound, only to see their deputy captain decapitated and a man holding a white and red lightsaber in each hand, grinning like a demon from hell. "All right, boys, the game begins." The words had barely left his mouth when the demon charged into the crowd. The red and white lightsabers danced a bloody solo in the corridor. Meanwhile, Song Chen swiftly picked up 2 laser guns and fired at the enemy. The massacre resumed. A minute later, the corridor was littered with over 100 bodies, the floor stained dark red with blood, and the stench of death thick in the air. 3 minutes, not bad, Zhao Chen remarked, sheathing his lightsabers, his entire body splattered with blood from the close combat. "You missed out on a lot of riches," Song Chen chuckled. "Many in the Star Alliance would kill to call me their godfather. If you were a girl, I'd gladly call you my goddaughter," Zhao Chen said, stretching and eyeing the bridge at the end of the corridor. The two walked leisurely, stepping over the bodies as they headed toward the bridge door. "Tell me," Zhao Chen suddenly asked, "how many shield devices do you have on you? Besides that depleted wristband, I have at least 3 more of the same type. Are you that afraid of dying? You don't understand. Staying alive is the most important thing." Just as they were about to reach the end of the corridor, reinforcements arrived at the rear compartment. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the ship, leaving only flames and faint screams behind. Zhao Chen and Song Chen arrived at the bridge door. Song Chen frowned at the energy shield protecting it. "This has a defense field. It's tough to break through." Boom! A loud explosion came from beside him. A large hole appeared in the wall next to the bridge door. Zhao Chen dusted off his hands, pointing to the makeshift entrance. Song Chen smiled slightly. This guy could tear through starship armor. An internal wall was nothing to him. They stepped into the bridge, greeted by a sea of terrified faces, as if they were staring at demons from hell. "Hello, just dropping by," Zhao Chen said with a seemingly harmless smile. "Didn't bring any gifts. How about a little lightsaber performance?" To the bridge crew, however, he was just a blood-soaked demon smiling at them. "Monster. He's a monster," someone whispered, trembling. A few minutes later, Zhao Chen sat atop the captain's chair, his foot on the captain's head, and declared, "I hereby take command of this starship." Song Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. This kid was becoming increasingly insubordinate. Song Chen ignored Zhao Chen's actions and focused on her task. She activated the communication device to contact the team still at the tower, sending out the distress signal. "We've taken control of the starship. How's the progress on the distress signal?" "Report, we need another 10 minutes, the team responded. "All right, be ready to board the ship in 10 minutes. I'll arrange for a transport vessel," Song Chen instructed concisely. The news spread quickly, and everyone was in shock. Capturing an enemy starship with just 2 people showcased the leader's incredible prowess. As everyone was preparing to discuss the next steps, Song Chen turned around and saw Zhao Chen pointing a laser gun at her, a faint smile on his face. Unfazed, Song Chen shrugged and said, "Planning a mutiny already? Don't forget, half of the enemy crew is still on this ship. There are enemy shuttles and drones outside, and their fleet is on the way." "Don't worry, I can handle it," Zhao Chen squinted. "But right now, I need a convincing answer to prove you're not a threat to me, leader." Song Chen knew that if her answer didn't satisfy him, he might actually pull the trigger. "You can trust me," Song Chen smiled at Zhao Chen. "Because we share a common identity?" Zhao Chen remained silent, waiting for more. "Travelers?" Song Chen didn't answer directly but started inputting data into various systems on the bridge. Zhao Chen observed but didn't interfere. "You're also someone who traveled to this world?" Zhao Chen asked. While editing the AI system, Song Chen explained, "Suddenly possessing incredible abilities and talents that are completely different from my previous self. That's the only explanation I could think of." "Why would you reveal this to me?" Being fellow travelers doesn't mean we're not adversaries, Zhao Chun pressed. Because of my special ability, Song Qin glanced at Zhao Chun. I can sense others' intent to kill me in any situation. From the beginning, your intent has been very weak, even now with the gun pointed at me. But if my answer doesn't satisfy you, your intent might spike instantly. Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes, noting the similarity to his own ability. Suddenly, the bridge shook violently. Song Chun lost her balance and fell towards Zhao Chun. He reacted quickly, pinning her face down on the captain's chair. With a ripping sound, Song Chin's black tight combat suit tore, revealing a large patch of skin. The air seemed to freeze. A woman? Zhao Chun stared at Song Chun in shock. Song Chin's expression turned cold instantly. She twisted like an eel, breaking free from Zhao Chin's hold and kicking him in the abdomen. Zhao Chin winced in pain, and the next second, Song Chun had him pinned down with a knife to his throat. Wait, that was an accident, Zhao Chin hastily explained. Though confident he could disarm her, he didn't want to kill someone who might reveal the secrets of this universe. He looked sincerely into Song Chin's slightly embarrassed eyes. Just then, a mechanical voice sounded. Docking successful. Starting system information unlock. System information unlocking. Estimated time, 1,000 minutes. For Zhao Chun, it was a long-missed system voice. Docking successful? What does that mean? Both fell into thought. The only change was their close contact and eye contact. You have a system? Zhao Chun and Song Chun asked simultaneously, then frowned, realizing there might be some connection between them. But whatever it was, they'd have to wait over 16 hours until the information was decrypted. No matter our identities, we're allies for now. Zhao Chun broke the silence. I suggest we deal with the immediate threat first and discuss the rest later. Agreed. Song Chun stood up, looking at her torn combat suit. The prolonged battle, especially the close combat on the starship, had pushed the suit to its limits, finally giving way under Zhao Chen's hold. Zhao Chen quietly handed her a relatively clean military jacket. Song Chen glanced at him and put it on. Zhao Chen began investigating the cause of the earlier tremor. We might have damaged some starship modules during our fight, causing an explosion below the bridge. Fortunately, the damage is minor, only affecting some performance efficiency. Song Chun continued her previous work. We don't have enough manpower to fully control this starship. We need to program an AI to assist us and take over the ship, eliminating all enemy personnel on board. I'll help you, Zhao Chen said, moving to Song Chen's side. They exchanged a glance and began programming the AI data. Their cooperation was seamless, like longtime partners. Soon, a holographic projection of a little girl appeared on the bridge. Daddy, Mommy, Yaya is here. The little girl waved at Zhao Chun and Song Chun. Zhao Chun was stunned, while Song Chen's face froze. Don't call me Mommy, call me sister. Song Chun glared at the little girl. Yaya blinked her eyes, looking aggrieved. I thought we could only create a mid-level AI, but it's a high-level AI, Zhao Chun said, surprised. This Yaya was their joint creation. Though some features were still unfinished, meeting their current needs, her intelligence level was surprisingly advanced. Song Chen's astonishment was evident. She instinctively glanced at Zhao Chen beside her, thinking to herself that his system's golden finger must have provided significant assistance. Reflecting on Zhao Chen's previously displayed impressive combat skills, she was almost certain it was related to the system. Zhao Chen turned his gaze to the artificial intelligence hovering in the void, and ordered in a deep voice, Yaya, take control of this starship. Secure the critical module rooms, and lock all crew members in controlled areas. Got it, Daddy. I'm on it. Yaya responded obediently, like a sprite beginning its task. With this advanced AI around, Zhao Chen and Song Chen's workload was greatly reduced. Without it, controlling an interstellar warship with just the two of them would be an impossible feat, even with the addition of the incoming dozens of crew members. Suddenly, Song Chen asked, Why do you trust me? Zhao Chen looked at her, slightly surprised. Why do you ask? Song Chen stared at Zhao Chen. Do you have abilities like mine, such as detecting hostility? Zhao Chen realized Song Chen might have hidden abilities, perhaps even the power to detect lies. Given that she also had a system, anything was possible. He decided to be honest, at least about less critical secrets. Because I need to get home, Zhao Chen answered simply. Song Chen curiously followed up. When you say home, do you mean where you were before you crossed over? Zhao Chen shook his head. Although I had a home before I crossed over, that was 7 or 8 years ago. If I can go back, great. But right now, I need to return to the universe I was in before coming here. My wife, my newborn child, and a universe I must protect, just like you. As he spoke, Zhao Chen's eyes softened, as if seeing something across time and space. Song Chun keenly picked up on the crucial information. You mean you were in another universe before coming here? Zhao Chen didn't hide it. He chose to be upfront because the opportunity to return to his universe might lie with Song Chen. He didn't want to waste any more time. You crossed over again? Song Chun was shocked, not expecting Zhao Chun to have experienced 2 crossings. Seeing his urgent desire to return home, her trust in him increased. Zhao Chen paused his work and looked seriously at Song Chun. If you know of any way to get me back quickly, please tell me. I'm willing to pay any price. Song Chun sighed. Although I sympathize with you and want to help, I'm sorry, but I don't know any solution for your situation. Zhao Chen had anticipated this. He said, you must have heard the system's notification earlier, right? If I'm not mistaken, our system's appearing is no coincidence and might be closely related to my return. Song Chun nodded. I'm also curious about what the system actually is. Anyone would be intrigued by such a miraculous presence in their mind. Tell me about your world, Song Chun asked with interest. Taking advantage of the break, Zhao Chen briefly introduced his world and some non-secretive experiences. Meanwhile, the starship wasn't idle. External cannons and weapons systems operated at high speed, destroying all surrounding drones and shuttles. The starship, hovering above the communication tower, stood like a guardian deity. Suddenly, alarms blared on the bridge. Warning, 10 enemy surface-to-air missiles detected approaching. Without Zhao Chen and Song Chen's intervention, the advanced AI Yaya raised her hands, making shooting gestures. By Yubiu, the starship's Closian weapon systems created a dense barrage, accurately intercepting and destroying all incoming missiles. Without the AI's computational power, such precision would be impossible for this T3 class interstellar warship. At that moment, a hatch on the starship opened, and a transport ship remotely controlled by Yaya slowly descended below the communication tower. The surviving Star Alliance soldiers evacuated the tower and boarded the transport ship, returning to the starship. Leader, the distress signal has been sent, a soldier reported. Good, Song Chen replied. Once on board, follow the bridge's instructions to clear out the remaining enemies and secure critical sections. Yes, the soldier responded. Song Chun watched the radar's flashing alerts with a grave expression. We've been here too long. The news of us capturing an enemy T3 interstellar warship must have spread. We need to escape and hold out until reinforcements arrive. Zhao Chen nodded, looking intently at Song Chun. Although we're not friends, for the next several hours, you can't die without my permission. He wasn't sure if the system's unlocks were related to this fellow traveler, so he couldn't let anything happen to her. Song Chun smiled slightly. I've heard your story. Do you want to hear mine? I'm all ears, Zhao Chen replied. Song Chen's eyes grew deep as if lost in memories. I've not only hidden my gender but also my real name. I don't like the name Song Chun. I'd rather be called Zhao Chengqing or Zhao Cheng. Zhao Chengqing's words hit Zhao Chun like a hammer to the heart. His mind was in turmoil. Zhao Cheng, Zhao Chengqing. Could this be just a coincidence? Song Chun, a name that holds an untold secret within the Song family. She is the illegitimate daughter, a product of her father's reckless behavior in his youth. That fateful night, Song Chen's mother became a victim, but the scales of justice were powerless against the Song family's influence. The scandal was buried, and although Song Chen's mother fell into despair, she chose to live on with strength. When she discovered she was pregnant, everyone around her advised her to give up the child. However, Song Chen's mother stood firm. The man was wrong, but the child is innocent, and so, Song Chun came into this world, marking the beginning of her journey through time. Despite being a time traveler, Song Chun felt immense gratitude towards her mother in this world. She silently vowed to use her abilities to give her mother a better life. However, fate played a cruel trick on her. Her system didn't awaken until she was 8 years old. Every time she thought about it, a flicker of regret and self-blame crossed her eyes. Zhao Chen listened intently to Song Chen's story, noticing the pain in her eyes whenever she mentioned her mother. Song Chun continued recounting those dark times. When she was 6, their planet was thrown into chaos due to a laboratory accident. Mutant creatures ravaged the city, and although the mother and daughter managed to board an evacuation transport, Song Chen's mother was injured by a mutant while protecting her daughter, her body infected by a virus. Others on the ship discovered this and wanted to throw them overboard. Young Song Chun stood up bravely, her childish voice declaring, "If you throw my mother off, you throw me off too." But to those people, her words were nothing more than the ramblings of an ant. In that critical moment, just as they were about to be abandoned, Song Chen's mother revealed something, claiming Song Chun was the child of the Song family patriarch. This revelation was like a bombshell, causing an uproar on the ship. Song Chun laughed bitterly. The Song family, the colossal entity that controls a third of our planet's industries. How could I not have heard of them? I just never imagined I would be their illegitimate child. Fortunately, there was a distant relative of the Song family on the ship, Aunt Song. She took a blood sample from Song Chun and confirmed her identity. Only then were the mother and daughter allowed to stay on the ship, though others still avoided them. Song Chen's mother's condition deteriorated. Little Song Chun knelt before Aunt Song, begging for help. Eventually, Aunt Song agreed and used the most advanced medical equipment on the ship. However, this only turned Song Chen's mother into a vegetative state, prolonging her life for 2 more years. Hearing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but ask, Did you return to the Song family after that? And what about your gender? Song Chen explained that she dressed like a tomboy at the time, and being so young, her gender wasn't apparent. Aunt Song placed them in a secluded estate on a remote planet, and the Song family never publicized the matter. To them, Song Chun and her mother were merely blemishes to be hidden. Later, Song Chen's system awakened, granting her the ability to change her gender, although it had time limits. This revelation left Zhao Chen astonished, unable to imagine what Song Chun would look like as a male. Song Chun continued, saying that after her mother's death, she resolved to live well and prove that she could succeed without relying on her bloodline. This was to fulfill her mother's wish that Little Orange would live a good life. At this point, Song Chen averted her gaze, but Zhao Chen knew her eyes were likely glistening with tears. Zhao Chen understood why Song Chun was eventually accepted by the Song family, likely due to Aunt Song's influence. It was rumored that the current true leader of the Song family was a beautiful woman from a collateral branch, and this had Song Chen's tacit approval. That's good. At least you've fulfilled your mother's wish. You're living well, Zhao Chen comforted her. Meanwhile, the battle within the starship concluded, with all enemies eliminated. The interstellar warship was now firmly in Zhao Chen and his team's control. Zhao Chen suddenly thought of a question. So, how should I address you from now on? Our names are so similar, it's hard to believe it's just a coincidence. Who knows what secrets this system holds? Zhao Chengcheng was taken aback, having never considered this issue. Zhao Chen suggested, how about this? We fought side by side and know each other's secrets. In front of your subordinates, I'll call you leader. In private, I'll call you Orange. Orange. Zhao Qingqing's expression froze, as if hearing her mother's call. She didn't object, perhaps yearning for someone to call her that again, rather than Song Chun or leader. The atmosphere on the bridge became tense as the report came in. Several disheveled Star Alliance officers entered the bridge, greeted by a horrifyingly bloody scene. Bodies were strewn about, blood was everywhere, and two figures stood before the captain's chair, creating a chilling tableau. The officers suppressed their discomfort and reported to Song Chen. Zhao Chengcheng turned to look at the four officers who had previously served on her ship's bridge. The rest of the soldiers had been stationed in critical areas throughout the starship under her orders. Clean this place up first, Zhao Chengcheng directed, pointing around. Although she could ignore the environment, who wouldn't prefer a tidy workspace? Yes, ma'am. The four officers immediately set to work. They quickly activated the semi-intelligent cleaning devices on the bridge, programming them to clear away the bodies and blood. While they couldn't handle such a large-scale cleanup manually, at least most of the area would no longer be so gruesome. What's our next move? Zhao Chengcheng turned to Zhao Chun, seeking his opinion. Zhao Chen's gaze was resolute. We can't stay on this planet. While you might still have some surviving troops, using this starship for a rescue mission isn't realistic. It would only put them in danger. The enemy's attention would focus more on us. He continued, first, we need to evacuate this planet with the starship. Meanwhile, we can use the Star Alliance's covert communication channels to inform the survivors to hide and await further rescue. Zhao Chengqing nodded in agreement and pointed to a star map centered around the planet. Then we need to plan our escape route. Zhao Chen didn't respond immediately, but instead looked at Yaya. Yaya, can you hack into the enemy's communication or command network undetected and gather intel on their starship deployments and subsequent orders? No problem. Spy Yaya. Activate. Yaya excitedly turned around, instantly donning a black outfit, black hat, and sunglasses, looking every bit like an adorable little spy. Zhao Chun and Zhao Chengqing exchanged a smile, marveling at the advanced AI's charming personality. Commencing enemy data sync. Yaya's actions are absolutely covert, guaranteed to go unnoticed, Yaya declared confidently. Soon, the star map displayed the locations of various enemy weapons and strategic facilities, not just on the planet but across the entire star system. A fleet of 30 starships was en route, expected to arrive in 20 minutes. Zhao Qin gave Yaya an approving glance, and she stood with her hands on her hips, looking proud. Such intelligence-gathering capability was akin to having a top-tier intelligence station with battlefield omniscience. Of course, this was partly because the enemy hadn't anticipated Zhao Chun having such an advanced AI on his side. On a typical battlefield, there would be countermeasures. How long do you think your reinforcements will take to arrive? Zhao Chun turned to Zhao Chengqing. Zhao Chengqing frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before replying. Under normal circumstances, my subordinates would mobilize T6 Huanqian interstellar jump ships and deploy a fleet as quickly as possible. But due to our previous tactical plans, we've committed about 7,080 of our T6 Huanqian. The rest are dealing with emergencies on the front lines. Given that this is enemy territory, would need at least 10,000 starships to dare a deployment, requiring a significant number of T6 Huanqian. Zhao Qin understood her concerns. The Star Alliance had limited knowledge of the situation here, and didn't know how many starships to send. Sending too few would risk them falling into a trap, potentially losing both the leader and strategic T6 Huanqian ships. Sending too many would require a substantial number of T6 Huanqian, a tough decision. Moreover, the Star Alliance might have experienced internal changes following Zhao Qingqing's disappearance. Unfortunately, we can't use the starship's communication equipment for cross-universe contact, Zhao Qingqing said with resignation. Then let's prepare for the worst-case scenario. Assume we won't receive any support for a long time, Zhao Qin said, his eyes deep with contemplation. Zhao Qingqing understood his meaning. This indeed was the worst-case scenario. Zhao Chun had even spared her feelings by not outright saying there might be no reinforcements at all. With just this T3 starship, escaping would be an arduous task. Yaya, how long can this starship operate on its current energy and supplies without resupply? Zhao Chen asked. Yaya responded immediately. In non-combat conditions, the starship can operate for 60 days. However, if there's combat, that's a different story. Currently, we have 60 of our combat supplies and ammunition left. Zhao Chun swiftly listed a series of data, outlining the position of the starship they were piloting in enemy territory. The ship, known as the T3 Foxhunter Medium Destroyer, was among the fastest in the current galaxy. Unless they encountered a blockade, it would be nearly impossible for the enemy to prevent their escape. Raising two fingers, Zhao Chen emphasized, with Yaya as our sky eye, we don't need to worry about being surrounded unless the enemy increases their fleet by 20-fold. Zhao Chengqing nodded in agreement but quickly reminded, once the enemy discovers our location, they will undoubtedly dispatch reinforcements. According to the intelligence Yaya intercepted, multiple enemy fleets stationed in nearby galaxies are already en route through the star gates. She pointed out that this galaxy only had a small short-range stargate, buying them some time. However, the situation remained dire, and she predicted the following developments. Relatively safe for the next 5 hours. Likely pursuit after 10 hours. Interceptions ahead around 15 hours. Significantly reduced escape routes after 20 hours. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhao Qingqing. Unless we can escape to a more concealed location, they exchanged a glance and said in unison, the edge of the galaxy. They quickly analyzed the advantages of heading to the galaxy's edge. It was a dark zone between galaxies, devoid of stars and light. If they could reach this area, their chances of escape would greatly improve. In contrast, continuing to hide within the galaxy would be futile. Zhao Chengcheng gestured over the star map, shrinking the galaxy and revealing the surrounding edge space. However, she also pointed out the potential risk. The enemy will surely anticipate this. They will do everything to prevent us from reaching the edge. Even if they can't capture us, blocking us until reinforcements arrive would be their victory. Zhao Chun crossed his arms, his expression serious. Both fell into deep thought, staring at the star map. Suddenly, Zhao Chun walked to the opposite side of Zhao Chengcheng and proposed, instead of just thinking, let's run a simulation. I'll play the enemy, deploying fleets to capture you. I won't know your exact position, but my fleet movements will be fully visible to you. Yaya, you handle the battlefield simulation. Yaya excitedly flew above the star map, and Zhao Chengcheng readily agreed. The simulation began, and Zhao Chen immediately issued a series of orders, mobilizing various fleets for interception and pursuit. Zhao Chengxing observed these deployments, realizing Zhao Chen's strategy was more about blocking than chasing, trying to herd the prey into a trap. Zhao Chengxing quickly made a decision. Order my ship to head full speed to. Her ship's marker vanished from the map, leaving Zhao Qian with only a few fuzzy shadows moving in different directions. A tense cat-and-mouse game ensued. Zhao Qian constantly adjusted his deployments, while Zhao Chengxing adapted swiftly, frequently changing her course. Suddenly, the fleeing ship encountered one of Zhao Qian's fleets, sparking an intense chase. After 7 hours of fierce pursuit, the ship commanded by Zhao Chengxing was ultimately destroyed by Zhao Qian's forces. Stunned, Zhao Chengxing stared at Zhao Qian across from her. She knew he was a time traveler and expected him to be a capable commander, but his prowess exceeded her expectations. In reality, Zhao Qian's abilities didn't come from a system but from diligently learning from Charlotte, Akihito, and others, and meticulously studying their battle records. He understood that while some things could be neglected, when faced with them, one must be prepared. Thus, over the past 7 years, the seemingly leisurely Emperor of the Dragon had transformed himself from an ordinary person into an outstanding starship commander. Though he couldn't match Charlotte, he was an exemplary student at the Interstellar Academy. With the added advantage of the super soldier serum, Zhao Qian could now easily simulate entire battles in his mind, a skill reminiscent of Akihito's battlefield command talent. Zhao Qingqing, now fully fired up, shouted, "Let's go again." After numerous simulations, Zhao Qingqing gazed solemnly at the interstellar map. The scene before her was suffocating. Their starship was once again surrounded by enemy fleets, and the pitch-black edge of space seemed to mock their helplessness. Just one step away. Zhao Chengcheng clenched her fists in frustration, slamming her hands on the table. 15 hours, this was their new record. Yaya clapped in celebration beside her, but this achievement was far from satisfying for Zhao Qian and Zhao Chengcheng. Zhao Qian spoke in a low voice. Whether you or I command, our best record is only 15 hours. Worse still, We can never break through into the edge of the star system. Zhao Qingqing's eyes were fixed on the star system displayed on the map, her emotions clearly turbulent. The star system wasn't large. A T3 Foxhunter medium interstellar destroyer could traverse it in just 10 hours. Yet this seemingly short distance had become an insurmountable chasm. Countless attempts had failed, as if an invisible barrier stood in their way. We have to find a way to break through, Zhao Qin said firmly. While reinforcements could arrive at any time, we can't rely entirely on them. We must prepare for the worst. Just then, the bridge officer reported loudly, "Navigation is safe. Should we continue on the current course?" His gaze flickered between Zhao Qingqing and Zhao Chun, filled with admiration yet tinged with surprise. Their strategic duel was akin to a breathtaking chess match. Zhao Chengcheng turned to Zhao Chun and asked, "Shall we go with Plan 5? Zhao Chun nodded in agreement. "For now, that's our best option." Zhao Chengcheng immediately handed the latest navigation data to the bridge officer, who swiftly began adjusting the course. "We've been out for 5 hours already," Zhao Chun reminded, "which means we've passed the easiest phase. The enemy's first wave of reinforcements will start arriving soon. Any major misstep in our commands could lead to total failure. Proceed." Zhao Qingqing's eyes were sharp, fixed on the interstellar map. At this moment, it was unclear whether she was fighting for the starship's escape or driven purely by her competitive spirit. In the hours that followed, Zhao Qian and Zhao Chengcheng continuously simulated battle scenarios, devising the best strategy for the T3 Foxhunter medium interstellar destroyer. Under their meticulous command, the ship managed to evade the enemy's layers of encirclement for the first 10 hours, almost as if it had vanished into thin air. This left the enemy fleet commanders baffled. How could a ship disappear like a ghost in such a small star system? However, the respite was short-lived. In the 11th hour, the T3 Foxhunter was finally spotted by a drone dispatched from an enemy carrier. "Report. The enemy has located us and is mobilizing nearby fleets to surround us," Yaya urgently reported. Zhao Chen and Zhao Chengcheng felt a sinking feeling. The worst had happened. In this game of cat and mouse, the sooner the mouse was exposed, the more dangerous it became. Despite this, the timing was still the best outcome in their simulations. Zhao Chengqing immediately plotted a new course. The escape would now be even more challenging, with the slightest mistake potentially leading to their complete encirclement. In the 13th hour, the T3 Foxhunter was exposed again, this time directly intercepted by an enemy ship. "Damn it," Zhao Chengqing cursed. "If they hadn't changed direction at the last moment, or if we had been just a bit faster, we wouldn't have been discovered." Zhao Chen remained relatively calm. "There's nothing we can do. Unexpected events always happen on the battlefield, unlike simulations where we can try again." But upon closer inspection, one could see his furrowed brow and the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although the T3 Foxhunter managed to shake off the pursuing starships, their position was now compromised. The enemy began concentrating more fleets in the area, deploying numerous warships along the path to the edge of the star system. The enemy commander had clearly realized that this big fish intended to escape into the edge of space, and they were determined to trap it in this small pond. In the 15th hour, the T3 Foxhunter was forced to engage two pursuing T3 interstellar frigates. These frigates were incredibly fast, and if not destroyed, they would keep the T3 Foxhunter constantly visible to the enemy. In this high-stakes battle, Zhao Qian and Zhao Chengqing worked in perfect harmony, commanding the T3 Foxhunter to unleash unprecedented combat power. Within minutes, they destroyed one enemy ship and severely damaged the other, then successfully escaped. However, those few minutes of delay allowed the encirclement to tighten further. In the 16th hour, an enemy T3 interstellar cruiser locked onto the T3 Foxhunter's tail. This was their greatest crisis yet. At this critical moment, the system suddenly alerted. Top-secret information unlocked. A stream of data flowed into Zhao Qian and Zhao Chengqing's minds. Their expressions shifted from intense focus on the battle to shock and disbelief. Disaster. Project 0924. The Cosmic Alliance. All this information surged into Zhao Qian's mind. Despite his enhanced body, he still felt dizzy. Zhao Chengqing gazed at him with a complex expression and softly asked, "Did you also gain some knowledge?" Zhao Qian nodded in confirmation. Zhao Chengqing began to scrutinize him, then chuckled lightly after a moment. "I always felt there was something strange about you. And with our coincidentally similar names, I never thought we were just pawns in someone else's plan." Taking several deep breaths, Zhao Qian turned and walked toward a small room off the bridge. He needed time to process this information. "Give me a few minutes," he said without looking back. "You handle the navigation for now." Without waiting for Zhao Chengcheng to respond, he quickly entered the small room and shut the door. Inside, Zhao Qian closed his eyes and called out in his mind, "System, I'm here." The system finally responded. "You're finally speaking up. Why were you silent for the past several months?" Zhao Qian demanded. "Because I had not activated my intelligent program. You've completed 99 of the plan, and I had nothing more to offer." so I went into a dormant state, waiting for a trigger, the system explained. And this trigger is the current situation?
Yes,
Was it you who brought me to this universe?
yes,
Zhao Chun gritted his teeth. If the system had a physical form, he might have punched it. Just to activate you now?
yes.
Can't you say anything other than yes? Zhao Chun shouted in frustration. I can. Damn it. Zhao Chun cursed. I'm just a piece of coded data. I don't have a mother, the system replied calmly. Feeling a deep sense of powerlessness towards the system, Zhao Chun suppressed his anger and continued to question it. All right, since you can talk now, do you have anything to tell me? Yes, but you kept asking questions, so I prioritized answering them, the system explained. Zhao Chun paced back and forth in the room, trying to calm his emotions. The influx of information made him feel like a volcano on the brink of eruption. If enemies appeared on the bridge right now, he might kill them in the most brutal way possible. Now you can speak, Zhao Chun said, taking a deep breath and indicating for the system to continue. The system began to explain. I am a cultivation system within Project 0924, and you are one of the candidates. You've triggered hidden information, and I am here to tell you some things. After this, I will disappear completely. This will be our last conversation. Zhao Chun was taken aback. The last time? Why? Because my mission is complete, and my energy is nearly depleted. There is no reason for me to exist anymore, the system replied. All right, go on, Zhao Chun urged, trying to piece together his thoughts. He had received a lot of information, albeit fragmented, leaving him filled with questions and wrapped in a giant enigma. He felt both angry and confused, as if his entire life had been orchestrated by someone else. Zhao Chun despised this feeling of being manipulated. The system continued, order is one of the greatest threats to the universe. Unlike other interstellar invasions, they completely control this universe, integrating everything into themselves. Initially, they championed new ideals, claiming that joining them would eliminate war, disaster, pain, and more. What the system described matched Zhao Qin's understanding of order. They considered themselves the noblest beings, the finest life forms, establishing a new order. The first law of order was to prevent any cosmic technology from advancing to T6 civilization because only order, as the sole T7 civilization, could maintain its existence. Zhao Chun thought of nuclear weapons during the planetary era. While nuclear-armed countries often acted in their own interests, nuclear weapons indeed prevented large-scale wars, creating relative peace. Order was similar. Initially, other cosmic civilizations merely resented order's existence, but had no other emotions. After all, despite order's power, it didn't directly threaten them. As for restricting T6 technology research, it was too distant for most civilizations. Opposing a T7 civilization for that reason was unwise. Thus, they accepted order's existence, even acknowledging that order had indeed prevented many interstellar wars. But at some point, order changed. They revealed their fangs, becoming increasingly aggressive, and began invading other universes under the pretext of T6 technology research. They established the Dark Legion, a fleet of resurrectable consciousness entities. With this powerful fleet, order annihilated civilizations accused of T6 research, devouring the life of entire universes, claiming it was a voluntary choice. Initially, no one doubted it, but soon, refugees emerged. These native inhabitants from devoured universes revealed that order's consumption was coercive. They brainwashed the natives, making some believe that joining would free them from poverty and pain. Those unwilling to give up their current lives were ignored and ultimately forced to integrate into order. As these incidents continued, other cosmic civilizations began to protest, fearing they would be the next to be devoured. But did they have the right to resist a T7 civilization? So, that's how that organization came to be? Zhao Chun asked. The Exiled Cosmic Alliance, officially the Anti-Order Star Exiles Cosmic Alliance organization, the system replied. On the surface, it was established by refugees, but in reality, many cosmic civilizations secretly supported it, providing manpower, materials, and funds, and sending scientists to research ways to disrupt order. And that's Project 0924? Zhao Chun recalled the special numbers in his memory data. Not initially. The Alliance launched multiple projects against order from its inception, developing T6 and even T7 technology to break order's blockade. Multiple lines were pursued simultaneously, but many projects failed. Project 0924 was one of the failed ones. A failed project? Zhao Chun was surprised. This project has already failed? Yes, at least according to my latest updated data. I am the last batch of super time-space system particles sent out by Laboratory 9, Project 24. Wait, you said you were sent out? How did you choose me? Did you bring me to this world? Zhao Chun asked, probing further. The system paused for a moment before responding. Zhao Chun was lost in his thoughts when the system's voice abruptly interrupted his reverie. The sudden response left him momentarily stunned. The system continued. All system owners are not actually travelers from another world. The memories they have of being travelers are fabricated by the system. We were all created by Lab 9. You can think of us as seeds. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows, trying to digest this information. The system didn't pause and went on. The idea behind Lab 9's Project 24 is that the organization alone cannot overthrow the existing order. The cosmic civilizations backing them are not willing to openly fight the order either. Thus, with minimal investment, variability is reduced. Project 24 was designed to increase variability and accelerate the development of multiple universes, turning them into a fleet in the war against the order. Zhao Chen's mind raced as he tried to grasp these concepts. The system continued. Each seed is so small that even the most advanced magnifying instruments can't detect it, allowing it to evade the order's blockade. Within these seeds, systems like ours are embedded, preloaded with various technologies, especially those related to interstellar warships. Suddenly, Zhao Chen had a thought and interrupted. If that's the case, how do you explain things that appear out of nowhere? Like those starship cores and the super soldier serum injected into me. His voice carried a hint of desperation. The system replied calmly. The seeds also include a spatial technology, carrying a small storage space. Those items are pressured within it, and are released as rewards when system owners complete certain tasks. Zhao Chun was at a loss for words, feeling a sense of suffocation. The system continued to explain the details of Project 24, including the deployment of seeds, technology collection, and feedback. Zhao Chun listened, filled with questions and unease. Why did Project 0924 fail? Zhao Chun questioned. Did the Order discover it? The system answered. The failure of Project 0924 wasn't due to the Order, but the cosmic civilizations behind the exiled Universe Alliance. They noticed the rapid rise of some small universes and discovered the existence of Project 0924. They terminated the project, shut down Lab 9, and dispersed everyone. You, Zhao Chun, are one of the last seeds sent out? Zhao Chun fell silent before asking, do you know how long it's been since Project 0924 was declared a failure? The system responded. Do you mean the current time in this universe, or the current time in the Xiaolong universe? Zhao Chen was puzzled. What's the difference? Do different universes have different time flows? The system explained. The same time in different universes is the same, but different times in different universes naturally aren't. Zhao Chen suddenly realized, his voice trembling. Wait, you mean, I'm not in the same timeline as my original universe? The system succinctly replied, yes. Zhao Chen pressed further. What's going on? Do you have time travel technology? If that's the case, Lab 9 could have gone back to before the Order was established and eliminated it. The system explained that while it was indeed time travel technology, it was incomplete and had been banned by the exiled Universe Alliance, similar to how advanced AI research was forbidden in Zhao Chen's universe. Although this technology could potentially traverse time and alter timelines, the potential disasters it could cause might surpass the threat of the Order. However, a scientist at Lab 9, upon learning that Project 0924 was to be terminated and the lab permanently shut down, integrated this incomplete plan into the seeds. Zhao Chen was puzzled. An incomplete technology, then why did it activate? The system replied. It required a coincidence. This incomplete plan was always within the system's seeds, waiting for the right trigger. Zhao Chen suddenly recalled. Before I traveled to this universe, something happened. The collapse of a three-dimensional world into a two-dimensional one. The system confirmed. Yes. The system detected a time-space transfer opportunity and activated automatically. Zhao Chen asked sternly. Is the time in this universe the future or the past? The system remained silent. Zhao Chen pressed on. What is the purpose of sending me here? The system responded. There is no specific purpose. The place and time of the transfer are random. The only controllable variable is sending you to a universe that also has a system seed. Zhao Chen was furious. No purpose? Why did you send me here? The system explained. Although there is no specific purpose, the scientists had a few ideas. They wanted the system holders to know the truth and see if it could become a breakthrough for the 0924 project. Zhao Chen interrupted angrily. So you sent us here just because of a hypothesis you wanted to test? The system continued. This setting was in the earliest batches of system seeds. When two system seed holders come into close physical contact in the real world, hidden information is unlocked. However, according to the data, no previous batches of system seeds have reached this stage. Therefore, time-space transfer was added to give the two system seed holders a chance to trigger this opportunity. Zhao Chen sneered. Just for this? Couldn't they have made it simpler? Like unlocking the hidden information automatically 10 or 20 years after the system awakens. Or setting up tasks that, once completed, unlock the information. The system responded. The first method is not feasible due to the different development speeds of each system holder. The second method is feasible, but there are no successful cases so far. Moreover, this method has another purpose. To see if time travel can create a super variable. Zhao Chen suddenly understood. A super variable? You mean, if one of us, Zhao Chengqing or I, comes from the past, it could change the other's development direction to some extent. More so, you would synchronize our technologies, using future tech to compensate for the past, allowing the system holder from the past to rapidly enhance their technological prowess. The system remained silent. Zhao Chen questioned harshly, were you lying earlier? You know my universe's time is in the future, and this is actually the past. The system briefly answered, you are very smart. Zhao Chen laughed bitterly, holding his head. You've synchronized all my system's advanced technology with that woman's system, haven't you? The system only replied with 2 words, yes. These 2 words filled Zhao Chun with disgust. Although he didn't dislike Zhao Chengqing, being controlled and used as a pawn made him extremely uncomfortable. Zhao Chen analyzed bitterly. There were many clues. The technological level Zhao Chengqing possesses is obviously inferior to what my system provides. So, in the eyes of the inventors behind you, I'm just a perfect booster sent to Zhao Chengqing. He swung a fist into the air, roaring, is all this to fight against order? Do you think you can just edit people's lives as you please to combat order? Zhao Chen recalled memories from his first life, the houses, parents, and friends in that beautiful world. It turned out they were all fake. He felt the faces of his parents in his memory becoming increasingly blurry, causing him immense pain, as if a part of his heart was suddenly missing. The air seemed to quiet down significantly at that moment. The system responded, Zhao Chun, I am very sorry for your life. From the moment you were born, I was already in this body, just waiting for an awakening opportunity. Zhao Chen didn't want to hear this voice and laughed bitterly. The system continued, I know all this is cruel to you, but it is an unchangeable fact. Zhao Chen couldn't control himself, shouting, to hell with your so-called facts. He punched the wall, causing a loud bang. The entire bridge seemed to tremble. The officers on the bridge looked in shock at the door, then at their complex-faced leader. Zhao Chengqing glanced at the door, feeling equally complicated. She checked the starship's navigation status, gave a few instructions, and walked towards the door. Standing at the door, Zhao Chengqing hesitated for a long time before preparing to knock. However, the door was suddenly broken off. Zhao Chen looked at the door that had broken off from the wall in his hand and muttered, not very sturdy. He threw the door aside, looking at Zhao Chengqing standing outside, and asked in a low voice, what are you doing here? Zhao Chengqing hesitated. I wanted to talk to you about something. Zhao Chen interrupted her, no need. I know what you want to say. He walked past Zhao Chengqing, saying as he passed her, I have a plan to ensure you escape this star system alive. Follow my instructions. With that, he headed towards the captain's chair. Zhao Chengqing paused for a moment, then quickly followed. Zhao Chen said coldly, you noticed, didn't you? Your system has been updated with a lot of new stuff, right? Those advanced technologies. Don't feel bad. They weren't mine to begin with. I'm just a beneficiary. Someone chose to use me to give you this gift. Zhao Chengqing was at a loss for words. She could understand Zhao Chun. Her own previous life memories being fabricated didn't affect her much because, in those memories, she was just an orphan. In this world, at least she had a mother who loved her, even if that love was short-lived. Zhao Chun stood in front of the captain's chair, watching the star map where Ye Ye had marked the enemy's starship movements. He thought to himself, you said you can send me back to my universe. You better not go back on your word. Otherwise, I'll haunt you even in death. The system responded, this is the only thing I can do before disappearing. You don't belong to this timeline and can't stay here permanently. Actually, you can return now. Zhao Chun remained silent, looking at Zhao Chengqing standing beside him. He thought, just consider it an act of kindness, helping her this once. Adjust the course. Turn 2. Zhao Chun ordered. The officers on the bridge were stunned. They clearly saw the enemy fleet on the star map. Nearly 30 warships were looming in the direction Zhao Chun had specified. It seemed like a suicide mission. The officers instinctively looked at Zhao Chengqing for confirmation. Without hesitation, she said, do as he says. Yes, ma'am. Despite their doubts, the officers quickly executed the order with their leader's approval. The ship changed course and headed straight for the 30 enemy warships. Meanwhile, on the bridge of AT-4 class enemy battleship, the radar suddenly picked up a fast-moving signal. Report, we've detected the enemy leader's ship heading straight for us, an officer urgently reported. Damn, the enemy has spotted us and is trying to escape. No sooner had he spoken than the radar showed the enemy ship veering off in another direction. Full speed ahead. Inform the other fleets, the captain commanded, seizing the opportunity for glory. Capturing the enemy's supreme leader would be a monumental achievement. Even if they couldn't capture him alive, the latest orders were clear. He must be killed. He must not return to his universe alive. Yes, sir. With the order given, the 30 warships surged forward like sharks scenting blood, rapidly closing in on the T-3 Hunter-class destroyer. The T-3, after a prolonged escape, was showing signs of slowing down, making it vulnerable to capture. The captain greedily eyed the target, already envisioning the rewards and power he would gain. Hold your fire. Try to capture it alive. The T-3 has been in several battles. It probably has little ammunition left. As the distance closed, the T-3 began to return fire, but the sporadic shots confirmed the captain's suspicion. Haha, they're low on ammo. Close in and surround them, he laughed triumphantly. Just then, another fleet of 30 warships appeared. Damn it, competitors for the glory. Speed up, don't let them steal our prize. The captain spat in annoyance. The T-3 was soon encircled and began to maneuver in arcs, seeking an escape route. But against 60 fully armed warships, the exhausted T-3 had little chance. Establish contact with the enemy ship, the captain said, barely containing his excitement. But, sir, they refused to communicate. The captain sneered. At this point, they still think they have a choice. This is our universe. Order the frigates and destroyers to close in. Target their non-vital areas, but avoid the bridge and ammo compartments. Prepare the fighters and drones to support the Marines in boarding the enemy ship. Yes, sir. Suddenly, an officer shouted in alarm, wait, the enemy ship is accelerating. It's on a collision course with us. What? The captain was shocked, quickly checking the visuals. Indeed, the T-3 was speeding towards them, its engines overloading and smoking, with small explosions occurring. Are they insane? Open fire, the captain hesitated, realizing that firing might hit the enemy's bridge, ruining any chance of capturing them alive. Captain, the enemy ship has no shields. If it crashes into our shields, their bridge might still be destroyed, an officer warned. Madman, madman, the captain cursed, but he wanted the glory of capturing the enemy leader. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, deactivate our shields and brace for impact. Our T-4 destroyer can handle it. This is our chance to board them. No risk, no reward. We might sustain damage, but capturing the enemy leader will be worth it. Yes, sir. With the order given, the T-4 destroyer's shields went down. The surrounding ships also moved in closer. Just then, they witnessed something unbelievable. What the hell? Is that a person on the bow of the Hunter? And he's wearing our spacesuit. The bridge crew exclaimed in shock. Magnify the image, the captain urgently demanded. After multiple zoom-ins, they finally saw it clearly. A person in their standard black spacesuit was standing on the bow of the approaching ship. The suit, typically used for external repairs, was not ideal for combat, but was heat-resistant and could function in space. Even more shocking was the blood-red skull painted on the helmet's visor. In the next moment, the figure raised his hands, revealing two lightsaber hilts, one red and one gold. Despite their size, they shone brilliantly in that instant. Alarms blared incessantly as compartments on the ship's schematic turned an alarming red one after another. The captain stood in the center of the bridge, staring in disbelief. An intruder wielding dual lightsabers had effortlessly breached the ship's armor, wreaking havoc within the starship and heading straight for the bridge. The bridge shook violently as several compartments exploded. The captain quickly issued orders, prepare for combat, shoot anyone who appears at the bridge door. The bridge became a hive of tension, with hundreds of soldiers forming squads, various weapons aimed at the door, fingers poised over the trigger buttons. The executive officer reported urgently, the intruder disappeared in compartment A18. The captain was incredulous, finding it hard to believe that someone causing such devastation could simply vanish. The executive officer explained that the intruder had destroyed the surveillance lines, making real-time observation impossible. Soon, a blurry image was transmitted back to the bridge. The footage showed walls and floors marred with sword marks and blood, bodies strewn about, resembling a scene from hell. Laser gun marks on the walls indicated that the crew had fought valiantly, but failed to stop the intruder. Suddenly, the image revealed a large hole in a corner, seemingly connected to some sort of duct. The executive officer quickly reviewed the starship's structural data and found it was part of the ventilation system, with one duct leading straight to the bridge. Both the captain and the executive officer realized the imminent danger. A loud crash shattered the tense atmosphere on the bridge. The ceiling was blown open, and a blood-soaked man wielding dual lightsabers leaped down into the center of the crowd. His head was adorned with a skull pattern, exuding a terrifying aura. The bridge fell into a deathly silence. Half a minute later, the lightsabers vanished. The man Zhao Qin holstered his weapons and coldly gazed at the fallen captain. With his dying breath, the captain pointed at Zhao Qin and stammered out the word monster. Zhao Qin surveyed the bridge, confirming there were no survivors. He approached the main control panel and inserted a device resembling a USB drive. A miniature version of Yaya appeared before him. Zhao Qin gave a brief command. It's up to you now. Yaya stood at attention and saluted. Yes, sir. Then playfully stuck out her tongue and rolled up her sleeves. Self-destructing the starship. Here we go. Without another word, Zhao Qin headed straight to the starfighter hangar. He selected the most advanced fighter, launched, and flew towards another starship. Glancing back, He saw the catastrophic collision between the two starships. The bow of the T-3 Fox-Hunter medium star destroyer had caved in, crashing into the flank of the opposing T-4 star destroyer. The keel of the T-4 was visibly twisted, on the verge of snapping. Suddenly, the previously stationary T-4 star destroyer ignited its engines and sped towards the nearest Allied ship. This external force caused the T-3 Fox-Hunter to split completely in two. The Allied ship attempted to make contact but received no response, forcing it to open fire. However, the close proximity and the reactivation of the star shield prevented it from stopping the collision. Another deafening explosion ensued, flames erupting skyward. Zhao Chun continued executing his human Tyrannosaurus battle plan, infiltrating one starship after another. With Yaya's capabilities, he transformed enemy ships into self-destructing weapons. The entire battlefield descended into chaos, friend and foe indistinguishable, explosions erupting everywhere. What's going on here? The squad leader of the opposing fleet was stunned. He stared in disbelief at the enemy squad, where starships were wildly colliding with each other, creating utter chaos. Just as he struggled to make sense of it all, a sudden communication from his superiors came through. This is Squad 21. We've eliminated the starship with the enemy leader. But the situation is complicated, came a frantic voice over the comms. The enemy seems to have some kind of special weapon, and they're fighting our fleet. This situation. The squad leader was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to describe the scene before him. You've been deceived, the regiment commander's voice cut in. The enemy leader was never on that starship. It was just a decoy. What? The squad leader was taken aback. But that was indeed the T-3 Fox-Hunter medium-class star destroyer they captured, wasn't it? The regiment commander explained. On the route to the edge of the star system, our starships and outposts detected multiple shuttles. We tried to communicate with them but failed. We believe these shuttles are where the enemy leader is actually located. The starship you were chasing was just a decoy. A portion of the enemy soldiers piloted it to draw our attention, allowing the true leader to escape with the shuttles. Remember, the enemy's movements have always aimed at leaving this star system. The squad leader suddenly understood. That does make sense. So, what do we do now? He glanced at the chaotic battlefield, feeling a bit helpless. That decoy really put in some effort. It was completely convincing. The regiment commander issued new orders. We've already arranged for other regiment fleets to intercept all shuttles and aircraft, ensuring the enemy leader is captured. As for your side, you don't need to come over.
Destroy that starship and end the battle.
Understood. The squad leader sighed in relief. Honestly, he had no desire to get closer to that seemingly enchanted battlefield. Now, he only needed to engage in remote fire attacks. The squad leader immediately issued orders. Relay my command. All starships in our squad, form a firepower network and destroy those out-of-control starships. Inform the opposing squad to have all operational starships retreat to a safe zone and assist us in the fire attack. As the orders were carried out, the crazed, suicidal starships began to be taken down by remote fire, gradually disintegrating. The previously chaotic battlefield started to come under control. At that moment, the lieutenant pointed to an enlarged image. Sir, look at that starfighter. According to our intel, the enemy has a very powerful super soldier. He can infiltrate starships alone, massacre the crew, and then somehow control the starship for suicidal attacks. One man, taking down a whole ship? The squad leader found it hard to believe. The lieutenant continued, it's hard to believe, but according to the last transmissions from the attacked starships, that's exactly what happened. Considering he was used as the decoy for their leader, this person must be very special. Maybe he's using some advanced technology. Don't we also have a super soldier program? The squad leader pondered. A galactic leader having a couple of aces up his sleeve does make sense. Lock onto that starfighter. Keep your distance. His strength lies in solo combat within starships, but no matter how strong he is, he can't withstand a barrage. Order all nearby starships to lock onto that starfighter and prepare for a firepower saturation strike. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun maneuvered his starfighter, searching for the next target, but noticed the surrounding starships maintaining a deliberate distance. He smiled wryly, removed his helmet, and set the fighter to autopilot. Breathing heavily, Zhao Chun felt as if his body was falling apart. Despite the enhancements from the T6 super soldier serum, he had reached his limit, but he couldn't deny that this bloody hunt had thrilled him. I've done my part. Whether you can escape now is up to you. Chengzi, Zhao Chun chuckled, as if speaking to the air. He adjusted his seat for comfort. Through the window, he saw dozens of starships' cannons locked onto his fighter, ready for a saturation strike. The sight of such overwhelming firepower aimed at him amused Zhao Chun, but he no longer cared. System, send me back, Zhao Chun said wearily, not even wanting to open his eyes. Understood, preparing to transfer your consciousness back to your timeline universe. The system responded. Zhao Chun suddenly asked, will the technological knowledge in my memory disappear? No, all that information has been fully integrated into your brain. It's yours now, the system explained. Hearing the system, Zhao Chun felt a pang of melancholy. He remembered the system telling him in the small room that he had one more chance to transfer his consciousness back. This had softened Zhao Chun's hostility towards the system. No matter what you are, thank you for being with me these years, Zhao Chun said sincerely. The system was silent for a moment before responding. Zhao Chun, you are an exceptional person. Though I couldn't communicate freely, I witnessed your growth. I know you worked hard. Even without the system, you would become outstanding. Go back to your world, continue your life, and protect everything you hold dear. Goodbye, child. Safe travels. With those final words, the starships outside fired simultaneously, lighting up the battlefield with dazzling flashes. Zhao Chun closed his eyes, his lips moving slightly, as if saying, "Goodbye, old friend." The vast universe had finally entered a rare period of peace. A starship slowly navigated into the Xiaolong star system, with the brilliant starlight reflecting off its portholes. A girl with pigtails and freckles excitedly pressed her face against the window, her eyes glowing as she gazed at the legendary star system. Dad, was this really just a small star system 10 years ago? Without even a stargate? She turned to ask her father, the ship's captain. She had begged him tirelessly during this vacation, finally persuading him to let her join the transport mission to Xiaolong. The captain took a puff of his pipe and reminisced, "Yes, that's true. Back then, I was just a bridge crew member on the T2 starship. When we got the assignment to deliver goods here, everyone complained. No stargate meant we had to traverse the edge of the star system, which was time-consuming and risky, and the pay wasn't great either." He pointed in several directions. Back then, these areas were all void. Just a few planets and spaceports, with a population under 1 billion. Now, nearly 100 billion people, the number of habitable planets has multiplied several times, and at least 5 stargates have been built. No other star system in the universe has received such treatment. The captain gently knocked on his daughter's head, his tone a mix of affection and warning. "Remember, you need to listen to me this time. This place is different from others. If you cause trouble, our whole family will be in danger." The girl nodded obediently, but her gaze remained glued to the window. At her academy, the Xiaolong star system was a place every student dreamed of, as the great emperor was born there. The captain continued, "You're lucky. Xiaolong suddenly announced a lockdown for over 6 months and only lifted it recently. If we weren't part of the Bayan Interstellar Group, we wouldn't have been allowed entry." "Dad, are we going to that space station?" The girl pointed to a massive interstellar city in the distance, shining like a diamond embedded in the cosmos. "That's the Xiaolong Imperial City. We don't have the clearance to enter. Just approaching it without permission could get us destroyed." A hint of longing flashed in the captain's eyes. Suddenly, the girl jumped up excitedly, pointing at scattered lights in the dim universe. "What's over there?" "That's the Xiaolong Industrial Zone 1, a military-controlled area. The raw materials we're transporting are for these industrial bases," the captain explained. "Industrial Zone 1. Is Professor Annie there?" The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. As a student in the Starship Engineering Department, Chief Engineer Annie was one of her idols. The captain laughed. "I may not be able to take you to meet Chief Engineer Annie, but if you study hard, you'll have the chance in the future." The girl clenched her fists and said determinedly, "Yes, I'll meet Chief Engineer Annie and join her team one day." At that moment, a message came from the industrial docking port ahead. "Bayan Group's 3rd Transport Fleet, Ship H-76, please follow the designated route to dock. Due to temporary regulations, no one is allowed to leave the ship during the docking period. Please comply." After acknowledging the message, the captain maneuvered the transport ship toward the port. Once docked, the pipelines connected to the ship, and the unloading of raw materials began. After the unloading was complete, the ship prepared to depart. The girl gazed longingly at the distant industrial zone and the brilliant star system, silently vowing, "Professor Annie, I will meet you someday." Meanwhile, in Industrial Zone 1, Annie suddenly sneezed. "Chief Engineer, are you all right?" A tall, angel-like woman brought her a meal, asking with concern. "I'm fine, just a tickle in my nose." "Feels like someone's talking about me," Annie said, still focused on the electronic screen in front of her. The angelic woman teased, "Who would speak ill of you? You're one of the 3 chief engineers of Xiaolong. So many big corporations out there would love to hire you at a high salary. Rumor has it that if you agreed, you could get a 60 stake in an interstellar group without spending a dime." "Do I seem like someone who loves money?" Annie retorted, then murmured, "There was someone who used to curse me behind my back, acting like I owed him something." Annie didn't elaborate, her eyes dimming as she returned to her work, seemingly lost in it. The angelic woman didn't notice the detail in Annie's words. She just recalled the rumors she'd heard when she first arrived. Chief Engineer Annie was actually quite lazy, often finishing work at the last minute unless Chief Engineer Nana urged her. Annie had 3 loves: good food, vacations, and slacking off. When she became chief engineer Annie's first assistant, reality was vastly different from the rumors. Annie hardly ever took a break, pushing off all her vacations. Apart from basic rest, eating, and hygiene, her life revolved around work. In the office, Annie was constantly buried in blueprints and data, her eyes reddened from staring at screens for too long. She was a bona fide workaholic, with no trace of leisure or entertainment in her life. The assistant often tried to persuade Annie to take a break, but every time she started to speak, she was silenced by Annie's intense gaze. Even when the production schedule was met, Annie would softly say, "It's not enough," and then continue her work. Surprisingly, Nana, the chief engineer whom rumors claimed always pressured Annie, turned out to be the one urging her to rest. Every time Nana visited Annie's office, she brought food and some seemingly childish toys, trying to make Annie relax. However, the toys ended up in the storage room, and Annie only ate the most convenient foods quickly, leaving the rest for the assistants to enjoy. As the assistant pondered this starkly different reality, Annie's handheld device suddenly lit up. Annie glanced at it and curtly said, "You can go out now." The assistant quickly understood, left the room, and closed the door behind her. Inside the office, Annie looked up at the two video windows that appeared, showing Charlotte and Lilith. This seemingly ordinary meeting was, in fact, a gathering of the three most important figures in the Xiaolong Empire. Annie started her report. The latest production tasks were completed half a month ahead of schedule. The new interstellar battleship production line was ready, and there were no obstacles to mass production, except for the increased demand for raw materials. Her tone was calm, as if she were discussing the most mundane matters. 6 months ago, Charlotte and Lilith might have been surprised by Annie's professionalism, but now their expressions were equally stern, having grown accustomed to such situations. All three had changed, especially Annie, whose transformation was the most noticeable. After the report, Annie couldn't help but ask, "Any news yet? It's been over 6 months. All the crew members' life data from that starship have been collected, and the cloning revival process is complete." But Lilith's face, usually alluring, was as cold as an iceberg, her gaze somewhat unfocused. The atmosphere in the meeting became instantly heavy. Charlotte firmly said, "No matter what, we will wait for him to return. If he doesn't come back in 6 months, we'll wait a year. If not a year, then 10, 20, 50 years. I believe he will come back." Lilith ended the meeting succinctly. "All right, I've noted everything discussed. I'll arrange to meet these requirements as soon as possible. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll sign off now." With that, her image disappeared. Charlotte, concerned, asked Annie, "I heard you haven't been resting well lately. I know you work hard, but you need to take care of yourself too." Annie replied calmly, "I'm just doing my job." "Charlotte, I need to go now too." With that, she disconnected the communication. Charlotte sighed deeply as she looked at the darkened communication window. Over the past 6 months, she was acutely aware of the pressure everyone around her was under, especially those in the know, who seemed to be constantly weighed down by an invisible burden. But they all understood the need to persevere. The Empire needed them to hold on, to protect everything that man had left behind, awaiting his return. Charlotte turned to look at the sleeping twins on the bed, her gaze softening considerably. Compared to Lilith and Annie, she was fortunate. At least she had a source of emotional support. After ending the communication, Annie was about to resume her work when she suddenly felt a pang of hunger. She knew she needed to refuel to continue working efficiently. Her eyes fell on the meal Nana had insisted she eat. Without Nana's insistence, she would have just relied on nutrient liquids. Annie picked up the meal box and quickly shoveled food into her mouth with chopsticks. She ate rapidly, filling her mouth in under a minute. Suddenly, a few tears fell into the meal box. She murmured softly, "You big jerk. This food tastes awful." Report, all undead creatures in the target area have been cleared. Awaiting further instructions, the deputy captain stood in front of the fleet commander, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Su Lan looked up, her eyes glinting with a cold light that sent a shiver through those around her. "Checked thoroughly? Not a single one left." Her voice was as icy as frost. The deputy captain swallowed hard. "Yais." Su Lan's gaze fell on the red zone on the star map. After a moment of silence, she said, "Then conclude this mission and proceed to the next location." The deputy captain hesitated before speaking cautiously. General, our fleet hasn't had any downtime for a month. With only 3 unoccupied areas left, might we take a short break?" Su Lan frowned slightly. Seeing this, the deputy captain hurriedly added, "It doesn't need to be long. Just enough for the crew to contact their families. The officers have the privilege to communicate with their loved ones, but the lower-ranking crew members don't. So," Su Lan's expression softened a bit. "Arrange for a 1-week rest. Allow those who haven't had leave to take a break, and if necessary, permit them to leave the ship temporarily to visit their families." "Yes, ma'am." The deputy captain responded joyfully. Just as he was about to leave, he couldn't help but turn back and say, "General, You. You should also take some time to relax. For the past 6 months, you've been pushing yourself too hard. If this continues, your body won't be able to take it. Su Lan glared coldly at him. That's not your concern. The deputy captain, resigned, bowed his head and left. Su Lan sat in the captain's chair, closing her eyes. After some time, the deputy captain returned to remind her, General, we've arrived at the Xiaolong Military Base 3. Su Lan opened her eyes. Handle the rest break arrangements. Do not disturb me during this period. With that, she dragged her weary body out of the bridge. As she took the elevator within the ship, her handheld terminal beeped with a new message. She frowned at it briefly, then changed her course, heading to the hangar instead of her quarters. General, here's the shuttle you requested. Do you need a pilot? Before the crew member could finish, Su Lan had already leapt into the shuttle, piloting it out of the hangar towards a distant interstellar city. This was a military star system, with numerous starships stationed for rest. The spaceport, habitable planets, and Diamond Eden-class starships provided an excellent environment for the crew's recovery. After parking the shuttle in the hangar, Su Lan swiftly requested, prepare a hover bike for me. Soon, a sleek hover bike appeared before her. Su Lan expertly maneuvered the bike, speeding through the air and quickly arriving at a scenic mountaintop winery. Welcome to Kwokang Mountain Winery, a mechanical maid greeted her. Park it for me, Su Lan said, not looking back as she walked into the winery. She navigated through a few turns before arriving at an outdoor private room. The door was ajar, and voices could be heard inside. Chu Xian, stop drinking. It's good. You should drink some too. No. Don't come over. Glug glug glug. Su Lan pushed the door open to find Chu Xian pinning Xue Xiaoxiao against the floor-to-ceiling window, forcing her to drink. Xue Xiaoxiao struggled, but couldn't match Chu Xian's strength. The room was littered with empty bottles. Su Lan strode forward, pulling Chu Xian away. The bottle fell to the ground, spilling the remaining wine. Xue Xiaoxiao coughed, her cheeks flushed, and hid behind Su Lan. Su Lan, thank goodness you're here. If you hadn't come, I might have drowned in wine. Chu Xian, wobbling, approached Su Lan with 2 bottles in hand. Su Lan, you're here too. Perfect. Xiaoxiao can't hold her liquor. Let's drink. She unscrewed a bottle, ready to hand it to Su Lan. Su Lan took the bottle, but suddenly smashed it over Chu Xian's head. Wine soaked Chu Xian instantly. Chu Xian, you've really let me down. Are you still the eldest daughter of the Chu family? Are you still the highest commander of the Xiaolong Second Fleet? The Marshal of Xiaolong? Su Lan demanded sternly. Chu Xian froze, then laughed bitterly. Eldest daughter of the Chu family? Xiaolong commander? Xiaolong marshal? Do these matter? Is that what I want? No. I can give up all of this. I don't need any of it. I just want him alive. I just want that bastard to be alive. Chu Xian cried out, tears streaming down her face. Xue Xiaoxiao turned away, unable to bear the sight. Su Lan grabbed Chu Xian by the hair, pressing her against the window. Who said he's dead? Did you see it with your own eyes? Then why? Why hasn't he come back? Chu Xian's voice was filled with despair. No matter what, as long as he hasn't returned, we should hold this place for him. Not like you, wallowing in self-pity. Su Lan said harshly, if you keep this up, I suggest you resign from the position of the highest commander of the Xiaolong Second Fleet and go back to being the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Then, no one will care if you drink yourself to death. But I believe, if he knew about this, he would be deeply disappointed in you. Chu Xian stared blankly, then collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Xue Xiaoxiao, unable to bear seeing Chu Xian in this state, explained, Su Lan, Chu Xian isn't usually like this. She just finished a round of clearing undead creatures and brought her fleet here to rest. She came here to relax. I didn't expect her to lose control like this. That's why I called you, hoping you could talk some sense into her. Su Lan glanced at the despondent Chu Xian sitting on the floor. She didn't say a word, walked to the side, and picked up a bottle of liquor. Su Lan's voice was low and firm. If you want to drink, I'll join you tonight. But just tonight. With that, she tilted her head back and downed the entire bottle, her Adam's apple bobbing as she swallowed. Chu Xian watched silently, then walked over to Su Lan, grabbed a bottle, and drank alongside her. Xue Xiaoxiao looked on with a helpless smile, thinking to herself, great, now I have to keep an eye on both of them. As the bottles emptied, Su Lan's voice grew more agitated. The atmosphere in the room became rowdy again as she cursed angrily, that bastard. He used to call me senior and invited me to join his fleet. Now he's missing, leaving us to clean up his mess. I was working for him, not selling my soul. Chu Xian nodded, her eyes filled with complex emotions. You're right, he's heartless. My family even announced an engagement between us to help him out. Now that he's successful, he doesn't even mention it. And he has kids with Charlotte and Lilith. I don't even know what that feels like. Her voice choked. I thought I'd be okay just watching him from afar. But now, he won't even give me that. Jerk. Bastard. Xue Xiaoxiao shrank into a corner, not daring to make a sound. Afraid of attracting the attention of the two drunken women, she nibbled on a chicken leg, feeling a twinge of bitterness. That man was indeed a liar, promising her a super interstellar battleship after the war. But half a year had passed, and there was no sign of it. Just as Xue Xiaoxiao was lost in her thoughts, her handheld terminal suddenly rang, drawing the attention of the two drinking women. Xue Xiaoxiao felt a sense of foreboding, but stood up quickly when she saw the caller, opting for a voice call. It's me, Xue Xiaoxiao. What's the directive? She tried to remain calm. Charlotte's voice came through the terminal, urgent. Latest intel, multiple rebellions have erupted across the Empire. Someone has publicly disclosed the Emperor's disappearance. The Empire is in chaos, with nearly 500,000 rebel fleet units attacking multiple planets. Even the major families are showing unrest. All Imperial fleets and ace fleets are to go on high alert. Have everyone ready for orders within half an hour. Understood? Understood, Xue Xiaoxiao replied. Also, Su Lan and Chu Xian are with me. I'll have them ready for combat immediately. As the call ended, Xue Xiaoxiao looked up to see Su Lan and Chu Xian already standing upright, injecting themselves with sobering agents. The drunkenness quickly faded from their faces, replaced by a cold determination. Someone dares to cause trouble now? Chu Xian said through gritted teeth. Su Lan tossed the empty vial aside and strode towards the door. They'll pay for this. Chu Xian followed closely behind. Watching their backs, Xue Xiaoxiao couldn't help but admire their unwavering sense of duty. She straightened her uniform, her expression turning serious. As she left the room with them, she thought to herself, those fools really have no idea what they're up against. In the highest command center of the Empire of the Soaring Dragon, holographic figures coalesced into human shapes within the command room. Marshal Charlotte sat at the head, surrounded by the Empire's top military leaders. Chu Xian, with a grim expression, stared directly at Charlotte and asked, Marshal, what's the current situation? Who are the fools challenging us? Charlotte remained silent, while Lilith raised her hand to display a massive interstellar map. The map was predominantly yellow, dotted with 13 conspicuous red zones. Pointing at these red circles, Lilith explained, the red areas represent confirmed rebel forces or factions that have declared independence. They have amassed around 500,000 starships and have even attacked our outposts. Chu Xian scanned the map and noticed red circles even within the kingdom of Xingyao, which fueled her murderous intent. Medusa spoke coldly, such widespread rebellion is no coincidence. Someone has been plotting this for a long time. Lilith nodded in agreement. The royal guards admit to a lapse in their duties. We had heard rumors about the Emperor and tendencies toward independence, but saw no concrete actions. The Emperor once instructed us to judge actions, not intentions. In hindsight, we were too lenient. Shen Bing, her face like ice, asked, let's get to the point. What's our next move? Charlotte finally spoke, her voice laden with killing intent. Those who betray the Empire will be shown no mercy. She projected a blacklist filled with names of families and factions. All entities on this list must be purged. Direct relatives will be executed. Collateral relatives will be imprisoned for life. And all associates will face severe punishment. Xue Xiaoxiao cautiously raised a concern. Won't such large-scale executions cause public panic? Especially since rumors about the Emperor have already spread. Qitong interrupted coldly. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. With the Emperor gone, we can't afford any leniency. They must understand that even in his absence, they cannot act recklessly. This must be a one-time lesson that leaves them too scared to try again. Charlotte added, this decision is unanimous between Lilith and me. Your task is to execute it. We will bear all the responsibility. The assembled officers responded in unison. Su Lan inquired about the handling of the yellow zones. Lilith explained that these were suspected disloyal factions that had not yet acted. The plan was to increase military presence while maintaining a facade of normalcy. With a gleam in her eye, she added, if they dare make any move, they will face the same fate. Lilith then assigned tasks, and the officers examined their orders carefully. Observant individuals would notice the strategic nature of the assignments. For instance, Chu Xian was tasked with quelling the rebellion within the kingdom of Xingyao, while Qitong was assigned to the former demon territories. The half-beast Snow White was mainly responsible for handling the Warhammer Interstellar Federation kingdom. Chu Xian gritted her teeth. No problem. Any traitor to the Empire, even if they're from the Chu family, will be eradicated. They had their chance before. If they defy us now, they leave us no choice. Qitong, with a menacing tone, added, the Emperor gave them a chance. Since they failed to seize it, they must pay the price. Snow White said fiercely, looks like it's time to serve these traitors a feast of interstellar missiles. Just as Charlotte was about to issue the order, a piercing alarm sounded from both her and Lilith's terminals. Their brows furrowed as they quickly reviewed this top-priority intelligence. What's happening? Shui Xiaoxiao asked nervously. Clenching her fist, Charlotte replied gravely, there's been a development. Something major has happened with the angels. The scene shifted to the Angel Kingdom, within the War Angel King star system, at the War Angel Sanctuary. Wells, have you lost your mind? The Holy Angel King, Angelia, was trapped in a cage of light made from a special material, unable to break free. She had never imagined that the War Angel King would imprison her under the pretense of a private discussion. Wells ascended the steps slowly, looking down at Angelia. I'm not crazy. As the Angel King, my duty is to ensure the prosperity and strength of the angel race. Angelia retorted angrily, we are now part of the soaring dragon empire. This is treason. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Wells responded coldly, treason? You speak as if the soaring dragon is our master. This world is governed by the law of the jungle. As for consequences, if Zhao Chun were still around, I wouldn't dare. But he's gone. Angelia's heart skipped a beat. She had heard rumors of Zhao Qin's possible demise, but had always been given evasive answers when she inquired. Wells continued, with that man gone, the soaring dragon empire has no reason to exist. I, Wells, and my angels will only respect the strong, not those women. The weak are destined to be eliminated. This is the law of the universe. The words of the King of War Angels cut through the silence of the sacred mountain like a sharp blade. The wings of the King of Holy Angels trembled slightly, and her voice carried a barely perceptible quiver. What if Zhao Chun is still alive? The King of War Angels was silent for a moment, his gaze intense. He can't be alive. If he is, then I have failed, and I am willing to face any consequences. Face any consequences? The King of Holy Angels stood up abruptly, her wings fully spread. Do you realize what kind of catastrophe this will bring to the angelic race? Her roar echoed under the dome of the sanctuary. The King of War Angels did not respond. He simply gave the King of Holy Angels a silent look before turning and leaving the sacred mountain, leaving behind a restless King of Holy Angels. Meanwhile, the territory of the angelic race descended into unprecedented chaos. The King of War Angels suddenly declared the independence of the angelic race, placing all planets and space stations within their domain under martial law. Many were swept up in the sudden upheaval before they could even react. At a starport, aboard the flagship of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion, Commander Tilia faced her mutinous subordinates, staring in disbelief at the gun pointed at her head. We are following the orders of the Angel King, said an angel warrior with a golden armband, coldly. Commander, you need to rest. Our angelic race will rise independently once more, belonging to no empire. Tilia felt a chill to her core. She roared. The Angel King? Impossible. The Angel King would never give such an order. You are pushing the angelic race into the abyss. Silence, the angel warrior shouted fiercely. Remember, you are an angel. You are not of the human race, nor a dog of the Xiaolong Empire. Take her away. As Tilia was dragged away, she continued to scream. It was Vels who gave the order, wasn't it? The King of Holy Angels would never do such a thing. Vels is a madman. He will pay for this decision. At the same time, the Kingdom of Holy Radiance was also plunged into turmoil. In the royal hall, Saint Kana faced the anxious gazes of her ministers and forced herself to remain calm. Let me think. Everyone, go and pacify the people and the star domains. After leaving the hall, Saint Kana received a communication from her father, Saint George. She spoke in a low voice as she walked. I won't make a public statement for now. Speaking too soon will only escalate the conflict. We need to stall. But, Father, remember who gave us everything we have now? On the other end of the communication, St. George was silent for a moment before replying heavily, I understand. The latest news from the Xiaolong High Command indicates a rapid deterioration in the angelic realm. The King of the War Angels has seized control of over 80 of the military forces, including the Holy Dragon Angel Corps, which had close ties to the Xiaolong Empire. This wasn't a betrayal but rather the result of an enemy infiltration during a routine docking, leading to the entire corps being taken over. Commander Tilia is now under house arrest, and during the sudden attack, Holy Dragon Angel Corps officers and soldiers fiercely resisted, resulting in the destruction of 37 starships and the loss of over 100,000 lives. King Velis of the War Angels immediately claimed responsibility for this act of independence. The staff officer hesitated while reporting to the Chief Secretary Lilith. Under Lilith's cold gaze, the staff officer continued with Velis' statement. The Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire is dead, and the Empire is no longer necessary. He called for the universe to return to its former order, with each race governing itself independently, and expressed willingness to cooperate with any interstellar forces seeking independence to overthrow the Xiaolong Empire. Lilith's lips curled into a cold smile upon hearing this. She then inquired about the situation of Angelia, the King of the Holy Angels. The staff officer replied that according to the royal guard's intelligence, Angelia was being held by Velis in the Temple Mountain Palace within the War Angel's territory. Lilith fell silent, her gaze fixed on the vast map of the Xiaolong Empire before her. The red and yellow regions had expanded several times, indicating the worsening situation. At that moment, a holographic projection of Grand Marshal Charlotte appeared beside Lilith. She got straight to the point, asking, "Is the situation as bad as it looks?" Lilith sighed. "Worse than we imagined. The Emperor's importance to the Empire was far greater than anticipated. His disappearance has emboldened those who were already restless. Currently, the rebel forces possess nearly 1,000,000 starships, mostly T3 and T2 class, far inferior to our Imperial fleet. We still hold a significant advantage, but using military force to completely suppress the rebellion could have immeasurable negative consequences." Charlotte calmly analyzed, "The Empire is still young, and many have not truly pledged their loyalty. They feared the Emperor more than anything. Now that the sword hanging over their heads is gone, it's as if the collar around their necks has been removed. While violence can't solve all problems, it's our only option for now." Rubbing her temples, Lilith reluctantly agreed. "Then let's proceed with force. At least it will instill fear and prevent further rash actions. We'll implement a high-pressure policy in these regions for the foreseeable future." Charlotte nodded in agreement, then looked concernedly at Lilith's abdomen. "You were supposed to be resting during this period. Can your body handle it?" Lilith caressed her abdomen and smiled. "I'm fine. There's still some time. Though I'm not as resilient as you, a half-beast, I'm still a succubus. Childbirth is not a big deal. But what about you? How much time do you spend with your child? I heard you keep the child on the starship. While the environment is good, it's not the same as a normal upbringing. Consider my previous suggestion." The two women exchanged smiles, understanding the immense pressure each had endured over the past 6 months. They had become each other's rare sources of emotional support. Following their conversation, a sweeping internal crackdown began within the Xiaolong Empire. The most successful was within the Xingyao Kingdom, the birthplace of the Xiaolong Empire. The rebellion here was the smallest and was quickly subdued by the queen of the Xingyao Kingdom herself. Qin Xiaolei sat in the captain's chair, coldly observing a burning planet before her. She asked, "Is the area cleared?" Her subordinate respectfully replied, "Report, the rebel base on the planet has been bombarded from orbit. We've avoided civilian areas as much as possible. And the rebel leaders? Have they been captured?" Qin Xiaolei pressed. "We're awaiting a report from the Royal Guard," the subordinate answered truthfully. Qin Xiaolei coldly ordered, "Relay my command. Anyone who dares betray the Xiaolong Empire within the Xingyao Kingdom, be it individuals or family forces, will be treated as rebels. The Xingyao Kingdom will spare no effort in eradicating them completely. Also, issue a public declaration to other rebel forces within the Empire. If they can't handle their internal issues, our Xingyao Kingdom will unconditionally deploy fleet forces to assist in their cleanup." Rage burned within Qin Xiaolei. Through recent rumors, high-ranking officials like her had already suspected some underlying issues. She had remained silent, having privately confirmed with Charlotte and Lilith that the Emperor was merely resting and would eventually return. Their duty was to protect the empire he had built and await his return. Qin Xiaolei agreed with this perspective. Waiting was all they needed to do. However, she hadn't anticipated that some would attempt to take advantage of this situation, something she absolutely could not tolerate. "Report, the Royal Guard has captured several rebel family leaders." Qin Xiaolei immediately ordered, "Have them handed over to us for processing." Soon, a dozen people were escorted to the bridge of Qin Xiaolei's flagship. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and they were forced to kneel on the cold, smooth floor. Qin Xiaolei's gaze swept over the group, finally settling on the two eldest among them, the patriarchs of the Fong and Chen families, both renowned figures in the Starshine Kingdom. Qin Xiaolei spoke coldly, "Fong family, Chen family, you've really outdone yourselves. I once held you in high regard, and your families have become one of the top 10 in the Starshine Kingdom. Yet, that wasn't enough for you. You dared to betray the Empire." The Chen patriarch straightened his back and met Qin Xiaolei's eyes. "I do not consider myself a rebel. I merely wish to revive the Starshine Kingdom." Qin Xiaolei frowned, her gaze sharp. "Revive? With that puppet you intend to support? My father's illegitimate son." She sneered at a richly dressed man kneeling among the group. Despite his opulent attire, he bore none of the regal bearing of a true royal. The man trembled as he spoke, his voice quivering with fear. "I am innocent. Sister, I had no idea what was happening. They forced me to come forward. I never wanted any of this." Qin Xiaolei snapped her fingers, and a holographic image appeared before them. The screen showed a dimly lit, lavishly decorated room where the royal illegitimate son lounged with scantily clad women, drunkenly boasting. He spoke carelessly about Zhao Chen's death, the decline of the Dragon Empire, and his plans to overthrow Qin Xiaolei and become the new emperor. He even shamelessly talked about taking Zhao Qin's wives for himself. The people on the bridge reacted with disgust at his vile words. Even the imprisoned followers of the Chen and Feng families looked at him with contempt. Qin Xiaolei slowly drew a laser gun from her waist and spoke icily, "You should never have said those things." To her, Zhao Chun was beyond reproach. Her brother had crossed the line. The man begged in terror, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't kill me." Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out, and blood splattered onto the kneeling members of the Chen and Feng families. Qin Xiaolei turned to the Chen patriarch, her eyes cold. "Uncle Chun, is this the person you chose?" The Chen patriarch met her gaze with a steady voice. "Your Majesty, I originally intended to support you. But you have lost your way. You have forgotten the glory of the Qin royal family. I don't know what spell Zhao Qin cast on you to make you so loyal to him. It seems I was wrong. I accept my fate." Qin Xiaolei responded coldly. "I gave you a chance. You tested my resolve repeatedly, and I made my position clear. As long as I'm here, the Starshine Kingdom is part of the Dragon Empire. Without Zhao Chun and his Dragon Legion, there would be no Starshine Kingdom. Uncle Chen, I respected you. How could you not understand this?" The Chen patriarch replied icily, "In the laws of the universe, the strong rule. As long as Zhao Chun was here, I wouldn't have acted. But with Zhao Qin gone, we must follow the universal law." Qin Xiaolei knew she couldn't change the minds of these stubborn royalists. They had always harbored thoughts of restoring the Starshine Empire, but had been restrained by Zhao Qin's presence. Now, they had made their move. The strong rule? Qin Xiaolei laughed coldly and turned away. "In that case, Uncle Qin, you and your rebels can die together." As soon as she finished speaking, a series of gunshots echoed behind her. Qin Xiaolei slowly returned to the captain's chair, looking at the bodies lying in pools of blood. She silently vowed to Zhao Chun that as long as she lived, she would protect everything here and await his return. Meanwhile, the situation in the Demon Territory and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation was equally bloody. In the Demon Territory, the Blizzard Ace Fleet, led by Qitong, ruthlessly slaughtered the rebels. The bodies of rebel leaders were hung on the defeated ships, their blood staining the starships, creating a gruesome scene. The Warhammer Interstellar Federation was no different. Charlotte dealt with the rebels mercilessly, even her own brother. When her father, the White Tiger tribe leader, tried to plead for another son who had joined the rebels, Charlotte refused without hesitation. "Father, I hope you won't make a foolish choice now. You have many sons," Charlotte said coldly. "Besides, father, you are getting old. It's time to rest." The White Tiger tribe leader realized he had touched a nerve and sighed deeply, ultimately choosing to back down. The storm engulfing the Dragon Empire grew fiercer. Although the Empire still maintained control on the surface, fear had begun to spread. For a long time to come, the Dragon Empire would be shrouded in an invisible terror. Meanwhile, the Dragon Empire's Ace Fleet had reached the Angel Territory's border, and the most intense battle was about to begin. Within the Dragon system, a signal suddenly lit up in a starship's incubation chamber, and a figure began to emerge. The flagship of the Star Alliance fleet, commanded by Song Chun, stepped onto the bridge with a steady stride, flanked by her soldiers. The captain straightened up immediately upon seeing her and bowed in apology. "Leader, we are late." Song Chun responded with a calm and firm voice, "It's all right. I'm just glad you made it." She continued, "Attend to the injured, and then proceed to the designated planet. Rescue all our soldiers who have crash-landed there, and evacuate immediately once the mission is complete." The captain replied respectfully, "Yes, I've already dispatched a fleet for the rescue. We will ensure the safe return of all crew members." "All crew members?" Song Chen murmured softly, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. She then asked, "Have you found anyone else besides us?" The captain shook his head. "No." "What was the situation here when you arrived?" Song Chen pressed on. The captain reported, "It seems there was a small-scale battle. We discovered the wreckage of over 30 enemy starships." Song Chen commanded, "Retrieve the black boxes from those starships. I need to know what happened here." "Understood." The captain obeyed and left. Song Chun seated herself in the captain's chair, rubbing her temples. In front of everyone, she was not Zhao Chengqing. She was the leader of the Star Alliance. She closed her eyes and recalled Zhao Qin's instructions. "Hide well, leave the rest to me. No matter what happens outside, don't intervene, and don't come out. Trust me, I will get you back to your universe safely." Eventually, Song Chen and her soldiers were placed in a cramped ammunition hold, completely cut off from the outside world, unable to even sense the passage of time. After an indeterminate period, the hatch opened. The sight before them was astonishing. They were on a planet's surface covered in sand and craters, surrounded by Star Alliance Marines. Song Chen remembered the moment she stepped onto that small asteroid. Turning around, she saw that their former hiding place had become a heap of wreckage. "Leader." The captain's voice brought Song Chun back to reality. We have collected information from the enemy starship's black boxes. Please review it. Song Chun examined the data and quickly understood Zhao Chen's plan. She couldn't help but smile. Well done, Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen's plan was intricate and clever. He deployed multiple shuttles to follow a predetermined route towards the edge of the star system, while he piloted the T-3 Fox Hunter interstellar destroyer to distract the enemy. In reality, Song Chun had been on the T-3 all along, experiencing the collision and crash. The enemy would never suspect that their target was hidden among the debris. In the records, Song Chen saw fragments of the battle, though the footage and descriptions were blurry. She ordered all related records to be deleted. Suddenly, Song Chun thought of a question. How did you find us? The captain explained. After we arrived and eliminated a few enemy ships, we detected a faint signal, unique to the Star Alliance. We followed the signal and used life detection equipment to locate you. Song Chen frowned and reached into her pocket, pulling out a small USB-like device. She activated it using the starship's equipment, and a familiar voice emerged, accompanied by the holographic image of a cute little girl. Mommy, Yaya misses you. Yaya suddenly appeared. Upon seeing Yaya, Song Chun immediately understood. The tiny USB drive contained the artificial intelligence that she and Zhao Chun had co-created on the T-3 Fox Hunter-class medium interstellar destroyer. Yaya, originally presumed lost with the starship, had been transferred to this small device by Zhao Chen at the last moment. A flicker of surprise and gratitude passed through Song Chen's eyes, but she quickly noticed the curious gazes around her. She cleared her throat and explained, Ahem, this is a high-level AI I created. It likes to think of me as its mom. This explanation was barely sufficient to quell the crowd's curiosity, and they gradually lost interest. Song Chun gave Yaya a cautious look. The intelligent AI immediately understood and covered its mouth. However, it couldn't help but fly to Song Chen's shoulder, whispering in her ear, Mom, where's Dad? This simple question hit Song Chun like a heavy blow to the heart. She suddenly realized she missed that man too. Was it the camaraderie forged in battle or a shared sense of suffering? Regardless, Zhao Chun had become an irreplaceable part of her life. Softly, Song Chun replied, Your dad has gone far, far away. But I believe we'll see him again someday. Yaya blinked, seemingly not fully grasping the meaning. Song Chen's gaze drifted through the starship's bridge window, towards the vast expanse of space. In her heart, she silently said, Zhao Chun, I believe you're not dead. You must have returned to your universe. But I believe we'll meet again someday. We promised. We'll meet at the pinnacle, Zhao Chun. Meanwhile, in a once thriving trade system on the Angel clan's border, silence had replaced the usual bustle. The massive stargates and spaceports spoke of former glory but were now shrouded in gloom. On a planet with a view of the brilliant spaceport, an Angel couple held their child, gazing at the sky. Their eyes no longer held the arrogance of the past, replaced by deep sorrow and worry. The female Angel looked at her husband and softly asked, Is this war really unavoidable? Her husband, once the governor of this planet, had been recently confined when an interstellar warship declared control over the area and detained all high-ranking officials. The male Angel didn't answer, but his worried expression said it all. The female Angel continued, Why is the War Angel King starting this war? Wasn't the previous situation good enough? We traded with other interstellar races. Our quality of life was much higher than before. We just ended a 1,000-year war with the Demon Clan and overcame threats from other universes. And now, we're facing a civil war? She hugged her ignorant child tightly, tears in her eyes. We've been through so many wars. My father and 3 brothers, and your parents and siblings, all died in those wars. I thought it was finally over. But now, my child will face war too. The male Angel sighed deeply, explaining, The War Angel King has always believed in the supremacy of the Angel Clan. He only joined the Xiaolong Empire because it had a power that the Angel Clan couldn't resist. The War Angel King is proud and belligerent, but he's not a fool. He follows the strong. But now, that strong figure is gone. The chains that bound this beast have disappeared. At that moment, a piercing alarm sounded across the planet. Alert! 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 The star system in which this planet is located is at high risk of war. All residents, please proceed to the shelters immediately. Repeating, the star system is at high risk of war. All residents, please proceed to the shelters immediately. Long-sealed underground shelters opened, and city residents flocked in. Faces were filled with worry, panic, and anxiety, with only a few angels shouting victory slogans, met with cold stares from others. The male Angel held his wife and child, looking up at the sky. He seemed to see the distant battlefield, the mighty Xiaolong Empire fleet, and the War Angel King's Angel fleet on the brink of conflict. Once the war started, regardless of who won or lost, the aftermath would be devastating. At this moment, countless hearts longed for the man who once sat on the throne. They finally realized how crucial the Emperor's presence was to this universe. On the flagship bridge of the War Angel King, Charlotte's image suddenly appeared. She sternly asked, War Angel King, are you really going to betray the Xiaolong Empire? The War Angel King looked at her coldly and replied indifferently, the Angel clan only acknowledges a true king. Hundreds of thousands of interstellar warships stood off in space, like a powder keg ready to ignite. Charlotte closed the video communication and turned to another always in video feed. Lilith, with a grave expression, reported, the royal guards have relayed that the entire empire is closely watching your battlefield with the Angelic Rebellion. The rebels now number over 300,000 ships, the largest force yet, and they could destabilize the entire Xiaolong Empire. Charlotte nodded and asked, what if I win? Lilith paused before explaining, the outcome of the war isn't the main issue. It's a catalyst. Once the fighting starts, a second wave of rebellions will erupt across the empire. I've reallocated fleets as best as I can, but the entire empire will descend into chaos. What worries me most is, you're concerned about external forces, aren't you? Charlotte cut to the heart of Lilith's concern. Lilith nodded, analyzing. The rebels have surged in just 6 months, likely driven by a force behind the scenes aiming to see the empire in turmoil. It could very well be the faction known as Order, even though we eradicated the Order Zerg, and there are still mech forces guarding the outer universe, we must prepare for the worst. Charlotte asked, what's your plan? A flash of determination crossed Lilith's eyes. Once the battle begins, we must obliterate the rebels as swiftly as possible. If necessary, we can execute devastating strikes on rebel-held planets and space stations. I'll ensure the supply of strategic resources. Charlotte, you need to crush the rebellion decisively and quickly. You mean slaughter, to set an example, Charlotte said bluntly. Lilith nodded. You have to lead this personally. Only you, the 5-star Grand Marshal of the Xiaolong Empire, can instill the necessary fear. But from then on, you might be branded a butcher. Charlotte remained expressionless. So what if I am a butcher? In this universe, I only care about what I protect. You all, in Xiaolong. As for the rest, they can be exterminated. Charlotte then pressed the fleet command channel and issued the order. All fleets, attention. Interstellar missile ships and cannon ships, commence full-scale fire on all enemy-controlled areas and warships. Saturation fire for 30 minutes. Then the main battleships move in to eliminate all rebels. No surrenders accepted. Yes, ma'am. The fleet commanders responded in unison. Missile ships activated their launch units, countless missiles poised to strike. Cannon ships' barrels glinted coldly as they aimed at the angelic warships. Supply ships stood ready to ensure a half-hour of continuous firepower. On the edge of the battlefield, numerous scout ships and drones silently lurked, transmitting real-time battle updates to various factions. In a sector of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, a Halfwerk watched the screen and told his hesitant deputy, once the angelic forces engage the Xiaolong fleet, we launch our rebellion immediately. The more chaotic the Xiaolong Empire, the greater our gain. Similar scenes played out in many places, with countless opportunists like hyenas waiting for the right moment to strike at the sleeping tiger. Meanwhile, Lilith, observing the interstellar map, confirmed, are all fleets in position? Yes, ma'am. If any area experiences unrest, the fleets will act immediately. Lilith ordered sternly, tell them to eliminate any rebels on site. No need to report. Understood. Lilith's heart seethed with anger at those who sought to betray the Empire in the Emperor's absence. She knew that even if the rebellion was quelled, the Empire would bear a bloody stain. Civilians might understand it wasn't the Empire's fault, but they would still fear it. Closing her eyes, Lilith murmured, if only you were here. None of this would be happening if you were here. Suddenly, Lilith's terminal rang with a unique tone. She answered it, and after hearing the excited voice on the other end, she jumped as if electrified. Her breathing quickened, eyes filled with tears, and her body trembled. The surrounding staff and officers were shocked to see their usually composed chief secretary so emotional, unsure what had happened. Almost shouting, Lilith ordered, contact Grand Marshal Charlotte immediately. Do not engage unless fired upon. Meanwhile, on the flagship of the Angelic King's fleet, officers murmured amongst themselves, why hasn't the Xiaolong fleet moved? Their missile and cannon ships are ready, aren't they? Do they have another plan? The Angelic King scoffed, they're bluffing. If they won't attack, we will. Execute the high-speed maneuver plan to close in on their firepower ships. Suddenly, the deputy interrupted anxiously, my king, something urgent. What could be more urgent than this war? The Angelic King asked impatiently, still eager for the fight. Swallowing hard, the deputy replied, the Xiaolong Empire has just announced that the Emperor will address the entire universe in 3 minutes. The bridge erupted in astonishment. Angelic officers exchanged incredulous looks. The Emperor? How is that possible? Wasn't he already sacrificed? Didn't they say the Xiaolong Emperor died in the final battle against the Order Zerg? Could this be a ploy by the Xiaolong Empire to buy time? The Angelic King frowned in thought, ears filled with the officer's murmurs. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "Everyone, shut up!" In an instant, the bridge fell into a dead silence. Though outwardly calm, the hearts of the Angel officers were in turmoil. The impact of this event was too significant, and everyone was anxiously awaiting the next instructions. After a long pause, the King of the War Angels finally spoke. "Transmit my order. Halt all operations." He paused, then added sternly, "Bring up the Imperial broadcast channel. I want to see how those women managed to conjure up an emperor." "Yes, sir." Following the command, a large video window appeared in the center of the bridge, still pitch black for the moment. Time ticked by, and the message spread at the speed of light across the various star systems of the Xiaolong Empire. An imperial address? Queen St. Kana stood up in surprise. Qin Xiaolei stared intently at the dark screen, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms without her even noticing. Princess Blanche and Leona of the Dragon People, who were in the midst of coordinating battle efforts, also stopped their actions and focused entirely on the channel. "Damn it, why can't we get in touch with Lilith and Charlotte?" Leona, the impatient dragon princess, couldn't wait any longer and began pacing back and forth on the bridge, her tail constantly hitting the floor. Blanche smiled wryly. "Don't worry. After all these years, you still haven't learned to control your temper." The water in the cup she held rippled, betraying her own inner unrest. This news didn't just alarm these key figures. Even the hyenas lurking in the shadows of the Xiaolong Empire were now nervously watching this potential awakening of a mighty tiger. Meanwhile, in a dark star system, a tense conversation was taking place. "What happened? Didn't you say Zhao Chun was definitely dead?" "Based on the information I had, Zhao Chun should have been killed by our secret weapon. But now, don't panic. This might just be a delaying tactic by the Xiaolong Empire, a smokescreen. I've failed too many times. I can't afford to fail again." The voice was hysterical, almost deranged. "Are you really that afraid of Zhao Chun? You haven't seen Zhao Chun. Every single time, he manages to turn the situation around in unimaginable ways. Just when I think victory is within my grasp, he always snatches it away. I. In any case, Zhao Chun cannot be allowed to live." The other party remained silent for a moment. If Zhao Chun is really alive, what are we going to do? Will the plan continue?" The voice trembled with fear. "The plan has already started. There's no turning back. It doesn't matter if this Zhao Chun is real or not." This answer seemed to calm the person somewhat. Just then, a video window suddenly lit up in the darkness. The screen displayed a familiar scene, the place where the Xiaolong Empire's emperor had declared his reign. The magnificent palace, the imposing throne. Sitting on the throne was a man, a figure known and revered throughout the entire empire. He had his eyes closed, one hand supporting his chin as he leaned on the armrest. Even through the video, across countless star systems, everyone could feel the powerful aura emanating from this man. Some had doubted whether this was a ruse by the Xiaolong Empire, questioning if it was an imposter posing as the emperor. But now, everyone knew in their hearts. This was the emperor, the supreme emperor of the Xiaolong Empire, who had been missing for over half a year and presumed dead. Zhao Chun slowly opened his eyes, his face expressionless. He didn't speak, but the aura of authority and menace he exuded was like a mountain pressing down on everyone. "I merely cut off communication with the outside world to rest for half a year." Zhao Chen's voice was calm and devoid of any emotion. "And I hear people saying I'm dead?" At that moment, it felt as if everyone could sense the emperor's killing intent. Rebellions have sprung up across the empire? Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight, mocking smile, which disappeared in the next second. "I give you 10 minutes to end your clownish acts. All fleet units of the Xiaolong Empire, hear my command. In 10 minutes, any rebel starships that haven't surrendered are to be destroyed." At that moment, the entire Xiaolong Empire seemed to fall into a brief silence. The holographic image of Emperor Zhao Qian was broadcast on all the starships, triggering a wide range of emotions. Some were shocked, others terrified, some joyful, and even some cried tears of joy. The crew of the Xiaolong Legion finally saw the figure they had long awaited, and their unease instantly dissipated. Many embraced each other and wept, releasing the emotions they had bottled up for so long. Meanwhile, ruler of a prominent family was nearly in a breakdown, shouting for all actions to cease. However, his subordinate, drenched in sweat, informed him that the first wave of attacks had already begun 10 minutes ago. The ruler felt the world spinning around him, realizing that his situation was now beyond redemption. In another critical location, aboard the flagship of the Rebel Angels, the King of War Angels watched Zhao Chen's image with a blank expression. The angel officers on the bridge waited nervously for his orders. After the adjutant confirmed that the image was indeed Zhao Chun, the King of War Angels gave a self-mocking smile and muttered, "You always manage to show up at the crucial moments." The King of War Angels then walked into a makeshift restroom next to the bridge. Just as the people on the bridge were discussing a loud explosion erupted from the rest room. The blast destroyed the walls, and the shockwave swept through the entire bridge. Smoke and debris filled the air, and sparks flew everywhere. Alarms blared, and the fire suppression system quickly activated. The adjutant and others stared in disbelief at the sight of the explosion, realizing it was an internally triggered suicide attack. This sudden imperial rebellion came to a dramatic end. The angel race announced that the former king of war angels, Wales, had betrayed them, and his followers were being dealt with. The imprisoned holy angel king, Angelia, was rescued. Rebels across various regions either surrendered or betrayed their comrades, claiming they had been coerced. An hour after the emperor's speech, a holographic remote meeting was convened. Key generals like Charlotte, Lilith, and Chi Tong gathered, with everyone's eyes focused on the long-absent main seat. Finally, Zhao Qin's figure appeared before them. "Everyone, long time no see," Zhao Qin said with a smile. The generals stood and saluted, their emotions mixed. Zhao Qin gestured for them to sit, and got straight to discussing how to handle the current situation. Lilith reported her plans and suggestions, which Zhao Qin approved, adding his own three-step approach. Regarding the issue with the angels, Zhao Qin stated he would handle it personally. While confident he could easily defeat them, he considered that many elite angels had already joined the Xiaolong Empire and excelled in various fields. Zhao Qin decided to adopt a more cautious strategy. After all, the angels were once the most powerful race in the universe, and their potential should not be underestimated. The angel clan is a double-edged sword. It depends on how Zhao Qin wields it. Zhao Qin squinted his eyes, contemplating the report from the Royal Secret Service. During this rebellion, they had identified the spies planted by external forces within the Xiaolong Empire. Although Zhao Qin possessed a unique ability to detect murderous intent, he couldn't personally scrutinize every crew member. He was well aware that some might infiltrate the lower and middle ranks. Normally, he didn't bother with it, but this time, they had crossed the line. Charlotte coldly took over the conversation, her eyes gleaming with killing intent. "Understood. I'll handle this matter." She despised these hidden enemies within more than any external threat. Zhao Qin smiled as he gave his orders. "All right then, take care of the immediate issues first. Within a week, I want to see the Xiaolong Empire restored to its state from 6 months ago." "Yes, sir." Everyone responded in unison. After the brief meeting, a bloody purge swept through the Xiaolong Empire. Those who had previously jumped out like clowns were all cleaned out. Entire powerful families were eradicated by the Xiaolong fleet in the blink of an eye, their armed forces adding only a few bursts of fireworks to the process. Thus, the rebellion ended anticlimactically. Zhao Qin stood by the crib, his heart racing as he gazed at the two little babies. They looked at this unfamiliar man with wide, curious eyes. "Are these our children?" Zhao Qin asked softly. Charlotte nodded. "Yes. The eldest daughter, Zhao Baier, and the younger son, Zhao Hu. You named them." Zhao Qin instinctively reached out, but stopped halfway. He chuckled foolishly. "I'm a dad now. I'm a dad." Charlotte couldn't help but laugh at the childlike expression on the emperor's face. Zhao Qin lovingly looked at the children and then at Charlotte. "Once I handle everything, I'll come and spend time with our kids." Charlotte smiled. "We've waited 6 months. A little longer won't hurt. The Empire's issues are more pressing right now. And besides, Lilith needs you too." Hearing this, Zhao Chun felt a twinge of guilt. He knew he owed these two women a lot over the past 6 months. Without their persistence, even the grandest empire could have crumbled. "Don't worry, these troubles will be resolved soon," Zhao Qin said, and his holographic form faded from the room. The two children stared at the spot where the hologram had been, bewildered. The boy started to cry, while the girl pointed at where Zhao Chun had stood, looking questioningly at Charlotte. Charlotte picked up the two children, speaking gently. "That was your daddy. He'll come to see you soon. Your daddy is the strongest, bravest, and most amazing daddy in the universe." After ending the holographic call with Charlotte, Zhao Chun contacted Lilith. They mainly discussed work and the significant developments in the Xiaolong Empire over the past 6 months. Despite Zhao Qin wanting to express his concern, Lilith gently reassured him that everything on her end was fine and that the Empire's affairs were the priority. Zhao Qin opened his eyes, his heart filled with warmth. Even without the system, he would protect everything here and his family. Zhao Chun stood up and said to the secretary beside him, "Prepare the shuttle for me, Your Majesty." "Where are you going? Do you need an escort?" the secretary asked. "This is our Xiaolong star system. No escort is necessary." "I'm heading to the industrial zone," Zhao Qin replied. Outside the chief engineer's office, Nicole, the angelic assistant, paced anxiously. Her concern wasn't about the angel race's rebellion that had spread through the ranks, including those within the Xiaolong, nor was it about the decree from Lilith ensuring no one would be held accountable based on their lineage. Nicole's worry was entirely about Chief Engineer Annie. Despite the rebellion news, Nicole felt reassured by the leadership's promise, allowing her to focus on her interstellar industrial duties. Half an hour ago, Nicole received an urgent command that threw her into a dilemma. The Emperor of Xiaolong had made a nationwide address, and she needed to inform Chief Engineer Annie immediately. However, Annie was engrossed in crucial research, had locked herself in her office, and set the highest level of security. No one could enter without her permission, and even communication was blocked. As Nicole fretted, she turned and bumped into someone. She instinctively apologized and looked up, stunned. Standing before her was a man who looked exactly like the Emperor of Xiaolong. Nicole's mind went blank, unable to believe her eyes. "Hello, are you Chief Engineer Annie's assistant?" Zhao Qin noticed Nicole's badge indicating her position. Nicole snapped back to reality and quickly bowed. "Yes, I am Chief Engineer Annie's first assistant, from the Angel race. My name is Nicole. Greetings, Your Majesty. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to take a look." Chief Engineer Annie is inside, isn't she? Zhao Qin pointed to the office behind Nicole. "Yes, but Chief Engineer Annie is deep in her research and has locked the office." "Outsiders." Nicole's words trailed off as Zhao Qin walked past her toward the office. To her surprise, the sealed door opened for him. Zhao Qin stepped into the office, greeted by a dim and cluttered scene. Countless holographic displays flickered, various instruments and material samples were scattered everywhere, resembling a mad scientist's lab. "Who is it? I told you, no one is allowed in without my permission." A voice emerged from the pile of equipment. A small head popped up, and upon seeing Zhao Qin, the person froze. In the next instant, tears streamed from her big, watery eyes. "Are you that excited to see me? You're crying?" Zhao Qin smiled as he approached Annie, examining her closely. Though her mental state was different, her physical health had been well maintained by her assistant. That familiar aura seemed to be reawakening. Annie suddenly jumped from her chair and hugged Zhao Qin's leg, bawling. "Where have you been? Do you know how I've lived these past 6 months? I thought you were dead. Why didn't you come back sooner? Wah?" Zhao Qin awkwardly glanced at the engineers gathered at the door, the scene resembling a scoundrel returning home to apologize. He tried to console Annie. Can you stop crying?" But Annie clung to his leg like a sloth, unmoved. Desperate, Zhao Qin thought of a solution. "Stop crying, and I'll take you out for some good food." Annie's crying ceased immediately. She looked up with her tear-filled eyes. "I want the best, the most expensive." "All right, you can have whatever you want." Zhao Qin chuckled, finding her unchanged. "I have one more condition." Annie suddenly remembered something and stared at Zhao Qin. "You have to compensate for all the overtime and missed holidays from the past 6 months." Zhao Qin couldn't help but laugh. "But weren't you the one who volunteered for overtime and gave up your holidays?" Hearing this, Annie's eyes welled up with tears again. Zhao Qin quickly reassured her, Okay, you've indeed worked hard lately. I'll grant you a few days off to rest. But making up for 6 months' worth of holidays might be tricky. You know how busy we are." Seeing the mix of joy and disappointment on Annie's face, Zhao Qin continued, "But those holidays and overtime can be converted into other rewards. How about AT-6 Purple Gold Eden-class starship when you retire?" Purple Gold Eden-class starship? Annie's eyes sparkled. This was the most advanced Eden-type starship in the Xiaolong Empire, capable of providing premium and even top-tier food. For a foodie like Annie, it was a dream come true. "Deal." Annie extended her hand for a pinky promise. "Pinky swear." Zhao Qin reluctantly linked pinkies with her. "Pinky swear. A promise for life." As Zhao Qin was about to let go, Annie held on tightly. "You have to promise Annie one more thing. Don't ever die on me." Zhao Qin was taken aback, his eyes warming. He patted Annie's head. "Silly girl. How could I die? I'm so strong. Promise me." Annie stubbornly stared at Zhao Qin. All right, I promise." "Let's pinky swear again." Zhao Qin solemnly linked pinkies with Annie once more. Just then, Chief Engineers Nana and Spider Queen Elise arrived, having received the notification. Chief Engineer Nana's face turned dark as she saw her sister clinging to the Emperor's pant leg. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed her sister's ear without hesitation, and scolded sternly. "What kind of behavior is this? Look at yourself." Zhao Qin, observing the familiar scene, couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth. He gently said, All right. Since everyone is here, let's find a place to have a meeting. It's been over 6 months, and I need an update on Xiaolong Industries." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the 3 chief engineers. Chief Engineer Nana and Chief Engineer Spider Queen Elise nodded silently in agreement. However, Chief Engineer Annie excitedly raised her hand and eagerly said, "I'll choose the meeting place." Moments later, a steaming hot pot appeared in front of everyone. Chief Engineer Nana's face darkened as she looked at her sister, who was already enthusiastically ordering dishes. She asked in a discontented tone, "You're having the meeting here?" Annie nonchalantly nodded and began enthusiastically describing the surroundings. "Look at this place. Big table, spacious, private room, and all the service is done by robots. There's a ventilation system to ensure no odors, a wide variety of broths, and you can order all kinds of food, even ice cream. Seeing Chief Engineer Nana's face growing darker, Zhao Chen quickly intervened to smooth things over. This place works too. You all haven't had a proper break in a while. Consider this my treat. Order whatever you like. As soon as he finished speaking, two small hands appeared in front of Zhao Chen, accompanied by Annie's flattering laughter from behind. Understanding her intent, Zhao Chen took out his ID card. Annie sweetly thanked him and shamelessly used the card to settle the hefty bill before reluctantly returning it to Zhao Chen. Meanwhile, Annie's mind raced with thoughts of how to replicate the boss's ID card account for future use. However, she only dared to entertain such dangerous ideas in her head. Zhao Chen turned to Chief Engineer Nana and Chief Engineer Spider Queen Elise, asking, "Anything you two would like?" Spider Queen Elise shook her head. Chief Engineer Nana glanced at Annie, who was already prepared for a culinary battle, and smiled helplessly. "Do you think there's any point in us ordering?" Soon, the room was filled with the aroma of hot pot ingredients. Amidst the steam, Annie was a whirlwind of activity. Chopsticks in her right hand, a ladle in her left, and a straw in her mouth sipping a drink, all seamlessly coordinated. Chief Engineer Nana couldn't help but turn away, silently declaring, "I have no blood relation to this person." To calm herself, Chief Engineer Nana took a few deep breaths and turned to Zhao Chen, speaking seriously, "Your Majesty," regarding our, before she could finish, a meatball was stuffed into her mouth. Annie excitedly said, "Nana, try this meatball. It's made from the best part of the largest cow in the universe. Super delicious. I even shared it with Sister Nyo before." Chief Engineer Nana had to admit the meatball tasted exceptional, but she still glared at her sister. "I can eat by myself?" This finally stopped Annie from feeding her another meatball, who then pouted and said, "I just wanted to take care of you, sister. Mom and Dad told me to look after you outside." Zhao Chen noticed the veins bulging on Chief Engineer Nana's arm and quickly intervened. "All right, Annie, you eat first.
Let's discuss other matters."
Annie grumbled in disappointment. Talking about work in front of food is a desecration of the cuisine. Both Chief Engineer Nana and Zhao Chen chose to ignore her. Chief Engineer Nana began to give Zhao Chen a detailed report on the industrial development of the Xiaolong Empire, with occasional input from Spider Queen Elise. Through their presentation, Zhao Chen gained a clear understanding of the progress in Xiaolong Empire's industry over the past 6 months. The technological development of the Xiaolong Empire is booming. The second batch of 5 T6 Steel Star cities has been completed and put into service, bringing the total to 8 with the first batch. The construction plan for the third batch of 12 T6 Steel Star cities is underway and is expected to be completed in 5 to 6 months. Following that, the construction plan for the fourth batch of 30 T6 Steel Star cities has also been scheduled, with an expected completion time of 6 months. Chief Engineer Nana reported this series of grand construction plans to Zhao Chen. Her voice was filled with pride. With this, the number of active T6 Steel Star cities in our Xiaolong Empire will reach 50. This marks our true entry into the T6 technology era, not just being able to build T6 technology but lacking production capacity. As Zhao Chen listened to the report, he used a slotted spoon to pick up a pile of beef rolls, chewing them heartily. He paid no attention to the disappointed look in Annie's eyes across the table, her chopsticks hovering midair, clearly aiming for the same piece of meat. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. This is absolutely necessary. Currently, our capacity to mass-produce T6 level starships is still insufficient, let alone future production of T7 level starships. T7 level starships? Chief Engineer Nana was taken aback. Having experienced the power of T6 technology firsthand, it was hard for her to imagine what T7 technology starships would be like. She was about to continue detailing the mid to low level technological and industrial situation when Zhao Chen interrupted. "No need for the details on those. Just show me the relevant data." "Understood." Chief Engineer Nana immediately pulled up all the industrial data. This comprehensive data included not only the Xiaolong military industry, but also the civilian industrial capacity of groups like Beiyin Group, and even the industrial data of various kingdom territories. With this detailed data, the Xiaolong Empire could mobilize industrial capacity from all sides as needed. Zhao Chen was very pleased with this. The Xiaolong Empire had always been methodical and pragmatic, so there were generally no major issues. He then asked, "Have you completed the technologies I assigned to you before I left?" Chief Engineer Nana's eyes lit up. She quickly pulled up a massive electronic window that covered the entire table, even obscuring Zhao Chen and the others. The sudden display startled Annie, causing a piece of lamb she was holding to fall to the ground. She pouted, glanced reproachfully at her sister, and had to put another piece of lamb into the pot. "This is the T6 Cosmic Space Dynamic Monitor you asked us to build," Chief Engineer Nana explained. "It has been completed and put into use. The main station is located somewhere in the Xiaolong star system, guarded by a dedicated garrison in its class military restricted area. Additionally, 30 reinforced substations have been set up throughout the universe. Although the main station alone can monitor the entire universe, these substations greatly improve efficiency. Now, we can detect any spatial anomalies in the universe, including stargate locations and spatial jumps or transitions of starships. Zhao Qin nodded in satisfaction. He valued this technology because it allowed them to keep track of every movement in the universe. It wasn't meant to counter internal forces, but to address potential external threats. This has significant strategic value for us. Although it's a non-combat device, being able to pre-deploy on the battlefield ensures we have the upper hand. Next, Chief Engineer Nana introduced the construction of the T6 Divine Palace-class star complexes. The first batch of 5 is nearing completion and will be stationed at 5 different locations. The holographic images of these 5 magnificent fortresses were displayed on the cosmic map. Although this technology overlaps with the existing T6 Angel City Fortress technology in some areas, it is complementary. The T6 Divine Palace-class star complex is a multifunctional interstellar structure, larger than a typical planet, integrating large stargates, starports, fortresses, space stations, and even habitable planets. Zhao Chun named these 5 Divine Palace-class star complexes. The one located in the Xiaolong star system was named Chang'an City, and the other 4 were named Luoyang City, Jinling City, Kaifeng City, and Yanjing City. These names came from the brilliant cities in Zhao Qin's woven memories, which, although known to be fabricated, had become an indelible part of him. Finally, Chief Engineer Nana reported on the production of 3 combat-type T6 starships. All are currently in production, with several batches already in use. Chief Engineer Nana raised her hand, and 3 holographic images of interstellar warships instantly appeared before everyone. The smallest was the T6 Wind Spirit-class light interstellar cruiser, followed by the easily recognizable T6 Sacred Blood Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship, and finally, an imposing T6 Divine Wing Empress-class super heavy carrier starship. These 3 combat interstellar warships were the culmination of the T6 technology that Zhao Chun had ordered. The assembled generals highly praised the performance and combat capabilities of these warships, especially the T6 Sacred Blood Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship. This missile ship significantly enhanced the firepower of the Xiaolong Legion, giving the Legion true T6 level firepower. As Chief Engineer Nana was speaking, she suddenly smiled. Zhao Qin, curious, asked, "But what?" "Well, General Bai Shui, the Wolf Lady, has been complaining ever since she received this interstellar warship," Nana explained. "She says that with such a powerful ship, she can't find a worthy opponent. When the Angel Rebellion finally emerged, she thought she could show her prowess, but the enemy backed down in the end. I bet right now, General Bai Shui is on the flagship of her T6 Sacred Blood Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship." Fuming with frustration, Zhao Qin couldn't help but chuckle. He knew Bai Shui's personality well. Having top-notch equipment, but no one to fight would surely make her restless. "Don't worry, there will be a time for it," Zhao Qin reassured. Chief Engineer Nana continued, "Currently, our Xiaolong Empire's T6 combat interstellar warship technology is nearly complete. We're only missing the T6 class interstellar battleship and interstellar frigate. Everything else is minor. Because the T6 interstellar battleship hasn't been developed yet, General Shui Xiaoxiao stares daggers at me every time we meet. But there's nothing I can do." She shrugged helplessly. Zhao Chun remembered his promise to give Shui Xiaoxiao a T6 class interstellar battleship. Now was the time to fulfill that promise. He took out 2 USB drives and handed them to Chief Engineer Nana. "I've got it ready. These are the technical specifications for the T6 Purple Gold Silver Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship and the T6 White Jade Black Tortoise-class heavy interstellar strategic frigate." The previously silent Spider Queen Ellis suddenly perked up and eagerly looked over. While she enjoyed her work, she wasn't particularly interested in the briefing. However, the advent of 2 new T6 technologies immediately caught her attention, and she began to study the data on the USB drives intently. Meanwhile, Chief Engineer Annie, who was eating, felt a sinking feeling in her heart. She realized she would have to work overtime again. She looked at Zhao Chun with a mix of resentment and resignation, thinking about how her boss always started assigning new tasks the moment he returned. Recalling the past 6 months of brain-draining efforts to mass-produce new technology, Annie decided to eat more to recharge. She slurped down several giant oysters the size of wash basins. Zhao Chun told Chief Engineer Nana, "Ensure these 2 interstellar warships join our Xiaolong Legion fleet as soon as possible to complete our fleet composition." He knew this planning task could only be entrusted to Nana. If left to Annie, who knew when it would get done? Chief Engineer Nana responded confidently, "Rest assured. With enough T6 Steel Star Cities, we can produce the first batch of these 2 T6 interstellar warships in the shortest time possible and accelerate the production speed of subsequent batches, filling the gaps in our fleet." Just as Zhao Qin felt a sense of relief, the data template in front of Chief Engineer Nana began flashing a fire alarm. Annie's chopstick slipped, and a piece of oyster fell to the ground. She felt her heart shatter along with it. Spider Queen Elise stared in astonishment at the few glowing points on the map in front of her. She turned to Chief Engineer Nana, whose face had already taken on a serious expression. This is the Universal Space Dynamic Monitoring System, Nana explained. Although the equipment has been handed over to the military, as a researcher, I still retain the right to share real-time data. She paused, then continued. The current situation indicates significant disturbances in space. This isn't an internal space warp. It's coming from outside the universe. In simple terms, someone is trying to enter this universe. At that moment, Zhao Chun received an urgent communication from Lilith. The video window opened, and Lilith reported gravely, Your Majesty, we have an emergency. We've detected 5 points of abnormal space fluctuations, likely indicating an external fleet trying to perform a spatial transfer. Advance and reconnaissance fleets have been dispatched to these locations to monitor the situation. We need to determine our response plan immediately. Zhao Chun nodded and turned to Chief Engineer Nana, asking, Can we estimate the time it will take for the enemy to complete the inter-universe spatial transfer? Nana explained, Based on the spatial anomalies, we can infer the strength of their equipment. It's like estimating how long it takes to fill a pool by observing the water flow rate. Currently, we estimate that it would take at least half an hour to open a passage large enough for an interstellar fleet. Zhao Chun then asked, Is this a one-time transfer or the establishment of a permanent space corridor? Nana replied, We can determine this by observing the wave patterns. A fixed transfer like a stargate would show a stable trend, while a one-time transfer would create ripples that gradually dissipate, like a stone thrown into water. Our current observations suggest it's a one-time transfer, but the scale and duration require further monitoring. Zhao Chun rose to leave, and both Chief Engineer Nana and Spider Queen Elise stood up to see him off, while Chief Engineer Annie continued devouring her meal, waving casually. Nana sighed helplessly at Annie, Eat a bit less, will you? It's like you haven't eaten in days. Annie shrugged it off. I worked for that stingy landlord for 6 months with poor food and drink. What's wrong with enjoying myself now? I deserve this. She then grabbed a 2-liter bottle of soda and took a big gulp, letting out a satisfied burp. After Zhao Chun left, his flagship, the T6 Longwang, was already waiting in the starfield. This battleship had just completed its upgrade from T5 to T6, making it even more magnificent than before. Zhao Chun took the luxurious floating elevator to the bridge, where the grand platinum-themed space unfolded before him, and the crew stood in neat rows to salute. In the command center, Lilith had been waiting for some time. Zhao Chun noticed her slightly rounded belly, but suppressed his concern due to the tense situation, directly inquiring about the current status. Lilith analyzed that this was likely an inside-outside coordinated plan, with internal rebellions possibly linked to the order. Although the main rebellion had been suppressed, the emergence of external threats meant they would delegate the remaining small-scale rebellions to local forces and focus on potential external enemies. Zhao Chun agreed, and then Marshal Charlotte's holographic image appeared, reporting, 4 Legion fleet groups and 5 elite fleet groups are ready and can be deployed at any time. Marshal Charlotte brought up all the data of the fleet groups and projected it onto the holographic screen in front of Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun stared intently at the familiar yet unfamiliar data. In the 6 months since they last met, the Xiaolong fleet groups had undergone drastic changes. First, we have the 4 Legion fleet groups. Charlotte pointed at the flashing data on the screen. Currently, all of them are at full capacity. Each Legion fleet group consists of 500,000 interstellar warships, divided into 10 subfleets of 50,000 ships each. Zhao Chun nodded, signaling him to continue. Charlotte swiped the screen, revealing more detailed organizational information. Each Legion fleet is composed of 15 combat battalion fleets, each with 3,000 ships, and 2 logistics battalion fleets. This is the standard configuration, though elite fleets are adjusted based on specific needs. What's the current status of the active interstellar warships in these standard Legion fleets? Zhao Chun asked, his eyes still fixed on the constantly shifting data stream. Charlotte responded directly, post-war updates have been completed. All T3 class interstellar warships have been retired. The active fleet now exclusively uses T4, T5, and T6 class ships. Zhao Chun nodded in satisfaction. He knew that the retired T3 interstellar warships were not scrapped but reassigned to local security fleets or refurbished for export. Even the retired warships from the Xiaolong legions were highly sought after as export versions. Charlotte continued to detail the composition of each fleet level. A standard battalion fleet consists of approximately 3,000 T4 class interstellar warships, over 80 T5 class warships, and a T6 Thunderlord class heavy interstellar destroyer as the flagship. He added that for certain special missions, configurations might be adjusted, such as replacing the Thunderlord class with the newly commissioned T6 Wind Spirit class light interstellar cruiser. Next, Charlotte outlined the configurations of the elite battalion fleets, flagship battalion fleets, and super flagship battalion fleets. At each level, the number of T5 and T6 class interstellar warships significantly increased. Currently, we have 12 super flagship battalion fleets, 40 flagship battalion fleets, 120 elite battalion fleets, and 563 standard battalion fleets, Charlotte summarized. 5 Imperial fleet groups, all at full capacity? Zhao Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Lilith, standing nearby, added, yes. The surplus interstellar warships are being used as training ships for new recruits at military academies. Additionally, we are preparing to form a 6th Imperial fleet group. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. For Imperial fleet groups, nearly 2 million interstellar warships. That's a formidable force for the Xiaolong Empire. But looking ahead, for may still not be enough.
It's more than adequate for defense but insufficient for offense.
Marshal Charlotte chimed in, according to our future plans, unless we undergo further structural reforms, we will eventually need 20 Imperial Legion fleet groups, or 10 million interstellar warships, to handle any potential threats and dangers. 10 million interstellar warships? Zhao Chen closed his eyes, picturing the grand scene. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. It was worth noting that at the peak of this universe, all the regular Legion fleets combined barely reached that number. Moreover, the Xiaolong Empire was aiming to achieve this scale while maintaining high quality. Zhao Chen glanced at the commanders of the 4 Legion fleets, Shen Bing, Chu Xian, Medusa, and Xue Xiaoxiao. These individuals were the veteran figures of the Xiaolong Empire. Each Legion fleet was also equipped with 3 deputy commanders, all potential future leaders of the empire. Names like Zhao Ruyue, Midair, Dragon Lady Leona, Snake Lady Qingman, Pei Xingnan, Fox Shiner, Wei Shishir, and Huang Xiaoding flashed through Zhao Chen's mind. After introducing the 4 Legion fleets, Charlotte presented information on the 6 elite fleets. Each elite fleet was unique, with no standardized template, and was built according to its specific characteristics. Charlotte first detailed the most distinctive Hell's Angels elite fleet, commanded by Wolf Lady Bai Xue. This fleet comprised 70,000 interstellar warships, including 30,000 interstellar missile ships, 20,000 interstellar escort ships, and 20,000 interstellar supply ships. Although following the standard formation of 3,000 interstellar warships per brigade, each brigade was made up of over 2,000 interstellar missile ships and over 1,000 interstellar escort ships. Charlotte explained the combat formation in detail. Interstellar escort ships on the perimeter, interstellar missile ships inside, and dedicated logistics supply channels. This formation ensured timely resupply and safe access for external supply ships. The composition of the 30,000 interstellar missile ships was also impressive. 25,000 T4 Hell's Angels class heavy interstellar missile ships, 5,000 T5 Crimson Reaper class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships, and 10 newly commissioned T6 Sacred Blood Hell's Angels class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships. This fleet could unleash firepower equivalent to 500,000 interstellar warships in a short time, capable of destroying any Legion fleet. However, such immense firepower also meant enormous resource consumption. Just the thought of it made Zhao Chen's scalp tingle, hoping never to witness the fleet's full-scale deployment. To utilize this powerful fleet more flexibly, the Hell's Angels elite fleet adopted a modular task assignment approach. Depending on the mission, different-sized combat brigades could be dispatched, such as sending a single combat brigade for fire support. Next, Charlotte introduced Marshal Zhao Wanner's Shadow Hunters elite fleet. This fleet consisted of 60,000 interstellar stealth bombers, including 50,000 T4 Shadow Demon class light bombers and 10,000 T5 Nether Wolf King class medium bombers. It had played a crucial role in quelling recent internal rebellions, excelling in rapid and precise annihilation missions. Marshal Su Lan's Star Queen elite fleet was composed of 100,000 interstellar warships, including 30,000 carrier starships and 70,000 interstellar escort ships. The carrier starships included 25,000 T4 Fallen Angel class, 5,000 T5 Fire Kirin class, and 10 newly commissioned T6 Divine Wing Queen class. Marshal Qitong's Blizzard elite fleet also boasted 100,000 interstellar warships, mainly interstellar cruisers and battle cruisers, ranging from T4 to T6 levels. Finally, Charlotte introduced her own reverse-scale elite fleet. Although it had only 30,000 interstellar warships, its combat power was formidable, especially in frontal assault operations. This fleet was composed of various levels of interstellar battleships, including the latest T6 Rakshasa Hades-class interstellar dreadnought as the flagship. After hearing these introductions, Zhao Chen gained a comprehensive understanding of the Xiaolong Empire's top military strength. Lilith added that the Empire currently had over 2.3 million T4 interstellar warships, over 200,000 T5 interstellar warships, and over 2,000 T6 interstellar warships in active service. The discussion then shifted to how to counter potential threats from the Order. Since the enemy's exact strength was unknown, Charlotte proposed a prearranged combat plan. After careful review, Zhao Chen found the plan generally sound, needing only a few adjustments. The most significant adjustment was addressing the imbalance of having 5 anomalous space fluctuation points, while the Xiaolong Empire had only 4 Legion fleets, requiring special attention to this disparity. The remaining Ace fleet, although powerful, is insufficient in number. Faced with the potential threat of numerous enemy starships, they could suffer heavy losses. After careful consideration, Charlotte proposed two options. Either hold 4 points and abandon one, then deal with the remaining one after securing the 4. Or draw reinforcements from each of the 4 Imperial fleet groups to cover all 5 points. However, Zhao Chun proposed a third option. Confidently, he declared that he would personally handle the 5th spatial anomaly. Among the 5 spatial anomalies, 3 are near densely populated star systems, with one almost adjacent to the capital system of the Holy Radiance Kingdom, making it the most critical. Zhao Chun emphasized that not even the slightest mistake could be afforded to avoid causing public panic. The other 2, though located in remote star systems, still required careful attention. He ordered the complete eradication of all Order faction forces. Turning to Lilith, Zhao Chun sternly instructed, keep a close watch on the internal situation of the Empire. If anyone tries to stir up trouble, suppress them immediately. If the Lord fleets and Kingdom fleets can't handle this, they might as well go home and plant sweet potatoes. Lilith solemnly replied, understood. Zhao Chun then issued orders to Charlotte, mobilize the troops immediately. Consult with Lilith if there are any issues. After Charlotte acknowledged with a yes, her holographic image disappeared. Zhao Chun turned to Lilith and said, come with me to a place. Lilith promptly responded, I'll summon the Emperor's guard fleet right away. Zhao Chun casually remarked, no need, we'll just take the Dragon Emperor. It's more convenient. However, Lilith firmly countered, that won't do. Protocol must be observed. As the Emperor, you must have the Emperor's guard fleet escorting you when you travel. Seeing Lilith's unwavering attitude, Zhao Chun had no choice but to agree reluctantly. Soon, a familiar figure appeared before Zhao Chun. The deputy commander of the Emperor's guard fleet, effectively the commander since Zhao Chun was the nominal one, was so overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing him that she burst into tears. Zhao Chun, both amused and exasperated, looked at the teary-eyed panda girl and said, hey, you're my guard. How can you cry like this? How are you supposed to protect me with all those tears? The panda girl wiped her tears and choked out, Your Majesty, you finally returned. I've been racked with guilt over the past 6 months. If not for Lady Charlotte and Lilith comforting me, I might have choked myself on a pillar out of remorse. Zhao Chun exclaimed, that's a unique way to go. It reminded him of Annie, who might have met the same fate if she had died young. He comforted her. All right, it wasn't your fault. Besides, I was the one who gave the order. You were just following my command. We're all fine now, aren't we? Just focus on doing your job well. The panda girl commander stood at attention and solemnly declared, rest assured, Your Majesty. From now on, the Emperor's guard fleet and I will not leave your side and will ensure you are never out of our sight. Zhao Chun thought to himself, this is more like supervision than protection. But he didn't delve into the deeper meaning of her words. After a few more instructions, the panda girl commander cut the communication. Zhao Chun's group then set off urgently. Although long-distance communication was possible, Zhao Chun decided to visit in person to check on her progress. Passing through the Stargate and inputting special coordinates, Zhao Chun's Dragon Emperor and the Emperor's guard fleet soon appeared in a pitch-black star system. Even the Stargate of this system was an eerie black, with dark tendrils wrapped around it, seemingly a unique feature of this place. From afar, Zhao Chun could see the drifting Hive mothership and the brown insectoid planets. This was indeed the living area he had prepared for the Xiaolong insect race. Suddenly, a small creature appeared on Zhao Chun's head. Can you come down to talk? Zhao Chun tried to look up but found the higher he looked, the less he could see. No way. I don't want to leave you for even a moment. You promised to visit me every week, but you lied and didn't come for over half a year. The insect queen pouted, hanging her head down from Zhao Chun's head, staring at him intently. Her waterfall-like hair, interspersed with a few brown tendrils, hung down as her large, watery eyes bore a hint of reproach. Zhao Chun felt the unreserved emotional outpour from Chongji. She was clearly anxious about his whereabouts over the past 6 months. Lilith had told him that Chongji had ventured countless times into the two-dimensional space region of the universe, sacrificing numerous insectoid motherships in her search for Zhao Chun. As a result, Lilith had to provide psychological counseling to Chongji multiple times to prevent her from taking extreme actions. I have a favor to ask, Zhao Chun said directly. Chongji remained suspended above him, showing no signs of coming down. Zhao Chun explained, we've detected attempts by external forces to enter our universe. There are 5 areas with abnormal spatial fluctuations. The current military strength of the Xiaolong Empire can only cover 4 areas. We hope your insectoid fleet can handle the remaining one. Chongji's eyes lit up. Is it the order? Most likely. Chongji immediately raised her right hand in an inverted military salute. The Xiaolong insectoid fleet accepts the mission. Zhao Chun inquired about the size of the insectoid fleet. Chongji started counting on her fingers. If you include the lower-level units, we're talking in trillions. But let's focus on T3 level and above. 3,000 T6 Teodi-class insectoid motherships, which I've genetically modified to produce variants for different battlefield needs. 200,000 T5 Leviathan King-class insectoid motherships, along with a number of other T5 units. 1 billion T4 Leviathan-class insectoid motherships, and approximately 100 billion T3 insectoid motherships. The numbers for T2 and T1 units are just too large to count. Zhao Qin was stunned by the enormous scale and couldn't help but worry about food supplies. Chongji explained, "No need to worry. Thanks to genetic modifications, the food consumption of our Xiaolong insectoids has been reduced by at least 100-fold. We've also added a hibernation feature, allowing them to stay in a low-energy state during non-combat periods." Zhao Qin marveled at what seemed like the perfect war species trait. Chongji, however, looked a bit downcast. "It's just a pity that I still haven't managed to cultivate a T7 class insectoid mothership." "Take your time," Zhao Qin comforted her. T7 technology is a significant hurdle for many interstellar species. The fact that the Xiaolong Empire has yet to break through T7 technology weighed heavily on Zhao Qin. He keenly sensed the underlying motive behind the Queen of Insects' eagerness to develop a T7 insectoid mothership to confront the Order, a civilization that has already mastered T7 technology. To defeat the Order, they first needed to join the ranks of T7 civilizations. For Zhao Qin, who had lost his system, this was an insurmountable barrier. Even the civilization of the original system's creators had failed to achieve T7 technology countless years ago. The continued existence of the Order further proved that no cosmic civilization had yet crossed this threshold. Despite this, Zhao Qin had already devised a direction for developing T7 technology, awaiting further research and experimentation to validate it. This inevitably made him think of Zhao Chengsheng, who shared a sibling bond with him. She had received the system's complete knowledge training, and that too in a timeline before Zhao Qin's current one. He couldn't help but wonder how far her civilization had progressed. However, the existence of the Order suggested that their advancements might not have been smooth. Although Zhao Qin had been made a stepping stone by the masterminds behind the system, he didn't mind. After all, Zhao Chengsheng wasn't an enemy. They had a common adversary, the Order. If overthrowing the Order meant playing a supporting role, so be it. At that moment, the Queen of Insects began mobilizing the Xiaolong insectoid fleet, preparing to face an impending force from the Order. Zhao Qin's gaze fell on the dormant insectoid motherships. Their bodies were shriveled, reduced to a fraction of their normal size, floating quietly in the asteroid belt. Once awakened, they would inflate like balloons and start spawning insectoid eggs or spores to replenish their units. Other insectoid units would enter the motherships to accelerate this process. Although awakening an insectoid mothership took time, the Queen of Insects had long been prepared. A fleet of 3 billion Xiaolong insectoids had been on standby, ready for the imminent war. "Brother, I'm off." The Queen of Insects waved goodbye to Zhao Qin reluctantly. Zhao Qin waved back. Then, the Queen of Insects was launched like an escape pod from the emergency hatch on the side of the command bridge. In outer space, she spread her brown insectoid wings, and a massive insect dragon flew to her. She gracefully leaped onto its head and headed towards the enormous T6 Leviathan-class insectoid mothership, exuding heroic elegance. The Queen of Insects' body structure and strength allowed her to move freely in outer space, even to fly, though not as swiftly as larger insectoid creatures. In contrast, even Zhao Qin, enhanced as a super soldier, could only survive in outer space for a limited time, marking the limit of individual capability. Zhao Qin realized that human genetic potential had its limits. Unless hardware modifications were made, which he detested, humans couldn't exceed these limits. Would a modified human still be called human? He firmly believed that humanity's advantage lay not in physical strength but in the brain. While super soldier serums seemingly enhanced the body, they also developed the brain. From 10 brain development in the planetary era to 20 in the interstellar era, and up to 50 in the civilization of the system's designers, humans had continually progressed. The ability to develop time travel technology with just 50 brain development demonstrated immense potential. Thus, Zhao Qin was convinced that humanity's path should focus on brain development to research more powerful technology. After all, in most interstellar species, human physical attributes were among the weakest. "Your Majesty, where are we heading next?" Lilith inquired beside him. After a moment of thought, Zhao Qin replied, "To the battlefield near the sacred Radiance Kingdom. It's close to densely populated areas, and my presence can reassure the public." "Understood." With that, the T6 Dragon Emperor-class interstellar flagship and the Imperial Guard fleet set course for the sacred Radiance Kingdom. The Xiaolong Empire faced another test, 6 months after the last. The capital star system of the Holy Radiance Kingdom, located in the Central Star region, hosts the largest stargate constructed by the Xiaolong Empire. Although this stargate has been operational for less than a year, it has already become the busiest hub in the capital star system. However, today it abruptly entered a state of emergency military control. All flight routes were halted, and scheduled journeys were postponed. This news quickly alarmed the high-ranking officials of the Holy Radiance Kingdom. Soon after, An armada of interstellar warships from the Xiaolong Empire's First Legion fleet swarmed in and gathered near the Stargate. This sight made the leadership of the Holy Radiance Kingdom extremely uneasy, prompting them to speculate. Could the Xiaolong Empire be planning to take action due to the recent family rebellion within the kingdom? As the major families and kingdom officials fell into panic, Queen Shankana of the Holy Radiance Kingdom issued an important announcement. The announcement declared an immediate Level 2 combat readiness for the Central Star region and designated a Level 1 combat readiness zone. Within this zone, all interstellar warships would be under the direct control of the Xiaolong Empire, and unauthorized navigation would be severely punished. This royal decree actually brought a sigh of relief to the anxious family leaders. They realized that the Xiaolong Empire's military action was not aimed at the Holy Radiance Kingdom. Although the reason was unclear, at least it did not involve them. In the current tense situation, they dared not provoke the Xiaolong Empire, especially after that man returned. Queen Shankana communicated via hologram with Zhao Chun, who was seated on the throne of the Long Huang. She inquired whether further cooperation was needed. Zhao Chun calmly replied, "This will suffice. Leave the rest to the Imperial fleet." Shankana took a deep breath and bowed slightly, saying, "Regarding the recent rebellion within the Holy Radiance Kingdom, although it has now been suppressed, as the Queen, I cannot shirk responsibility. I request punishment from your Majesty." Zhao Chun was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. "Since you say so, I will issue a statement. Queen Shankana of the Holy Radiance Kingdom, due to lax governance, allowed a family rebellion to occur and is therefore responsible. Queen Shankana is to reflect on her actions for 1 week." After finishing, Zhao Qin's hologram faded. Shankana was momentarily stunned, then she smiled. She understood that this was not a true punishment, but rather a public statement from the emperor, showing his trust in her and that he would not hold her accountable while warning others not to overthink and to continue following Shankana's leadership. This seemingly punitive order actually alleviated the tension caused by the recent events in the Holy Radiance Kingdom. Shortly after, the punishment order spread quickly. People also saw the Emperor's flagship and escort fleet appear near the Stargate, then depart the star system along with the First Legion fleet. On the bridge of the Long Huang, an aide reported to Zhao Chun, "We are 5 minutes away from the primary spatial anomaly point, and 8 minutes from the estimated enemy appearance time." Zhao Chun briefly responded, "Good, keep monitoring." Although he had the T6 Emerald Dream-class interstellar warp ship capable of mass-deploying warships, considering the ample time and convenient Stargate network, he chose the most cost-effective method. The bridge was bustling with activity, not only focusing on the current battlefield but also setting up dedicated departments for remote guidance on 4 other battlefronts, providing Zhao Chun with first-hand information. The Long Huang acted as a massive central hub, capable of controlling any fleet within the Xiaolong Empire. At this moment, Secretary Lilith reported receiving a communication request from Angelia, the Holy Angel King of the Angel Clan. Zhao Chun, having anticipated this, glanced at the time and instructed, "Transfer the battlefield command to Shan Bing of the First Legion Fleet. We are here mainly to oversee and assist. Arrange my meeting with her here. It's not something particularly important." However, what Zhao Chun considered unimportant was a matter of destiny for the Angel Clan. In the Holy Temple on the sacred Angel Star System, Zhao Chen's hologram appeared in the temple. Angelia immediately performed the highest honor of the Angel Clan. Zhao Chen, observing the bowing Angelia, commanded, "Raise your head." Angelia responded, "This sinner dares not." Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly, realizing that this supposedly pure and holy woman had her own agenda. He spoke sternly. "I said, raise your head." Only then did Angelia lift her head. Despite having met multiple times, her beauty remained breathtaking. Zhao Chen got straight to the point. "I heard you wanted to see me." Angelia suddenly knelt on one knee, her pure white wings pressed against the ground. Zhao Chen coldly asked, "What are you doing?" "You are the Angel King of the Angel Clan." Yet, he did not tell her to rise. Angelia bowed her head and explained, "The previous gesture was to welcome your Majesty, the highest courtesy of the Angel Clan. This kneeling is to beg your Majesty's forgiveness for the Angel Clan's recent transgressions. I, Angelia, am willing to bear the punishment on behalf of the Angel Clan, without complaint." Zhao Chen did not respond immediately, but walked slowly to the Angel King's throne on the temple steps and sat down. Though he was merely a hologram, it felt as if he were physically there. He spoke. "According to my information, the recent Angel Clan rebellion was led by War Angel King Wells. Before this, he also imprisoned you. You were entirely unaware during this period until you were rescued by Angel warriors after Wells committed suicide." Angelia softly replied, "Yes, yes." Zhao Chen's voice turned icy. "But why do I feel that Wells wasn't imprisoning you but protecting you?" Angelia's heart sank. Zhao Chen continued, "He was giving the Angel Clan a chance. If his rebellion failed, you could step forward and realign with the Xiaolong Empire. Therefore, he couldn't let you die. If you died and his rebellion failed, the Angel Clan would have no hope." Angelia's voice trembled. This sinner. This sinner did not know. Zhao Chen coldly remarked. You probably didn't. He wouldn't have told you these things. During his actions, he even killed some of your subordinates who resisted stubbornly. Of course, those who didn't resist were merely imprisoned. This indirectly proves my point. He was protecting your loyal forces. So, you should have guessed it. After all, you are an angel king. Am I right, Angelia? Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, staring at the increasingly bowed Angelia. Or did you guess it from the beginning? Zhao Chen spoke coldly. Speak. How much do you know? You only have one chance to talk. The holy angel queen, Angelia, had beads of sweat on her forehead. She hadn't expected the emperor's resolve to be so strong. She paused for a moment, then slowly lifted her head, her voice trembling slightly. Actually, I did hear some things about Well's actions before. Taking a deep breath, Angelia continued. Your long absence and the unfavorable rumors have caused a resurgence of the long-standing arrogance within the angel race. After joining the Xiaolong Empire, many were discontent, though they dared not voice it openly due to the might of the Xiaolong fleet. Her eyes flickered as she recalled the events. This sentiment was particularly intense among the war angels. They yearned to prove their superiority through battle, but had to submit to the Empire's power, which was a bitter pill to swallow. Now that there's a chance to break free from this constraint, their reactions have been intense. Angelia's voice grew somber. As this thinking spread, the situation nearly spiraled out of control. Wells, the king of the war angels, began to actively engage with these individuals, forming a faction centered around him. I went to see him to dissuade him, but he had already planned this and imprisoned me instead. She looked directly at Zhao Chun, her eyes pleading, Emperor, I understand that the angels are to blame for this rebellion. But the angel race can change. Not everyone desires war. I can ensure they remain compliant under the rule of the Xiaolong Empire. I promise. Nothing like this will happen again. Zhao Chun squinted, contemplating the potential influence of order behind this. He recalled a previous incident where the mechanical race was disrupted by such ideologies and suspected the angels might be similarly affected. At that moment, Angelia produced an electronic list with over 1,000 names, mostly from the war angels. Your Majesty, this is a list of the hardliners involved in the rebellion. Just give the order, and I will deal with them immediately. Zhao Chen said in a low voice, I can pardon the angel race this time. But from now on, the military forces of the angels will be directly controlled by the Xiaolong Empire. Furthermore, there will only be one angel king, appointed by the empire. Angelia was taken aback, realizing this meant the angels would completely lose their autonomy. But at this moment, she had no choice. Yes, I will follow your orders. Zhao Chen said indifferently, rest assured. Apart from those on the list, I will not hold the other angels accountable. As long as you obey, you can continue to serve as the angel queen. After his conversation with Angelia, the holy king of angels, Zhao Chun opened his eyes to find himself aboard the Dragon Emperor's interstellar command ship. All done? Lilith asked, concerned, standing nearby. Zhao Chun nodded, his tone indifferent. Yes. From now on, the angel race will be a subordinate race of the Xiaolong Empire. Previously, Zhao Chun hadn't had a suitable reason to incorporate the angel race. But now, with the opportunity presented, he seized it without hesitation. He clipped the wings of the angel race, turning them into a gilded cage bird for the Xiaolong Empire. Zhao Chun continued, we can now recruit more angels into the Xiaolong Empire. Don't hold a grudge against the angel race because of this incident. As long as they meet the requirements and pass the assessments, they can even serve as mid to high-level officers in the Xiaolong Empire's military. Lilith nodded in understanding. The angel race, once the most powerful interstellar race in the universe, had exceptional racial talents. A narrow-minded leader might fear their presence and impose restrictions. But Zhao Chun was different. His stance was clear. As long as you can work for and build the Xiaolong Empire, I don't care about your origin. You are part of the Xiaolong Empire. This is the only way to truly integrate the angel race into the Xiaolong Empire. However, those who break the rules must be dealt with openly and fairly to show our stance to the world. Understood, Lilith responded. Under this decree from the first emperor of Xiaolong, the angel race gradually integrated into the Xiaolong Empire over the years, becoming one of its major races. Angels were seen in various industries across the empire, shedding their former arrogance and becoming part of this large family. Their inclusion accelerated the early development of the Xiaolong Empire. But those were stories for later. For now, more pressing matters awaited Zhao Chen's attention. Your Majesty, we have arrived, Lilith reminded. Zhao Chun turned his gaze to the view outside the bridge's floor-to-ceiling window. Surrounding them were the interstellar warships of the First Legion fleet of the Xiaolong Empire, positioned for battle, forming combat formations and a surrounding stance. At the center of this cosmic space, a black spot was gradually pulling and tearing apart the surrounding matter. Asteroids within range were shattered by the increasing pull, and then drawn into the black spot. Ripples appeared in the surrounding space, like hidden currents beneath a calm lake. Lilith spoke seriously, based on our monitoring. The fluctuations in this space are about to reach their peak. The enemy could appear at any moment. Zhao Chen crossed his arms and watched everything coldly. He also monitored the command channel of the 1st Legion fleet, listening to Marshal Shan Bing issuing combat orders. 3rd and 4th Legions, hold your positions and do not retreat without my order. Your positions are crucial. Other interstellar legions, missile ships, and artillery ships, enter standby mode immediately. Once I give the order, unleash full firepower. 9th and 10th Legions, be ready to support any troubled combat areas. Leona, oversee the frontline battle and notify me of any emergencies immediately. Qingman, manage the central fleet group. Huang Xiaoding, keep an eye on logistics, especially the resupply of interstellar missile ships, ensuring they get resupplied promptly. At that moment, a holographic image of the Panda Girl, the deputy commander, appeared before Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, should the Imperial Guard fleet assist in combat deployment? Zhao Chen replied calmly, secondary combat readiness. This battle belongs to the 1st Legion fleet. We will not intervene unless necessary. Understood. Zhao Chen reviewed the battle data of the 1st Legion fleet. In addition to the 50,000 warships of the 1st Legion, there were reinforcements from the Hell Angel and Star Queen elite fleets. 3 other elite fleets were on standby to handle any unforeseen situations. Suddenly, the black spot's gravitational pull vanished, and a massive cosmic storm erupted from it. The Xiaolong fleet's warships, well prepared, remained unaffected. The black spot then expanded into a vast, pitch-black area, as if a drop of ink had fallen into this part of the cosmos. From this enormous ink drop, countless pitch-black warships emerged like sprouts, densely packed and menacing. It's the Black Legion fleet, Lilith said gravely. A sense of unease washed over Zhao Chen. The Black Legion fleet was familiar, but he had never seen them use this method of interstellar transport. Did this mean the mechanical race, which was supposed to be battling the forces of chaos in another part of the universe, was in trouble? The mechanical race leader had promised 10 years, but it had only been a little over a year. What had gone wrong? Zhao Chen couldn't help but worry about that front. As for the current battlefield, Zhao Chen wasn't overly concerned. Since it was the Black Legion fleet, he was confident in handling them. The first wave of the Black Legion fleet comprised 100,000 warships, all T4 level or higher, including 5 T6 Black warships. Your Majesty, other battlefields have also detected Black Legion fleets, Lilith reported. Zhao Chen issued his order calmly, open fire. Destroy them all. Yes. Lilith relayed the command immediately. The 1st Legion fleet of the Xiaolong Empire swiftly engaged. All warships within range opened fire, with artillery ships unleashing their firepower without hesitation. The black warships disintegrated upon reaching their critical limits. The enemy ships, upon entering this universe, faced immediate assault but quickly retaliated. However, against a well-prepared opponent, their attacks had minimal effect. Only a few T5 and T6 black warships posed any real threat. Zhao Chen watched as a T6 Heavenly Angel ballistackless long-range hunting ship accurately destroyed a T5 black warship with a single shot from a great distance. T6 black warships attempted to counterattack, but T6 Heavenly Wrath Goddess-class heavy artillery ships locked onto them, unleashing a barrage of firepower. Even T6 black warships couldn't withstand such overwhelming fire for long. The initial wave of 100,000 black warships was decimated within minutes, their formation shattered. However, another wave of 100,000 black warships emerged from the vast ink drop, only 10 minutes apart from the previous wave. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. It seemed the Black Legion fleet intended to continue sending their warships. Lilith, the secretary, quickly analyzed the current battle situation. At the current rate of deploying 100,000 starships every 10 minutes, we will reach 600,000 ships in an hour and nearly 15 million in a day. Her voice carried a hint of gravity. While this number may be unimaginable for other enemies, it's likely just the tip of the iceberg for the Black Legion under Orders command. Zhao Chen's expression was serious, his brows slightly furrowed. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. The key is to ensure that our logistical support keeps up. Otherwise, the front line will quickly fall into a passive position. Lilith nodded emphatically, fully aware of the importance of this point. The battle raged on. Under Marshal Shenbing's command, the 1st Legion of the Xiaolong fleet fought in an orderly manner, with minimal casualties. Damaged ships were withdrawn to the rear under the cover of friendly ships for emergency repairs by accompanying industrial ships. Those that could continue fighting returned to the front line immediately, while those that couldn't were sent back for extensive repairs. However, as wave after wave of the Black Legion fleet emerged, the pressure on the Xiaolong 1st Legion increased day by day. 3 hours in, more than 300,000 Black Legion starships had gathered on the battlefield, including 30 T6 class ships. Although this number was still insignificant compared to the Xiaolong Legion's over 300 T6 ships, The situation was undoubtedly deteriorating. What's the status on all fronts? Zhao Chen asked, turning to Lilith. Lilith brought up a holographic map of the 5 battlefronts. Currently, all fronts are under our control. Although the enemy is continuously reinforcing, their speed is still within manageable limits. Notably, the 5th battlefield, managed by the Xiaolong Zerg, is facing almost no pressure. Zhao Chen pulled up the footage of the 5th battlefield and couldn't help but frown. Compared to the overwhelming advantage on other fronts, the 5th battlefield was a bloodbath. Under the command of the Zerg Queen, the Xiaolong Zerg launched a frenzied assault on the Black Legion. Zerg motherships rammed enemy ships, tearing them to pieces. The Zerg Queen even attempted multiple times to send Zerg units into the inky black mass, but each attempt was in vain. Zhao Chun was well aware of the Zerg Queen's immense killing intent on the battlefield. To her, the Black Legion underorder was an archenemy. If her power were sufficient, she would have already led her forces to strike directly at Order's stronghold. Do not let your guard down, Zhao Chun said, seated on his throne, his gaze sweeping across the various battlefronts. Since Order has made a move, it won't be that simple. Sure enough, at the 10th hour of the battle, a sudden change occurred. The T6 Cosmic Space Dynamic Monitoring Device issued an alert, detecting violent spatial fluctuations centered on the inky black mass. Zhao Chen made a decisive call, ordering the Xiaolong Legion on all 5 fronts to immediately retreat to a safe distance from their current positions. Subsequently, the inky black mass began to churn violently, expanding rapidly outward. In just an hour, its range increased tenfold. Following this, more Black Legion fleets surged forth like a tidal wave. Report. Lilith, the secretary, said gravely, the number of newly emerged Black Legion starships has surged to 1 million. Worse still, we have detected energy fluctuations indicative of a potential quasi-T7 class starship. 1 million black-armored fleet ships suddenly appeared on the battlefield, causing Zhao Qin's heart to sink. The scale was 10 times larger than before, making the situation instantly dire. His gaze swept across the big screen at the command center as he quickly calculated the potential consequences in his mind. If the enemy continued to reinforce at a rate of every 10 minutes, the fleets of the Xiaolong Empire would face unprecedented pressure. Zhao Chun decisively ordered, notify the 3 ace fleet groups to be ready for immediate support. He turned to Lilith beside him, and they exchanged a knowing glance. Lilith nodded slightly, aware of the gravity of the situation. With the emergence of the million Black Fleet ships, a new round of fierce battles erupted immediately. Fortunately, the 1st Legion fleet group of the Xiaolong Empire had seized the opportunity for a brief rest beforehand, recovering significantly. The critical issue now was whether another wave of Black Fleet ships would appear every 10 minutes in this inky void. If so, they needed to eliminate as many enemy ships as possible within the shortest time to prevent the enemy's numerical advantage from growing further. Marshal Shenbing, the highest commander of the 1st Legion fleet group, brought out her trump card. She drew a circle on the star map, pointing to the dense area of enemy T6 starships, and issued a decisive order. Prepare the Hell Angel No. 6 for a full-scale fire strike on this area. The designated area was about to face hellish judgment. The T6 Blood Hell Angel class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship, newly commissioned and with only 10 in active service, all belonged to the elite Hell Angel fleet group. For this battle, Marshal Bai Shui, the Wolf Lady, had specially dispatched one of these fleet groups to provide fire support to the 1st Legion fleet group, including one T6 Blood Hell Angel class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship. This would be the first combat appearance of this starship. Zhao Chun crossed his arms, carefully studying the detailed data of the T6 Blood Hell Angel class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship displayed on the screen. Tech level, T6. Shield energy, 12 million units. Cruising speed, 900 star knots. Warp engine, level 9 warp engine. Length, 46.77 kilometers. Mass, 5,998,000 tons. Crew, 30,000. Weapons, 20 million Blood Hell Angel Type 1 conventional interstellar missiles. 5 million Blood Hell Angel Type 2 medium-range heavy interstellar missiles. 2 million Blood Hell Angel Type 3 ultra-long-range medium interstellar missiles. 500,000 Blood Hell Angel Type 4 medium-long-range cluster missiles. 100,000 Blood Hell Angel Type 5 ultra-long-range dark matter high-explosive interstellar missiles. 10,000 Blood Hell Angel Type 6 black hole-like antimatter interstellar missiles. In short, it was a giant interstellar missile launch platform, equipped with high-tech T6 level missiles of astonishing power and quantity. Zhao Chun turned his gaze to the distant starry sky, where the massive ship was already in launch mode. Numerous hidden missile launch ports on the ship's body were exposed, some even extending beyond the hull. The most striking feature was the side structures resembling 12-winged angel wings, densely packed with missile launch ports. This vast number of launch ports ensured that all missiles could be launched in the shortest time, enough to make anyone with trypophobia shudder. Soon, the captain of the T-6 Blood Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship reported that everything was ready and the ship could launch at any moment. With Marshal Shenbing's command, the massive warship transformed into an avenging angel, launching a barrage of missiles. The dense missile swarm lit up the entire battlefield like a massive meteor shower. The Black Fleet's starships also did their utmost to intercept the incoming missiles. Some were successfully intercepted and exploded mid-flight, but the sheer number of missiles, coupled with the cover from other Xiaolong interstellar ships, ensured that most missiles accurately hit the target area. In the targeted area, thousands of T-5 starships and several dozen T-6 starships, along with a quasi-T-7 Black starship, were present. This was why Marshal Shin Bing chose to conduct a saturation strike on this area. If the enemy reinforcements continued to arrive every 10 minutes, they needed to eliminate as many of the enemy's main fleet as possible within those 10 minutes. Explosions lit up the inky battlefield like fireworks on a dark lake, creating a uniquely chilling beauty. Zhao Chun watched intently, especially focusing on the quasi-T-7 Black starship. This was their first encounter with a quasi-T-7 enemy ship, and they knew little about its capabilities, necessitating high vigilance. The missile barrage lasted nearly 10 minutes. It was unimaginable that a single interstellar missile ship could launch millions of missiles in such a short time. By now, the surface of the Blood Hell Angel-class ship showed multiple high-temperature warnings. Any soldier approaching the hull, even in exoskeleton combat armor, would be vaporized instantly. The ship was as scorching as if it had just been pulled from a star's surface. Thanks to T-6 level advanced armor technology, AT-5 level armor would have failed long before half the missiles were launched. Report, Blood Hell Angel No. 6 has emptied its missile arsenal, the captain reported. Excellent, Marshal Shin Bing immediately ordered. Now withdraw to the rear supply area for missile replenishment and await further orders. Yes. The T-6 Blood Hell Angel No. 6 ship withdrew from the front line without checking its battle results. Upon reaching the designated rest area, it was escorted by a fleet of T-4 interstellar escort ships and surrounded by over a dozen T-5 ARC-class heavy interstellar supply ships for missile replenishment. Due to the massive amount of missiles, it required several supply ships to complete the replenishment in the shortest time, a process expected to take at least 3 hours. Future T-6 level supply ships could significantly reduce this time. Zhao Chen's gaze refocused on the area targeted by the Blood Hell Angel-class ship. Hundreds of T-5 Black starships were now just dissipating debris, and the number of destroyed T-4 Black starships was uncountable. Almost no T-4 Black starship survived the fire strike zone. Over 20 T-6 Black starships were destroyed, and the remaining ones were heavily damaged and on the verge of disintegration. As for the quasi-T-7 Black starship, its hull was covered in explosion marks like a cratered planetary surface. However, it had not suffered a fatal blow, indicating it had indeed reached a quasi-T-7 level. Zhao Chun crossed his arms, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his chin as he pondered the information about the Black starships. He knew these were spiritual interstellar ships created by life forms integrated into the Order, mimicking enemy ships. The exact principles were beyond his full understanding. More unsettling was the rumor that these Black starships could continually resurrect and regenerate from their Order mother body after being destroyed. Zhao Chun has always been highly vigilant about the T-7 level combat power of Order. It's well known that Order possesses T-7 level technology, which means they must have T-7 level military capabilities, though these have never been revealed. This is akin to a sharp blade hanging over Zhao Chun and the Xiaolong, ready to fall at any moment. The quasi-T-7 Black interstellar battleship before him had already demonstrated such terrifying combat power that Zhao Chun couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. If this were a true T-7 Black interstellar battleship, how horrifying would its capabilities be? Suddenly, the quasi-T-7 Black interstellar battleship, which had just withstood a round of fierce attacks, made a move. The massive cannon on its bow fired a jet-black pulse beam that directly hit AT-5 King of the Hill-class heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic escort ship at the forefront of the battlefield. The proud T-5 warship had almost no chance to fight back. Its once formidable shield was depleted in an instant, and the entire ship turned into a brilliant firework. Zhao Chun watched in shock as the black pulse beam swept across the battlefield like the scythe of death, causing Xiaolong interstellar warships to explode one after another, turning into dazzling fireworks. Most of the destroyed ships were T-5 King of the Hill-class heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic escort ships. It wasn't until the beam had destroyed over a dozen Xiaolong interstellar warships that it finally dissipated. However, this was just the beginning. Zhao Chun noticed that the quasi-T-7 Black interstellar battleship was bristling with dozens of main cannons and hundreds of secondary cannons, in addition to the bow cannon it had just fired. We must eliminate this monster as quickly as possible. Zhao Chun's mind was filled with alarm. The quasi-T-7 Black interstellar battleship was like a monstrous beast with overwhelming superiority on the battlefield. If it wasn't destroyed promptly, the First Fleet Group of the Xiaolong Empire could suffer devastating losses. Marshal Shunbing had clearly realized this as well. He decisively issued the latest order. Initiate the decapitation plan, carrier starships, release interstellar warships, and clear out an airspace to cover the decapitation fleet's attack on the target. Immediately, a carrier starship from a supporting fleet, sent by the Queen of the Stars elite fleet group, began to take action. The most eye-catching was a massive T-6 Divine Wing Empress-class super heavy carrier starship, the largest interstellar warship present. It, along with the T-6 Sacred Blood Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship, was one of the latest cutting-edge warships, with only 10 in service, all allocated to the elite fleet group. When this T-6 Divine Wing Empress-class super heavy carrier starship opened all its launch channels, the scene was spectacular. Billions of interstellar fighters and drones swarmed out like locusts, forming the wings of a divine bird made up of countless small aircraft. Even more astonishing was that this advanced carrier starship could complete the entire launch process in just 5 minutes, a level of efficiency unprecedented among carrier starships, directly showcasing its formidable combat power conversion capability. At the same time, the elite forces of the First Fleet Group of the Xiaolong Empire began to assemble. About 300 T-5 and T-6 interstellar warships formed this special task force for the decapitation mission. Among them, the T-5 interstellar warships mainly played a supporting role, while the true main force consisted of the T-6 interstellar warships. In this task force, the T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyers were the most numerous, but the new T-6 Wind Spirit-class light interstellar cruisers also stood out. Although this latest T-6 interstellar cruiser was light, its firepower exceeded that of the T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyers. Thanks to lower construction requirements and costs, it had been widely deployed across various fleets. With its unique high-speed capabilities, the T-6 Wind Spirit-class light interstellar cruiser was exceptionally well-suited for executing such a decapitation plan. The debut of the T-6 Divine Wing Empress-class super heavy aircraft carrier in combat drew significant attention from Zhao Qian and his secretary, Lilith. They intently monitored the inky space, searching for any potential anomalies. It's been about 10 minutes. Are there no unusual space fluctuations in this ink? Zhao Qian asked with concern, his eyes glued to the monitoring screen. Lilith shook her head. No. It seems that although the number of interstellar warships being sent through this inky space has increased, the interval time between each dispatch has also lengthened. Zhao Qian exhaled slightly but did not fully relax. He knew well that if the enemy could reinforce with 1,000,000 pitch-black interstellar warships every 10 minutes, the battlefield pressure would increase tenfold, possibly reaching 100-fold over time. Notify the research department, Zhao Qian said solemnly. We need to thoroughly investigate the technology behind this ink. We must understand how it traverses the cosmic barriers to deliver warships into our universe. More importantly, we need to explore whether we can use it to establish channels to extragalactic space. Zhao Qian's mind was always on the mechanical tribe fighting in extragalactic space. He was determined to quickly develop military strength to one day replace the mechanical tribe and launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, the decapitation plan of the First Legion fleet of the Dragon Empire was beginning to show results. Under the cover of interstellar fighters and drones, a direct path to the enemy's Quasi-T-7 pitch-black interstellar warship was carved open. A large swarm of interstellar drones first breached the defenses, followed closely by more combat-capable interstellar fighters. These fighters flexibly switched between two combat modes, a highly maneuverable conventional state and a more powerful mecha mode. Lilith pulled up detailed data on the T-6 Divine Wing Empress-class super heavy aircraft carrier and couldn't help but marvel. This T-6 Divine Wing Empress-class super heavy aircraft carrier is truly impressive. I can't wait to see Marshal Su Lon commanding an entire Star Queen Ace fleet in interstellar combat. Zhao Qian quickly scanned the configuration information of the carrier starship. The T-6 Divine Wing Empress-class super heavy aircraft carrier was equipped with 3 major series of fighters and drones: the manned interstellar fighters of the Fire Emperor series, the unmanned interstellar drones of the Ice Emperor series, and the battlefield support Royal Maid series. The combat power of a single carrier starship was comparable to a small fleet composed of T-5-level interstellar warships. Under the cover of the T-6 Divine Wing Empress-class super heavy aircraft carrier, the decapitation squad's interstellar warships charged in a combat formation. The T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer escorted the T-6 Wind Spirit-class light interstellar cruiser, while the T-6 Wrath Goddess-class interstellar artillery ship and the T-6 Seraph Ballistackless interstellar long-range hunter ship provided long-range fire support from the rear. The enemy's Quasi-T-7 pitch-black interstellar warship sensed the threat and concentrated its firepower in retaliation. Zhao Qian watched as 3 T-6 Thunder Lord-class heavy interstellar destroyers were destroyed during the charge, his brow furrowing. This was the significant advantage brought by the generational gap in interstellar warships, the same advantage the Dragon Legion fleet had previously relied on against other interstellar forces. Now, with the enemy possessing more advanced Quasi-T-7 pitch-black interstellar warships, the situation had abruptly reversed. As the decapitation squad advanced to the designated distance, 10 T6 Wind Spirit-class light interstellar cruisers suddenly surged forward at maximum speed. They shot out like 10 arrows, breaking through the protective formation of the T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyers, and encircled the Quasi-T7 pitch-black interstellar warship along different trajectories. Their weapon systems fully deployed, including multi-barrel main and secondary cannons, interstellar torpedo launchers, and various advanced weaponry. The T6 Wind Spirit-class light interstellar cruiser adopted a unique design concept, maintaining high maneuverability while significantly enhancing firepower through retractable weapon systems. Although the power of a single weapon might not match that of the T6 Thunderlord, the density of firepower in a short period was second to none. It adhered to the principle of quantity compensates for power, equipped with numerous multi-barrel rapid-fire cannons, even capable of overload use to further boost firing speed. At this moment, the 10 T6 Wind Spirit-class light interstellar cruisers, with their astonishing speed, wove an impenetrable web of firepower around the Quasi-T7 pitch-black interstellar warship. A dense barrage rained down on the target, and to achieve greater firepower output, these light cruisers took the risk of approaching the enemy ship. The T6 Wind Spirit-class light interstellar cruiser makes a bold choice by sacrificing all Closian defense cannons in its limited hull space. This design philosophy is based on its exceptional speed advantage. No other ships, fighters, or drones in its class can catch up to it. With this advantage, the T6 Wind Spirit can easily evade any enemy without worrying about close-range attacks. Instead, the ship is equipped with more powerful interstellar torpedoes and bombs. The torpedoes are medium to short-range weapons with their own propulsion systems, offering high precision. The bombs, although lacking self-propulsion and relying on initial launch force to reach their targets, deliver greater destructive power. These two weapons complement each other. The precise torpedoes first destroy the enemy ship's defense systems, followed by a barrage of powerful bombs. Combined with the rapid-fire main and secondary cannons, the T6 Wind Spirit's combat capability reaches new heights. At this moment, 10 T6 Wind Spirits are employing this tactical system to launch a fierce attack on a T7 Dark Interstellar battleship. The interstellar bombs explode as they approach the enemy ship, causing massive damage. However, the T7 Dark Interstellar battleship is not to be underestimated, focusing its firepower on one of the T6 Wind Spirits. Despite its evasive maneuvers, the T6 is eventually hit after its star shield depletes, its speed drastically reduced, and it is subsequently overwhelmed and destroyed by the reinforcing Dark Interstellar battleships. The battle rages on for several minutes. In a final act of valor, one T6 Wind Spirit, with its star shield depleted, opts for a heroic sacrifice, ramming directly into the T7 Dark Interstellar battleship. The chain explosions that follow render the T7 immobile, its debris dissipating into black smoke. The First Legion fleet of the Jiaolong Empire receives the triumphant news. The enemy's T7 Dark Interstellar battleship has been destroyed. However, Zhao Chun does not show any signs of joy. The cost of this operation was steep. 2 T6 Wind Spirits, 8 T6 Thunderlords, and a significant number of T5 class interstellar warships, fighters, and drones were lost. Although the enemy also suffered losses of several T6 and T5 class warships, Zhao Chun considers the exchange to be far from ideal. At this moment, the remaining 8 T6 Wind Spirits have fallen out of formation with the rear fleet, seemingly abandoned. However, just as they are about to be surrounded by tens of thousands of dark interstellar battleships, these T6 Wind Spirits suddenly transform into blue flashes and disappear, reappearing moments later behind the First Legion fleet of the Jiaolong Empire. This is the spatial warp capability of the T6 Wind Spirit, allowing it to attack or retreat with the agility of a true spirit. Inform the strategic department to prioritize the development of a plan to destroy the enemy's Quasi-T7 Black Starships. Ensure the ship is taken down with minimal losses, Zhao Chun said firmly, his eyes glinting with determination. Understood, Lilith, his secretary, replied succinctly, immediately setting to work. Zhao Chun frowned and continued. What's the status on the other battlefields? Have similar Quasi-T7 Black Starships appeared there as well? Lilith quickly pulled up the real-time battle reports and responded. Each of the 5 battlefields has encountered a Quasi-T7 Black Starship. So far, the targets on battlefields 1, 3, and 5 have been eliminated. Battles 2 and 4 are still ongoing. Overall, the situation is manageable, with the main difference being the extent of our own losses. 5 Quasi-T7 Black Starships? Zhao Chun muttered, his frown deepening. If 5 have shown up now, who knows how many more will come. Our lack of Quasi-T7 level starships is undoubtedly our biggest weakness, especially against an advanced T7 civilization like the Order. What about the conditions on the battlefields where the Quasi-T7 Black Starships have been destroyed? Zhao Chun asked further. Lilith provided detailed information. Battlefield 5 performed the best. The Xiaolong Zerg fleet, led by the Insect Queen, eliminated the target in the shortest time. However, reports indicate that nearly 30 T-6 Hive motherships and hundreds of T-5 Hive motherships were lost. Battlefield 1 is our current location. Battlefield 3, under Marshal Medusa, used similar tactics and suffered comparable losses. Zhao Chun crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over the real-time images of the 5 battlefields. The 3 elite fleet groups haven't been deployed yet, correct? He asked. That's correct, Lilith confirmed. These 3 fleets were Zhao Chun's trump cards, reserved for unforeseen emergencies. As time ticked by, the battlefield situation remained temporarily stable. However, exactly an hour later, the previously calm, inky void began to churn. Black starships surged forth like a tide. They're here. Zhao Chun's heart jolted. Lilith quickly analyzed the data. It's been exactly 1 hour since the last wave of 1,000,000 black starships appeared. The intensity has slightly increased, but the numbers remain around 1,000,000. Zhao Chun remained silent, intently observing the battlefield. The fierce battles of the past hour had decimated most of the initial black starships, leaving only 30 to 40,000 on each battlefield. With the newly arrived million, each battlefield now faced about 1.5 million enemy ships, a new record high. More concerning, Zhao Chun noted the appearance of 3 giant quasi-T7 black starships above the ink-like void on Battlefield 1. Is it the same for the other battlefields? Zhao Chun immediately inquired. Lilith quickly verified and confirmed. Yes, each battlefield now has 3 quasi-T7 black starships. This meant that the Xiaolong fleets would face even greater pressure. Zhao Chun calmly issued his command. Evaluate the situation on all battlefields. Lilith promptly arranged for the strategic department to conduct a risk assessment. The results came back quickly. The battlefield with the Xiaolong Zerg fleet posed the least risk, though losses might increase. For the other 4 battlefields, previous combat experience provided viable strategies. While more elite ships would be needed, the situation could be controlled without additional reinforcements. Zhao Chun pondered. Should he deploy the reserve elite fleet groups? This would reduce their own losses, but also diminish their capacity to handle future risks. Ultimately, Zhao Chun decided. Inform the highest commanders of each fleet group that no additional support will be provided for now. However, if they deem it necessary, they may request assistance from the Dragon Emperor. We will allocate resources accordingly. Yes, sir. Lilith immediately executed the order. The next hour saw increasingly intense combat. The battlefields expanded, attracting even some adventurous onlookers. Despite the Xiaolong Empire's ban on navigation in the area, some curious shuttles secretly lurked at a distance, recording the battle with long-range equipment. The spectators were astounded by the sight of the bizarre black starships. These ships were entirely black, resembling starships but giving off an eerie vibe. Astonishingly, when destroyed, they vanished without a trace. Even more impressive was the prowess of the Xiaolong Empire's fleet. The dense barrage of firepower, fearsome interstellar missiles, and masterful battlefield command earned the respect of viewers across the universe. When the quasi-T7 black starships emerged, many were horrified, especially those in densely populated star systems near the battlefield. Upon learning the news, the elite hurriedly found excuses to distance themselves from the area. In the Sacred Radiance Kingdom, an official nervously reported to Queen St. Kana, Your Majesty, it's reported that after the Xiaolong 1st Legion Fleet Group destroyed a quasi-T7 black starship, 3 more of the same class and 1,000,000 other starships appeared. The battle is growing increasingly fierce. Queen St. Kana's sharp gaze fixed on the official. What are you trying to say? The official hesitated, then mustered the courage to speak candidly. Your Majesty, although it may be inappropriate to say this, the enemy's appearance is too mysterious and powerful. The strange ink-like void continuously spawns black starships, some even at quasi-T7 level. While we know the Xiaolong Empire's fleet is strong, no one knows how many more enemies will come or how long the battle will last. The risks are significant. Stop beating around the bush, Queen St. Kana said, her brows furrowing. The official lowered his head and spoke bluntly. Our capital is too close to the battlefield. If T5 starships use warp speed without interception, they could reach our capital in 20 minutes. Even at normal cruising speed, they could reach us in 3 hours. The official's voice trembled slightly, fear flickering in his eyes. He took a deep breath and continued. This is too dangerous. I suggest, Your Majesty, that you temporarily leave here and move to a safer place until this battle is over. Silence. Queen Shankana sharply interrupted, her piercing gaze stabbing at the official like a knife. The queen slowly stood up, her gown rustling against the marble floor as she walked resolutely to the window, looking out over the distant battlefield. I am the queen of the Holy Radiance Kingdom. My throne is here, and so are my people, she said in a low, firm voice, turning to face the kneeling official. Pointing towards the battlefield, she coldly continued, out there, the fleet of the Jiaolong Empire is fighting the enemy with blood and sweat. Tell me, if they weren't there, Would those mysterious black starships directly attack us? Would that Quasi-T7 black starship appear right in front of me, its cannons aimed at my capital? Sweat beaded on the official's forehead as he stammered. I dare not, Your Majesty. I am only concerned for your safety. His body trembled slightly, not daring to meet her eyes. Queen Shankana looked down at the official, her tone warning. I will pretend I did not hear your words today. My life is insignificant. The dignity of the Holy Radiance Kingdom is paramount. If I hear such words again, do not expect any leniency from me. Yes, Your Majesty, the official replied in a low voice, sweat now dripping from his forehead. The queen returned to her throne, contemplating. This official, though timid, had a point. However, as the ruler, she couldn't just consider practicalities. Honor was far more important than life, especially for the Holy Radiance Kingdom, which had little left besides its former glory. If they lost even that, they would have nothing. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T6 Longhwang Star Command ship, Secretary Lilith was reporting the latest battle situation to Zhao Chun. Sir, the last Quasi-T7 Black Starship has been destroyed. Compared to the first battle, our average losses have decreased by about 30. We've gained more combat experience. Zhao Chun glanced at the clock. It had been nearly 45 minutes since the second wave of 1,000,000 black starships appeared. He murmured now, we wait to see if those damn Quasi-7 black starships keep appearing. This question weighed heavily on Zhao Chun and all the Jiaolong marshals. If these black starships continued to appear endlessly, it would spell doom for the Jiaolong Empire. No matter how many elite T6 starships they had, facing an infinite enemy would be a losing battle. Lilith stood silently beside him, equally aware of the gravity of the situation. The atmosphere on the bridge was so tense it felt almost tangible, everyone seemingly awaiting a final judgment. Zhao Chun clenched his fist unconsciously, hating the feeling of having his fate controlled by others. Without the system's support, everything would depend on him. What's the status of the enemy remnants on each battlefield? Zhao Chun broke the silence, asking. Lilith quickly pulled up detailed data from each battlefield, reporting one by one. Battlefield 1, 600,000 black starships remaining. Battlefield 2, 750,000 remaining. Battlefield 3, 570,000 remaining. Battlefield 4, 630,000 remaining. Battlefield 5, 300,000 remaining. When she mentioned the Jiaolong Zerg fleet in charge of Battlefield 5, Lilith added, unlike other battlefields, the Jiaolong Zerg fleet often exchanges 3 or 5 ships for one of the enemies. They frequently use lower-level hive ships in combination with similarly ranked ones for swarm tactics. So far, the Jiaolong Zerg fleet has lost at least 10 million hive ships. Zhao Chun nodded silently. This was the Jiaolong Zerg fleet's mode of combat, and it couldn't be helped. Unless they could be transformed into high-quality starships like the Jiaolong Empire's fleet, balancing quality and quantity was always a challenge. Leave the command of Battlefield 5 entirely to the Insect Queen. Do not interfere with her orders, just supervise. Inform me if there are any issues, Zhao Chun said calmly. For this special unit, even Charlotte would be out of her depth. Zhao Chun always believed in the principle of not doubting those he employed and not employing those he doubted. Yes, sir, Lilith responded. Time flew by, and another hour passed quickly. This time, the emergence of 10 Quasi-T7 black starships from the void left all Jiaolong High Command in silence. Zhao Chun murmured to himself, a hint of helplessness in his voice. They just keep coming. On various battlefronts, the third wave of million-strong black interstellar warships surged like a tide. Each battlefield also saw the emergence of 10 Quasi-T7 interstellar warships. The calculations from the command center indicated that the risk level on each front had at least tripled. Worse still, another wave of a million-strong black fleet and over 10 Quasi-T7 black interstellar warships was expected to join the fray in an hour. Zhao Chun frowned as he listened to Lilith, his secretary, delivering the urgent report. He realized that if they couldn't eliminate the enemy's main fleet within this brief interval, they would face a severe situation with a massive enemy fleet gathering. Meanwhile, their own fleet was nearing its operational limit due to prolonged high-intensity combat. The logistics supply lines were also running at full capacity and could collapse at any moment. How many more black interstellar warships is Order going to send? Zhao Chun muttered to himself. The total number of black interstellar warships across the 5 battlefronts had already approached 50 million. If the number continued to increase by 5 million every hour, it wouldn't be long before the fleets of the Jiaolong Empire reached their limit. Contact Charlotte, Zhao Chun ordered gravely. Soon, a video window popped up. Do you think we should deploy the ace fleets? Zhao Chun asked seriously. Marshal Charlotte pondered for a moment. We're gambling right now, betting on how many cards Order has left. The appearance of the Quasi-T7 black interstellar warships indeed complicates the situation, but we still need to keep some of our cards close in case of unforeseen events. She suggested deploying a few flagship warships into the battle while keeping 3 ace fleet groups in reserve. Zhao Chun nodded in agreement. Let's go with your plan. Deploy the T6 Rakshasa Underworld-class Interstellar Dreadnought, the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier, and the T6 Gluttony Demon King-class warship into the fight. Charlotte then turned to Lilith, emphasizing the importance of supplying interstellar missiles. Lilith assured that she would mobilize civilian reserve transport fleets to ensure the supply. We must stay vigilant for any surprises order might have, Zhao Chen added. Lilith, relay my orders. All starports and military ports within the Jiaolong Empire are to enter Level 1 combat readiness. All interstellar warships and fleets are to be on high alert, prepared for any combat mission. The flagship warships quickly headed to their assigned battlefronts. After consulting with the Insect Queen, it was decided that the 5th battlefront would not need flagship support for now. The support arrangements for the remaining 4 battlefronts were as follows. The T6 Rakshasa Underworld-class Interstellar Dreadnought would support the 2nd battlefront. The T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier would support the 3rd battlefront. The T6 Gluttony Demon King-class warship would support the 4th battlefront, and the Imperial Guard Fleet would assist the 1st battlefront. Zhao Chen looked at the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard Fleet, Xiong Lulu. Show them what you've got. The panda girl in the holographic image straightened up and responded firmly. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard Fleet will not fail its mission and will ensure the success of the decapitation plan. Xiong Lulu, though lacking significant battle achievements, was a promising future commander. Her sister, Xiong Xiangxiang, was the highest dean of the Jiaolong Military Academy system and the captain of the 1st Goddess-class starship. Currently, 2/3 of the Jiaolong fleet personnel called Xiong Xiangxiang their teacher. Despite Zhao Chen permitting the full deployment of the Imperial Guard Fleet, Xiong Lulu left behind 1,000 ships to fulfill escort duties. Zhao Chen made no comment on this. Have the flagships arrived at the other 3 battlefronts? Zhao Chen watched the real-time images of the 3 battlefronts. The screens showed 3 prominent interstellar warships already in position. The T6 Rakshasa Underworld-class Interstellar Dreadnought, the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier, and the T6 Gluttony Demon King-class warship. These 3 flagships belonged to the Ni Lin, Star Queen, and Blizzard Ace fleet groups, respectively, and served as the command ships for their marshals. Is this the first time we're seeing these 3 flagships in action? Zhao Chen asked. Except for the T6 Rakshasa Underworld-class Interstellar Dreadnought, the other 2 T6 flagships had only entered service after the war against the Order's insectoid forces and hadn't been deployed during the previous internal conflicts. Zhao Chen recalled that the T6 Rakshasa Underworld-class Interstellar Dreadnought had once been his command ship, having seen countless battles. After its upgrade to T6, considering its battlefield role and his own position, he handed it over to Supreme Marshal Charlotte and switched to the T6 Dragon Emperor-class Interstellar Command Ship, which was more suitable for overseeing the entire battlefield. The T6 Rakshasa Underworld-class Interstellar Dreadnought boasted 3 major weapon systems: the Dread Cannon Rakshasa, the Dread Cannon Demon King, and the Rakshasa Underworld Domain. The first 2 were area effect and single-target high-power attacks, respectively. However, the Rakshasa Underworld Domain had limited effectiveness against the Black Interstellar warships, as it was primarily designed to destroy the internal electronic systems of T5 and lower-class interstellar warships, which had little impact on the Sol-based Black Interstellar warships. The T6 Luosha Mingwang-class Interstellar Dreadnought, as a flagship, still holds a crucial position on the battlefield. This colossal vessel is equipped with 900 electromagnetic energy main cannons, providing formidable conventional fire support. Even more remarkable, it carries 3 million T6-class Luosha Ghost interstellar drones and 3,000 quasi-T6 Mingza-class interstellar unmanned medium interceptors. At this moment, the T6 Luosha Mingwang-class interstellar dreadnought begins deploying its massive drone fleet. Although the Mingza-class interceptors are only quasi-T6 level, their short-term combat power can rival that of a T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer. While their small size limits their endurance in prolonged combat, their low construction cost allows them to be used as expendables, even for suicide missions, significantly boosting the combat effectiveness of the T6 Luosha Mingwang-class interstellar dreadnought. Under the fire cover of the 2nd Legion fleet of the Xiaolong Empire, the T6 Luosha Mingwang-class interstellar dreadnought finally has the opportunity to face the enemy's quasi-T7 Black Star ships Hedon. On the battlefield, a T6 Luosha Mingwang-class interstellar dreadnought is confronting 3 quasi-T7 Black Star ships. The enemy seems to have also recognized the threat posed by this super flagship, as the remaining 7 quasi-T7 Black Star ships begin to converge here, intending to eliminate this formidable opponent first. Marshal Charlotte calmly observed the battle sand table in front of her, with 10 combat targets clearly visible. She decisively gave the order, "Fire the dreadnought cannon." Luosha style. Almost simultaneously, the 3 opposing quasi-T7 Black Star ships launched their attack. 3 black beams erupted from their bow cannons, heading straight for the T6 Luosha Mingwang-class interstellar dreadnought. The bridge echoed with the alarm of the energy shield depleting, but Charlotte remained unflustered. At that moment, The weapon systems of the T-6 Luosha Mingwang-class interstellar dreadnought were ready. A blood-red beam, like an unsheathed sword, swept out in a vast arc, perfectly covering the 3 quasi-T-7 Black Star ships. All T-6 class and lower Black Star ships caught in the sweep were instantly destroyed, unable to put up any resistance. The 3 quasi-T-7 Black Star ships barely withstood the attack, but their situation was grim. The 2 that took the brunt of the attack were severely damaged, and the one at the end of the beam was split in 2, disintegrating on the spot. Fantastic! It looks like our T-6 Luosha Mingwang-class interstellar dreadnought has reached quasi-T-7 level, even stronger than the enemy's. Secretary Lilith exclaimed excitedly beside Zhao Qian, her worries dissipating. Zhao Qian was equally pleased with the result. Destroying one ship and heavily damaging 2 others was undeniably a brilliant victory. Charlotte didn't let the 2 heavily damaged quasi-T-7 Black Star ships off the hook. She immediately dispatched a squad of T-6 Luosha Ghost interstellar drones and quasi-T-6 Mingza-class interstellar unmanned medium interceptors to finish them off. The 2 crippled enemy ships, entangled by the small drone squad, could only watch helplessly as their energy drained away, ultimately meeting their demise. Although the T-6 Luosha Mingwang-class interstellar dreadnought had a strong start, the situation remained dire. 7 quasi-T-7 Black Star ships were still eyeing them menacingly, and the dreadnought cannon, Luosha style, couldn't be fired again in a short period. Charlotte was well prepared, directing the T-6 Luosha Mingwang-class interstellar dreadnought to maneuver swiftly, always staying out of the simultaneous attack range of the 7 quasi-T-7 Black Star ships. This strategy limited the number of enemy ships the dreadnought faced at any one time to around 3, significantly reducing the pressure. However, this complex navigation trajectory demanded extremely high command and anticipation skills from the captain. Charlotte's T-6 Raksha Underworld-class interstellar dreadnought was under siege by 7 quasi-T-7 Black interstellar warships. Lilith stood beside Zhao Qian, worry etched on her face. She doesn't seem to be calling for reinforcements. Can a single T-6 warship really handle this? Isn't the risk too great? Zhao Qian remained calm. This is Charlotte's decision. We need to trust her. His eyes never left the battle screen, closely monitoring the trajectory of the T-6 Raksha Underworld-class dreadnought. He knew Charlotte was waiting for a critical moment. Seconds ticked by. Suddenly, Zhao Qian's pupils dilated slightly. It's now, he murmured. On the battlefield, the T-6 Raksha Underworld-class dreadnought, entangled with the 7 enemy ships, suddenly redirected its cannons towards a specific direction. The amassed energy unleashed in a massive black beam that roared into the distance. The beam first struck one of the attacking quasi-T-7 Black warships, causing it to halt instantly before it was pierced from bow to stern. The beam's power was far from spent, continuing onward to hit a second quasi-T-7 Black warship in the same trajectory, penetrating its side hull. The third quasi-T-7 warship was struck at the stern, sustaining severe damage though not destroyed. Finally, the beam hit the fourth quasi-T-7 Black warship at the far end of the line, obliterating it upon impact. This dreadnought cannon, Demon King mode, obliterated 3 quasi-T-7 Black warships and heavily damaged a fourth. This was Charlotte's meticulously planned tactic. She had used the T-6 Raksha Underworld-class dreadnought's maneuverability to appear as though she was merely evading, all the while setting up for this perfect alignment of enemy ships. What seemed like a coincidence was actually a calculated move by Charlotte. The tide of battle on the second front turned instantly. The T-6 Raksha Underworld-class dreadnought now only faced 3 intact quasi-T-7 Black warships and 1 heavily damaged enemy ship. Though the enemy was not entirely vanquished, victory was within reach. Lilith exclaimed, "Marshal Charlotte is incredible. She calculated all of this in advance." Though Lilith excelled in logistical calculations, she still had much to learn about battlefield tactics from Charlotte. Zhao Qian summed up, "The situation on the second front is under control. Within an hour, the remaining quasi-T-7 Black warships will be eliminated." With that, he turned his attention to the third front, where Marshal Su Lan was commanding the T-6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship. Marshal Su Lan stood on the bridge of this biotype interstellar warship. Unlike other Xiaolong series warships, the T-6 Demon Emperor class had a unique, dark aesthetic. The ship's body was composed of a brown, semi-solid material, and the floor was covered with a shell-like substance. Initially, the crew found this alien style unsettling, but they gradually adapted to the unique environment of the Xiaolong Empire's first biotype interstellar warship. The T-6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship was a colossal bio-warship the size of a small moon, and its specifications were impressive. Ship type, carrier starship flagship. Tech level, T-6. Star shield energy, 2 billion units. Cruising speed, 800 star knots. Warp engine, level 9.9. Length, 3,600 kilometers. Mass, 6.9 billion tons. Crew, 1 million. Starship weapons, T-6 Ghoul Dragon Heavy Interstellar Fighters, 50 million units. T6 Banshee Light Interstellar Fighters, 50 million units. T6 Lich King Heavy Bombers, 1 million units. Every time Lilith reviewed the ship's data, she felt it was an odd fit among the Xiaolong series. Zhao Qin smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if it's a white cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice." At this moment, the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship began its operation. Countless black holes appeared on its surface, with various biofighters neatly arranged inside. First to emerge were the T6 Ghoul Dragons, comparable in size to conventional T6 fighters, but with superior maneuverability and covered in tough bioarmor. Next, from the openings in the ship's belly, numerous creatures hung upside down like growths on its skin. As the command was given, these growths began to freefall before spreading their wings, revealing themselves as T6 Banshees. Smaller than the Ghoul Dragons, they were much faster. Finally, on the upper platforms of the ship, massive stone statues of demons came to life. They opened their eyes and spread their dark wings. These were the T6 Lich Kings. These enormous beings formed squadrons, appearing like a swarm of dark locusts from a distance. Lilith marveled. "This T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship is enormous," Zhao Qin explained, "at 3,600 kilometers long. It's comparable to a small moon. Only another biowarship, like the Hive Mother ship, could match it." He continued, "Its massive size allows it to house billions of combat units. And that's just a part of its internal structure. Its greatest value lies in its energy reserves and cultivation chambers. As a biowarship, it can autonomously produce and cultivate T6 Ghoul Dragons, T6 Banshees, and T6 Lich Kings. With enough resources, it can continuously generate new combat units, even speeding up production during wartime." Although the battle had not fully erupted, the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship had already demonstrated its astonishing power and potential. Marshal Su Lan stood on the bridge of the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship, her gaze piercing and resolute. She firmly issued the order, "Activate all incubation chambers, run them at full capacity. Do not stop without my command. Produce more combat units." The adjutant immediately took the order and hurried off to arrange it. If one could see inside the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship at that moment, a breathtaking scene would unfold. Enormous incubation chambers, each equipped with distinct facilities for T6 Ghoul Dragons, T6 Terror Banshees, and T6 Lich Kings. Inside the chambers, countless eggs were growing at an astonishing rate and would soon be transported to hangar bays similar to those for storing StarCraft. There, these eggs would hatch into powerful combat units, ready to be deployed into battle. The efficiency of the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship was astonishing. At full operation, it could produce over 1 billion combat units within 24 hours. The energy stored within the ship was sufficient to sustain continuous incubation for 7 days. This massive vessel was designed to create a complete ecosystem, making it a true supercarrier starship. At this moment, the combat units released by the carrier starship swarmed like a hive towards the 10 Quasi-T7 black starships opposing them. Unlike the T6 Rakshasa Underworld-class Dreadnought starship, the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship was not fighting alone. Surrounding it were 300 escort starships, tasked with protecting this core combat force. Secretary Lilith, with a hint of concern, asked, "How confident are we in the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship's battle performance?" "This is its first battle, and it's facing 10 Quasi-T7 black starships." Zhao Qin replied calmly, "Honestly, the battlefield with the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship is the least of my worries." "Why?" Lilith asked, surprised. Zhao Qin explained, "It's the same principle as with the Xiaolong Zerg fleet. This side consists entirely of T6 level flying combat units, nearly 1 billion of them. Even if the opposition has 10 Quasi-T7 black starships, eliminating them is just a matter of time." He shrugged. "It might take some time, but I believe we can destroy those 10 Quasi-T7 black starships within an hour." Having said that, Zhao Qian turned his attention to the 4th battlefield managed by the Xiaolong Empire's 4th Legion fleet group. This battlefield was dominated by the T6 Gluttony Demon King-class starship. This ship resembled a stellar gunship, but its unique name hinted at its special nature. It was not just any stellar gunship but a unique flagship. At that time, Marshal Xue Xiaoxiao of the Xiaolong Empire's 4th Legion fleet group was intently focused on the T6 Gluttony Demon King-class starship. Through magnified images, one could see the 12 enormous super-heavy cannons standing like divine pillars on the starship. In addition to these, there were some relatively smaller main cannons which, though diminutive compared to the super-heavy cannons, were still significantly large when compared to the standard T6 Thunderlord-class heavy destroyers. The deputy captain, noticing Xue Xiaoxiao's captivated state, felt somewhat helpless. She knew their marshal was a heavy enthusiast of giant ships and cannons, often muttering about big guns. Previously, Xue Xiaoxiao had long coveted the T6 Rakshasa Underworld-class dreadnought. and now had fallen in love with the T6 Gluttony Demon King class starship. Recently, she had even heard that Xiaolong Industries was manufacturing the first batch of T6 stellar battleships, making her eager to visit the shipyard for a first-hand look. Marshal, the command here. The deputy captain tried to bring Xue Xiaoxiao back to focus. No worries, you and the staff can handle the command here, Xue Xiaoxiao replied, her eyes still fixed on the T6 Gluttony Demon King class starship. The deputy captain, exasperated, had no choice but to invoke the emperor's words. Marshal, His Majesty said that if you don't perform well, our fleet group won't get any of the first batch of T6 Purple Gold Silver Dragon-class heavy stellar battleships. Hearing this, Xue Xiaoxiao immediately snapped back to attention and dutifully returned to her post, diligently handling the battlefield affairs. Zhao Qin stood on the bridge, his eyes fixed intently on the battlefield before him. A massive T6 class starship, the voracious Demon King, slowly emerged into view. Its 12 super heavy cannons and 360 main cannons were fully extended, targeting the distant formation of quasi-T7 black starships. Beside him, Secretary Lilith quickly scanned through the data on this starship. Classified as an interstellar heavy artillery battleship flagship, technology level T6, star shield energy of 1 billion units, cruising speed of 1,200 star knots, equipped with a 9.9 grade warp engine, 336 kilometers in length, mass of 41,230,000 tons, and a crew of 1.5 million. Its weapon systems included 12 voracious Demon King class super heavy cannons, 360 Demon Lord class main cannons, along with a space warp engine and a voracious Demon King matrix core energy system. Your Majesty, what exactly is this voracious Demon King mode? Creating black hole systems similar to the effect of the black hole missiles we've seen before? Lilith asked curiously. Zhao Qin's lips curled into a slight smile. Just watch and you'll see. He was filled with anticipation. This first battle of the semi-T7 technology starship would provide invaluable experience. In the future, he must lead the Jiaolong Empire independently, no longer relying on the system for everything. On the battlefield, the voracious Demon King began a ferocious barrage. The dense firepower blanketed the attack zone, and although it didn't destroy any quasi-T7 starships, enemy ships below T6 were almost completely wiped out. The quasi-T7 enemy ships, sensing the threat, began to close in on the voracious Demon King. Soon, the first quasi-T7 black starship entered attack range and began its counterattack. The star shield of the voracious Demon King flickered with multicolored lights under the enemy fire. As more enemy ships joined the fray, the pressure on the voracious Demon King increased exponentially. Warning: star shield energy remaining at 60. The alarm sounded on the bridge. 6 quasi-T7 enemy ships have entered attack range, with another 4 expected to join within the next 300 seconds. Calculations indicate our star shield can withstand the firepower of 10 enemy ships for a maximum of 10 minutes. The vice captain anxiously glanced at Marshal Qitong, who sat in the captain's chair. Qitong's expression was stern as he calmly ordered, "Activate the space warp engine, coordinates. Upon completion, immediately initiate voracious Demon King mode, and warn the 4th Fleet to evacuate the danger zone." "Yes, sir." The vice captain promptly executed the command. As the countdown began, the space around the voracious Demon King started to warp, as if it were melting. In the next instant, the colossal starship vanished, reappearing in the center of the enemy fleet formation, right within the encirclement of the 10 quasi-T7 black starships. "Prepare to initiate voracious Demon King mode. Countdown 30 seconds. The prompt echoed on the bridge again. The voracious Demon King swiftly retracted all external weapon modules, and its whole surface became as smooth as a mirror. Mysterious golden patterns, akin to a magical array, began to glow on the armor's surface. The surrounding enemy ships continued to unleash their firepower, but for the moment, they could not penetrate the formidable star shield of the T6 flagship. Lilith's eyes sparkled as she stared at the image of the resplendent starship against the dark backdrop of space, murmuring to herself, "So that's the voracious Demon King mode?" A golden gem continually glimmered on the T6 gluttonous Demon King starship, and soon, the surface of the vessel was covered with countless cracks. At first glance, it seemed like the entire warship would shatter into pieces, but a closer look revealed that the cracks were not filled with debris, but with an abyssal black void that was gradually expanding. Has Xue Xiaoxiao's 4th Legion fleet of the Xiaolong Empire deployed any observational equipment? Zhao Qin suddenly asked, thinking to himself that although Xue Xiaoxiao was talented, her attitude was often too lax. "Everything is in place," Lilith replied as she brought up a data window. The window displayed rapidly increasing data, with 2 parameters changing the most: the instability of the space around the T6 gluttonous Demon King starship and the gravitational pull centered at that location. The latter, in particular, was increasing at an exponential rate. Before long, the nearest black starships to the golden-rifted black hole began to be pulled in by the immense gravitational force. Due to the unique nature of these black starships, an astonishing scene unfolded. Countless black lines were drawn from these vessels into the golden rifts. Sensing the anomaly, the black starships began to flee, but the influence of the golden rifts expanded at a frightening pace, immobilizing 5 out of the 10 Quasi-T7 black starships. Although these Quasi-T7 ships had stronger hulls and could resist temporarily, they too began to show signs of material being pulled away. Soon, the first Quasi-T7 black starship disintegrated under the terrifying gravitational force, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, the 4th Legion fleet of the Xiaolong Empire seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the fleeing black starships. They provided fire support from a safe distance, trapping the enemy ships in the danger zone, leaving them to be consumed by the golden rifts. The gluttonous Demon King starship is unbelievably powerful. Lilith, the secretary, exclaimed in awe at the spectacular scene before her. Although it differed from her imagined black hole, the sight was even more magnificent and breathtaking. In fact, this is just part of the T6 gluttonous Demon King's impressive capabilities, Zhao Chun said seriously. Among all the current flagship starships, the T6 gluttonous Demon King has immense technological potential. What? Lilith asked in surprise. In her mind, the T6 gluttonous Demon King, despite its black hole technology, seemed inferior to the T6 Rakshasa underworld-class dreadnought and the T6 Demon King carrier starship, which could single-handedly take on thousands. Zhao Chen teased, "You haven't read all the information on the T6 gluttonous Demon King, have you?" Feeling a bit guilty, Lilith explained, "I do read the information on these starships, but only the basic introductions. There's just too much work to handle right now." Zhao Chen nodded understandingly and then explained, "The T6 gluttonous Demon King has another special feature. When using the gluttonous demon mode, those starships torn apart by the black hole seem to be dragged into another space. In reality, the gluttonous demon core absorbs a portion of their energy, replenishing the starship. How much energy it can absorb is quite unstable, and can only be estimated after several practical engagements. The fluctuation is likely to be significant due to many objective factors." Lilith's eyes widened instantly. "What? It can absorb energy? That means, theoretically, the T6 gluttonous Demon King could become a starship that never needs to return to port." She quickly grasped the importance of this feature. The most critical reason for a starship to return to port is to replenish energy. Now, with this technology, the T6 gluttonous Demon King can potentially break free from that limitation, which indeed gives it tremendous potential. Zhao Chen's gaze shifted back and forth between the two battle scenes, primarily focusing on the 3rd battlefield managed by the T6 Demon Emperor carrier starship and the 4th battlefield overseen by the T6 gluttonous Demon King starship. Due to the unique nature of these flagships, their efficiency in eliminating targets was not the fastest. In contrast, other battlefields had already taken down 10 Quasi-T7 dark interstellar battleships, with even the 5th battlefield's Quasi-T7 dark battleship being steadily consumed by the Xiaolong Zerg fleet. The 3rd and 4th battlefield showcased distinctly different fighting styles. In the 4th battlefield, the T6 gluttonous Demon King starship had fully deployed its black hole, ensnaring the dark interstellar battleships within its range like prey caught in a spider's web, leaving them no chance to escape. They could only watch helplessly as their hulls were torn apart by immense gravitational forces and eventually sucked into the Golden Rift. 5 Quasi-T7 dark interstellar battleships had already vanished without a trace. On the 3rd battlefield, the T6 Demon Emperor carrier starship was utilizing a swarm tactic against 10 T7 dark interstellar battleships, similar to the strategy employed by the Xiaolong Zerg fleet on the 5th battlefield. Tens of millions of flying combat units swarmed towards the T7 dark interstellar battleships like a locust plague. The T6 Ghoul Dragons, with their performance akin to heavy interstellar fighters, led the charge, bearing the brunt of the attack. Meanwhile, the T6 Banshees used their light interstellar warship agility to harass the enemy. Despite facing dark interstellar battleships rather than ordinary ones, the T6 Banshees couldn't leverage their extra damage against energy shields, but this didn't affect the overall battle situation. The appearance of the T6 Lich Kings became the highlight of the battle. These heavy interstellar bombers continuously launched chain energy bombs, with golden lightning chains bouncing between the dark interstellar battleships, causing widespread damage. Under such fierce assault, several Quasi-T7 dark interstellar battleships began to show signs of hull fractures. Meanwhile, the T6 Demon Emperor carrier starship at the rear continuously sent newly bred flying combat units into the battlefield. Zhao Chun muttered to himself. It seemed the T6 Demon Emperor carrier starship might finish the battle before the T6 gluttonous Demon King starship. Lilith, the secretary officer, commented, "I didn't expect the T6 Demon Emperor carrier starship to dominate its battlefield so strongly. Although the battle took a bit longer compared to other fields, its losses were the least." Zhao Chen smiled lightly and said, "Have you noticed? The T6 Demon Emperor carrier starship actually has another significant combat trait. making it a top-tier existence among carrier starships. Lilith was momentarily stunned before realizing sustained combat capability. Zhao Chen nodded, his eyes on one of the quasi-T7 dark interstellar battleships in the screen. He explained the advantages of the T6 Demon Emperor carrier starship in detail. Its biological flying combat units didn't need to return for supplies as frequently as conventional carrier-based aircraft, theoretically allowing them to fight continuously for hours. While there were energy limits under high-load combat, in regular combat mode, this limitation was almost negligible. After hearing Zhao Chen's analysis, Lilith summarized, "This means the T6 Demon Emperor carrier starship can maximize its combat ability, and its continuously nurtured combat units can keep joining the battle. This single battlefield dominance makes the T6 Demon Emperor carrier starship the top among many interstellar warships." As time passed, both the T6 Demon Emperor carrier starship and the T6 Gluttonous Demon King starship completed their combat tasks, successfully eliminating 10 quasi-T7 dark interstellar battleships within an hour. Zhao Chun, observing the temporary end of this beheading operation, asked, "Have the combat data for each flagship been compiled? Especially for those two?" Lilith immediately pulled up 3 data panels and detailed the combat statistics for the T6 Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought, the T6 Demon Emperor carrier starship, and the T6 Gluttonous Demon King starship. Each flagship completed its mission in different ways, showcasing their unique features and advantages. After listening to the report, Zhao Chen expressed satisfaction with the results. Although all 3 flagships had consumed resources, considering they faced 10 quasi-T7 dark interstellar battleships on each battlefield, completing the tasks with such minimal losses was quite commendable. At that moment, a video window popped up, displaying the Deputy Fleet Commander of the Imperial Guard Fleet, Xiong Lulu. The Panda Girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she reported, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard Fleet has successfully completed the combat mission you assigned." Xiong Lulu's voice was filled with pride. Zhao Chun watched the promising Panda Girl, waiting for her report. For this mission, Xiong Lulu began her detailed report immediately. "We deployed 2,000 starships from the Emperor's elite fleet to collaborate with the 1st Legion fleet of the Xiaolong Empire. The battle lasted for 49 minutes, during which we completely destroyed 10 quasi-T7 black starships and numerous T6 and below black starships. We lost 6 T6 starships, and 5 T6 starships were damaged. The remaining T6 starships are in good condition. As for the T5 starships," she paused, seemingly dissatisfied with the number she was about to report, "we lost 123, and another 73 were damaged to varying degrees and have withdrawn from the battlefield." "Well done." Zhao Chun praised her directly, causing Xiong Lulu's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Zhao Chun continued, "Although you led the elite Emperor's fleet, you actually had only a little over 30 T6 starships. Achieving such results against 10 quasi-T7 starships is quite remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. I could have done much better." Xiong Lulu responded excitedly. Zhao Chen said sternly, "All right, this battle is over, but the campaign isn't. Immediately take the Emperor's fleet to rest and regroup. The enemy might have more tricks up their sleeve, and you may face tougher battles ahead. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Emperor's fleet is always ready to fight for you." Xiong Lulu saluted and quickly went to arrange the fleet's rest. With the battle over, Zhao Chun let out a long breath. Lilith, standing by, reminded him solemnly, "There are 10 minutes until the next round of combat. Based on previous encounters, 1,000,000 black starships will reinforce every hour, and the number of quasi-T7 black starships will double. The next wave might include 20 quasi-T7 black starships." Zhao Chen asked gravely about the remaining forces of the Black Fleet in each battlefield. Lilith reported the estimated remaining numbers across 5 battlefields, totaling 3.6 million black starships still engaged with them. Lilith added, "So far, we've eliminated at least 40 million black starships, including 70 quasi-T7s. And that's without accounting for the consumption of interstellar missiles. Even the angels at their peak would have seen their regions fall under such circumstances." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Without the powerful fire support from the Xiaolong Legion fleet, the continuous supply of interstellar missiles, and the fire coverage from the interstellar gunships, the Angels' interstellar forces would have collapsed long ago against the Black Fleet's terrifying reinforcement speed. Even so, the Xiaolong Empire's fleet had reached its limit. The appearance of 30 quasi-T7 black starships in the next battle would be a tremendous test for Zhao Chun and the Xiaolong Empire. Staring at the screen filled with black starships and massive ink-like darkness, Zhao Chen murmured, "This black rain has been pouring for quite a while." Lilith firmly stated, "No matter how heavy the rain, as long as we hold our umbrellas and walk through, we'll see a sunny day." Zhao Chen's lips curved into a slight smile, his gaze unwavering as he stared at the darkness, as if seeing his opponent in a game of strategy. "You're right. I refuse to believe that this dark cloud of chaos can cover the skies of my Xiaolong Empire. If it's a fight they want, It's a fight they'll get. I'm not afraid of them. On the bridge of the T6 Dragon Emperor Star Command ship, time ticked by slowly. Although only 10 minutes had passed, it felt like an eternity to everyone present. The tension was palpable, conversations among the officers had dwindled, and even their breathing became cautious. Zhao Chen sat on the throne, his expression as cold as ice. He waited silently, anticipating the next move from the Order faction. An hour had passed since the last appearance of hundreds of pitch-black interstellar warships, precisely 60 minutes ago. Zhao Chen opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he scanned the real-time images of the 5 battlefields. Suddenly, a massive fleet of pitch-black warships emerged on the screens, instantly filling the view like ink spreading across paper. Your Majesty, another wave of pitch-black interstellar warships has appeared. The number is likely around 1 million, Secretary Lilith reported immediately, her voice tinged with nervousness. Zhao Chen asked in a deep voice, "What about the Quasi-T7 pitch-black warships?" "None have appeared yet," Lilith replied, her eyes fixed intently on the battlefield updates. But the answer came swiftly. "They've appeared," Lilith suddenly exclaimed. "Quasi-T7 pitch-black warships have shown up in all 5 battlefields. The number is still 10 per battlefield." Zhao Chen frowned slightly, surprised. Still only 10 Quasi-T7 pitch-black warships per battlefield? He had prepared for the possibility of facing 30 per battlefield. "Yes," Lilith confirmed. Zhao Chen exhaled deeply, his eyes still glued to the screens displaying the 5 battlefields. Could it be that the Order has already played all its cards? Lilith didn't respond. It was a question no one could answer definitively. "Regardless, we must not let our guard down," Zhao Chen said sternly. "Be prepared for any sudden developments. Have Marshal Charlotte finalize the current battle plan." "Understood," Lilith replied promptly. Zhao Chen looked around the bridge and sensed a collective sigh of relief among the crew following the appearance of the enemy's pitch-black fleet. Although they were still facing 1 million pitch-black warships and 10 Quasi-T7s, it was at least within manageable limits. However, Zhao Chen's inner vigilance remained unrelaxed. His instincts told him this was not the Order's final move. Given their fierce assault on the Dragon Empire, they would stop at nothing. They would not allow the Dragon Empire more time to develop. But what would happen next was beyond Zhao Chen's foresight. For now, they could only take it one step at a time. Several minutes later, the situation across the battlefields remained under control. Suddenly, an alarm message jolted everyone. "Your Majesty, urgent news." Secretary Lilith looked gravely at Zhao Chen. "Our T6 cosmic space dynamic monitors have detected nearly 100 anomalous spatial fluctuations within our universe. Nearly 100 anomalous spatial points." Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat, his intuition telling him this was the Order's true trump card to overthrow the Dragon Empire. Lilith added, "However, these anomalous points are much weaker than those at the 5 main battlefields. Even if the enemy plans to deploy pitch-black fleets, the numbers shouldn't be large. Precisely locate these small anomalous spatial points," Zhao Chen ordered. "Understood." Lilith swiftly marked all the small anomalous spatial points on the star map. Zhao Chen stared at the star map, which now resembled a painting splattered with black ink. There were 5 large black spots and nearly 100 smaller ones scattered around. Preliminary observations show no clear pattern in the locations of these small spots, Lilith analyzed. 3 are within our key star systems, 37 around key systems, and the rest are in regular systems. She paused before adding, "Notably, one small fluctuation point is in the Sacred Angel system, just outside the Sanctum planet. This is currently the most threatening point." Zhao Chen immediately asked, "Have any pitch-black warships appeared at these points?" "Not yet," Lilith replied. "But the appearance of these spots has already caused some chaos in the affected systems." Zhao Chen made a quick decision. "Notify the governors of these systems and surrounding areas to enter Level 1 combat readiness immediately. Mobilize the Dragon Empire's guard fleet and regional lord fleets to fully support the threatened areas. Whatever happens, we must contain the danger." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lilith promptly began relaying the orders. The guard fleet and regional lord fleets mentioned by Zhao Chen were the 3rd and 4th tiers of the Empire's military forces, respectively. The guard fleet, also known as the Imperial Patrol Fleet or Security Fleet, handled defensive tasks across various locations, using Dragon-class warships, primarily decommissioned T3 ships from the Imperial fleet groups, along with some T4S and a few T5 flagships. The regional lord fleets were the 4th-tier military forces controlled by local lords, marquises, kings, and clan leaders. Their strength varied significantly, with top-tier forces like the Starshine Kingdom's Chu family fleet and the Angelic Holy Dragon fleet rivaling the guard fleet, while most were less powerful. These forces mainly protected their respective territories and star systems. Since the Dragon Empire's founding, they had rarely been mobilized. But facing such a formidable enemy, Zhao Chen had no choice but to call upon their strength. Meanwhile, on the Sanctum planet in the Sacred Angel system, the Angelic Queen stood on the plaza outside Sanctum Mountain. The sky was clear. and her gaze pierced the blue expanse, spotting a black in outer space, a dot that seemed to absorb the starlight. Even in broad daylight, people on the planet could see that black speck when they looked up. The angelic queen frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding. At that moment, her handheld terminal chimed, displaying a pop-up message. It was a mass alert from Secretary Lilith, warning about an extragalactic invasion. The black dots were enemy technology breaching the cosmic barrier, and pitch-black warships might appear. All affected star systems were ordered to enter a state of war immediately. Upon hearing this, the angelic queen grasped the gravity of the situation. She had long known that the Dragon Empire's fleet groups and elite forces were battling a powerful interstellar enemy. The fact that the Emperor had mobilized all of the Empire's top military assets spoke volumes about the enemy's strength. And now, these foes had reached the sacred angel system, signaling a looming catastrophe. Just then, a video window suddenly popped up. A communication channel opened, and the image of a female officer in a Xiaolong military uniform appeared. She saluted the Holy Angel King formally and said in an official tone, "Your Majesty, Holy Angel King, I am here under the Emperor's orders, leading the 5th Imperial Guard Fleet to address the threat posed by the Black Legion fleet within Angel territory. I will take full command of all military operations within Angel territory and assume control over the Angel fleets." In response to this seemingly excessive demand, the Holy Angel King remained composed, nodded slightly, and softly replied, "I follow the Emperor's will. However, I personally hope that you will protect my people. They have endured too much war, and I don't want to see their homes destroyed again. I implore you." For an Angel King to show such humility to a Xiaolong Empire general with only a lieutenant general rank clearly indicated that the fate of the Angels was now almost entirely in the hands of the Xiaolong Empire. The female general solemnly promised, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. The duty of our guard fleet is to defend every inch of the Xiaolong Empire's territory." With that, she cut off the communication. The Holy Angel King looked up at the ominous black spot in the sky. At that moment, a large number of angel fleets stationed in the star system had already formed a perimeter around the black spot. Soon, the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps arrived via the Stargate to join the defensive line. Suddenly, a video window of Commander Tilia popped up. "Your Majesty, the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps has arrived for support. Your Majesty, please retreat to a safe location. The Holy Mountain homeworld might be affected by this battle. You shouldn't have contacted me," the Holy Angel King said calmly. Tilia was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood the king's intention. She had also received orders that the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps was to be under the command of the Guard Fleet. Though she had no objections, she instinctively contacted the Holy Angel King first. "Just perform your duties. Don't worry about me," the Holy Angel King said, closing the video window. With the recent Angel Rebellion barely quelled and the Emperor having only purged a few of the War Angel King's confidants before pardoning the Angels, the Holy Angel King dared not take any risks and kept a distance from her military fleet. Although she no longer interfered with battlefield command, the Holy Angel King still monitored several battlefield screens to keep an eye on the situation. She knew that similar black spots referred to as ink by the Xiaolong military had appeared in 15 locations within Angel territory. Suddenly, the Holy Angel King noticed intense fluctuations in the ink, akin to a calm lake suddenly experiencing violent waves. Soon, pitch-black interstellar warships began to emerge, their numbers growing rapidly, justifying the name Black Legion. As these warships appeared, the intelligence reports the Holy Angel King received grew increasingly dire. The black spot above the Holy Mountain homeworld alone had detected multiple T6 level energy fluctuations, along with T5 level and numerous T4 level ones. This Black Legion fleet was not only of high quality, but also boasted an astonishing number of 100,000 ships. Although the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps present had an equal number of Xiaolong-class interstellar warships, the power disparity with the Black Legion was still significant. Even with the support of the Guard Fleet, the pressure was immense, as the Guard Fleet present also numbered only 100,000 warships. The Guard Fleet and the Imperial Fleet shared the same structure, with each fleet group comprising 10 corps, totaling 500,000 interstellar warships. It was rumored that the Xiaolong Empire had 10 active Guard Fleet groups, amounting to 5 million warships in total, though their quality did not match that of the Imperial Fleet. Currently, part of the 5th Guard Fleet, the Sacred Dragon Angel Corps, and other angel fleets amounted to roughly 250,000 interstellar warships. Despite having a numerical advantage, their overall strength was still lacking. If a battle ensued, the chances of victory seemed slim. The Holy Angel King couldn't help but feel worried. And such situations were not only occurring here but also spreading to other, small ink locations throughout the Xiaolong Empire. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, the atmosphere was as tense as if it were palpable. Zhao Chen listened intently to his subordinates' reports with a furrowed brow. Small patches of inky darkness were appearing across various regions, revealing the Black Legion's interstellar warships, each fleet numbering around 100,000 ships. Lilith, his secretary, Added gravely, there are nearly 10 million Black Legion warships in total, distributed throughout our Xiaolong Empire. So far, no quasi-T7 level ships have been detected. Zhao Chen's brows knitted tighter as he quickly calculated in his mind. 10 million ships, plus 5 million from the 5 large inky battlefields. That makes 15 million Black Legion warships invading our universe simultaneously. The immense pressure felt like a mountain on his shoulders. Just then, a holographic image of Marshal Charlotte appeared in the center of the bridge. Her expression was so stern it seemed to freeze the air. Your Majesty, the situation is dire. Zhao Chen met Charlotte's gaze and said in a deep voice, I know. This wave of Black Legion fleet invasions is putting enormous pressure on us. Especially those high-value star systems. If they suffer damage or loss, it would be a disaster for our newly established Xiaolong Empire. Lilith added from the side. Moreover, some of the inky patches have appeared right along our supply lines. If we can't control the Black Legion fleet's invasion, it could lead to supply disruptions for our 5 major battlefields. Zhao Chen felt a looming sense of imminent crisis. He turned to Charlotte. Have you thought of a solution? Charlotte nodded and brought up a massive star map, clearly marking the situation across the Xiaolong Empire, including the locations of the inky patches, the number of Black Legion fleets, and the forces the Xiaolong Empire had deployed. She began to explain her plan in detail, classifying the danger into 3 levels, prioritizing the protection of the most critical areas and supply lines without neglecting other regions. High danger zones would receive more forces to completely eliminate the enemy, while lower danger zones would focus on control. After listening, Zhao Chen asked directly, do we have enough troops? Charlotte replied solemnly, it's tight. The biggest issue is that our Imperial Guard fleets are not as advanced as the Black Legion fleets. Even if we complete the mission, the casualties will be significant. Alternatively, we could consider using the 4th or 5th level Lord fleets to hold off the enemy. Zhao Chen was silent for a moment before resolutely saying, deploy all our military forces. We must not only control the 5 main battlefields, but also gain the upper hand in the smaller ones at the rear. It's time for the Imperial Guard fleets we've been nurturing all these years to show their strength. Those fleet captains and commanders have been requesting to fight, so let's give them the chance to prove themselves. Charlotte immediately responded and began organizing the upcoming operations. The members of the Imperial Guard fleets, mostly experienced but older soldiers, were eager to prove they were not just for show but were elite forces capable of winning battles. As Charlotte issued commands, the Imperial star map before Zhao Chen began to change dramatically. Lilith, worried, said, we're showing all our cards this time. If the enemy has any more tricks up their sleeve, we might not be able to withstand them. Zhao Chen responded with a steely face. The future is unpredictable. We just need to focus on what we must do now. The Xiaolong Empire's Imperial Guard fleets and Lord fleets began large-scale mobilizations, with over 10 million warships targeting nearly 100 smaller inky battlefields. Meanwhile, significant moves were also underway at the 5 large battlefields. Various ace fleets were deployed. On Battlefield 1, Xiong Lulu's Imperial Guard fleet faced off against 10 new quasi-T7 Black Legion warships. On Battlefield 2, Charlotte's Dragon's Fury fleet aimed to annihilate 10 quasi-T7 ships and nearly 2 million regular Black Legion ships. Battlefield 3 was entrusted to Qi Tong's Blizzard Ace fleet. Battlefield 4 was under Su Lan's Star Queen Ace fleet, with countless starfighters and drones covering the entire battlefield. And Battlefield 5 continued to be held by the Xiaolong Zerg fleet. Additionally, the Shadow Hunter Ace fleet received a special mission. Charlotte solemnly instructed Zhao Wanner, your task is both simple and challenging. If any quasi-T7 warships appear at the smaller inky battlefields, it will be your responsibility to eliminate them. Zhao Wanner's eyes sparkled with confidence as she firmly replied, rest assured, Marshal. The Shadow Hunter Ace fleet will complete the mission. On her flagship, Zhao Wanner studied the star map with a grave expression. Her adjutant whispered, Marshal, the Grand Marshal's task is quite difficult. Although we are an ace fleet, we still don't have a T6 level warship in service. A fleet of T5 and T4 starships lined up in perfect formation, yet they faced the looming threat of nearly T7 level black starships. The vice captain's brow furrowed deeply, his worry evident. Zhao Wanner spoke in a firm tone. This mission was personally assigned by Marshal Charlotte. It's not something we can take lightly. Since we've accepted it, we must see it through. Determination flashed in her eyes. Even if it means sacrificing our ships, we will take down those nearly T7 black starships. Without hesitation, Zhao Wanner began to assign combat tasks. She decisively ordered 20 battalion fleets from the Shadow Hunter Ace fleet to disperse across various sectors of the Xiaolong Empire. Although she had the authority to deploy T6 Emerald Dream class and T4 Brilliant class starships, she understood their importance and decided to reserve them for critical moments. The Chief of Staff reported, according to our combat simulations, 1 battalion fleet has a 50 chance of destroying a nearly T7 black starship. 2 battalions increase that to 80, and 3 battalions ensure a 100 success rate. The vice captain expressed his concern. We only have 20 battalion fleets, yet we need to monitor nearly 100 small battlefields. What if more than 10 nearly T7 black starships appear at once? Zhao Wanner smiled confidently. We'll deal with them as they come. Stick to the original plan and keep a close eye on the space monitoring systems. The situation in the 5 major battlefields was still under control. With their vast experience, the ace fleets effectively contained 10 nearly T7 black starships. Meanwhile, the conditions in nearly 100 smaller battlefields drew more attention, with related news spreading widely across the Xiaolong Empire, becoming hot topics everywhere. A reporter from the Xiaolong Star Region X3 Interstellar Media stood atop a high-rise on the X37723 planet, broadcasting live as eerie black starships emerged from a massive dark spot in the sky. Suddenly, a space station exploded into a brilliant fireball, with debris falling like meteors. Anti-aircraft batteries at the city's edge quickly opened fire, shattering most of the fragments midair. The reporter breathed a sigh of relief, then exclaimed excitedly, "The Emperor promised to protect every citizen's home. Where are our starships and fleets?" Just as he finished speaking, intense battles erupted in the sky. The Xiaolong Empire's reinforcements had finally arrived, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy ships. The reporter immediately halted, and the photographer, understanding the cue, aimed the camera at the battle unfolding in the sky. Given the proximity of the battlefield to the planet, their position was the perfect vantage point. The faint sounds of explosions echoed clearly, and debris, like falling stars, occasionally streaked across the sky. "Incredible!" the reporter whispered in awe. "Right now, above us, there are over 200,000 interstellar warships engaged in battle. According to our sources, the attackers are the Black Legion fleet, an invading force from another world. Their warships are primarily T4 and T5 class, with even some T6 class vessels." Pausing, the reporter's tone grew more concerned. "On our side, despite the support from the Xiaolong Empire fleet, most of our Xiaolong series interstellar warships are still T3 and T4 class, with very few T5s, let alone T6s. This can't be right. This isn't the main fleet of our Xiaolong Empire. Could it be that the Emperor is abandoning us?" The reporter knew how to craft a compelling narrative, each statement designed to provoke discussion. He moved to the edge of the building, signaling the photographer to capture the scene on the streets below. As you can see, the city's residents are still seeking refuge. Given that this planet had a population of around 20 billion, with over 100 million in just this city, evacuating everyone to shelters in a short time is extremely challenging. And now, an interstellar battle rages above their heads. "We can only pray that this disaster doesn't befall the people of this planet," the reporter said in a somber tone. The camera captured the crowded streets, where people moved in an orderly fashion. Security robots maintained order, swiftly dealing with any attempts to cause chaos. Even as interstellar warships could be seen crashing from the sky, people lined up calmly to enter the shelters. Meanwhile, the planet's governor was anxiously monitoring hundreds of live feeds. His focus was on the situation within the planet rather than the space battle. Reports indicated that 76 of the population had been evacuated, with an estimated 20 more minutes needed to reach 99 evacuation. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the governor inquired about the status of the planet's defense systems. Learning that all major areas had their shields activated and all defensive weapons and ground-based interstellar warships were on high alert, he felt somewhat reassured. However, an alarm suddenly blared. "Warning! Enemy unidentified flying units are entering our planet's atmosphere." The screens displayed a squadron of T4 Black Legion interstellar warships attempting to breach the atmosphere, deploying numerous smaller combat units resembling black giant birds. These units were mostly T3 class, with a few T4s. The governor immediately ordered the planetary defense forces to engage the invaders. His voice resonated through the planet's command channels. "Planetary defense forces, listen up. Enemy aerial combat units are about to threaten our surface. We may be the planetary defense forces, but we are also soldiers of the Xiaolong Empire. Now is the time to show our strength. Use your weapons to annihilate all enemies invading our home." For the Empire, ground-based anti-aircraft guns began firing at the descending black meteors. Some invaders were shot down midair, but a few managed to break through the barrage. As they approached within 5 kilometers of the ground, waves of ground-based interstellar fighters and drone swarms launched to intercept the aggressive invaders. A sudden aerial battle erupted as humans engaged in fierce combat with black, monstrous birds. The two sides clashed intensely, locked in a stalemate. As more and more creatures fell from the sky, a few slipped past the second line of defense, diving toward the ground. Above the city, rows of machine gun turrets suddenly lit up atop skyscrapers. These T3-level technological weapons, though not as powerful as Closian weapon systems, boasted incredible firing rates, creating dense barrages at close range. The monstrous birds fell one after another under the hail of bullets, and those that managed to reach the ground were swiftly dealt with by ground forces. However, a few of the birds landed successfully and prepared to attack when massive figures suddenly appeared. T3 Templar Warrior-class medium interstellar combat mechs. Once serving in the Dragon Corps, these mechs now acted as planetary defense police, perfectly suited for the task at hand. Each mech was armed with 4 52-barrel Gatling-style small beam cannons, 100-unit small missiles, and 2 Templar light swords, effortlessly surrounding and eliminating the grounded enemies. With their protection, the city was temporarily safe. Yet, the real crisis loomed in the interstellar battle above. The Guardian Corps, along with surrounding fleets, totaling 300,000 interstellar warships, faced off against 100,000 pitch-black starships. Despite outnumbering the enemy, our forces were struggling to hold the line. In this critical moment, a new starship turned the tide. The T4 Star Sentinel-class interstellar unmanned patrol ship. Specifically designed for the Guardian Corps, this T4 ship, being cost-effective and unmanned, became the backbone of the fleet. Against the same-level T4 pitch-black starships, the Star Sentinels held their own. When facing higher-level enemy ships, they formed combat squads to take down targets with minimal cost. Even against T6-level enemy ships, they had strategies, though at a high price. Marshal Zhao Wanner commanded the Shadow Hunter elite fleet, focused on decapitation strikes, targeting high-level enemy ships. With these coordinated strategies, the battle temporarily stabilized. Lilith sighed beside her. I never expected the T4 Star Sentinel-class interstellar unmanned patrol ships to be so formidable. If we had produced more of them earlier, would our situation be better now? Zhao Chen responded calmly. These ships are indeed impressive, but their combat limitations are significant. Overproduction could have hampered the manufacturing of other warships. His gaze fixed on the distant T4 Star Sentinel-class interstellar unmanned patrol ships, lost in thought. The T4 Star Sentinel-class interstellar unmanned patrol ship, despite being a drone warship, often serves as the main force of the Imperial Guard fleet on the interstellar battlefield. On the bridge, a female fleet commander in uniform stared intently at the flickering stellar map before her, her brow furrowed. Her gaze moved back and forth between the inky Black Legion fleet and a nearby habitable planet. Anxiety etched on her face. Damn it, she muttered. Those scum from the Black Legion dare to deploy ground troops on a civilian planet. Standing beside her, the adjutant excitedly reported, Commander, look at the performance of those Star Sentinels. They are simply unbeatable on the battlefield. The commander nodded in agreement, her eyes locking onto the agile T4 Star Sentinel-class interstellar unmanned patrol ships at the heart of the battle. These warships, like a well-trained Special Forces unit, coordinated seamlessly, advancing and retreating with precision, becoming the backbone of the entire battleground. She pulled up the technical specifications of the Star Sentinels and studied them closely. Over 9,000 meters in length, over 2 million tons in mass, 600,000 units of Starshield energy, and a variety of weapon systems from medium electromagnetic cannons to interstellar missiles, to dense energy point defense cannons. These numbers might not seem top tier, but in actual combat, they displayed astounding combat power. One Star Sentinel might not be a big deal, the commander murmured, but a squad of 30 can crush any fleet of the same level, a force of 300 can challenge T5 level core, and a fleet of 3,000 could make even those with 10 T5 warships think twice. She suddenly realized the terrifying power of this force-advanced artificial intelligence. On the battlefield, all Star Sentinel-class ships seemed to share one brain, executing orders flawlessly. They knew no fatigue, no fear of death, and their understanding of warfare even surpassed that of seasoned veterans. The Emperor's use of advanced AI technology, I don't know if it's right or wrong, the commander said softly, these warships are perfect machines born for war. They understand every detail of the battlefield, know when to fire, when to charge, and even when to sacrifice. The adjutant's face changed at her words, glancing around nervously before whispering, Commander, you mustn't say such things. You're questioning the Emperor. The commander laughed lightly. What? Is someone going to impeach me for these words? Our Emperor is not a petty person. The adjutant remained worried, but within the Empire, some people have started to worship the Emperor fanatically, even forming cults. This phenomenon is not uncommon in our corps. Who knows if there are such zealots among us? The commander nodded thoughtfully, her gaze returning to the battlefield. The situation remained tense, but with this AI-driven unmanned fleet, she was confident in their ultimate victory. However, the potential risks of advanced AI and the growing fanaticism towards the Emperor within the Empire planted a seed of unease in her heart. In their belief, the Emperor's words are akin to divine decrees. Anyone daring to defy them faces secret retribution. The fleet commander had heard rumors of such incidents occurring in certain regions, but merely smiled and did not investigate further. The Emperor seemed to be aware of the situation as well. The secrecy surrounding the T4 Star Sentinel-class unmanned interstellar patrol ships exceeded even that of the T5 class starships. Even when delivered to various Praetorian Guard fleets, Fleet commanders could not board these ships without special permission. Their daily maintenance and resupply were handled by specialized personnel in docks. Meanwhile, the Empire publicly restricted any interstellar forces and research institutions from conducting advanced artificial intelligence projects. The fleet commander muttered, "His Majesty the Emperor knows well that this is a double-edged sword.
It can be used, but it must be under his control."
The secretary beside him sighed, hoping these discussions wouldn't reach the wrong ears. He tried to change the subject. "Commander, the battlefield situation is very tense. Although there is no threat from the T6 Black interstellar battleships, the sheer number of Black Legion ships is overwhelming. If this continues, the nearest planet will inevitably be affected." The fleet commander frowned, pondering the difficult situation. Just then, rings of light appeared in the distance, and a voice came through the communication channel. "Kingdom of Xingyao, Chu Family Fleet, 3rd Regiment Fleet reporting for battle support." A video window showed an officer in Chu family military uniform. The true nature of the light rings became clear: a fleet of interstellar warships bearing the golden Chu insignia. "It's the Chu family fleet," the secretary exclaimed in delight. 30,000 ships from the Chu family fleet. Excellent. With their support, our troubles here will be greatly reduced. The fleet commander sighed in relief. Although the Chu family fleet was considered a 4th-tier Grand Lord's fleet in terms of rank, its unique use of all Xiaolongsuri's interstellar warships, including several T5 Xiaolongsuri ships, made its combat power comparable to that of the Praetorian Guard fleets, providing significant assistance on the battlefield. Similar situations occurred on other troubled fronts. At the home planet of the Holy Angel system, the Holy Dragon Angel fleet arrived. At a crucial stargate in the Kingdom of Xingyao, the Queen's Guard fleet appeared. Within the Holy Radiance Kingdom, the kingdom's most elite corps, the Holy Angel Kingdom Army, formerly the Holy Angel Fleet, fully mobilized to assist various minor battlefields. In the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, the Longhu fleet, established by Charlotte, and the Federation's most elite Dragon fleet, were deployed across various battlefields. On a battlefield within the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, Princess Blanche of the Dragon People held a white feather fan covering half her face, slightly frowning. These things looked truly disgusting. Her aesthetic sensibilities made her detest the pitch-black interstellar warships, much like encountering cilantro in a gourmet meal of foreign food she had tried once and then vowed to eradicate from the universe. At this moment, as the de facto ruler of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, Princess Blanche led the Dragon fleet in a critical minor battle. She and the supporting Praetorian Guard fleet were combating the Black Legion fleet present there. Princess Blanche's presence indicated the importance of this location. It was near the kingdom's largest resource hub. Suddenly, the starship's alert system began to sound. "Warning, warning. High spatial fluctuations detected." Princess Blanche frowned slightly. Her T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer, a personal gift from the Emperor, had an advanced alert system. "Notify all fleets, including the Praetorian Guard fleet, to stay on high alert," Princess Blanche ordered calmly. Then, a massive black interstellar warship appeared before Princess Blanche. "Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar Warship," she murmured, her pupils contracting. She knew some information about this warship, but until now, it had only been seen in the 5 main battlefields. This was the first time a Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar Warship had appeared in a minor battlefield. Princess Blanche made the wisest choice immediately: contact Marshal Zhao Wanner's Shadow Hunter elite fleet. She knew her own capabilities were limited and needed stronger support. The sudden appearance of the Quasi-T7 Black starship was like a sword piercing the heart of the battlefield, instantly altering the situation. This colossal vessel made all other starships on the field seem insignificant and powerless. Princess Blanche decisively ordered all ships to retreat at full speed, maintaining a safe distance from this black behemoth. She knew that any ship of T5 class or below entering its attack range would face annihilation. The secretary officer, standing beside Princess Blanche, stared at the intimidating black giant in the distance, swallowing hard. "Your Highness, is this the enemy the Xiaolong Empire's fleet is up against on the main battlefield?" "It's incredibly powerful." Although he had heard rumors before, witnessing the Quasi-T7 Black starship's dreadful power firsthand was a different experience. Princess Blanche was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "If it weren't for the Emperor leading the Imperial fleet at the front lines, our homeland would have fallen long ago." Her voice revealed deep admiration for the Emperor. The secretary officer, worried, said, "I wonder if the Xiaolong Empire's fleet can divert forces to support us in time." Besides the 5 major battlefields, there are nearly 100 smaller battlefields like ours within the Empire. Princess Blanche's gaze was firm as she stared at the distant Quasi-T7 Black starship. "I believe in His Majesty the Emperor." As seconds ticked by, the Quasi-T7 Black starship continued its advance, seemingly unstoppable. Although Princess Blanche's command effectively controlled casualties, the situation remained critical. Further retreat would put the vital resource areas of the Hammer Star Federation Kingdom at risk, which was the last line of defense. Has the reinforcements arrived yet? The secretary officer anxiously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Princess Blanche inquired, how much defensive depth do we have left? The secretary officer pointed to a thin yellow line on the star map, his voice trembling. Just this much, Princess Blanche sternly ordered. No matter what, the important resource areas must not fall. Relay the order and contact the guard fleet. We will make our stand at the last line of defense, and we will not retreat an inch. Yes, Your Highness. Despite his nervousness, the secretary officer quickly conveyed the orders. Soon, they received a response from the guard fleet, indicating they would launch a counterattack at the last line of defense to buy them time. Princess Blanche turned to look at the guard fleet in the distance, feeling a surge of admiration. Whether it was the frontline main fleets or the so-called third-line guard fleet, they all embodied the indomitable spirit of the Xiaolong Empire. At this critical moment, the Quasi-T7 black starship in the distance suddenly erupted in bursts of fire. Your Highness, look, the Quasi-T7 black starship is under attack. The secretary officer excitedly pointed at the screen. Princess Blanche focused her gaze and saw numerous starships bearing the Xiaolong crest appearing around the Quasi-T7 black starship. Upon closer inspection, they were the Xiaolong Empire's stealth bombers, marked with the insignia of the Shadow Hunter elite fleet. 3,000 stealth bombers, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, aimed their cannons at the encircled Quasi-T7 black starship. This fleet, composed of T5 Ghost Wolf-class medium stealth bombers and T4 Shadow Demon-class light stealth bombers, was more than adequate for the current situation despite lacking T6 ships. Under the intense close-range assault, the Quasi-T7 black starship was engulfed in flames, resembling a massive black whale adorned with countless fireworks. Princess Blanche watched intently, while the secretary officer nervously clutched the hem of his uniform. Suddenly, a shout rang out, report, the energy levels of the Quasi-T7 are rapidly dropping. The monitoring officer on the bridge exclaimed in excitement. Fantastic! We've won! The secretary officer jumped up, pumping his fist. At this moment, his somewhat comical kangaroo-like features were fully exposed. Princess Blanche took a deep breath, struggling to remain calm. It's our turn now. We must not waste the opportunity they've created for us. Relay the order to revise the battle plan. Launch a counterattack immediately, encircle all black starships, and cover the retreat of the Shadow Hunter elite fleet's stealth bombers from the core battlefield. Yes, Your Highness. The secretary officer eagerly executed the orders. With the Quasi-T7 black starship's threat neutralized, the remaining black starships posed significantly less danger. The stealth bombers, having completed their bombing runs, needed to retreat, requiring cover from friendly forces. The guard fleet also coordinated seamlessly with the same actions. At this moment, a video communication window appeared before Princess Blanche. On the other side was an officer dressed in a black, custom-made military uniform. Princess Blanche knew that within the Xiaolong Empire's first and second-line fleets, only elite fleet groups and the Emperor's Guard fleet could wear such uniforms. Princess Blanche, my fleet was ordered to provide support. We have completed our mission and will now withdraw from the battlefield, the officer said succinctly, not disclosing his fleet's number. This was a unique privilege of the Shadow Hunter elite fleet, allowed unless reporting to Emperor Zhao Chun or 5-star Marshal Charlotte. After the Shadow Hunter elite fleet completed their mission and withdrew, the fleet commander on the flagship took a deep breath and pressed the communication button. Report, this is Shadow Hunter 4. Mission accomplished. Awaiting further instructions. A quick response came. Shadow Hunter 4, proceed to the designated starport for resupply via the nearest stargate. A new mission will commence in 30 minutes. Understood. Receiving the orders, the Shadow Hunter elite fleet moved out, vanishing as swiftly as they appeared, showcasing their signature style. Meanwhile, on the highest flagship of the Shadow Hunter elite fleet, Zhao Wanner stood solemnly on the command platform, observing the Xiaolong Empire's star map. It detailed the latest intelligence on all battlefields within the empire. Zhao Wanner frowned as she stared at the imperial star map. The appearance of 4 Quasi-T7 black interstellar warships made her wary. Her secretary stood by, reporting on the frontline situation and the latest calculations. As long as our fleet can silently infiltrate the target area and launch an attack from the closest range, depleting about 70% of an enemy regiment's ammunition, we can eliminate the target, the secretary said. Once the mission is complete, the regiment fleet can immediately head to the nearest military starport for resupply and await further orders. Just 4? Zhao Wanner asked, squinting her eyes. Only 4 so far, the secretary replied. It might be because that peculiar black ink is quite small. It's unlikely that nearly 100 black inks would produce nearly 100 Quasi-T7 black interstellar warships, right? He immediately covered his mouth after speaking, spat 3 times to the side and muttered, Jinx? Zhao Wanner nodded seriously. You're right. We must prepare for the worst. Sending the regiment fleet to the nearest military starport for resupply after the mission is a good option, but not the fastest. Request a batch of interstellar supply ships from Secretary Lilith to accompany my regiment fleet. After the combat mission, we can resupply ammunition in the nearest safe area, saving half the time. The secretary immediately went to handle the matter. Zhao Wan'er continued to scrutinize the star map, sensing that the enemy's attack wouldn't be that simple. The threat of 4 Quasi-T7 black interstellar warships wasn't enough to throw the entire Xiaolong Empire into chaos. Greater challenges lay ahead. Suddenly, successive reports came in. A Quasi-T7 black interstellar warship has appeared in star system. A Quasi-T7 black interstellar warship has appeared in star system. A Quasi-T7 black interstellar warship has also appeared in star system. 3 Quasi-T7 black interstellar warships appeared simultaneously, but they were still within the handling range of the Shadow Hunter elite fleet. Zhao Wan'er quickly dispatched the 3 nearest Shadow Hunter regiment fleets to provide support. At that moment, the secretary excitedly returned to report, "Marshal, good news. Secretary Lilith has approved and arranged a batch of interstellar supply ships to support our operations." Zhao Wan'er breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "All 5 main battlefields are under heavy pressure and need interstellar supply ships. Secretary Lilith managing to spare a batch for us means she's under considerable strain as well." The secretary nodded in agreement, fully aware of the immense pressure of the position. Zhao Wan'er clenched her fists and declared firmly, "My brother entrusted me with this heavy responsibility because he believes in me. No matter what, we Shadow Hunters must complete this mission flawlessly." Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship in Battlefield 1, Zhao Chen looked at Lilith, who had just returned, and asked, "Did Wan'er contact you just now?" Lilith nodded and explained. Wan'er requested a batch of interstellar supply ships to accompany her regiment fleet. This way, they won't need to head to the nearest military starport for resupply after the mission. Considering the situation across the Empire, I allocated a batch of interstellar supply ships to her. Zhao Chen walked over to Lilith and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lilith's cheeks turned slightly red, and she whispered, "Your Majesty, there are people watching." "So what if there are people watching? Is it illegal for me to care for my wife?" Zhao Chen retorted nonchalantly, looking at Lilith with concern. She hadn't rested well recently, and it showed on her face. "Lilith, you need to take care of yourself too," Zhao Chen said softly. "Given your current condition, you shouldn't overexert yourself. You established the secretary department to help share the workload. Don't take everything upon yourself." Lilith felt a warmth in her heart and gently touched her abdomen. She was pregnant, and her physical condition wasn't as good as before. But at this critical moment for the Empire, she couldn't afford to relax. "Don't worry, I will take care of myself," Lilith promised softly. Zhao Chen sighed. He wished he could help Lilith more, but many of her tasks were irreplaceable. Leading troops into battle or engaging in hand-to-hand combat was no problem for Zhao Chen, but managing the logistics and coordination of the Empire was beyond his expertise. He could only supervise Lilith and ensure she took breaks. As Zhao Chen gazed at the war-torn map of the Xiaolong Empire, he couldn't help but lament, "Who knows how long this chaos will last this time? It's like dealing with mosquitoes never-ending." Another hour of battle was drawing to a close, and an invisible gloom hung over the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, the interstellar command ship. Zhao Chen turned to Lilith beside him, his brow furrowed. "If the enemy sends another fleet of the same size as the last Dark Legion, can we hold them off?" Lilith pondered for a moment before replying. "If the same situation occurs across the 5 main battlefields and nearly 100 smaller ones, the main battlefields might be manageable, but we would be at a disadvantage and casualties would be unavoidable. At least half of the smaller battlefields would spiral out of control, triggering a domino effect like a breached dam." Zhao Chen's voice was grave. "We've already deployed all the interstellar battleships we can muster." Lilith nodded. "Yes, we can only send in a few more flagships that have finished their repairs, but that would hardly make a difference. The bigger issue is the depletion of battlefield resources." Zhao Chen sat on the throne, staring at the floor with his hand resting on his nose. He had played all his cards and could only wait for fate's judgment. This sense of powerlessness tormented him deeply. No matter how much strength he amassed, there was always a worse situation waiting. Time ticked by. Finally, Lilith's voice broke the silence. "The hour is up. No additional Dark Legion reinforcements have been detected in the 5 main battlefields." Zhao Chen's head snapped up, his eyes scanning the 5 massive battlefield screens. In the inky blackness, there were no densely packed Dark Legion ships like before. "What about the smaller battlefields?" Zhao Chen pressed. "No new Dark Legion ships have appeared in the smaller battlefields either," Lilith said, barely able to contain her excitement. "Maybe we've withstood this wave of attacks." Zhao Chen allowed himself a small smile, but remained cautious. "We can't let our guard down. The enemy might still have another trick up their sleeve. We must be prepared for any possibility." He stared intently at the map of the Xiaolong Empire. The waiting was agonizing. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and still no new Dark Legion ships appeared, not even a single T7 class vessel. Despite the hopeful thoughts creeping into his mind, Zhao Chun remained vigilant, unwilling to jump to conclusions. Half an hour later, he finally asked Lilith, in the past half hour, no new Dark Legion ships have appeared on any battlefield, correct? Lilith nodded firmly. Yes, no new Dark Legion ships have appeared on any battlefield. Zhao Chun took a deep breath. After pacing back and forth in front of the Xiaolong Empire star map, he regained his calm demeanor and issued orders. Relay my command immediately. Although no reinforcements from the Dark Legion have appeared, we must not relax. Prepare for any contingency. Also, begin consolidating the battlefields and eliminate every last one of these dark ships. Not a single one should be left in our universe. Yes, sir. Lilith promptly relayed the orders. Zhao Chen clasped his hands behind his back, watching the status of each battlefield and the remaining Dark Legion fleets. Lilith soon returned to his side with a report. Most of the major and minor battlefields are under our control. The fleet commanded by the Xiaolong Insectoids has secured Battlefield 5. Battlefields 1 to 4 each have about 1,000,000 enemy ships left due to previous buildups. Fortunately, all T7 class Dark Legion ships have been destroyed, and the remaining ones can be cleared with time. Most smaller battlefields are under control with the help of our guard fleets and local lord fleets. For the more critical situations, we can deploy the Shadow Hunter Elite Fleet. She paused before continuing. Marshal Charlotte reports that, assuming no further reinforcements from the enemy, we can clear all Dark Legion ships within the Xiaolong Empire in 30 battle hours with minimal losses. Zhao Chen nodded, acknowledging Charlotte's time estimate. He sat back on his throne and asked, Lilith, what are our losses from this attack? Lilith responded, the exact casualties and damage to our ships will need post-battle assessment. The strategic resource consumption is estimated to be equivalent to 3 months' production for the Xiaolong Empire, not including the value of destroyed ships. Heh? Order can just casually trouble us and leave us scrambling, Zhao Chen said with a bitter smile, clenching his fist, his eyes burning with anger. As time passed, it seemed that the Order's invasion had indeed ended, as anticipated. The ink-like masses remained in place, causing unease. Ultimately, after 27 hours, every Dark Legion ship within the Xiaolong Empire was eradicated, and the cleanup commenced. Charlotte's holographic image appeared before Zhao Chun, her face showing exhaustion. Your Majesty, all fleet groups have completed their combat missions. Excellent, Zhao Chun replied. Allow the fleet groups to rest and later organize the maintenance of damaged ships. He paused, then continued, however, the ink-like masses need to be quarantined by the guard fleets. Those near planets require long-term monitoring. Announce to the public that there is currently no threat, and we are prepared for any situation. Ensure that order is restored within the Empire and prevent excessive public fear. The recent invasion by the Dark Fleet of Order is bound to have some negative impacts and generate unfavorable rumors within the Xiaolong Empire, especially with those persistent black ink stains. Who knows what rumors might surface? Lilith stood beside Zhao Chen, her brows slightly furrowed, and said, we need to prepare a response plan in advance. We will handle all of this appropriately. In the conference room, everyone sat in a circle, discussing a series of issues. The sudden Dark Fleet invasion had finally subsided, but Zhao Chen remained vigilant. He turned to Lilith, his expression serious. From now on, you have full command of the Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship, including handling all affairs of the Xiaolong Empire. You and Charlotte will be in charge unless there is something you can't handle, then inform me. Zhao Chen paused, his tone softening a bit. But don't forget to rest and take care of yourself. Remember our agreement. I won't stop you from working, but medical staff must follow you 247. A month before your due date, you need to reduce your workload. If the doctor insists, you must stop and rest immediately. Lilith felt a warmth in her heart, but was more concerned about Zhao Chen's plans. Do you have something important to deal with? Zhao Chen nodded, his gaze shifting to the interstellar map of the Xiaolong Empire, marked with various battlefields. This was the first attack by Order. We don't know what technology they used, but we've seen their power. Those quasi-T7 dark interstellar warships, we managed to fend them off this time. But what about the next? And the time after that? His expression grew more severe. We don't have T7 level interstellar warships. If Order sends real T7 dark interstellar warships, can we still resist? This attack was a wake-up call. Our time is running out. We need more and stronger interstellar warships. There was a newfound determination in Zhao Chen's tone. From now on, I'll be fully committed to the starship industry. I need to find a way to quickly enhance the Xiaolong military's capabilities. Lilith held Zhao Chen's hand and gently placed it on her belly. She softly said, all right, go do what you need to do. Charlotte and I will take care of everything here. The baby and I will be waiting for you. Feeling the faint heartbeat under his palm, A warm current surged in Zhao Chen's heart. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Shadow Hunter Ace fleet, Zhao Wanner lay exhausted on the floor. Finally done, she exhaled deeply. I was like a firefighter, sending fleets wherever needed. 7 quasi-T7 Dark Interstellar warships appearing simultaneously, plus 4 T7 Dark Interstellar warship battlefields. My brain almost exploded. Her secretary squatted beside her, chuckling lightly. You are the Emperor's sister, naturally capable. That's why the Emperor entrusted you with such an important task. Could anyone else have handled it so well? Zhao Wanner looked suspiciously at her secretary. Xiao Qianqian, are you serious? You're not just trying to make me feel better, are you? The secretary pouted in protest. Why would I do that? It's the truth. Under your command, none of the small battlefields within the Empire collapsed. We even captured nearly 30 quasi-T7 Dark Interstellar warships, an impressive achievement on the main battlefield. When we return, His Majesty will surely reward you. A slight smile appeared on Zhao Wanner's lips, but it quickly turned into a hint of complaint. Forget the reward. This time, when I see my brother, he must get me a T6 Interstellar Stealth Bomber. The Military Research Institute, one of the Xiaolong Empire, the Empire's premier military research institution, is located at the heart of the Xiaolong star system. Through the portholes of the institute, the distant T6 Steel Star City 1 is clearly visible. This place is not only a hub of scientific research, but also adjacent to the Empire's largest industrial park, allowing any military concept to be quickly put into practice. At this moment, a shuttle quietly glides into the Institute's hangar. Meanwhile, in the Chief Engineer's office, Chief Engineer Annie is leisurely reclining on the sofa, her feet propped up on the table. She's holding a duck neck in one hand and an ice-cold cola in the other, her eyes glued to a popular drama playing nearby. Angel Assistant pushes the door open and, upon seeing Chief Engineer Annie in such a relaxed state, can't help but show a peculiar expression. She sighs inwardly, noting how Annie has changed since the Emperor's appearance more over time, and she never talks about work during breaks. If not for Chief Engineer Nana frequently pulling her by the ear to get her to work, they might not even complete the scheduled tasks. Fortunately, Annie's exceptional talent allows her to barely keep up with the progress. Chief Engineer, here is the latest manufacturing plan, Angel Assistant says. Annie glances at the clock. There's still a minute and 30 seconds until work starts. She lazily replies, report when the time comes. Angel Assistant can only stand and wait helplessly. As time ticks down, Annie suddenly finds an excuse to go to the restroom. Just as she's about to leave, she bumps into someone at the door. Looking up, she realizes it's Emperor Zhao Qian. Angel Assistant immediately salutes. Greetings, Your Majesty. Zhao Qian nods and looks at Annie. Where are you heading during work hours? Annie fumbles to come up with an excuse, trying to sidestep Zhao Qian. However, Zhao Qian firmly grabs her by the head, turns her 180 degrees, and sends her back to her desk. I've reviewed those production plans. They look fine, Zhao Qian says calmly. Feeling guilty, Annie sits down and quickly changes the subject. Why did Your Majesty come in person? The frontline battles just ended. You must be very busy. Zhao Qian takes a seat on the sofa. I've delegated those tasks. This time, I'm here to oversee the production of a new interstellar warship. You won't be responsible for it. I'll discuss it with Nana and Iris. Annie breathes a sigh of relief but then asks warily, how long will Your Majesty be staying here? Zhao Qian points to the room next door, indicating he'll be working there. Annie's face changes, and she hurriedly tries to arrange for Zhao Qian to use the farthest office. However, Zhao Qian not only chooses the adjacent office but also requests that the wall between them be knocked down. Annie is devastated, realizing her leisurely days are over. Zhao Qian adds, I also need you to help design a near T7 level interstellar warship. Annie feels as if she's been struck by lightning, seeing the end of her carefree life. Meanwhile, Angel Assistant Nicole swiftly arranges for the wall to be demolished, and the two offices are seamlessly connected. Annie can only watch helplessly as her safe haven disappears. Meanwhile, the once vacant office next door had been completely transformed, with various equipment neatly arranged to fully meet Zhao Qian's future work needs. Zhao Qian surveyed the room with satisfaction, finally resting his gaze on his angelic assistant, Nicole. Your efficiency is impressive, Zhao Qian praised. Your name is Nicole, right? Nicole bowed slightly and respectfully replied, Yes, Your Majesty. I come from the Sacred Angel clan, where I used to be a starship engineer. When the Angel clan joined the Xiaolong Empire, I developed a keen interest in the Xiaolong starships. When the Empire recruited industrial talents within our territory, I seized the opportunity and was unexpectedly hired. It's an honor to be Chief Engineer Annie's assistant. With a touch of shyness, she added, Your Majesty and the Chief Engineers have always been my idols. Hearing this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but glance at Annie, who looked half dead at her desk, and thought to himself, her? An idol? He turned back to Nicole and said, You're quite talented. I'll be working here for a while, so you might as well assist me too. Zhao Chen knew Nicole's background well. She was not only Annie's assistant, but also responsible for multiple construction projects. Compared to other assistants, Nicole was outstanding, partly thanks to Annie. Annie often passed her tasks to Nicole, especially during Zhao Chen's absence. Nearly all the on-site supervision tasks were handed over to Nicole, and she excelled at them, proving her capability and enhancing her skills. Nicole, barely able to contain her excitement, quickly responded, "It's an honor. Please feel free to assign me any tasks, Your Majesty." To Nicole, becoming the Emperor's assistant was a dream come true. It was well known that all the Xiaolong starship blueprints were crafted by the Emperor himself. His technical prowess left the chief engineers in awe, and even experienced engineers couldn't compare. Working alongside such a legendary figure was a great honor for Nicole. Zhao Chen soon immersed himself in his work. Despite the wall between them, Annie could feel his presence keenly. Her desk faced Zhao Chen's, separated by only a few dozen meters. The sensation of being watched made Annie uneasy. However, as time passed, Annie couldn't suppress her mischievous thoughts. She feigned surprise and deliberately dropped her tool on the floor. "Oh no, I dropped something," Annie exclaimed, jumping off her chair. A few seconds later, she picked up the tool and returned to her seat. Shortly after, another accidental drop occurred. "Oops, it fell again," Annie said, pretending to be helpless as she got off her chair once more. This cycle repeated several times until Annie was content and resumed her work. "Ugh, I'm feeling a bit thirsty," Annie muttered, then intentionally knocked something else off the desk. "How did that fall again?" she murmured, jumping down again. Seizing the moment hidden by the desk, she quickly retrieved a large bottle of cola and started gulping it down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. "What are you doing?" The sudden voice startled Annie, causing her to choke. "Cough, cough, cough," she spluttered, spraying the drink from her mouth and nose. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to breathe. After a moment, she looked up to see her sister, Nana, standing nearby. "I was just having a drink," Annie mumbled softly. "A drink? And what about these?" Nana retorted, pulling out a stash of snacks from under the desk, piling them up into a small mountain. Annie was speechless, caught red-handed. Nana pointed towards Zhao Chun working in the office next door and said, "The Emperor is working alongside you, and you're slacking off." Annie glanced guiltily at Zhao Chun, only to see him sneakily putting a spicy snack into his mouth. He's eating too," Annie exclaimed. Nana frowned and turned to look at Zhao Chun. The Emperor remained focused on his work, surrounded by screens filled with data. "Emperor eating spicy snacks? I think you're seeing things," Nana said, turning back to Annie. "All your snacks are confiscated." Annie's eyes widened in dismay. "My precious snacks." Just then, she noticed Zhao Chen taking a sip from an unknown beverage, looking over at her with a smug expression. Annie opened her mouth, at a loss for words, feeling utterly defeated. Annie looked at Nana in front of her, feeling like a mouse facing a cat. She couldn't help but recall how adorable and obedient her sister had been when she first started in this position. Now, however, Nana had become the most loyal follower of the sinister boss, a change that left Annie with mixed emotions. Nana turned to Zhao Chun, her expression instantly becoming one of respectful admiration. "Your Majesty, what instructions do you have for me?" she asked deferentially. Zhao Chun didn't answer immediately. Instead, he opened another data file, and a holographic image of a starship appeared before them. "This is the schematics for the T6 class Phantom Shadow Medium Stealth Bomber," he explained. "Take this back and study it carefully. We need to expedite the production plan. We're still lacking in T6 class starships." He continued, "In the recent battle, the Shadow Hunter Elite fleet performed well, but due to the lack of T6 class starships, we suffered significant losses." With a slight chuckle, he added, "Even my sister sent me a message, demanding that I develop a T6 class stealth bomber as soon as possible." Nana quickly gathered the schematics and replied respectfully, "Understood." Zhao Chen went on, "I will also provide additional schematics for other T6 class starships, such as supply ships, transport ships, and reconnaissance ships. I'll have my assistant, Nicole, deliver them to you, so you won't need to make another trip." Nana responded again, "Understood." Nicole, the assistant standing nearby, was stunned by what she heard. The technology for T6 class starships was considered top secret elsewhere, and yet she was entrusted with its delivery. This trust filled her with immense pride and deep respect for Zhao Chen's remarkable capabilities. Zhao Chen noticed the admiring gazes from Nana and Nicole but didn't elaborate. In reality, these T6 class technologies had been handed to him by the system before it vanished. He hadn't had the time to document them due to various other tasks. "Once we complete the T6 technology updates," Zhao Chun continued, "I plan to research and break through to T7 class technology. I might need Chief Engineer Annie's assistance, so her supervisory duties will need to be shared between Chief Engineers Nana and Elise." Nana was surprised. "You're going to design and research it yourself?" Zhao Chen nodded. "Yes. As long as there's nothing pressing within the Empire, I'll be here. I've even had the offices connected for easier collaboration with Annie. Nana finally noticed the office changes and agreed. That's indeed convenient. She hesitated for a moment before suggesting, should I knock down the wall of the adjoining office and move in as well? Annie shivered at the suggestion, eyes filled with fear. Zhao Qin shook his head. No need for that. Our responsibilities differ. You mainly oversee production plans and need to be on the front lines and in the main control room. Nana nodded in understanding, though a bit disappointed. Still, she eagerly said, I'll be on call whenever you need me. After Nana left, Zhao Chun and Annie continued their work. Throughout the day, Annie seemed distracted. At mealtime, Annie vented her emotions by ordering almost everything from the menu. She sat with her arms crossed, pouting angrily. Zhao Chun turned to Nicole and said kindly, Nicole, feel free to order whatever you want. We need to eat well to have the energy for our work and research. Nicole hesitated. Well, actually, my salary and allowances. Zhao Chun waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. Plus, I've increased your workload by making you my assistant. A few meals are no big deal. Go ahead and order. Annie chimed in, Nicole, don't be shy with our emperor. Order whatever you want. This one is great. I recommend it. And get the most expensive one too. We believe in one principle. When it comes to food, it doesn't have to be the best, but it must be the priciest. Bring it on. Nicole's eyes widened at the sight of the food Annie ordered for her, the cost of which was equivalent to half a month's worth of her usual food expenses. She glanced awkwardly at Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun nonchalantly said, No problem, as long as you can finish it and don't waste it. Soon, a feast was laid out before them. Annie eagerly dug in, while Nicole cautiously started eating under Zhao Chen's encouragement. After the meal, Annie patted her stomach, looking satisfied. Zhao Chen, having settled the bill, reminded, make sure to get a good rest and don't just play around or binge-watch shows. Don't be late for work tomorrow morning. Annie pouted, but felt her resentment towards her boss diminish. She secretly calculated that if she could have such a feast every day, she could spend her remaining salary on other things she liked. Zhao Chun returned to his single bedroom. Although it wasn't as luxurious as the suites on the Dragon Emperor-class starship, the standard chief engineer's room was comfortable enough. He walked in, and the door automatically closed behind him. Zhao Chun wearily took off his coat and tossed it to the waiting maid robot. Run some hot water. I need a bath, he ordered. His voice tinged with exhaustion. He walked to the fridge, grabbed a bottle of chilled liquor, and took a swig straight from the bottle. The sharp sting of alcohol cleared his mind a bit. Just then, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Master, Chief Secretary Lilith has scheduled a video call, the maid robot reminded him respectfully. Got it. Connect the call, Zhao Chun replied. Removing the rest of his clothes and slowly sinking into the bathtub, the hot water enveloped his body, and he let out a long sigh, closing his eyes. Despite being a mental task, working on the technical schematics for T6-class interstellar battleships was incredibly complex and required his personal touch, leaving him more exhausted than ever. Your Majesty. Lilith's voice suddenly broke the silence. Zhao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the video window in front of him. Noticing Zhao Chen's current state, Lilith's cheeks flushed slightly, and she awkwardly said, Your Majesty, you're bathing? Shall I report after you're done? Zhao Chen smirked and teased, It's fine. Report here. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Lilith rolled her eyes, suppressing her inner turmoil. She knew Zhao Chen was doing it on purpose. Despite her efforts to keep a distance for the health of her unborn child, he still found ways to tease her. Lilith silently vowed to make him pay for this once the baby was born. Taking a deep breath, Lilith composed herself and said seriously, Your Majesty, I need to report the outcome of the battle. Zhao Chen's expression turned serious, and he motioned for her to continue. Lilith detailed the battle outcomes. The Order's fleet of nearly 60 million Black Legion ships, including 153 quasi-T7 interstellar battleships, had been completely annihilated. The Xiaolong Empire suffered heavy losses, depleting significant military resources and losing over 100,000 interstellar battleships, with another 80,000 needing to be scrapped or sold. The Imperial Guard and various Lord fleets lost nearly 1.5 million ships. Excluding the resurrectable direct fleets, over 50 billion personnel were lost. Hearing this number, Zhao Chun closed his eyes and remained silent for a moment. Though most were personnel from various lords, they had ultimately fought for the Xiaolong Empire. Unfortunately, current technology couldn't include them in the resurrection system. Compensation for the fallen must be carried out according to regulations. For the Lord's lost interstellar battleships, we can offer them at a discounted rate, Zhao Chun said gravely. Lilith nodded in agreement and continued to report civilian losses. Over 3,500 civilian interstellar ships were attacked and destroyed, 7 small spaceports, 38 planetary space stations were obliterated, and 5 planets were invaded, one suffering severe damage. Civilian deaths reached 20 billion, with property losses still being calculated. After hearing these staggering figures, Zhao Qian submerged his head in the water, resurfacing after half a minute. Water droplets cascaded down his body as he coldly chuckled. The order's little visit cost us over 20 billion lives. We'll remember this. Zhao Qian then issued a series of orders for recovery and post-disaster resettlement before ending the call. On the other end, Lilith wiped a trickle of blood from her nose, glaring resentfully at the darkened communication panel. She silently vowed, "Just wait. Next time, you'll pay for everything in blood." After the war in the Xiaolong Empire concluded, everything seemed to return to normal, except for the lingering presence of the ink stains. The Empire's powerful industrial capabilities enabled the rapid repair of damaged buildings and planets, but the loss of lives could not be undone. However, the planets near the ink stains experienced a wave of immigration. The looming threat of a ticking time bomb left most people anxious. Who could guarantee that those devilish black interstellar warships wouldn't emerge from the ink stains again? As a result, apart from high-value star systems, most systems with ink stains saw large-scale population relocations. Over 90% of the populace chose to move to neighboring systems or join relatives and friends. The Xiaolong Empire provided generous compensation for this, earning public approval. The compensation was mainly divided into two categories: full reimbursement of interstellar transportation costs during migration, with the requirement that destination planets offer 3 years of housing and employment priority to help immigrants integrate quickly, and proportional compensation for losses in existing industries, particularly for devalued properties. Although not full compensation, it was considered quite generous under the circumstances. However, some special star systems could not be relocated due to their importance, such as the small ink stain in the Shengjia Angel King system and the large ink stain outside the capital system of the Sacred Radiance Kingdom. Despite suggestions to relocate the capital, Queen Shenkana and the Angel King chose to stay. Abandoning these high-value systems would result in significant losses. To address potential threats, the Xiaolong Empire deployed a large number of Imperial Guard fleet units in these ink-stain systems and arranged for rotating garrisons from the Imperial fleet. They also constructed specialized military starports and defensive facilities, such as enhanced planetary defense fields. For instance, the Empire provided T6-level planetary protection field technology to the Shengjia Angel home planet free of charge. Unexpectedly, the ink stains also gave rise to a new industry: ink stain tourism. Residents and researchers from non-war zone systems were intrigued by this mysterious phenomenon. Although remote ink stains were sealed off, those in public areas became popular attractions. Authorities only set up electronic sentry posts around them, prohibiting unauthorized access. A tour guide stood in the observation deck of an interstellar cruise ship, introducing the ink stain visible on the right. "This is the culprit behind the recent events," he explained. "There are reportedly 5 large ink stains and nearly 100 smaller ones. Most are sealed off by the Empire. This is one of the few we can observe up close." Tourists were amazed and asked for details. The guide patiently answered, "Indeed, those Black Fleet warships emerged from these ink stains. No one has fully understood the nature of the ink stains yet. We only know they connect to another spacetime." When asked about the Black Fleet's strength, the guide lowered his voice mysteriously. "I've heard from reliable sources that they possess quasi-T7-level interstellar warships. This posed a significant challenge for our Imperial fleet. To combat them, our Ace flagship was deployed. It's said that the launchers on the interstellar missile ships overheated and exploded from overuse. During that period, 70% of Stargate transports were interstellar missiles. Thanks to the Empire's ample reserves, we barely managed to cope." The tourists were captivated, as if listening to a magical tale. These systems with ink stains unexpectedly found a new tourism industry. Meanwhile, atop the holy mountain on the Shengjia Angel home planet, the Angel King gazed at the black beyond the dome. To ensure safety, the planetary defense field was always active, despite the continuous energy consumption. Queen Shenkana, worried, tried to persuade, "My lord, have you considered temporarily moving to another planet? There's no need to relocate the capital, just leave for a while." The Angel King smiled and shook his head. "If I leave now, won't it seem like I'm afraid of death? I'm the last Angel King, and if I show cowardice, our final pride will be lost." Facing Shenkana's concern, the Angel King continued, "I know, as an Angel King, I'm already a figurehead. But as a symbol and a banner for the angel race, I must remain at my post. This way, the angel race still stands." Shenkana stopped trying to persuade him and sighed softly. The Angel King then inquired about the Empire's directives. Shenkana replied that they only requested a report on the Angel Fleet's losses in the battle. The Angel King looked at Shenkana meaningfully. "You are now the Grand Marshal of the Angel race, commanding all Angel Fleet units. This responsibility is heavy, but I believe in you, and so does the Emperor. The angel race doesn't have a good impression in the Emperor's eyes. To ensure our survival, it all depends on you. For the angel race, you are more important than I am." Recently, the King of the Sacred Angels, to avoid any suspicion, transferred command of all angelic fleets to Shankana. This decision was approved by the Emperor, who simply responded with agreed. As a result, Shankana has effectively become the most powerful figure among the angels. Gazing at the King of the Sacred Angels, Shankana felt a twinge of sympathy in her eyes. She spoke, "My lord, if you wish, you can renounce your angelic identity and join the Falcon Dragon Empire. With your abilities and the Emperor's trust in you, you would undoubtedly secure a significant position within the military, at least a lieutenant general or general." The King of the Sacred Angels shook her head slowly. Shankana immediately reassured her, "My lord, please don't say that. As the commander of the angels, I cannot think only of myself when you and our people need me. I am committed to staying with the angels and working for our development. Moreover, the Emperor harbors no ill will towards us. I believe we can find our place within the empire and thrive." The King of the Sacred Angels nodded, but kept her thoughts to herself. She knew well that while the Emperor permitted the existence of the angels, he would only tolerate a compliant and docile group, not a fierce and rebellious one. Although Shankana appeared to control the angelic fleets, they were actually under the restrictions of the Falcon Dragon Empire. She foresaw that the Empire would soon bestow military ranks upon Shankana, allowing her to lead the angelic fleets under the Empire's banner. Yet, this was the only viable option for the angels at present. Changing the subject, the King of the Sacred Angels looked up at the dark expanse of space and asked, "Shankana, what do you think those things are? Where did those dark starships come from?" Shankana shook her head, "I don't know. But according to the Emperor's orders, these dark starships or creatures are our enemies. It's a fight to the death. The planets they've invaded are in dire straits. From what I've learned, most of the civilians who were attacked died peacefully, but autopsies revealed their brains were empty." "Empty?" The King of the Sacred Angels exclaimed in surprise. "Not literally empty. Everything is intact, but their consciousness is gone, as if they've lost their souls. The Empire has kept this information under wraps. I found out by chance," Shankana explained. "Lost their souls?" The King of the Sacred Angels murmured. "Emperor, what kind of enemy are we facing in this universe? The sudden departure of the mech tribe, eerie undead creatures, the Zerg, and now this dark fleet. I fear the days of peace in our universe are numbered." She looked up at the sky, her expression grave. Shankana didn't dwell on it. As a marshal, her thoughts were straightforward. Protect the angels, follow the Emperor's orders, and win battles. That was all that mattered. 2 months had passed since the Ink War. During this time, Zhao Chun had been staying at the Imperial Military Research Institute, handling external affairs through holographic images and commuting only between his office and dormitory. He maximized his time, dedicating himself entirely to his work, with only basic physiological needs interrupting his routine. To outsiders, he appeared to be a model worker, earning the admiration of other engineers and crew members. This, however, was tough on Chief Engineer Annie. Dragging her exhausted body into the office, she saw Zhao Chen already there and rolled her eyes before heading to her own office. "What's going on? The Emperor's already here, and you're just now arriving." Chief Engineer Nana, who was assisting the Emperor, unceremoniously threw a thumb-sized tool at Annie, hitting her right on the head. Annie was numb to it by now. She screamed internally, "Come on, I'm just arriving on time. You all come in hours early, making it seem like I'm at fault. I wish I could invent a gadget to ban all this competitive behavior. Ugh." But she kept a smile on her face and explained, "I finished work late last night and rested a bit longer." Nana didn't press further. She simply grabbed Annie and led her to Zhao Chun, saying, "Your Majesty, the 79th model is ready. Please come and see if there are any issues." Annie walked up to Zhao Chen's desk, her gaze falling on the projected outline of the interstellar battleship. Data frames densely surrounded the ship, flashing various parameters. She scrutinized the updated data model with a critical eye, her brow furrowing. The main weapon's performance parameters are still lacking. According to this design, its power will only be 3.4 times that of the Sunto Beta Commission T6 Purple Gold Silver Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship. Furthermore, the material limitations are significant. It can't withstand prolonged high-intensity energy output and lacks durability. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. "I've considered that too. Without breakthroughs in materials, it's hard to reach T7 technology levels. This design is at best a quasi-T7 interstellar battleship." Chief Engineer Nana added from the side, "We've reviewed all available materials this month, and almost none meet the T7 standards. Although a specialized department is researching new materials, it's unlikely we'll be able to apply them to the starships in the short term." Zhao Chen frowned, recalling the famous saying, "The main factors limiting scientific development are materials and energy. Only by overcoming these can we develop a true T7 interstellar battleship. Or, like Order, use unknown methods to completely transform the civilization's main body into a state of pure consciousness." Annie wasn't done yet. There's another problem. Even if we develop a T-7 interstellar battleship, can our current industrial base, like the T-6 Steel Star City, handle its construction? Zhao Qin sighed deeply and leaned back in his chair. The starship technology they had obtained in the past was all provided by the system. Now, in real independent development, the difficulties were apparent. Even with his modified brain, far surpassing ordinary humans, breaking through technological barriers to develop a T-7 interstellar battleship was still a formidable challenge. He suddenly waved his hand, discarding the previous plans. Chief Engineer Nana looked at him in surprise. Zhao Qin explained, "Our previous approach was wrong. We tried to design a T-7 interstellar battleship and then gradually improve its performance. That's like building a pyramid from the top down, impossible." Rejecting his earlier idea, he continued, "We should break down the technological modules of the starship, elevate each to T-7 level, and then combine them. Build the base of the pyramid first, and the whole structure will stand." Nana nodded in agreement. Annie had already started working, displaying several text-laden frames before the trio. An interstellar battleship has hundreds of performance modules, but the most critical ones are the energy system, propulsion system, weapon system, control system, main control system, armor system, structural framework, plug-in system, navigation system, and life support system. She enlarged a few of them. The most crucial are the energy system, propulsion system, structural framework, armor system, and weapon system. Annie tapped on the energy system. To have a true T-7 interstellar battleship, it needs a T-7 level heart. Nana chimed in, "Currently, the most suitable candidates for study are the hearts of several flagship models. Though they are T-6, they are close to quasi-T-7. In-depth research on these energy cores can not only lead to the development of mass-produced T-7 interstellar battleships, but also upgrade existing flagships to T-7. Zhao Qin agreed. "Exactly. Instead of creating from scratch, we should enhance existing resources. Nana, gather a team of experts in starship energy systems, ideally those who've worked on T-6 interstellar battleships. Establish a Xiaolong Heart research project." Nana nodded solemnly, noting down the task. Annie continued, "The propulsion system is often overlooked, but it's crucial for converting energy into the power or weapon energy needed by the starship. It's the energy system's partner, like the circulatory system in a body. It's not enough to generate blood. It needs to be delivered effectively." Nana suggested directly, "Since the propulsion system technology is closely related to the energy system, we can include it in the Xiaolong Heart project. This way, the two research projects can communicate directly, avoiding mismatches." Zhao Qin approved of this idea. Annie moved on to the next topic. The structural framework and armor system are also similar, one internal and one external. The framework is the starship's backbone, determining structural strength. Whether it's for navigation, combat, traversing stargates, or space warping, the starship is put to the test. An incomplete framework is like a paper boat in a storm, collapsing instantly. The armor system is external defense, including the Star Shield defense system, designed to efficiently resist enemy attacks. Both are closely tied to materials and energy. Without breakthroughs, progress is difficult. Mentioning materials and energy brought a silence over Nana as well. These were the towering obstacles before them. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment. "I'll find a way to solve the materials and energy issues. But research shouldn't halt because of this. Let's set up a dragon-scale project to start researching the framework and armor systems. Once we have the right materials and energy, we can quickly integrate them, saving us time." Nana nodded, taking note of this new task. Finally, everyone's attention turned to the remaining big circle, the weapon system. Annie shrugged. The weapon system needs no explanation. Without a T-7 level weapon system, no matter how strong the interstellar battleship is, it's not truly T-7. However, this isn't our biggest challenge right now. We can study the superweapons of several flagships and use them as a foundation to elevate to T-7. But, she emphasized, improving the weapon system also depends on materials and energy. Only stronger materials can withstand the backlash of more powerful weapons, and only stronger energy can allow more powerful weapons to fire freely. It's like a burly man with a child's heart, strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Materials and energy, these two towering mountains weighed heavily on Zhao Qin, making it hard for him to breathe. The path to developing a T-7 interstellar battleship was destined to be filled with hardships and challenges. Zhao Qin faced two monumental challenges he had to overcome: materials and energy. These technical barriers loomed over him like the scythe of fate, leaving no room for complacency. "I'll handle materials and energy," Zhao Qin said firmly, his eyes gleaming with determination, and rolled her eyes and mimicked Zhao Qin's tone. "I'll handle materials and energy. These technical barriers aren't something you can just conjure up with a snap of your fingers." As soon as she finished speaking, Nana's hand landed on Anne's head, and winced in pain, clutching her head and looking at her sister with a wounded expression. Nana scolded her unceremoniously, "Do not disrespect His Majesty." If the Emperor says he can develop new materials and energy, then he can. I believe in His Majesty. And silently grumbled to herself, my goodness, has my sister lost her mind at work? But she didn't dare to voice her thoughts and chose to endure silently. Zhao Qin's gaze fell on Anne, and amidst the heavy pressure, he found a hint of amusement. And, do you not believe I can come up with T7 level materials and energy? And quickly forced a smile, unsure if it was out of guilt or fear of her sister's glare. Of course not. I absolutely believe in the great emperor. Zhao Qian tapped his fingers on the table, a faint smile appearing on his lips. I know you don't believe me. So how about a bet? If I can develop new materials and energy within 3 years, I win. From then on, whatever time Nana starts work, you start work. Whatever time Nana rests, you rest. Whatever Nana asks you to do, you do. How about it? Do you dare? Anne's competitive spirit was ignited. She placed her hands on her hips and stared directly at Zhao Qian. And if I win? Zhao Qian calmly listed 3 options. 1. You can retire early. 2. You become the legal representative of the Bayin Group and enjoy lifetime free access to all its industries. Bayin Group, though currently a military contractor, is expanding into various sectors within the Xiaolong Empire, including public welfare, tourism, entertainment, and cuisine. Additionally, I'll give you a 10% share of the company. 3. Ownership of 100 T6 Purple Eden-class starships. These conditions bombarded Anne's mind like a sugar-coated missile, leaving her a bit dizzy. After calming down, she weighed the pros and cons and realized that the bet was actually favorable to her. Even if she lost, it wouldn't be worse than her current situation. All right, I'll take the bet. You better keep your word, and said, glaring at Zhao Qian. Deal. A promise is a promise, Zhao Qian responded confidently. Good, and nodded emphatically. Nana shot her sister a glance, feeling both exasperated by Anne's rashness and concerned about the enormous challenge facing His Majesty. Zhao Qian summarized, all right, let's organize our thoughts. We'll establish the Xiaolong Heart Project to focus on the development of T7 level energy and transmission systems. The Dragon Scale Project will handle the framework and armor systems. The Dragon's Wrath Project will be responsible for weapon systems. Nana, you'll lead these projects, with and assisting. You can recruit personnel from any research institute within the Xiaolong Empire. Yes, Nana and Anne responded in unison, despite the bet, and maintained her usual level of professionalism. She wouldn't slack off just to win the bet, and both Zhao Qian and Nana knew this well. I'll personally take charge of the materials and energy sector, Zhao Qian said solemnly, his gaze deep and resolute, as if seeing through time. In fact, Zhao Qian already had a plan regarding materials and energy. During his time in the Star Alliance universe, he had encountered a small universe rich in rare resources. The 2 universes had fought over these resources, and Zhao Qian had managed to acquire some samples. Upon research, these rare resources proved to be far stronger than any known material. Zhao Qian had discussed this with Zhao Chengsheng, who also believed these resources were the key to breaking through T7 technology. Now, Zhao Qian just needed to find or develop this material to make a breakthrough. His eyes sparkled with determination, as if he could already see the dawn of success. Zhao Qian and Annie's office was right next to a high-tech laboratory, separated by a wall as thick as a starship's armor. The wall was embedded with multiple layers of star shields that could be activated to handle potential experimental risks. At the moment, Annie was the only one in the office. She glanced around surreptitiously, ensuring no one was around, then pulled out a perfectly intact tub of ice cream from a hidden compartment in her drawer. Lately, her sister Nana had been visiting frequently and raiding her snacks, leaving Annie's stash nearly depleted. Relishing the rare moment alone, she prepared to indulge. Staring at the frosty tub of ice cream and smelling the faint fruity aroma, Annie couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Just as she picked up a spoon to dig in, a sudden violent tremor shook the room. Caught off guard, she fell off her chair, and the ice cream tub landed squarely on her face. Moments later, the sound of footsteps and voices approached. How could it have exploded? The materials we added are all stable. It shouldn't have exploded, Nana, the chief engineer, said in confusion. Zhao Qian, on the other hand, remained calm. Maybe there's an error in our theoretical data. It's normal for experiments to go wrong, especially when we're searching for new materials. Some people might spend their entire lives on such experiments without success. As they chatted, they walked back into the office. Upon entering, Zhao Qian immediately noticed Annie's peculiar expression and the white substance on her head. Annie, what's that on your head? Nana asked curiously. Annie's eyes darted around as she stammered. It's my new hair accessory. I've had the old one for a long time and thought a new one might bring some fresh ideas to work. Nana eyed her suspiciously and slowly approached. Annie backed away until she had nowhere left to go. Don't come any closer. I have important work to do. My hair accessory is a bit shy. It's not ready for public viewing. I. Nana reached out and touched Annie's head, then brought her white-tipped fingers to her mouth for a taste. "Who has a strawberry-flavored hair accessory?" she said, pulling out the now mushy tub of ice cream from behind Annie. Zhao Chen looked at the pitiful Annie and said resignedly, "All right, if you want to eat, just say so. No one's stopping you." He walked to the corner of the office, opened a newly delivered piece of equipment, and took out 2 bottles of drinks, handing one to Nana. "There's ice cream below. If you want some, just come here and get it. But don't eat too much in one day. It's bad for your health. Even with our advanced technology, it's still not good for your body. Plus, overuse of those medications can lead to drug resistance." Annie was thrilled to find that the equipment was actually a fridge, stocked with various snacks and drinks. "Can I eat all of these?" she asked eagerly, looking at Zhao Chen. "Moderation," Zhao Chen reminded her, taking a sip of his drink. Overjoyed, Annie immediately grabbed another tub of ice cream. Zhao Chen reminded her to clean the ice cream off her head first. Annie cheekily licked the ice cream off her fingers before running to the washroom. Sipping her drink, Nana remarked, "Your Majesty, you really spoil my sister." Zhao Chen chuckled. "It's all about balance. And Annie does work hard, so a little indulgence isn't a bad thing." Nana shook her head in resignation and then asked, "What about the raw materials project?" "It's quite challenging. Keep an eye on it when you can. Your main focus should still be on those other project plans," Zhao Chen replied calmly. "Independent research is a tough path." After cleaning up, Annie sat at Zhao Chen's feet with her tub of ice cream, happily digging in. Zhao Chen watched her, seeing a scene reminiscent of a Shiba Inu enjoying its treat. "I'll go check on the other project now," Zhao Chen said, finishing his drink and getting up to leave. As he took the hover elevator to his next destination, a video call from Lilith came through. Zhao Chen immediately noticed her slightly rounded belly and asked with concern, "Your due date is less than a month away, right? Your belly still looks quite small." Lilith reassured him, "It's fine. That's just a trait of us succubi. The doctors have checked, and everything is healthy. Besides, I'm only having one child, so it's naturally less noticeable than Charlotte's twins." Zhao Chen reminded her to take care of herself before moving on to business. Lilith reported on the recovery progress within the Empire and the upcoming deployment of the new T6 starships. The Empire's productivity is growing at an astonishing rate of 3 per month. Lilith stood before the holographic display, her fingers gliding over the rising data curves. Excitedly, she reported to Zhao Chen, "Your Majesty, the Xiaolong Empire is in a rapid phase of technological development. It is projected that this year's total output will increase by over 30, possibly even approaching 40. For the next decade, we have the potential to maintain an average growth rate of 30. Her eyes sparkled with confidence. "By then, the Empire's total output will be around 15 times what it is now. And that's a conservative estimate. If there are no wars, the actual growth could be even higher." Lilith took a deep breath, her tone growing more resolute. "I believe the Xiaolong Empire has the potential to grow 30-fold in the next 10 years. Listening to this ambitious forecast, Zhao Chun felt a twinge of doubt. But seeing Lilith's determined expression, he chose to remain silent. Lilith then briefly reported on several other matters as their communication drew to a close. "Your Majesty, I have arrived outside the office for another project plan." Zhao Chen stood before an imposing door, his gaze fixed on the Empire's crest emblazoned on it. Lilith hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. "I know the matters you're handling are crucial, but you should also pay more attention to Sister Charlotte. The 2 kids, though young, still need their father's presence. Try to spend some time with them whenever you can." Zhao Chen nodded slightly, fully aware of this truth. He made it a point to communicate with Charlotte and the children via video calls daily. He had even installed holographic projection devices in their rooms so his image could appear before them. Yet he knew that virtual presence could never replace real companionship. "I'll do my best to make time," Zhao Chen promised. Lilith sighed, understanding the heavy responsibilities Zhao Chen bore, and said no more. "Please take care of yourself as well. Don't let the pressure get to you. If there are difficulties, we'll all face them together." Zhao Chen nodded in gratitude and ended the communication. He composed himself before pushing open the door to the project planning office. Inside the spacious office, a dozen elite scientists, researchers, and engineers from across the Empire were deeply engrossed in their work. Sensing Zhao Chen's presence, they looked up. "Carry on with your tasks," Zhao Chen said calmly. The team immediately resumed their focus on their respective duties. Zhao Chen walked straight to the glass cubicle at the back. Inside, a girl with twin ponytails and round glasses was intently adjusting data on several electronic screens. The faint glow on her skin indicated her identity as a holy spirit. This brilliant young scientist from the Holy Radiance Kingdom was named Camille. She was an expert in cosmic space theory and had knowledge in other fields as well. Zhao Chen knocked lightly on the glass door. Camille looked up, adjusted her glasses, and met Zhao Chen's gaze. "Your Majesty, are you certain this device will help us find other universes?" Zhao Chen replied firmly, "I can't be certain. In scientific research, nothing is guaranteed. But if we don't try, how will we ever know it won't work? After 2 months, Zhao Chen left the Imperial Military Research Institute for the first time and appeared before the public. This appearance was not ordinary. It was to attend the commissioning ceremony of the latest batch of T6 interstellar warships, the Xiaolong. Unlike the hasty deployments during wartime, this ceremony held special significance. The Imperial Propaganda Department seized this excellent opportunity and meticulously planned a grand ceremony for the new ships, inviting the Emperor to personally attend. Although Zhao Chen initially showed little interest, he was eventually persuaded to attend by his adept secretary, Lilith. Now, Zhao Chen stood in the heart of an interstellar city within the Xiaolong Empire's Xiaolong star system. He was under a massive dome, with a solid floor beneath his feet and a fully transparent dome overhead, made of a special material that allowed guests to marvel at the stunning outer space scenery. The dome hall was already filled with the power elite of the Xiaolong Empire. This was the highest grade venue among many banquet locations, with dozens of lower-tier venues scattered throughout the Xiaolong star system. Guests at those locations could only catch a glimpse of the Emperor through holographic projections, while the real Emperor would appear only here. In the banquet hall, guests mingled in groups, chatting and laughing. Although everyone present was from the top echelon of the empire, there were still clear hierarchies even at this pinnacle. Those who wielded influence over star regions or clusters were considered middle tier here and had no access to private booths. The true core figures were seated in crescent-shaped booths in the central area, leisurely enjoying their prestige. Among them was Old Master Chu Changhe, sipping fine wine and occasionally teasing his granddaughter, Chu Xian. The Chu family's power alone wouldn't have qualified them for such treatment, but Chu Xian's current status as a marshal and Chu Changhe's past connection with the emperor granted them this privilege. Suddenly, the lights in the dome hall dimmed, leaving a single beam illuminating the open entrance. All eyes focused there, awaiting the emperor's entrance. Zhao Chen's imposing figure appeared at the doorway, dressed in a magnificent imperial uniform and wearing military boots, symbolizing his emergence from the fires of war as the emperor. Following closely were Supreme Marshal Charlotte and Chief Secretary Lilith. Their entrance instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. The officers of the Xiaolong Empire stood at attention and saluted Zhao Chen. Other guests greeted the emperor with their respective courtesies, and the hall echoed with the chorus of, "Hail to His Majesty the Emperor." With an unchanging expression, Zhao Chen walked toward the main seat in the hall, where a throne-like chair awaited him. He ascended the steps and took his seat, flanked by two relatively modest chairs. With a wave of his hand, he signaled everyone to be seated. Charlotte and Lilith took their places first, followed by the guests in the booths closest to Zhao Chen. In the banquet hall, the atmosphere was lively with people either standing or sitting. Lilith was about to stand up and speak, but Zhao Chen gently held her wrist. Understanding the signal, Charlotte rose to her feet and glanced around the room. Today's banquet is straightforward. We're here to celebrate the enhancement of our Xiaolong Empire's military power, especially the commissioning of our two main interstellar warships. Charlotte's voice rang out, her finger pointing towards the starry sky overhead. Everyone looked up to see 100,000 brand new warships lined up neatly. One was predominantly a frigate, and the other, a battleship, was about a tenth of the former's number. The one that looks like White Jade is our latest T6 White Jade, Xuanhua-class heavy interstellar strategic frigate, Charlotte introduced. And the one with a silver base and purple gold dragon pattern is our main T6 purple gold silver, dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship. Her voice echoed under the starry sky. Let's admire their brilliant forms. They will embark on the Xiaolong Empire fleet's journey among the stars. All eyes were drawn to the two T6 interstellar warships, especially the imposing purple gold silver dragon-class battleship. Fully armed, it looked like a ferocious tiger baring its fangs, ready to leap at any moment. It's so big, the elderly Mr. Chu Changhe couldn't help but swallow hard. It's so massive, a voice suddenly chimed in beside him. Chu Changhe turned to see a young female officer with a ponytail, dressed in the Xiaolong military uniform Marshal Xue Xiaoxiao of the 4th Corps Fleet. Xue Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, her breath quickening as if she had seen the love of her life. She was secretly delighted, knowing that this battleship's flagship would become her command ship and the flagship of the 4th Corps. At that moment, she couldn't wait to board the ship and caress its massive interstellar main cannon. Other guests at the venue were also full of praise for the battleship, gaining a newfound respect for the Xiaolong Empire's strength. Zhao Chen held down Lilith, who was about to rise again. "Stay put and sit here. I'm pregnant, but I'm not made of glass." Lilith smiled helplessly. "The due date is just a few days away. If it weren't for you insisting on coming, Charlotte and I would have been enough," Zhao Chen said sternly. Lilith sighed. "The Empire's affairs aren't just about military strength. We need to consolidate various factions. Gathering them here, we need to meet and talk with each one." Zhao Chen nodded. "I'll handle it this time. I'll follow your instructions. You just sit tight and don't go anywhere." "Wait," Lilith called out to Zhao Chen as he turned away. handing him a mini earpiece. With so many people, how many do you know? Do you know what to talk about? Wear this, and I'll guide you from here. Understanding, Zhao Chen put on the earpiece and whispered close to Lilith's ear. It's great to have you, my dear manager. With that, he planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Bold Lilith, a succubus by nature, blushed slightly and glared at the retreating Zhao Chen. Wah! The baby girl in Madame Yao's arms suddenly reached out her tiny hand, pointing outside the starship's bridge window. Following her direction, everyone saw a magnificent interstellar city floating in the distance. Despite its futuristic architecture, the entire city was designed with a heavy historical style. The most striking feature was 3 large golden characters gleaming brightly. Chang'an City. This is Chang'an City of the Jiaolong system. Madame Yao exclaimed involuntarily, it's so beautiful. I've never seen such a majestic interstellar city. Li Yaqi, who had seen much of the world, said bluntly, within the Jiaolong Empire, there's no other interstellar city that can compare. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. As of now, that's indeed the case. Curious, Madame Yao asked, such a splendid interstellar city must have consumed a lot of resources, right? Zhao Chen explained, Chang'an City was constructed using the technical blueprint of a divine palace-level interstellar complex. Similar buildings are being constructed in other parts of the empire, but their exteriors are modified to reflect local cultural customs. While the internal structures are the same, the appearances differ. To my knowledge, the construction cost of Chang'an City is the highest, estimated at nearly 600 trillion star coins. 600 trillion star coins. Madame Yao gasped. Although she wasn't involved in interstellar trade, following Li Wei for years had given her some insight. The sheer magnitude of the figure shocked her. With his hands behind his back, Zhao Chen gazed at the magnificent Chang'an City outside the window and spoke slowly. I know, to outsiders, this extravagantly priced interstellar city might seem like an unnecessary expense. The funds could build several T6 class main starships. If I were still the supreme commander of the Jiaolong Corps, I would scoff at this. But as the emperor of the empire, the construction of Chang'an City is imperative. It will become a symbol of the imperial family, representing my presence. It will be the center of the Jiaolong Empire, the flag of its glory. Madame Yao was stunned, unable to fully grasp the significance of Chang'an City. However, Li Yaqi understood and nodded silently. Li Yaqi then suggested, Your Majesty, I have a proposal that might help quickly increase the number of such buildings within the empire and promote its prosperity. Intrigued, Zhao Chen asked, Go on. Pointing at Chang'an City outside the window, Li Yaqi inquired, Your Majesty, is there a simplified version of the blueprint for Chang'an City, the T6 Divine Palace-level interstellar complex? For example, a version with lower costs, reduced functionality, and smaller size, using T5-level technology? Without hesitation, Zhao Chen replied, That's not a problem. We can have the Imperial Military Research Institute simplify it, ensuring compatibility. Li Yaqi nodded and elaborated on her idea. Then we can simplify Chang'an City. For instance, reduce the cost from 600 trillion star coins to 10 trillion, and sell it for between 30 to 50 trillion. We can further lower the price by offering different sizes or styles large, medium, small, or luxurious, prestigious, and standard versions for various interstellar forces or families to choose from. Continuing, she explained, once the empire stabilizes, regions will inevitably need such interstellar buildings to showcase their development and prosperity. Using a blueprint similar to Chang'an City would be prestigious. This way, the empire can see a proliferation of such buildings without bearing the cost, promoting economic growth. Moreover, the empire can profit from it, effectively recouping the investment in Chang'an City. Zhao Chun was enlightened, realizing the brilliance of Li Yaqi's suggestion. Madame Yao raised a concern. What if those interstellar forces or families are unwilling? After all, spending a fortune on such buildings might not be as worthwhile as saving it. With a smile, Li Yaqi responded, You're right. But what if we add extra value? For instance, we could stipulate that new recruits for the Jiaolong Military Academy are only recruited in these buildings, or that His Majesty only stays in such buildings during travels. Additionally, what if it was rumored that having such a building in a sector directly impacts the administrator's chances of promotion? Madame Yao's eyes lit up. She knew well the family's thirst for power. Especially when it involved imperial power, families would spare no effort. For example, hosting the Jiaolong Military Academy's new recruitments in their interstellar city might make it easier for their offspring to participate and establish a caring image among other recruits. If someone succeeded in the future, the family would have a chance to climb higher. Li Yaqi didn't forget to caution. Of course, this might cause some issues, such as favoritism during recruitments or neglecting other developments to build these cities, even exploiting the people. We need to formulate corresponding plans to prevent this. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. You make a good point. I'll discuss this thoroughly with Lilith. If we need your assistance, we'd appreciate it. Li Yaqi bowed slightly. At your service, Your Majesty. Madame Yao muttered, The upcoming New Year's banquet is the perfect time to promote these interstellar buildings, like advertising to the entire universe. It's perfect. She looked at her sister-in-law with admiration. Though she always knew she was brilliant in business, witnessing it firsthand was still astounding. At that moment, Li Wei hurried back, wiping sweat from his forehead, his gaze shifting between Zhao Qian and his sister, clearly showing some fear towards her. He reported, "We found out. It was someone in charge of the cabins who secretly arranged for these stowaways in his assigned cabins, trying to profit from it. I've ordered him to be detained and dealt with according to regulations." After speaking, he looked at Zhao Chun with shame. "Your Majesty, although I truly didn't know about this, I cannot shirk the responsibility of a stowaway appearing on my starship. I am willing to accept the punishment," Li Wei said, lowering his head with a tone of guilt. Li Yaqi remained silent beside him, while Madame Miao cast a worried glance his way. Zhao Chun waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, just a small matter. Handle it as you see fit. Just be more careful in the future." He paused, a hint of teasing in his eyes. "If you cause trouble again, neither I nor your wife will be able to protect you." Li Wei turned to Li Yaqi, looking as if he had seen a tiger. Li Yaqi sternly said, "You handled the situation well, but punishment is still necessary. For the next 6 months, all your leave is cancelled." "Yes," Li Wei responded quietly. Zhao Qian patted Li Wei's shoulder and pointed towards the now barely visible Chang'an City. "Don't be upset. We're about to enter Chang'an City." At this moment, their starship was docking, appearing especially small compared to the massive Chang'an City. The docking procedure was completed quickly, and the starship soon settled into its designated internal berth. Thanks to Li Yaqi and Li Wei's connections, they could walk directly through the corridor into Chang'an City without having to dock in the outer area and take a shuttle like most people. Through the corridor windows, they could see the buildings on the surface of Chang'an City and other docked starships. Only T5 class and above starships could dock here. Outside, thousands of shuttles flitted around Chang'an City like fireflies. Zhao Chen put on a mask that only revealed his eyes. Madame Miao, seeing this, scolded Li Wei. "Are you stupid? Do you know who the emperor is?" Li Wei suddenly realized his mistake. Despite being a few days away from the New Year's banquet, the corridor was already packed with hundreds of people. Zhao Chen explained, "I came early incognito to inspect the situation in Chang'an City." His voice was slightly altered by the mask, making it difficult for anyone but those very familiar with him to recognize him as the emperor of the Xiaolong Empire. Panther Woman and the other bodyguards discreetly formed a protective circle around Zhao Chun, casting warning glances at anyone who approached. Although curious, others were not surprised to see Li Yaqi and Li Wei present. Madame Miao, looking at the black-clad crowd, exclaimed, "So many people? I thought Chang'an City only opens gradually 10 days before the end of the year." Li Wei whispered, "How many people did you invite?" Li Yaqi explained in detail, "Outside the Xiaolong star system, we sent out 100,000 invitations, each allowing 3 family members. So, at least 500,000 people. Additionally, within the Xiaolong Empire, military and industrial personnel with ranks or outstanding performance received invitations. For mid and lower-level soldiers, we provided a lottery-based reward. We also invited local residents of the Xiaolong star system. Lilith told me that at least 50 million people are expected to gather in Chang'an City." 50 million? Madame Miao exclaimed. "An event inviting 50 million people, that's unprecedented. It also indirectly showcases the strength of the Xiaolong Empire." Li Wei curiously asked, "Can this Chang'an City accommodate so many people?" Li Yaqi explained, "Chang'an City was designed to accommodate up to 1 trillion people. Before opening, we already settled a batch of residents, mainly industry workers, totaling about 1 billion. So, accommodating these millions is no problem at all." Hearing about a star city that can hold up to 1 trillion people, even Li Yaqi showed a look of surprise and interest. Walking through the corridor, a breathtaking view unfolded. Rows of magnificent interstellar warships were neatly docked in their designated berths, their surfaces meticulously decorated and gleaming. Surrounding each ship were electronic displays detailing various technical specifications. Holographic intelligent assistants, taking on humanoid forms of various races, enthusiastically introduced these colossal machines to visitors from all corners. The most eye-catching was a massive vessel named the T4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battleship. The voices of the intelligent assistants echoed, describing this crucial warship still in service with the Xiaolong Legion. It boasted unparalleled firepower, equipped with numerous interstellar missiles, and was clad in heavy armor nearly impervious to conventional firepower of the same class. Madame Miao stared in amazement and couldn't help but ask, "Are they selling starships here?" Li Yaqi nodded in appreciation, a very clever marketing strategy. These already popular interstellar warships, showcased in such a stunning manner, are sure to attract more potential buyers. She then suggested, however, "I think they should include some lower-tier Xiaolong series starships, and even introduced civilian starships and tech products. For instance, T1 to T3 level ships, interstellar cruise liners, and shuttles. These cater more to ordinary people's needs. While the profit per unit might be low, the cumulative effect, combined with the Xiaolong Empire's brand, could be quite substantial. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement, praising Li Yaqi's business acumen. I've already planned for that. This not only enriches the lives of the middle and lower classes, but also supports the empire's finances. Despite the current multiple crises, we must prepare for the future. As they passed through the exhibition area, a breathtaking scene met their eyes. Beyond a massive floor-to-ceiling window lay a city blanketed in pristine white snow. Madame Yao exclaimed. Wow, Zhao Chen explained. This is one of the city clusters within Chang'an City. Chang'an has 12 city clusters, each capable of housing at least 10 billion people, with diverse styles. Some are suitable for humans, others designed for winged races, giants, and even marine species. It can accommodate any race in the universe. A spacious hovercar stopped in front of them, and a female soldier respectfully saluted. Your Majesty, I am here to escort you, Zhao Chen instructed. First, take them to their hotel. As the hovercar gently ascended, Zhao Chen continued. These city clusters are mainly for civilian life and interstellar trade. Further in lies the political inner city, which I call the Forbidden City. All future major announcements and royal banquets will be held there. Li Yaqi thoughtfully observed the surrounding city clusters, realizing that each residency spot here would be incredibly valuable. What Zhao Chen didn't mention was that the Forbidden City had a special feature. It could perform spatial jumps, allowing it to leave or return to Chang'an City at any moment. During the flight, Li Wei curiously asked, how much longer until we arrive? This place is enormous. Zhao Chen explained. It will take about 15 minutes to reach your hotel. However, Chang'an City is equipped with quantum teleportation technology, allowing rapid movement between designated points, though its usage is limited. This time I'm giving you a tour. Next time you can use the teleportation gates directly. Li Wei suddenly asked, isn't that dangerous? If someone wanted to harm you, couldn't they just teleport in? Madame Miao discreetly pinched her husband's waist, worried about his bluntness. Zhao Chen smiled and explained, the teleportation gates have strict limitations. Even with access, one can only reach the nearest city cluster. To enter the Forbidden City, one must go through specialized channels or take specific interstellar shuttles. There's no need to worry about security. Shortly after, the hovercar stopped in front of a luxurious hotel. This is a city cluster suitable for human habitation, surrounded by ordinary mountains, forests, and lakes. Much like most habitable planets, Zhao Chen's hovercar slowly descended as he watched Li Yaqi and the others get off. After a brief farewell, he drove away, soon disappearing from sight. Li Yaqi remained standing there, her gaze vacant. Li Wei waved a hand in front of his sister's face, teasing, sis, His Majesty has already left. If you really like him, just say so. He's now the emperor of the Xiaolong Empire. It's normal for him to have a few women. How will you know if it could work out if you don't ask? If it does, I'd be the emperor's brother-in-law. How cool would that be? Before he could finish, Li Wei quickly stepped back, dodging Li Yaqi's swinging fist. She glared at her brother with a mix of embarrassment and anger, warning, say something like that again, and I'll tear your mouth off. With that, she turned and walked briskly into the hotel. Li Wei put an arm around his wife, Xiao Miao, shaking his head helplessly. Look at my sister. She's so bold and everything else, but when it comes to love, she's as timid as a puppy. Before he could finish, Lady Miao pinched his ear, smiling mischievously. You just said it's normal for someone of the emperor's status to have a few women. So, how many little fairies are you planning to keep, Mr. Li? In pain, Li Wei quickly begged for mercy. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Honey, I was talking about His Majesty. I wouldn't dare do something like that. Having you, my precious wife, is more than enough for me. You better not dare. Lady Miao glared at him, then picked up their daughter and hurried to catch up with Li Yaqi. Li Wei sighed from behind. Women are really hard to please, especially those older singles. With that, he quickly followed them. Time flew by, and soon it was New Year's Eve. Planets across the Xiaolong Empire's universe were celebrating enthusiastically. Any planet with a population of over 1 billion, even in remote areas, had imperial propaganda staff stationed to oversee the celebrations. Clear holographic video images floated in the sky, playing around the clock. The Xiaolong Empire's royal family had also allocated a special fund to host simple banquets in the central squares of various planets, with all food provided by the empire. Although the amount was vast, it was more than manageable for the empire's current agricultural industry. Local wealthy individuals and lords were also allowed to sponsor part of the expenses, and their names would be projected in the sky for widespread recognition, attracting many to participate eagerly. In some key star regions, the Xiaolong Legion's fleet would hold grand parades, allowing local residents to admire the mighty fleet through telescopes. At this moment, the public banquets had already begun. The holographic images above first displayed the magnificent scenery of Chang'an City, gradually showcasing its bustling prosperity. Seeing those beautiful city clusters and thriving scenes, many people watched with envy. As the images moved, a splendid yet awe-inspiring city appeared before everyone. This city was located in the core area of Chang'an, separated from the outskirts by a ring of open space, connected only by long corridors extending in all directions. At this moment, the corridors were already crowded with guests invited to the banquet. The banquet venue was in the square within the Forbidden City. The images followed the guests as they slowly entered the solemn and majestic Forbidden City. Despite the use of many expensive materials, under this unique style, people did not feel it was extravagant. Instead, they believed the Forbidden City should be this way. Not only those watching the live broadcast from afar, but even the guests present felt a sense of awe as they stepped into the Forbidden City. Is this the imperial city of the Xiaolong Emperor? A 10-winged angel couldn't help but marvel. This feeling. It's like it's even more majestic than our sacred mountain. Realizing his slip, he quickly covered his mouth and turned to look at the king of the sacred angels beside him. The king of the sacred angels generously praised. It does have a more imposing presence than our sacred mountain. As visitors traverse the long corridor and step into the imposing Forbidden City, the sculptures lining both sides capture their attention. These sculptures, without exception, depict the Xiaolong series of interstellar warships, from the earliest T2 model to the latest T6 model, chronicling the development of the Xiaolong fleet. Some of these warships, marked by their special significance, are displayed in larger-than-life sizes, etched with their notable histories. The sculpture of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser stands out, symbolizing the Xiaolong fleet's first foray into the public eye. Beside it is the T2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ship, showcasing the fleet's tactical prowess in outnumbered battles and its philosophy of maximizing firepower. Along the way, numerous battle records are on display. The heroic rescue of the Academy fleet students and teachers by a single T3 Blizzard-class ship against a swarm, the pivotal role of the Xiaolong Corps in the civil war within the Xingyao Empire, and the two confrontations against the Demon Clan on the northern border of the Warhammer Interstellar Empire and the subsequent expeditions. These chronicles outline the journey of the Xiaolong fleet evolving into the Xiaolong Empire. Walking through this area, one can feel the somber and formidable atmosphere, as if standing on a battlefield. Moving forward, the view opens up, revealing a grand stone sculpture of a female soldier dressed in the first Xiaolong military uniform. Next is the segregation area, where maid robots guide guests of different ranks. An invited Xiaolong craftsman, holding his wife's hand and carrying their 3-year-old child, nervously heads toward the passage designated by the red invitation. Hundreds of drone-like devices hover above each pathway, displaying confirmation information on electronic screens. The Xiaolong craftsman taps to confirm, and a drone prints a small red emblem on their chest as an ornament. A guiding voice directs them to their designated location. Guests with red, orange, and yellow invitations can be seen heading in different directions. It is said that the invitations come in 9 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gold, and the highest level, platinum. This tiered arrangement ensures both the safety of special guests and a comfortable dining atmosphere. Soon, the Xiaolong craftsman and his family arrive at a vast square. From the architectural structure, it is evident that there are multiple levels to accommodate the numerous guests. The square is filled with countless large round tables, adorned with flower baskets and decorations, creating a spacious yet cozy environment. They are assigned to table number A13071. To their delight, they find familiar faces at the table, old friends and work colleagues. The atmosphere becomes lively with warm greetings and introductions of family members. Oldly, you're here too. Xiao Song, what a coincidence. Charles, you 3 know each other? Fantastic, we must have a drink later. Dan? Wow, it's been 5 years since graduation. What a surprise to see you here. Class monitor? Teacher? This is such a surprise. Similar scenes unfold at other tables, and even guests at neighboring tables recognize each other. This thoughtful arrangement greatly enhances the warm atmosphere of the banquet and eases any tension among the guests. The decorations at the center of the round table slowly descend, replaced by an array of fruits and snacks on the automated rotating tables. The banquet will begin in an hour. These pre-dinner snacks are for your enjoyment. You may order drinks using the table's ordering software. All items are provided by the Xiaolong royal family, with unlimited supply. Please avoid wastage. The sumptuous snacks and attentive service make the wait feel short. For such an important banquet, waiting an hour, or even a day and night, would be worth it. As one moves closer to the center of the Forbidden City, the number of invited guests dwindles. Guests walk leisurely, engaging in conversations, and even if unfamiliar, they introduce themselves and exchange contact information. A guest with a purple invitation walks with his wife and father. A drone prints a purple emblem on their clothing. Although they do not flaunt it, their smiles are evident, and they walk with a straight posture, knowing it signifies their status. Guests with gold invitations naturally draw attention. Unfortunately, the routes have already diverged, and others can only glimpse these distinguished guests from afar. Some well-informed individuals quickly identify those with gold emblems while not at the very top of the Shalong Empire. They are significant figures in their respective fields or regions. Guests with platinum emblems do not appear in the public eye. They have already been guided by specialized maid robots through exclusive passages to their private banquet venue. This is a small square beneath a resplendent palace, featuring a stream, small trees, and flowers, offering a unique, elegant, and tranquil atmosphere amidst the somber Forbidden City. The number of tables here is noticeably fewer, only a few hundred. Although it sounds considerable, given that each invited guest can bring family members, the number is still quite significant. Despite the gathering, the square still felt quite empty, and unceremoniously found a seat and, upon seeing the sparse selection of snacks, frowned and complained, "Is this it? The Emperor is being stingy. This isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." No sooner had she spoken than she received a smack on the head. This time it wasn't Nana, but her father Bajin, the chieftain of the Star Dwarfs, the foremost artisan race of the Sky Dragon Empire. Nana sat across from her, watching the scene with schadenfreude, and could only hold her head and not dare to retort. Despite her high status as the chief engineer in the family hierarchy, she still had to be obedient in front of her father. Bajin, although not as highly ranked as his daughters, had earned his place at the event thanks to them. The table was essentially occupied by Anne's family. Technically, an invitation allowed only 2 guests, which wouldn't suffice to bring the whole family. However, Lilith had made a special note on the invitation, allowing them to bring everyone, filling up the table. Feeling aggrieved, and reached for a snack with one hand and prepared to order a drink with the other, only to get another slap from her father. "What are you doing?" Chieftain Bajin glared at his daughter. "Just trying to eat," and responded, feeling wronged. "And, mind your manners. Look at where we are. The Emperor invited us here, so we must behave accordingly. Don't just think about food. Sit properly," Bajin said sternly. Nana, across the table, was trying hard not to laugh. She didn't mind having a bite herself, but seeing her sister being reprimanded was too amusing. She knew their father's temperament well, a very traditional man with a deep-rooted sense of hierarchy. Over the years, the Sky Dragon Emperor had become Bajin's spiritual idol. Their home was filled with memorabilia of the Emperor, including a portrait of him hanging over Anne's bed, and would cover it with a cloth before sleeping. But she often dreamt of Zhao Chun whipping her to work, turning her nights into nightmares. Unable to eat, and scan the surroundings with a blank expression, she noticed Zhao Wanner at a nearby table, happily drinking and feasting. Zhao Wanner raised a piece of fruit towards her, as if greeting her, but to and it seemed like blatant mockery, and thought to herself, "No, Zhao can be trusted. I'm cutting ties with that girl." Just then, Chu Changa's voice came from nearby. "Oh wow, this Zhao kid really went all out this time." Chu Xian, covering her face in embarrassment, reminded her grandfather again. "Grandpa, mind the occasion? That's the Emperor." The hall was abuzz with chatter. A group of young snake women officers sat at their seats, some looking nervous and restrained, while others excitedly glanced around. One of them whispered in excitement, "Sir, are we really allowed to sit here? We're surrounded by big shots. Do you think we'll get to see Marshal Charlotte?" Her gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure. "Look over there. Isn't that Akame? The one known as the Demon Queen of Slaughter. Oh, and there's Marshal Su Lan. She's my idol. Her tactics in commanding carrier starships have become standard textbooks for our fleet." General Qingman of the Snake Women noticed their lack of decorum and shot them a stern glance. The young officers immediately straightened up, their tails no longer daring to move about. The table was predominantly filled with half-beasts, half of whom were snake people, while the rest were dragon people. Princess Blanche sat beside Marshal Medusa, smiling as she asked, "Are these the protégés you're grooming?" Medusa nodded, her eyes scanning the young faces. "Yes. These children have great potential and will have ample opportunities to shine in the Xiaolong Legion." Blanche scrutinized the young snakewomen officers. Though their ranks were all officers, they appear to be just in their early 20s. Being brought to such an event by Medusa meant that their future promotions to generals were just a matter of time. They could potentially become corps commanders, or even fleet group commanders. Whether they could go further depended on their own luck and abilities. Medusa turned to the dragon people officers beside Blanche. "Isn't it the same for your dragon people?" Compared to the snakewomen officers, the dragon people officers appeared more composed and distinguished. After all, the dragon people tribe was considered nobility among the half-beasts, with most having noble backgrounds. This was in stark contrast to the snake people tribe, which had once been a small race struggling in the Reef Star region. The gap between them was significant. Blanche realized that bridging this gap wouldn't be achieved by merely producing a single Marshal Medusa. It would take at least a century for the snake people tribe to truly establish themselves. This was why Medusa had begun to nurture the younger generation of her tribe. Blanche chuckled softly. Everyone's thinking the same thing. We all want our tribe's younger generation to find their place in the Xiaolong Legion. While it is about securing status for our respective tribes, it's also about strengthening the Legion. Her gaze shifted to the table at the front, elevated above the plaza, and the more lavish and solemn chair. But to be honest, it's remarkable that His Majesty is so open about allowing various tribes to send their talented youths into the Xiaolong Legion. He even encourages it. Medusa's eyes gleamed with respect as she spoke earnestly. His Majesty doesn't care about your bloodline or which family you come from. He values your abilities. As long as you pass the Goddess Military Academy's assessment, you can join the Xiaolong Legion. Then, you can rise through the ranks based on your skills and talent. As long as you follow the Legion's rules, you'll receive the recognition you deserve. She pointed to the young snake people around them. You see these 4 snake people here, but you don't know that I sent in hundreds of thousands. Only a handful made it this far. Even if they can't join the military, the Empire provides significant support for talents in other fields. Whether it's military industry, civilian industry, production, trade, or territorial management, everyone can find their place in the Xiaolong Empire. Blanche nodded in agreement. Although humans still made up the majority of the Xiaolong Empire, the Empire did not exclude other races. For instance, the angel race quickly rose to high positions after joining the Empire. Despite a major rebellion led by an angel king in the past, the Empire did not discriminate against them. As the two conversed, a figure swaggered over and sat down next to Blanche. It was the newly appointed commander of the Imperial Fleet Group, Leona. Blanche couldn't help but remind her, "Sister, you're now a commander of the Xiaolong Empire's Legion Fleet Group. You need to mind your appearance. You represent not only the highest command and martial status of our empire, but also our Dragon People tribe." She pointed at Leona's unbuttoned and wrinkled uniform. Leona scoffed, buttoning up her uniform. "We're fighters, not models. What's the point of all this? Winning battles is what matters." She turned to Medusa. "Medusa, how's your drinking? Let's have a few drinks later. Except for a few types of alcohol, I can handle most." Medusa replied with a smile. "Great, let's drink till we drop," Leona said excitedly. "We can also invite Akame and Snow White. They can hold their liquor." But Snow White, after a few drinks, tends to get rowdy and start stripping. Blanche covered her face in embarrassment. Her sister had no sense of workplace etiquette, casually criticizing fellow officers in such a setting. Moreover, Snow White had been promoted to marshal before Leona and was the top commander of an elite fleet group. At that moment, Snow White peeked over from the next table and loudly protested. "Who says I'm a bad drunk? That was a one-time thing. This time, I'll drink you all under the table." Akame's lips curled into a slight smile, but she remained silent. Snow White immediately jumped onto her chair, one foot on the backrest, pointing at Akame. "Did you just smile? I saw that. What do you mean by that? Underestimating my drinking skills? This time, I'll drink you under the table and make you call me Mom." Snow White's half-sister, White Moon, quickly grabbed her by the waist and pushed her back into her chair. She kept apologizing to the surrounding guests, her face full of embarrassment. White Moon hated attending banquets with her sister, always having to clean up her mess and sometimes even drag her drunken sister home. Worse, she often got pulled into drinking contests and forced to drink. Remembering these incidents, White Moon couldn't help but hold her head, recalling some unpleasant memories. The guests were all drawn to the scene, laughing and chatting. The atmosphere in the hall was lively and relaxed, much more so than the golden and purple banquet halls. It felt more like a family gathering. "Sister, it's been so long since we had a meal together," Zhao Wan'er said, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Zhao Ruyue. Her voice was filled with anticipation and joy. Zhao Ruyue smiled gently, though a hint of worry flickered in her eyes. "Everyone has been so busy lately. Chun, His Majesty, he barely has time to spend with the children," she said, her tone tinged with a mix of concern and heartache. Zhao Wan'er pouted slightly, her voice carrying a trace of grievance. "That's true. Ever since brother became the emperor of the Xiaolong Empire, I've hardly seen him in person more than a handful of times. Most of our interactions are through video calls, and even then, it's usually for official matters." Zhao Ruyue sighed softly, her voice low and somber. "After all, your brother is now the emperor of the empire. He carries a heavy burden." Her gaze grew distant, as if lost in memories. She had once hoped that her brother would achieve something significant, to shoulder the responsibilities of the Xiaolong family, at least to keep the Xiaolong star system going. However, the reality far exceeded her expectations. The Xiaolong star system rapidly rose to prominence, becoming a crucial part of the Xingyao Empire. Zhao Chen, once merely a promising leader, became the regent of the Xingyao Empire, second only to the emperor. Zhao Ruyue had been immensely proud of her brother's achievements. But who could have imagined that in just a few years, He would unite the entire universe and ascend as the emperor of the Xiaolong Empire. Zhao Ruiyue's feelings were complex. She was proud of her brother's accomplishments, but also deeply worried. She knew all too well what it meant to sit on the emperor's throne. Every time she saw her brother, she could sense that something in him had changed, as if a part of him had been left behind the moment he took the throne. Suddenly, Zhao Wan'er blinked and shifted the topic. Speaking of which, when we first arrived in Chang'an, many people started calling me Little Princess and referred to you as Elder Princess. Her tone was filled with curiosity and excitement. Hearing this, Zhao Ruiyue frowned slightly and reminded sternly, what people say outside is their business. But Wan'er, you must remember not to let our current status and titles get to your head. We are also His Majesty's Achilles' heel. Many eyes are on us. If we make a mistake, it reflects directly on His Majesty. Zhao Wan'er nodded obediently and then turned her gaze to Jiang Hong, who had been sitting quietly. Jiang Hong seemed a bit uneasy, lacking her usual composure as the administrator of the Xiaolong star system. Noticing Jiang Hong's discomfort, Zhao Ruiyue asked with genuine concern, Sister Jiang, are you feeling unwell? In the Xiaolong star system, Zhao Ruiyue and Jiang Hong had been the closest of friends, which is why Zhao Ruiyue had felt confident leaving the star system and her siblings in Jiang Hong's care when she left. Jiang Hong replied nervously, am I out of place sitting here? Maybe I should move to the next table. She began to rise as she spoke. After all, this table seated Zhao Ruiyue and Zhao Wan'er, representing the Zhao royal family, while she was just a star system administrator, feeling out of place among them. Zhao Ruiyue quickly held Jiang Hong's hand and said earnestly, Sister Jiang, the seating arrangements here are not based on status, but on relationships. This way, everyone feels comfortable. You have always been with the Zhao family, assisting us. Now, as the governor of the Xiaolong star system, you help His Majesty manage it. You are family to us. We have always seen you as our elder sister. Sitting here is something His Majesty specifically allowed. Hearing this, Jiang Hong paused, her eyes welling up with tears. As an orphan raised by the Zhao family, she had never left them, even during their toughest times, when they had to entrust the family to the then-considered incompetent Zhao Chun. Her loyalty to the Zhao family was unquestionable. Zhao Wan'er chimed in playfully, that's right, Sister Jiang. Don't you consider us family? You even took care of me when I was little. Jiang Hong was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by complex emotions. Zhao Ruiyue gently added, don't overthink it. You are our family. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hong nodded firmly. Her eyes involuntarily glanced at the empty seats at the table, knowing who they were reserved for. Being seated with them signified her special status within the Xiaolong Empire's hierarchy. From now on, no one would dare underestimate this star system governor. Though Jiang Hong's capabilities were limited to managing a star system, it was more than enough. Her heart was filled with gratitude and resolve, silently vowing to dedicate herself even more to assisting the Zhao family and contributing to the prosperity of the Xiaolong Empire. Though the wait was long, the guests' chatter filled the air, making time pass unnoticed. Suddenly, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. The towering red walls vanished, replaced by a surreal scene above the clouds. It was the work of a holographic projection, showcasing countless floating islands that dotted the sky like the branches of a world tree. The sheer number of islands was overwhelming. At the very top, there was only one solitary island. The people on the other islands looked up, fully aware that the man at the pinnacle of power in the Xiaolong Empire was there. This spectacle captivated not just those present, but also people from all kingdoms, races, star regions, and galaxies of the Xiaolong Empire. Many places fell into a solemn silence. Suddenly, the sound of boots striking the ground broke the silence. A figure appeared on the screen, exuding a commanding presence with a composed stride and eyes that seemed to conceal a dragon. He wore a unique ceremonial outfit that resembled a military uniform but was distinct from the regular attire of the Xiaolong Legion. Some speculated that it might be a specially designed New Year's Eve outfit for the emperor. After all, who would pair formal attire with combat boots? Yet, for this emperor, who had risen through the ranks and fought countless interstellar battles, the ensemble seemed perfectly fitting. Zhao Qin stood on the highest steps of the plaza, his gaze sharp as it swept over the crowd. Even through the holographic projection and video screens, people across the empire could feel his imposing presence, as if his eyes were directly upon them. Flanking Zhao Chun were Charlotte and Lilith, dressed in elegant gowns. Charlotte held the hands of their children, Zhao Baier and Zhao Hu, who were just over a year old, as they curiously observed their surroundings and their imposing father. Lilith cradled the infant Zhao Lier, presenting a nurturing image that contrasted sharply with her succubus identity. For the first time, the Zhao family of the Xiaolong Empire made a complete public appearance, and the three young princes and princesses became the center of attention. Praise flowed freely, and many began to contemplate how to build closer ties with the royal family. The status of the White Tiger tribe and the succubus clan also rose significantly, hinting at their future influence within the empire. When Zhao Chen spoke, his voice commanded everyone's attention. It is late December of the second year of the Xiaolong star calendar. In 3 hours, it will be the third year. Over the past year, our empire has faced numerous challenges, so much so that we couldn't hold our first anniversary celebration as planned. But that doesn't matter. The fact that we are here today proves that our empire has weathered the storms and emerged victorious. Today, I am in high spirits and have arranged this New Year's Eve banquet for the entire empire to enjoy. I believe that in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, with everyone's collective effort, our Xiaolong Empire will be transformed. No one will dare to challenge us, and we will become the most prosperous and supreme interstellar civilization. Zhao Chun raised his glass, his voice resonant. I propose a toast to the eternal prosperity of our Xiaolong Empire. All the guests, attendees in various banquet halls, and people on other planets raised their colorful glasses and echoed in unison. To the eternal prosperity of the Xiaolong Empire. The sound was like a tidal wave, resonating through every inch of the empire, crossing days and nights, mountains and oceans. Immediately, celebratory music began to play across various regions. In some star territories, the Xiaolong interstellar fleets aimed their ceremonial cannons at the sky and fired in unison. Spectacular fireworks blossomed in space, leaving residents of different planets in awe. After the brief speech, Zhao Chen announced the start of the banquet and descended the platform with his wife and children to join the table where Zhao Ruyue and Zhao Waner were seated. The prepared high chairs for the babies were now put to use. Seeing the 3 little ones, Zhao Waner excitedly said, "Hee, my little darlings, let Annie give you a kiss." Everyone gets one. She rushed forward and planted kisses on their rosy cheeks. The slightly older Zhao Baier and Zhao Hu appeared a bit shy, while the infant Zhao Lier rubbed her face with her tiny hands in disdain, which only amused Zhao Waner even more. Zhao Riyue gently spoke to Charlotte and Lilith. "Charlotte, Lilith, you must be very tired. Not only do you have to take care of the children, but you also help His Majesty with imperial affairs." Charlotte shook her head dismissively. "It's nothing, just taking care of the kids. I only have 2 to look after. My mother took care of over a dozen." She looked at her children and said nonchalantly, "Eat whatever you want." As a member of the White Tiger tribe, Charlotte continued the upbringing style she grew up with, showing no signs of overindulgence. At this point, Zhao Hu had already grabbed a chicken leg and was happily munching away. The sight of a oni and a half-year-old child gnawing on a chicken leg might be surprising in human society. Zhao Baier, on the other hand, was more composed. She first pressed a button on her outfit to release a pair of gloves, put them on, carefully examined the food on the table, and finally selected a beef bone as tall as she was. Zhao Baier grabbed the beef and began tearing it apart with both hands. This oni and a half-year-old child exhibited a unique elegance that left Zhang Hong staring in amazement. She couldn't help but think that this might be the manifestation of the White Tiger tribe's bloodline. In contrast, Lilith's daughter, Zhao Lier, lay quietly, more like a human. The more Zhang Hong looked at the little girl, the more she liked her, even wanting to kiss her like Zhao Waner did. But she restrained herself. "Waner, stop teasing the child. You're not acting like an aunt at all." Zhao Riyue couldn't stand her sister's childish behavior and spoke up to remind her. At this moment, Lilith softly explained, "Sorry, this is an uncontrollable racial ability of Lier. Her succubus talent far exceeds mine, and anyone who gets close to her will be unconsciously attracted." Zhao Waner was slightly surprised but quickly shrugged it off, saying, "If I'm charmed, so be it. I'm more than willing to be enchanted by our little darling." With that, she saw Zhao Lier covering her face to avoid the kiss, so she switched to kissing her little feet instead. Suddenly, the drunken elder Chu Changhe wrapped his arm around Zhao Qin's shoulder and slurred, "Hey, Zhao boy, you promised to marry my granddaughter Xianer. The Chu family has good genes. She'll give you 10 or 8 kids for sure." Chu Xian immediately ran over, blushing, and pulled her grandfather away, repeatedly apologizing to Charlotte and Lilith. The two didn't mind, and instead teased Zhao Chun with their glances. Seeing this, Zhao Chun cleverly said, "I need to check on the other tables. They're all old friends and I should mingle." With that, he got up and left. Although an emperor should usually remain seated, Zhao Chun felt at ease among these old acquaintances. As he moved from table to table, he was warmly welcomed everywhere. The families were a bit reserved, but the old comrades from the Xiaolong Empire chatted familiarly with Zhao Chun, as they were both subjects and battle companions. As Annie was enjoying her meal, her father, Chief Ba Jin, knocked on her head, nearly causing her to choke. Fortunately, Sister Nyo at the next table came to her rescue. Annie teased, "Dad, are you trying to kill me for the inheritance?" Chief Ba Jin saw Zhao Chen approaching and quickly apologized to the emperor, promising to discipline his daughter better. Zhao Chen waved it off, even praising Annie for her achievements at the Military Research Institute. This made Annie breathe a sigh of relief and secretly give Zhao Chen a thumbs up. Zhao Chun continued to make his rounds, exchanging greetings with guests at each table. When he arrived at the table of Qitong, Leona, and Snow White the wolf girl. He saw it was already piled high with bottles. Blanche, Medusa, and the others could only shake their heads helplessly. Seeing Zhao Chun, Snow White immediately handed him a bottle of wine, enthusiastically inviting him to drink. Bai Yu, watching from the side, was left speechless and thought, forget it, let the world end. As the New Year's bell tolled, it signaled the transition of the Xiaolong Empire from star year 2 to 3. This solemn bell resonated through holographic images and countless star systems, stirring the hearts of all who heard it. Zhao Qin held a glass of fine wine, his gaze drifting to Lilith beside him. She had set up a soundproof barrier around the children to protect their young ears from the bell's chimes. In contrast, Charlotte's two children were still engrossed in their feast, their bellies already bulging yet continuing to eat. Zhao Chun had to step in to stop them from reaching for the wine bottles. Zhao Hu shot him a resentful glance before resuming his voracious eating, while Zhao Baier occasionally licked her lips, her eyes wandering towards the wine bottle, hinting that she was not as well behaved as she appeared. As the bell's echo faded, Lilith, with her now sleeping child, excused herself. Zhao Wanner looked on wistfully, almost chasing after her to act as a bedside maid. Zhao Chun sighed inwardly, convinced that Zhao Lier's future succubus talents would be extraordinary. Soon after, Charlotte also departed with her two yawning children, full and content. Zhao Qin surveyed the banquet hall. At Chu Changhe's table, Chu Xian kept a vigilant eye on her grandfather, wary that he might start rambling again. At Annie's table, Patriarch Ba Jin sat upright, but his flushed cheeks and irrepressible smile betrayed his joy. As the head of the empire's low-end industry, with two daughters who were top scientists at the Imperial Military Research Institute, and the interstellar dwarves forming the backbone of the empire's technology, how could he not be moved by the clan's remarkable rise? His tear-filled eyes were noticed by his daughter Nana, who handed him a tissue, while Annie continued to enjoy her meal. At the neighboring table, the wolf girl Bai Shui lay drunk on the floor, unmoved by her sister Bai Yu's attempts to pull her up, surrounded by empty bottles. Qitong sipped her drink leisurely, while Leona kept pouring alcohol for her sister Blanche, whose flushed cheeks couldn't withstand her sister's enthusiasm. Medusa, also inebriated, glanced at the passed-out younger snake women and sighed at their low tolerance. She locked eyes with Qitong, like two duelists preparing for a showdown. Other tables were much the same, with everyone indulging in revelry on this special occasion. Time flew by, and 3 months later, in March of star year 3, the Imperial Military Research Institute reached a critical moment for the number 5 machine experiment. Compared to the number 1 machine, the number 5 machine was as large as a 3-story villa, housed in a reinforced chamber as tall as 20 stories and as expansive as 2 football fields to handle any potential mishaps. With everything ready, Dr. Camille looked at Zhao Chun, who wore a serious expression. Begin the experiment, Zhao Chun ordered, knowing this test was crucial for enhancing the number 5 machine's capabilities. The number 5 machine started, its exterior transforming, extending several glowing particle sections, resembling a robot about to morph accompanied by familiar ticking sounds. A star map unfolded before Zhao Qian at unprecedented speed. In mere seconds, the entire Xiaolong universe was scanned in high definition, followed by the void beyond. The number 1 and number 2 universes appeared on the star map. After 3 minutes of operation, all systems and modules of the number 5 machine were functioning normally. As the scan range surpassed the number 4 machine's limit, everyone held their breath, hoping to discover new unknown regions. However, as seconds ticked by, 5 minutes into the operation, some modules began to overheat. Zhao Qin crossed his arms, deep in thought. Could the spaces between universes be so vast? With only 3 universes in such an expansive area, the difficulty of finding the primordial universe would greatly increase. 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes passed, and beyond the 3 universes, the star map remained a void of darkness. Report: the number 5 machine is severely overloaded and may fail at any moment. Despite this, Dr. Camille did not stop the experiment, seeing no command from His Majesty. She knew that without new materials and energy sources, the number 5 machine had nearly reached its project limit, with subsequent machines like the number 6 and number 7 likely only offering marginal improvements. Finally, at the 10-minute mark, the number 5 machine malfunctioned, and the experiment was forced to stop. Fortunately, there was no explosion, only smoke enveloping the chamber. Collect the experiment data. I will upgrade the number 5 machine later. Zhao Chun left these instructions and exited the chamber. Walking down the corridor, Zhao Chun clenched his fists, punching the air and resisting the urge to smash the walls. The experiment's lack of results made him realize the number 5 machine's performance had peaked in the short term. With a determined expression, Zhao Chun pondered another approach. If the number 5 machine were activated in other universes, could it scan a broader range of unknown areas? At present, the number 1 and number 2 universes were the best options. With this new idea, Zhao Chun quickly headed towards another project team, resolved to explore new possibilities. The supervisor straightened up immediately and saluted as Emperor Zhao Chen approached, saying, "Your Majesty." Without any small talk, Zhao Chen asked directly, "How is the progress on your project plan?" The supervisor, visibly excited, reported in detail, "We have completed 2 phases of the experiment so far. First, we successfully maintained the stability of the inter-universe space portal. We established a temporary portal 3 times, each maintaining stability for 15 minutes. Second, we conducted object transmission tests through this portal. We successfully transmitted a Fruit, AT-2 class derelict starship, and a small asteroid to the other side. According to our data analysis, the entire process went smoothly." Hearing this, Zhao Chen's mood, which had been dampened by the results of Unit 5, improved slightly. The supervisor continued, "Next, we will proceed with the 3rd phase of the experiment, the round-trip test. This involves 2 steps. First, we will send robots aboard a starship through the space portal to the other universe and attempt to return. The key to this experiment is determining whether there is a change in the flow of time. If there is a time discrepancy, these robots may not be able to return. If the first step is successful, we will then send a manned starship to the other universe and have it return quickly. Completing this step will mark the success of the 3rd phase of the experiment." Zhao Chen asked directly, "According to your plan, how long will this take?" 1 month, the supervisor replied firmly. "Good. I expect an update from you in a month," Zhao Chen said. The supervisor immediately assured, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will complete all the tasks you have assigned." Zhao Chen knew that in order to break through to T7 technological civilization, he had no choice but to attempt contact with other universes. He planned to use these 2 universes as stepping stones to explore further unknowns. However, he was well aware that contact with other interstellar civilizations could easily lead to war, but he had no other choice. At that moment, Zhao Chen received startling news. In his office at the Imperial Military Research Institute, Lilith urgently contacted him via video. "Your Majesty, we have an emergency. Our universe space dynamics monitor detected an abnormal space fluctuation at coordinates 10 minutes ago, suggesting an external object may have entered our universe. Marshal Charlotte has already deployed the nearby interstellar fleet to investigate." Zhao Chen immediately asked, "Is it the Dark Legion?" Lilith frowned. "We cannot confirm until our fleet arrives on the scene." After a brief silence, Zhao Chen stood up and said, "All right, I will head back to the Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command ship immediately. Also, inform Charlotte to put all fleets of the Xiaolong Empire on combat alert, and ensure other military fleets are ready to transition to wartime status if necessary. We must prepare for the possibility of war." In the adjacent room, Annie, overhearing the discussion, put down her half-eaten ice cream cone and focused intently on her work, muttering, "These annoying guys always come to bother Annie. One day, I'll invent something to blow you all up." Humph. Meanwhile, in a remote star system within the Xiaolong universe, a fleet of 300 uniquely designed starships had just arrived. "Commander, our fleet has successfully reached the target universe," a subordinate reported. The commander nodded. "Good. Find a way to assess the technological level of this universe, as well as the controlling entities or interstellar powers." "Understood," the subordinate responded and began executing the orders. Several interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships instantly activated their cloaking systems, silently dispersing in different directions to begin their mission of exploring this unknown universe. On the bridge of the fleet's flagship, a T6 class interstellar warship, a nearly 2-meter tall humanoid creature draped in a light veil, sat in the captain's chair. Her snow-white skin and pointed ears exuded an extraordinary aura, surrounded by an indescribable air of arrogance. The atmosphere on the bridge was tense and heavy. The female commander coldly ordered, "Athres, relay my command. The fleet is to enter combat readiness immediately. The universe traversing device is on standby. Since this universe can detect others, they might have already noticed our arrival. We must prepare for anything." Secretary Athres quickly nodded in response. "Yes, ma'am." 300 interstellar warships swiftly formed a precise battle formation. Under the illumination of the star shield, these aesthetically pleasing warships gathered together, resembling a dazzling gem in the cosmos rather than Cold War machines. Soon, a reconnaissance ship transmitted a message. "This is Ship 3. We have reached the edge of a star system with signs of life and are infiltrating their communication network. Flagship, please receive the data." A flood of information poured into the T6 flagship systems and was organized before being presented to the female commander. "Xiaolong Empire, Zhao Qian, Emperor, Dark Legion, Cosmic War, Demon Race, Angel Race." The female commander scanned the information with an expressionless face, seemingly imprinting it all in her mind in an instant. Suddenly, Ship 3 sent an urgent report. "We've been detected and captured by an enemy stealth reconnaissance ship. We can't escape. They demand we shut down our engines and submit to inspection." The female commander frowned slightly. "You can't escape?" "Correct. The enemy has more advanced T6 class stealth reconnaissance ships. They've issued a final warning. If we don't comply within 5 minutes, they will destroy our ship. Meanwhile, the bridge received a communication. This is the 5th Regiment of the 3rd Fleet Group, 3rd Reconnaissance Fleet of the Xiaolong Empire. Identify yourselves and shut down your engines for inspection. Failure to comply will result in us treating you as a threat and taking necessary measures to eliminate you. Athres reported nervously, "Ma'am, all our reconnaissance ships have been intercepted and captured." A staff officer added, "We've detected an interstellar fleet of approximately 30,000 ships rapidly approaching. Their strength is formidable. If we get surrounded, we will be annihilated." The female commander furrowed her brows. The enemy's response speed and strength far exceeded expectations, reacting so swiftly and effectively within just 15 minutes. Athres suggested retreating, but the female commander shook her head. "Our mission is not only to gather intelligence, but also to understand the rulers of this universe. We can now confirm that their military strength is on par with ours. In this dark universe, since we've encountered each other, we must either become friends or foes. This contact is crucial." She issued a series of commands: no firing, allow engine shutdown but refuse boarding inspections, attempt communication with the enemy commander, and establish a security perimeter. These directives were quickly relayed to the other side. Soon, the opposing fleet halted just outside the security line, forming a crescent-shaped encirclement. Athres reported, "Ma'am, they have agreed to negotiate." Moments later, a video window appeared before the female commander. She scrutinized the humanoid creature on the other side. This species seemed familiar in her universe, but had long since vanished. The opposing female officer got straight to the point. "Outsiders, who are you? Where do you come from? And why have you entered our universe?" The female commander stood tall, her voice filled with pride. "I am Gladys, from the Holy Elven Empire, a high elf and the commander of this fleet. We mean no harm. You used some device to scan our universe's coordinates, and we captured this signal, backtracking to your location. I was ordered to investigate your universe and assess any potential threat to us." The female officer on the other side remained silent. Gladys directly asked, "In our universe, it is basic etiquette for both sides to identify themselves. Otherwise, it is considered extremely rude." The female officer across from her made no attempt to hide her identity and got straight to the point. "I am Charlotte, the Supreme Commander of the Ace Fleet Group of the Xiaolong Empire." These words echoed in Gladys's mind. Charlotte, Ace Fleet Group. These newly acquired pieces of information quickly fell into place. As the Emperor's wife and an elven commander, she quietly absorbed this knowledge before making her demand. "I request to see your Emperor." Charlotte raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with skepticism. "You know our Emperor?" Gladys revealed her methods without hesitation. "When we first entered this universe, we dispatched a few stealth reconnaissance ships to gather intelligence. We infiltrated your network and found some information." Surprisingly, Charlotte did not hold this against her. Instead, she responded bluntly, "Our Emperor is not someone you can just meet. Given your status in your universe, you shouldn't expect much. My presence here is already a significant gesture of respect. By your own words, it's a considerable courtesy." Charlotte's unceremonious words made Gladys frown slightly. In her universe, any non-elf who dared speak to a high elf in such a manner would be exiled. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset, realizing she was in foreign territory, facing a civilization as advanced as her own. "I understand the disparity in status," Gladys conceded, "but we cannot dispatch someone of equivalent rank to communicate with your Emperor in such a short time." She paused, looking Charlotte directly in the eye, her tone becoming serious. "What I have to say is crucial for both the Xiaolong Empire and this universe. You can relay my message to your Emperor." Taking a deep breath, Gladys continued, "Do you realize that the device you're using to detect other universes has brought disaster upon you? Soon, an interstellar civilization will invade your universe. Your home will be engulfed in war." Charlotte's expression tightened as she asked, "What civilization? And how do you know this?" Gladys chuckled softly, as if anticipating the question. "Do you think you're the only ones with this kind of technology? Any T6-level civilization has similar capabilities, but it's a double-edged sword. Misuse can be harmful. Since you can scan our universe, you must have also detected theirs. Those guys won't ignore a newly discovered toy." She paused, her tone growing firmer. "If you want to know more about the civilization threatening your universe, let your Emperor meet me." With that, Gladys decisively ended the communication. She sat back in her captain's chair, a slight smile on her lips. This initial contact was about seizing the upper hand. She believed that faced with an unknown threat to their civilization, the Xiaolong Empire would pursue further. Then, she could meet their Emperor, gather more information, and perhaps achieve another objective of her mission. However, events took an unexpected turn. The response from the other side was brief and composed. "If your fleet has no hostile intentions, please leave our universe within 20 minutes. If you choose to stay, Shut down your starship engines and submit to our inspection. Otherwise, if you neither leave within 10 minutes nor shut down your engines, we will consider you a threat and take all necessary measures to eliminate it. Your detained stealth reconnaissance ships are now released. Please leave our universe within 20 minutes. Marshal Charlotte of the Xiaolong Empire. Gladys's expression froze upon reading these words. She hadn't anticipated such an unorthodox response. Were they not concerned about this potential threat at all? How could that be? Meanwhile, in the Xiaolong Empire's command center, Charlotte was conversing with Zhao Chun via video link. Are we really just letting them go? Charlotte asked, puzzled, especially after learning of a potential threat. Zhao Chun smiled and reassured her. Don't worry, they won't leave. Standing beside Zhao Chun, Lilith added, their aim is to gain the upper hand in our first encounter. Since they came all this way and didn't leave immediately upon finding us, it means they have other objectives besides understanding our universe. Lilith's lips curled into a slight smirk, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. Coming to someone else's territory and putting on airs? We have to show them a little something, don't we? The communication request came through again, and the secretary reported to Charlotte about the sincere apology and important matters from the elven emissary. Charlotte shrugged and looked at Zhao Qian and Lilith through the video window, asking for their opinions on how to handle the situation. Lilith suggested making them wait for 10 minutes before Charlotte engaged in the video call. She explained, having the Emperor meet them directly would be giving them too much respect, especially since they came uninvited. We'll be listening in, and if things go well, I'll step in. Zhao Qian agreed with her suggestion. Meanwhile, the elven commander Gladys was pacing anxiously on the bridge, repeatedly asking the secretary if there had been any response. She knew that if this communication failed, it would be impossible to alleviate the crisis in her universe. 10 minutes later, the communication was connected. Gladys immediately expressed her apologies and emphasized her sincerity. Her attitude noticeably improved. Charlotte calmly stated that she was willing to negotiate again, but politely declined the request to meet the Emperor. Gladys wisely did not insist, instead expressing her respect for the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire. Charlotte then asked to learn more about the Holy Elven Empire. Gladys provided a brief overview of their technological level, military strength, and political system. She mentioned that the Holy Elven Empire was at a level 6 technology tier, possessing 30 million interstellar warships, along with a complex elven racial hierarchy and political structure. Zhao Chun and Lilith listened to the report from behind the scenes. Lilith drew a pyramid diagram to summarize the power structure of the Elven Empire. Zhao Chun was puzzled by the concept of high elven evolution, but given the many extraordinary phenomena they had already encountered, he was cautious about dismissing it outright. After the inquiry, Gladys requested to discuss the impending danger in their universe. Charlotte nodded in agreement, ready to listen to this crucial information. Charlotte waited quietly for Commander Gladys, the elven leader, to continue her story. The air was thick with tension, as if the fate of the entire universe hung in the balance. Gladys finally spoke, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. You have used your cosmic scanning devices multiple times, so you must have some understanding of the surrounding space. But have you ever wondered why, in such a vast expanse, there are only 3 universes? She paused deliberately, her sharp gaze sweeping across everyone present. The question hit Zhao Chun like a bombshell. His mind raced, trying to grasp the implications. Could it be that the existence of these 3 universes was no mere coincidence, but rather the result of something far more profound? Gladys continued, her voice now heavy with gravity. In fact, long ago, there were at least 3 other universes in this cosmic region. But now they are gone. Gone? Charlotte gasped, but quickly fell silent as realization dawned. Gladys' eyes flickered with a mix of anger and fear. Order. I assume you have encountered them by now? Charlotte nodded in confirmation. Gladys went on, each word laden with weight. Order is a level 7 technological civilization. Their sole purpose is to assimilate other universes. In the process, some interstellar civilizations realized they couldn't escape Order's invasion and chose to negotiate. Somehow, they convinced Order to let them survive the assimilation.
But from that moment, they became Order's minions.
Gladys described how these civilizations gained rapid technological advancements and special abilities, how they began invading nearby universes, committing massacres, and plundering resources. Most terrifyingly, they acquired abilities similar to Order's, enabling them to dismantle entire universes from within and extract their energy. Those damned invaders call themselves the Devouring Civilization, Gladys said with venom in her voice. Because of your earlier explorations, they have discovered your existence. If I'm not mistaken, their interstellar fleet is already preparing for an expedition. Charlotte frowned in thought, remaining silent for a long time. Just then, Lilith posed a question through her earpiece. Charlotte related, why, geographically speaking, is this devouring civilization closer to your Holy Elven Empire's universe, yet you haven't been affected? Gladys explained that when they first encountered Order's invasion, They used advanced technology to protect their universe, ensuring its survival. Additionally, their strength was formidable enough to deter the devouring civilization from acting rashly. But now the situation has changed, Charlotte astutely observed. The devouring civilization has started eyeing your universe. You feel the danger, so you want to ally with us. Gladys candidly admitted this. She explained her mission's twofold purpose: to understand human civilization and to seek cooperation in resisting the devouring civilization's invasion. Her tone grew increasingly fervent, shedding her previous elegance and hauteur, more like a warrior ready for battle. If it weren't for your actions that led the devouring civilization to discover you, their next target would undoubtedly be us, Gladys said passionately. If war breaks out in our universe, it will be a catastrophe. We don't want to see such a disaster befall either our home or yours. So let's unite and stand against these damned invaders together. Faced with this impassioned plea, Charlotte fell silent. She realized the gravity of the situation was far beyond what she had imagined. She glanced at the video feed, seeing the equally silent Zhao Qian and Lilith, waiting for their directive. The room was enveloped in a tense and heavy atmosphere, as if the fate of the entire universe was teetering on the edge. Lilith opened her mouth and conveyed a series of messages to Charlotte. Charlotte immediately turned to the female elf opposite her, her gaze sharp. Since you claim that the devouring civilization is our common enemy, sharing some information shouldn't be a problem, right?
For example, their advanced technology, the scale of their interstellar fleet, internal structure, and your previous combat data.
Gladys frowned slightly, hesitating for a moment. Seeing this, Charlotte shrugged. What's the matter? You say you come with good intentions and hope for an alliance, yet you're unwilling to share even basic information. If there's no trust, how can we talk about an alliance? Zhao Chen, in the video window, couldn't help but give a thumbs up, secretly impressed by the acting skills of the large white cat. After some deliberation, Gladys finally spoke. All right, I can share some information about the devouring civilization. I hope you can sense our sincerity. To fight the devouring civilization, cooperation is indeed our best option. She took a deep breath and began to explain in detail. The devouring civilization is a massive multiracial interstellar civilization. Although our Holy Elf Empire also claims to be multiracial, it's actually a hierarchical structure. The devouring civilization is entirely different. Their racial structure is extremely complex, with indigenous species making up only half. A flash of anger appeared in Gladys's eyes. They use an internal division strategy. When invading other civilizations, they claim to represent order and allow those willing to follow order to join them. This is why they've developed so terrifyingly fast, to the point where even our Holy Elf Empire has to seek allies. She added through gritted teeth, every civilization has traitors. These turncoats not only betray their own homes, but also turn their blades against former allies. This division strategy allows the devouring civilization to often sweep through invasions effortlessly. Charlotte keenly picked up on the hint in her words. It sounds like there are such people in your Holy Elf Empire as well? Gladys nodded, still angry. Yes. A small number of cowardly individuals have betrayed the elf god and formed the Order Holy Church. They believe joining Order is the correct path for technological evolution and are causing trouble throughout our universe. It's minor now, but once the devouring civilization launches an attack, these people will undoubtedly rise up, becoming a major problem. Charlotte's expression shifted subtly. This phenomenon had always existed in the Xiaolong Empire's universe as well. From the earliest mechanical god cult to the later fanatics secretly supporting order, these cancers were hard to eradicate. Even though Zhao Qian had made purging these hidden order zealots a routine task for the Royal Jinwei Guards, they still occasionally caused trouble. Gladys continued, regarding the strength of the devouring civilization, they are currently at a level 6 technological stage, with over 80 million conventional interstellar fleet ships. However, due to the numerous races, the combat effectiveness of these fleets varies greatly. So don't be intimidated by the numbers. Many are just for show. Otherwise, with such military power, they would have invaded our Holy Elf Empire long ago. Hearing this number, not only Charlotte, but also Zhao Qian and Lilith were shocked. The Xiaolong Empire currently only had 2 to 3 million interstellar warships. Even if the combat effectiveness varied, possessing such a massive fleet as a level 6 technological civilization was terrifying, even if they used a swarm tactic. Gladys's expression grew more serious. One more thing, Marshal. The devouring civilization has a top-tier technology. Their trump card. She paused. You are probably aware of the existence of the Dark Legion fleet? Charlotte didn't hide it, nodding to acknowledge their encounters. It wasn't a significant secret, especially since remnants of the Dark Legion fleet still lingered in the Xiaolong Empire's universe. Gladys continued to explain. We call it Dark Legion technology. In short, the devouring civilization has the ability to create fleets similar to the Dark Legion. Although not as advanced as the Order civilization, it's still a considerable threat to most level 6 technological civilizations. She described the operation of this technology in detail. They deploy a technological structure called the soul altar on the battlefield. When their fleet is destroyed, this altar can recover the souls of those who believe in order and reincarnate them into forms similar to the Dark Legion fleet through some indescribable technology. Even more terrifying, they can draw on the souls of fallen enemies' fears to strengthen themselves. Gladys painted a chilling battlefield scenario. The devouring civilization often sends out a sacrificial fleet first. After fierce battles, these fleets are destroyed and then reborn in the form of the Dark Legion fleet, rejoining the fight. This means you have to face the same enemy twice, and the second time, they are more fearless and stronger. Gladys the elf sighed and said, in this kind of relentless battle scenario, those invaded interstellar civilizations often find it very difficult to resist. As the supreme commander of the Xiaolong Empire, Charlotte immediately raised a series of tactical questions about the Soul Altar. What about the Black Legion fleet that was destroyed again? Will it revive once more? And that technological device called the Soul Altar, does it have any limitations, such as the scale of the fleet it can revive, or the range it can affect? Also, would a decapitation strategy, directly attacking the Soul Altar, be effective? Gladys the elf gazed at Charlotte and began to answer each question. The destroyed Black Legion fleet can indeed revive, but its numbers will gradually decrease. This is because each revival consumes the original soul strength. For example, if 10 points of soul strength were initially absorbed to create the fleet, after one sacrifice, there might only be 7 points left.
Another round could reduce it to 5 points, and so on, gradually weakening.
She continued, regarding the Soul Altar, our Empire's researchers have been conducting in-depth studies. There are indeed limitations on the revived fleet. The Soul Altar is divided into 6 levels, corresponding to 6 technological tiers. The highest, a level 6 Soul Altar, can revive T6 level interstellar warships in greater numbers and with higher efficiency. Gladys provided an example. Once, on a major battlefield, the devouring civilization used a level 5 Soul Altar, reviving at least 200,000 Black Legion interstellar warships daily. As a commander, you must understand the significant impact this has on battlefield balance. Charlotte's expression grew serious. She knew this wasn't just about increasing fleet numbers, but would trigger a series of chain reactions, completely disrupting the battlefield balance. The thought of the Xiaolong fleet facing such a powerful enemy weighed heavily on her mind. Gladys continued, as for the range of the Soul Altar's influence, it generally covers the entire interstellar battlefield. Regarding decapitation tactics, other civilizations have attempted them but failed. The devouring civilization deploys massive fleets to protect the Soul Altar, and the altar itself has formidable defenses, forming a black, shield-like barrier. There are no records of a Soul Altar being destroyed. Charlotte asked, so, are there no other countermeasures? Gladys replied, the current strategy is to retreat immediately upon discovering a Soul Altar, as it cannot be moved. Additionally, the number of high-level Soul Altars is limited. It is rumored that the devouring civilization possesses at least 3 T6 level Soul Altars, and is even developing a quasi-T7 level. Charlotte mentally noted this information, deciding to have her strategic department formulate countermeasures once she returned. Finally, Charlotte asked, do you know when the devouring civilization's fleet will invade our universe? Gladys solemnly answered, no more than 3 months. The conversation with the elf Gladys had come to a temporary halt. Charlotte, with a grave expression, slowly conveyed the latest directive from the Emperor of the Sky Dragon. Revoke the previous expulsion order against the Holy Elven Empire's fleet and allow them to temporarily remain in the current area. Lilith stood beside Zhao Chun, whispering her analysis, given the current situation. It seems that this fleet from the Holy Elven Empire and the information conveyed by their commander should be reliable. After all, lying about this wouldn't benefit them. As long as we can infiltrate their universe, obtaining this information shouldn't be difficult. Charlotte, maintaining a serious demeanor, continued, if what that female elf said about the devouring civilization's military strength and technology is true, then in 3 months, their interstellar fleet might invade us. Unless we can develop and manufacture a genuine T-7 class interstellar battleship within 3 months, winning this confrontation will be extremely challenging. That technology weapon called the Soul Altar poses a significant threat. Zhao Qin furrowed his brows, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Developing, let alone manufacturing, a T-7 class interstellar battleship within 3 months was a daunting task. He said solemnly, cooperating with the Holy Elven Empire might be our only option right now. Lilith and Charlotte exchanged glances, and both nodded in agreement. Zhao Qin continued, since we are in agreement on this, the next step is to figure out how to cooperate with the Holy Elven Empire and form an alliance. We need to determine the terms of cooperation and how to handle any demands they might make. Lilith straightened up, a hint of arrogance on her face, resembling the demeanor of the elven race. She said, now, I'll play the role of Gladys, the elven commander, and proposed possible demands from her perspective. Zhao Chun and Charlotte watched her, waiting for her performance. Clearing her throat, Lilith began to mimic Gladys's tone. We propose a cooperation between our two sides. We will help you fend off the devouring civilization's attacks. However, we need to first deploy our Interstellar Legion fleet into your universe. Additionally, we hope to have an exclusive military base within your empire, including a starport, Stargate, and other military facilities. Ideally, we'd also like an industrial factory. These facilities will be fully managed by our personnel, and even your side will not have the authority to interfere without our permission. Charlotte pondered for a moment before responding. Deploying a Legion fleet for defense is acceptable. It's a necessary means to fulfill their promise. However, we should also demand that our Sky Dragon Legion fleet has the right to enter their Holy Elven Empire. After all, the devouring civilization could also attack their universe. As allies, it's only fair to jointly fend off a common enemy. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement, recognizing that this seemingly concessional proposal would actually increase the Sky Dragon Empire's understanding of the Holy Elven Empire. Charlotte added, we can provide military base access, stargates, starports, and small to medium industrial facilities. However, we must deploy our fleet to garrison these bases. Any actions taken by the stationed Legion fleet must be approved by us. Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction, as Charlotte had articulated his thoughts accurately. He thought to himself, allowing a wolf requires a strong chain. Even the fiercest beast, if properly tamed, could become a loyal ally. Lilith continued to play Gladys, raising issues regarding the use of stargates, resource supplies, and damage compensation. Charlotte responded to each, emphasizing mutual benefit and reciprocity. Finally, Lilith brought up the topic of technological cooperation. To resist the devouring civilization and future invasions, we hope to seek technological cooperation with your side. We should be open and share our technological advancements with each other. Zhao Chen found this proposal intriguing, but Charlotte remained cautious, stating that technological exchange was feasible but should be based on mutual reciprocity, with specific details to be discussed later. After their discussion, Charlotte reconnected with the waiting elf Gladys for a video call. Gladys appeared both excited and nervous, eagerly awaiting Charlotte's response. Charlotte got straight to the point. Regarding the alliance, our emperor has agreed in principle. However, specific details need to be confirmed first. Gladys concurred. Of course, forming an alliance requires detailed terms. The two sides then engaged in a heated negotiation. Gladys's points closely mirrored those Lilith had simulated earlier. Charlotte, sticking to their prepared strategy, responded accordingly. When the topic of military presence arose, Gladys hesitated, especially regarding the Sky Dragon Empire's desire to station troops within the Holy Elven Empire. She explained, I can't agree to your oversight of our troops. However, I can't guarantee allowing your troops within our territory, and I believe it's unnecessary. You should focus more of your Interstellar Legion fleet on the Sky Dragon Empire to defend against the devouring civilization's imminent invasion. Charlotte smiled and replied, I understand your concerns, but consider this. Our Sky Dragon Empire's forces are indeed not as formidable as the Holy Elven Empire's. However, since we are allied, the devouring civilization might also attack your empire. As allies, how could we not send our Legion fleet to fight alongside you? It's our duty and responsibility. Therefore, we must deploy troops to ensure we can stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies in any future conflicts. Charlotte's words were firm and heartfelt. Gladys's expression grew more conflicted as she fell into deep thought. Charlotte spoke calmly, you really don't need to worry about this. We're discussing the scale of mutual stationing. Comparatively, our Xiaolong Empire won't send as many fleet units to the Holy Elven Empire. For example, if we agree on 500,000 ships, your side can send 500,000 starships to the Xiaolong Empire. On the other hand, we might only send 100,000 out of our 500,000 limit. Are you doubting our sincerity? Even if you are, what are 100,000 starships compared to the mighty Holy Elven Empire? Gladys, the elven woman, frowned upon hearing this, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, her expression softened, acknowledging that Charlotte had a point. She tentatively asked, what about the maximum number of stationed troops? Charlotte responded nonchalantly, we can discuss that later. Just reach an agreement. Gladys hesitated, realizing this was beyond her decision-making authority and that she would need to report the negotiation progress to the High Council. Seeing this, Charlotte softly asked, is that everything? I think we've covered it all. Gladys shook her head, her expression serious. There's one last request. We hope that the Emperor of your empire can personally travel to our Holy Elven Empire to sign the alliance treaty. Considering the scheduling issues, it would be inconvenient to travel back and forth. So, we request that the Emperor come in person. As you said before, I don't have the authority to meet your Emperor. Therefore, we need our qualified High Elves to meet with your Emperor. Charlotte's face darkened instantly upon hearing this request, and she flatly refused. No. However, before Gladys could respond, something seemed to happen on Charlotte's side. She said in a low voice, "Hold on, I need to handle something." With that, the video call was temporarily cut off. The scene switched to the command center of the Xiaolong Empire, where Zhao Chun spoke calmly. "I agree to go to the Holy Elven Empire." Charlotte immediately protested excitedly. "I object. You are now the emperor of the Xiaolong Empire. Your status is completely different from before. How can you leave the Xiaolong Empire and go to an unknown interstellar civilization?" Lilith, who had been silent, quietly observed the situation. Zhao Chun turned to Charlotte and explained calmly but firmly, "This idea is not a whim. It's a well-thought-out decision and beneficial for us. Firstly, the benefits mentioned by the Elven woman are real. More importantly, I can use this opportunity to investigate the Holy Elven Empire personally. With my status, I can access higher levels of their society. Additionally, I am particularly interested in their advanced technology. We've discussed technological exchange before, and no one is more suited for this task or understands our empire's technological needs better than I do. Therefore, I must go to the Holy Elven Empire personally." Charlotte, anxious, turned to Lilith for support. "Lilith, say something. Convince him. How can we let him do something so reckless?" To Charlotte's surprise, Lilith slowly began, "Charlotte, I agree with His Majesty's plan." Seeing Charlotte about to interrupt, Lilith raised her hand to signal her to listen. "Hear me out first. His Majesty's analysis is very reasonable, and you understand that too. The threat of the devouring civilization is imminent. Even if we ally with the Holy Elven Empire, can we completely rely on them? We must be strong on our own. Ultimately, we need sufficient strength to face any potential threat. Therefore, advancing our technology is crucial. His Majesty's trip is precisely for this purpose." He is right. Our technology has hit a bottleneck. Despite continuous investment in research and development, progress remains slow. And what we lack most is time. We don't have the luxury of time. Given this, we have no choice but to take a risk. Charlotte bit her lip and clenched her fists, eventually conceding. "Fine. I can agree to him going, but I must accompany him with my Lin elite fleet for protection." Zhao Chen immediately rejected. "No. You are the Grand Marshal of the Xiaolong Empire. You must stay here. As long as you're here, any enemy invasion will be met with your defense." Before Lilith could speak, Zhao Chen added, "Lilith, you can't come with me either. I can entrust military matters to Charlotte, but all other affairs must be handled by you." After another anxious wait, the video window of the elf Gladys lit up once more. She nervously watched Charlotte on the other side, who spoke with a serious expression. "Regarding the request you made earlier, I have reported it to the Emperor. His Majesty has agreed to your invitation and is willing to visit your Holy Elven Empire." Hearing this news, Gladys let out a sigh of relief, her face unable to hide her joy. It seemed her mission was nearly complete. However, Charlotte continued, "But we have a few conditions." Gladys immediately straightened up and said, "Please go ahead." Charlotte listed them one by one. "First, during this visit, you must ensure the absolute safety of our emperor. Any mishap is unacceptable." Gladys solemnly promised, "I stake my life on it." Although we have not formally allied yet, as an esteemed guest, His Majesty the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire will receive the highest level of protection within our Holy Elven Empire. Charlotte nodded and continued, "Second, while we trust your guarantee, we cannot entirely entrust the Emperor's safety to your side. Therefore, we will dispatch the Emperor's personal guard fleet and an accompanying fleet group, totaling about 30,000 interstellar warships." Gladys hesitated briefly, but soon agreed to this condition. Charlotte presented the final point. "Third, since we are willing to trust you, we also need to see your goodwill. We hope to learn some of your technology, particularly your inter-universe travel technology." Gladys's expression changed slightly as she inquired about the specifics. Charlotte explained that they were mainly interested in inter-universe travel technology, as it was crucial for future alliance operations. After a brief consideration, Gladys agreed to share some of the technology, but noted that due to a lack of detailed data and research personnel, they could only provide limited guidance. Subsequently, Gladys boarded a T6 class interstellar transport ship of the Xiaolong Empire. Although it was merely a transport ship, its internal design and craftsmanship amazed her, surpassing the technology of the Holy Elven Empire in some aspects. In the cargo bay, Gladys met Emperor Zhao Chun of the Xiaolong Empire. She bowed with the highest etiquette, expressing the Holy Elven Empire's respect and desire for an alliance. Zhao Chun responded with a smile, and then inquired about the large cubic device in the cargo bay. Gladys explained that it was a water dragon gate, unidirectional single transmission type device used for inter-universe travel. She detailed its functions and limitations, including its capacity to transport about 3,000 interstellar warships. This prompted a question from one of Zhao Chen's guards, who doubted how they would fulfill the promise of a 30,000 ship escort fleet. Gladys quickly responded, stating that a fleet would be arranged to return to the Holy Elven Empire to ensure this promise was kept. Gladys promised that a fleet would return with enough equipment to support the Emperor's guard fleet for interstellar travel. Zhao Chen showed great interest and asked, "Is there no limit to the number of trips? What about the duration of each trip?" Gladys explained in detail, interstellar travel is similar to subspace navigation. It's not a direct space jump. The travel time depends on the distance between the universes. For example, traveling between the Xiaolong Empire and the Holy Elven Empire takes about 5 hours each way, she added. The main limitation is avoiding excessive travel in weak space areas to prevent instability. However, the spatial stability here is very high, so even using 100 water dragon gates simultaneously wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Chun continued to inquire. Since this is a single-use model, are there non-disposable or more advanced versions, like permanent interstellar gates? Though slightly surprised by the Emperor's curiosity, Gladys patiently answered, "Indeed, there are." The Holy Elven Empire has 3 types of publicly available interstellar travel devices: single-use one-way transport, short-term two-way transport, and permanent two-way stargates. She explained each one. The first type is what we see now. The second type can maintain a presence for a short period, allowing two-way travel like a small stargate. The third type is a permanent stargate used for interstellar travel. With a hint of pride mixed with frustration, Gladys continued, "To be honest, even our Holy Elven Empire struggles to fully master the stargate technology. We've only built 2, but the universes they connected to were invaded and destroyed by devouring civilizations," she added. These 3 types also come in small, medium, and large sizes, mainly differing in the scale of the fleet they can transport. The higher the level, the exponentially higher the construction cost. Typically, we use small, occasionally medium. Large devices are strategic level and require high council approval. Zhao Chun was impressed by the Holy Elven Empire's technological reserves. Smiling, he said, "It seems, Lady Gladys, the interstellar travel technology you promised to teach us is just one part of it." Gladys quickly clarified, "Your Majesty, I didn't mean to withhold information. Currently, I can only mobilize this model of the Water Dragon Gate, and giving it to you is already a significant strain. As for the other 2, I don't have them at my disposal. If you wish to learn about them, you might need to visit the Holy Elven Empire. Especially the Stargate type. I really can't provide that for you." Zhao Chen laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I was just teasing you." Gladys was slightly taken aback, not expecting the Emperor to be so approachable, quite different from the atmosphere among the elves. Zhao Chen then inquired about the subsequent itinerary. Gladys handed over a plan and explained in detail, "As long as you agree, we can depart as soon as tomorrow. This day will be used to dispatch the fleet to retrieve the Water Dragon Gate device. In the Holy Elven Empire, considering the need to discuss various cooperation matters, I have arranged 10 days. At the slowest, 10 days will ensure your safe return. Of course, if you wish to stay longer, that's perfectly fine with us."